Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. The Courtyard house is haunted. All the birds want to move away. Comedy, drama, fan fiction, historical, slice of life, supernatural, urban life. Upon arriving in Beijing, Su Hongyang was suddenly struck by the fact that this place was actually a world of love and romance in a traditional courtyard house. Even more coincidentally, they also acquired an emotion value system, and this system is strangely supernatural. What? Yi Zhonghai is trying to morally blackmail me? Don't panic, I'll just give him a critical hit style mind purification. What? Jia Zhongxi wants to summon old Jia? This is unacceptable, get Lao Jia up here right away. What? A deaf old lady is going to knock on my window? Wait, I'll send a vengeful ghost over to keep this old man company tonight. Gradually, the members of the House of Representatives sensed something was wrong and began crying and demanding to move. Su Hongyang slapped his thigh. What will happen to my emotional value if you guys leave? 1. Number 1 entering the 4th and 9th cities. Chapter 1. Entering Saijucheng. Spring, 1959. Sujia Village. Inside the large communal canteen, a dark-skinned, sturdy middle-aged man rushed in from outside. Hongyang, your eldest uncle sent you a letter. The booming voice echoed throughout the canteen, drawing everyone's attention. In a corner, a young man who was buried in his food suddenly looked up, his face filled with pleasant surprise. The young man was somewhat thin, but his features were handsome and refined. Wearing a blue linen suit, he looked very spirited. After scanning the room, the middle-aged man finally spotted Su Hongyang in the corner. He immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, "Oh, you kid, still eating? Quick, get over to the great brigade leader's place." Hearing this, Su Hongyang stood up immediately, grabbed a steamed corn bun, and hurried out. As he left, he smiled and said to the middle-aged man, "Thanks, Uncle Laugan." The middle-aged man waved his hand, watching Su Hongyang's departing back with emotion, and shouted, "When you get to the city, listen to your uncle and show him plenty of filial respect." Su Hongyang didn't turn around but waved his hand behind him, quickening his pace. Seeing this, the villagers in the canteen finally began to gossip. "That kid Hongyang is really lucky, isn't he? He just reconnected with his uncle, and the man immediately arranged a job for his nephew in the city. I heard his uncle is a leader? Not sure about that, but to be able to arrange a job for Hongyang, he probably isn't someone simple. Why don't I have a relative like that? You? Tisk, just go back to eating your corn bun. If you ask me, Hongyang's bitter days are over and the sweet ones are coming. It's his parents' spirits in heaven watching over him." An old man wearing reading glasses said pedantically. True. Half a year ago, he almost lost his life. Who would have thought he'd be jumping around now, heading to the city? Sigh. In front of a row of mud brick houses, a mailman was surrounded by a crowd of men, women, young and old, all chatting about various trifles. Seeing the group from afar, Su Hongyang jogged over. When the villagers saw him coming, they made a path. The mailman also saw it was Su Hongyang and immediately stood up, holding a letter. "Comrade Su Hongyang, here is your envelope." "Thanks, big brother Yang," Su Hongyang said as he quickly took it and nodded in gratitude. The mailman smiled. "You're welcome, it's my duty." Su Hongyang quickly tore open the letter. Seeing the contents and the job application form tucked inside, a trace of excitement finally overflowed on his face. Finally, after half a year. He had transmigrated here half a year ago, taking over this body. He originally thought this was just an ordinary 1950s world, but he didn't expect that after his uncle appeared and took him around Beijing for a few rounds, he realized this was actually the world of Silly Pillar, Qingmen Saheyuan. He had watched this TV series in his previous life. The characters in it were all hard to describe. In short, the netizens' mockery didn't seem wrong at all. It truly was a courtyard full of beasts. However, what excited him even more was the system that was about to be activated. A week ago, he had awakened a system called the Emotional Value Exchange System. But he had to move into number 95 Courtyard, Nanluagushang, before the system could truly be activated. Because of this, he had been scratching his head in anxiety these past few days. Fortunately, this uncle he had recently reunited with had promised to find him a job in the city so he could live in Saijucheng. And now, after more than half a month, his uncle's letter had finally arrived. Su Hongyang looked at the application form with the red star steel rolling plant watermark, and the anxiety in his heart finally slowly subsided. Luckily, his uncle came through. Otherwise, as a grand transmigrator, he wouldn't be able to activate his system, left with a treasure mountain he couldn't use. "Alright, you silly boy. Hurry over and get a letter of introduction, then head into the city early." At this moment, an old man in the crowd teased Su Hongyang with a smile. This old man was the village chief of Sujia village and currently also held the position of production team leader. He was highly respected in these parts. Hearing this, Su Hongyang also laughed along. Alright, Grandpa Su, I'll have to trouble you to write a letter of introduction for me. Village Chief Su nodded, secretly happy for the boy. Getting a job in the city meant he would be able to eat his fill. He wouldn't have to stay in the countryside working on an empty stomach, earning those few work points while facing the yellow earth with his back to the sky every day. When would there ever be an end to that? Moreover, there had been some rumors lately that many nearby villages were about to run out of food. He wasn't sure if it was true. In any case, being able to go to the city was a very good choice. Su Hongyang ignored the envious and jealous looks of the people around him and followed Village Chief Su to get the letter of introduction. He planned to head into Saijucheng today while it was still early. Sujia village wasn't far from Saijucheng, only about a dozen li away. However, for the bus, only the last afternoon trip remained, so he had to rush to the bus stop as quickly as possible in Saijucheng. Inside the long-distance bus station, Su Hongyang shouldered his bags and walked out slowly. Looking at the bustling and noisy crowd, he felt a secret sense of wonder. The last time he came here, his uncle had brought him. Now, in his current situation, he wasn't in a hurry. He knew where his uncle's home was. Last time, his uncle had said to come straight to his place once he reached Saijucheng. So, Su Hongyang directly hailed a pedicab. Once he sat down, he said to the driver, "Master, to number 55 Courtyard, Vanchong Hutong." "You got it," the driver responded and started pedaling the trike. Su Hongyang leisurely observed the old streets filled with historical vicissitudes. This was his second time here, yet seeing the atmosphere of street life in the 1950s still touched him deeply. Before long, he arrived. The trike stopped in front of a Sahayuan entrance. His eldest uncle was named Li Wyman. He was a veteran who had reportedly won several second-class merits and enjoyed excellent job placement benefits. Years had passed, and he was now the section chief of the security section at the steel rolling mill. This single household, one-entry courtyard was specifically arranged for him by the higher-up leaders. Su Hongyang gave the driver 20 cents. After getting off, he went up and knocked on the door. A moment later, the sound of pitter-patter footsteps came from inside the courtyard. With a creak, a little girl's head poked out from inside. Su Hongyang saw her and immediately smiled. "Little Magnolia, do you still recognize me?" When the little girl saw it was Su Hongyang, she immediately squeezed out of the door, hopping and skipping happily, her two little braids swaying back and forth. "Brother, it's Brother Hongyang." The 5 or 6-year-old girl was his uncle's daughter, named Li Yulan. He had stayed here for 2 days during his last visit and had become quite familiar with her. "Come here, little Magnolia. This is for you from your brother." Su Hongyang reached into his pocket and pulled out 4 bird eggs. He had found these bird eggs in the mountains a few days ago. They were already boiled and could be eaten once peeled. "Thank you, Brother Hongyang." The little girl's eyes instantly crinkled with joy as she carefully took them with both hands. Just then, a woman in her 30s walked out of the courtyard. She was wearing gray cloth clothes and had a look of confusion on her face. When the woman saw Hongyang, she immediately said in surprise, "Hongyang is here, quick, come inside the house." Su Hongyang felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at his aunt and immediately replied, "All right, Auntie." 2. Number 2 My Uncle's Family. Chapter 2. Uncle's Family. His aunt was named Wu Shuying, a typical rural woman. From his last visit, he could feel that she was a kind and virtuous woman. She didn't care about Su Hongyang's shabby and destitute state. Instead, she felt sorry for his plight, showed him great care, and even bought him new clothes and shoes. She even stuffed him with many snacks and treats to take back when he returned to the village last time. So, although he had only known this aunt for a short time, Su Hongyang was very grateful to her in his heart. "Aunt, is uncle home from work yet?" Su Hongyang asked when he noticed the silence in the courtyard. "Not yet, but he should be back soon." "Hongyang, come in and sit." His aunt pulled Su Hongyang's hand into the main room and helped him unload the large and small bags from his body. After doing this, she quickly brewed a cup of tea and brought it over. Su Hongyang quickly took it and couldn't help but say, "Aunt, you don't need to be so busy. I can do it myself." "Oh, why are you being so polite with your aunt?" Wu Shuying chided him. Su Hongyang smiled somewhat sheepishly. "Brother Hongyang, here." At this time, little Magnolia also walked in at some point, her small white hand holding a piece of something high up. Su Hongyang instinctively took it and opened it to see that it was a fruit candy. He patted the little girl's head, knelt down, and said with a smile, "Thank you, little Magnolia. Where's your big brother?" The little girl shook her head, thought for a moment, and replied, "Big brother went to school and hasn't been back for several days." Hearing this, Su Hongyang immediately understood. His uncle had 2 children in total. Besides little Magnolia, there was also a son in junior high school. Generally, junior high students live and eat at school. He would only return during the holidays. Seeing this scene, Wu Shuying's face was filled with a smile. She turned to look at the sky outside and realized it was already late. She immediately said to Su Hongyang, "Hongyang, sit at home for a while. Aunt will go out and buy some meat and vegetables first." Su Hongyang nodded. "Okay, Aunt, I'll stay here with Magnolia." Wu Shuying left in a hurry. Since her nephew was here, she had to get some meat. Her husband would surely be happy too. Since they would be drinking some wine tonight, she should buy another bottle. The sky gradually darkened and the workers in the nearby factories finished their shifts. Sitting at the door playing with little Magnolia, Su Hongyang saw groups of workers in similar uniforms getting off work. After a while, Su Hongyang saw a familiar figure. A middle-aged man in a green uniform with a square face and an upright aura was pushing a bicycle toward the courtyard. It was Su Hongyang's uncle, Li Wyman. Su Hongyang immediately went to meet him. "Uncle, you're back." Li Wyman was walking with his head down when he suddenly heard a familiar voice and quickly looked up. He was immediately surprised and delighted. "Hongyang, you're finally here." Li Wyman put the bicycle aside, stepped forward quickly, and patted Su Hongyang's shoulders with both hands, unable to stop looking him up and down. "Well, you've definitely gotten much sturdier." Li Wyman nodded with satisfaction. Su Hongyang was between laughter and tears. When they first recognized each other last time, he was indeed as thin as skin and bones, which worried his uncle greatly. So when they parted, he gave Su Hongyang a lot of white flour and brought over 10 caddies of bacon back to the village for him to cook for himself. He had said that when they met again, he must see a sturdy young man. "Uncle, I listened to you and I'm over 20 caddies heavier than before." Su Hongyang couldn't help but say. "Haha, now that's a man, let's go inside and talk." Li Wyman happily patted Su Hongyang's shoulder a few times and pulled him inside. At this time, his aunt also returned, carrying a bag of things as she walked over. "Husband is back, Hongyang. Chat with your uncle first, I'll go cook for you too." Su Hongyang nodded. "Okay, Aunt, you go ahead and get busy." Li Wyman picked up little Magnolia, who was playing nearby, and took Su Hongyang into the house. As soon as the two of them sat down, Li Wyman said, "Hongyang, since you're here, I'll take you to the steel rolling mill to report tomorrow. However, this quota is for the fitter workshop. When you first go, you can only start as an apprentice worker. Try it out first. If it doesn't work, I'll find another way to get you something easier." Hearing this, Su Hongyang immediately responded, "Uncle, I'm very satisfied with this job. I will definitely learn well and won't let you down." Li Wyman was extremely satisfied. Looking at his nephew's determined expression, he couldn't stop nodding. He knew this child could endure hardships. Once he settled in, he would find him a more reliable master, and then he could be at ease. Meanwhile, Su Hongyang was thinking about how to move into No. 95 Courtyard, Nanluagushang, since it was related to his system activation. Also, he would definitely have to deal with those characters from the plot in the future. What kind of attitude should he use to contact them? After all, the system was called the Emotional Value Exchange System, which probably meant harvesting emotional value. After thinking for a while, Su Hongyang had a bit of an idea. Before he traveled here in his previous life, he was at least a drama student. Facing those monsters and demons of the number 95 Courtyard, it could be summarized in one sentence. Life is like a play. It all depends on your acting skills. Since he wanted them to produce emotions, he couldn't let them live too comfortably. He had to think it over carefully and give them a big surprise when the time came. "Hongyang, Hongyang?" Li Wyman called out to Su Hongyang twice in confusion. Why did his nephew suddenly daze off? Su Hongyang snapped out of it and said with a smile, "Uncle, I was just thinking about things." "Oh? If there's anything you don't understand, just tell your uncle and I'll give you some advice." Li Wyman immediately asked. Seeing this, Su Hongyang said bluntly, "Uncle, can I be allocated a house with my current job?" "Allocated a house?" Li Wyman was stunned. Then he instinctively said, "Why housing? You'll stay here from now on. Anyway, I still have a side room vacant here." After thinking for a while, Li Wyman added, "If you think the room is too small, I'll just have my boy move out of the West Wing room, and you." No, Su Hongyang hurriedly interrupted. He knew it would be like this, and this was exactly what he was a bit worried about now. His uncle didn't want him to live out. After all, there were indeed vacant rooms here. If he still moved out, it would seem as if he didn't care about the concern of his two elders. But he had the system without moving into No. 95 Courtyard. This system would never be activated. Su Hongyang thought for a moment and explained, "Uncle, it's like this. I'm at the age where I should start a family, so I can't keep staying here and troubling you and Aunt. I'm thinking of finding a place closer to the steel rolling mill so it's convenient for commuting and saves time." That way, I can learn more techniques and finish my apprenticeship sooner to repay you an aunt later. Su Hongyang spoke sincerely. Li Weiman listened and began to think while stroking his chin. After a while, he nodded with a sigh. You are indeed at the age to start a family. Since you have your own ideas, uncle also supports you. However, as an apprentice worker, you won't be allocated a house yet. You need to become a permanent worker after 3 years before you can get housing. But don't worry, I'll take you to the subdistrict office tomorrow to ask where there are houses for rent. Just stay here with peace of mind for these few days. Su Hongyang nodded with a smile. Okay, we'll go and take a look with uncle tomorrow. The two of them chatted about some past events until his aunt called out for dinner, and then they got up and walked toward the dining room. 3. Number 3 Encountering Shu Damao. Chapter 3. Encountering Shu Damao. A small square table was already set with 5 full plates of food. As soon as Su Hongyang walked in, he smelled a rich aroma of meat. Having not touched grease or oil for a long time, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva secretly. Looking down at the table, he saw that 3 of the 5 dishes were actually meat dishes. Braised pork with radish, a clay pot of stewed chicken, and a fried fish with a shiny, golden brown skin. They emitted waves of enticing fragrance that made one's mouth water. Su Hongyang looked at the fried fish in surprise. This must have used a lot of oil. One must know that oil was extremely precious in this era. Not many families were willing to use so much oil. What are you staring at? Eat, Li Weiman scolded with a laugh. Su Hongyang smiled and stopped being polite. Beside him, little Magnolia, who had been clamoring to be let down, looked at the table full of dishes, and saliva was already leaking from the corners of her mouth. Her big eyes stared unblinkingly at the meat dishes on the table as she shouted happily, "Ooh, ooh, there's meat to eat." His aunt had also finished her busy work. She came over carrying a plate of steamed buns made of mixed flour and told Su Hongyang to eat quickly and eat more. The 4 of them sat around the table and began to eat. The atmosphere at the dining table was exceptionally harmonious, and everyone ate to their heart's content, especially Su Hongyang and little Magnolia. Their mouths were glistening with grease as they ate. Time passed quickly. That night, his eldest uncle let Su Hongyang sleep directly in the west wing room. After all, that was where his younger cousin slept. The bedding and everything were already there. Early the next morning, Su Hongyang and Li Weiman had breakfast and went out. First, he took him to the steel rolling mill. The current steel rolling mill was already a joint public-private enterprise, a large factory with tens of thousands of people. At the main gate, workers were coming and going, walking inside one after another. A staff member from the security section saw it was Li Weiman and immediately walked over. Hello, Section Chief Li. Li Weiman nodded with a smile but didn't say much, leading Su Hongyang inside. The young staff member saw Su Hongyang beside him and, although curious, didn't ask much. After all, this was someone brought in by Section Chief Li. Su Hongyang didn't care about any of this and kept looking around curiously. A factory from this era was still quite novel to him. Section Chief Li, Section Chief Li. A hurried voice sounded from behind. Su Hongyang and Li Weiman turned their heads in confusion and saw a young man with a long face jogging over while pushing a bicycle. When Su Hongyang saw this person, his expression froze. This looked like as expected. The next moment, Su Hongyang heard his uncle say, "So it's Comrade Shu Damao. Is there something you need from me?" The smile on Shu Damao's face became even brighter as he stepped forward quickly. Section Chief Li, aren't I about to go to the countryside to show movies? It's a bit unsafe in the countryside right now, so I need to go to the security section later to apply for a pistol. I just came to give you a heads up first. Li Weiman realized, so that's it. Comrade Shu Damao, you can just go to the security section and find old Tang to collect it. You don't need to report such a small matter to me. As a veteran of the steel rolling mill, what kind of person hadn't he seen? He naturally understood the little scheme of the Shu Damao before him. For something like applying for a firearm, one could just find the staff member in the security section specifically in charge of firearms. There was no need to find him personally. Always showing up in front of him was nothing more than trying to seize the opportunity to flatter him. Haha, Section Chief Li is right. Shu Damao's smile remained unchanged. He hurriedly pulled a pack of cigarettes from his person, took one out, and handed it to Li Hanwen. Here, Section Chief Li, have a smoke. You kid. Li Weiman rolled his eyes at Shu Damao but still took the cigarette. At this moment, Shu Damao finally noticed Su Hongyang beside him and said with some surprise, "And this little brother is?" Li Weiman smiled and said directly, "This is Su Hongyang, my nephew. He's here to report for duty at the steel rolling mill today." Oh? Shu Damao's eyes flickered as he looked Su Hongyang up and down. Su Hongyang had also been observing Shu Damao. After all, this character was written as a villain in the Saheyuan stories, a petty person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. However, in his past life on the internet, many netizens had another side to their evaluation of Shu Damao, saying he was the only good person in the courtyard who lived life clearly and thoroughly. But no matter what, those were characters in a plot. The one before him was a living person. It wasn't easy to judge without having interacted yet. Su Hongyang took the opportunity to speak. Hello, comrade Shu Damao. We will be fellow workers at the steel rolling mill from now on. Please look after me. Hearing this, Shu Damao immediately patted his chest. Brother, aren't you being too formal? In the future, as long as you need me, just come to the propaganda department to find me. It'll just be a word away. Since he was Section Chief Li's nephew, he had to seize this opportunity well. Alright. If you have business, go get busy. I still have to take him to the personnel section. Li Wyman was already shooing him away. Seeing this, Shu Damao immediately nodded with a smile. Right, Section Chief Li, you guys go ahead and get busy. I'll be off then. Remember, brother, if anything comes up, just find me, Shu Damao. Before leaving, he specifically said another word to Su Hongyang. Su Hongyang didn't refuse and nodded with a smile. Li Wyman looked at Shu Damao's back and instructed Su Hongyang, Hongyang, have less to do with him. This person's intentions are not pure. Su Hongyang chuckled. Don't worry, uncle. I know how to handle these things. If Shu Damao knew he was viewed this way in his uncle's heart, he would probably be so upset he'd shut himself away. However, from this brief contact, Su Hongyang's first impression of Shu Damao was okay. He was definitely going to move into the number 95 courtyard later anyway. It wouldn't be bad to get on good terms with him first. Before long, the two arrived at the personnel section. After giving the letter of introduction and other documents to the staff, they completed the registration. After finishing the procedures, he went to collect a set of work clothes and other items. Su Hongyang's salary was temporarily 18 yuan. It would increase to 24 yuan in the second year, and after becoming a regular worker in the third year, he could receive a salary of 33 yuan. Although it was a bit low at the start, at least it could increase step by step. Su Hongyang was quite satisfied with this. He also had a system. Life would surely get better slowly. Su Hongyang was directly assigned to work in the 7th workshop. After Li Wyman exchanged greetings with Director Guo, he led Su Hongyang straight out of the steel rolling mill. Today, he also planned to go to the sub-district office to ask about renting a room in the household registration issue. He needed to transfer it over, and they could handle it all at once. On the way, Su Hongyang thought back to that Director Guo in the workshop, and a thought flashed through his mind. Could he be Guo Dapiazi? Could it be that he was assigned to the same workshop as Yi Zhonghai? This was getting a bit interesting. Uncle, let's go ask over at Nanluagushang. Su Hongyang took the opportunity to suggest. Hearing this, Li Wyman turned back in surprise. You want to go take a look over there? Su Hongyang nodded and said, Uncle, you took me for a stroll there last time. I think it's quite close to the steel rolling mill. Let's go check it out first. Hearing his nephew say this, Li Wyman readily agreed. The two got on the bicycle and hurried toward Nanluagushang again. 4. Number 4 Staying in a courtyard house. Chapter 4. Moving into the Saheyuan. At the sub-district office, the two of them stated their purpose directly and met with Director Wang. Director Wang was a woman in her 40s. Seeing that the visitor was Li Wyman, she stood up and smiled. So it's Section Chief Li. Please, come in. Most of the residents in the streets managed by Director Wang were workers from the steel rolling mill, so she inevitably had contact with the mill's security section from time to time. That was how she knew Li Wyman, though they hadn't interacted much. Li Wyman led Su Hongyang into the office and got straight to the point. Director Wang, this is my nephew, Su Hongyang. He just started working at the steel rolling mill today. I brought him here to settle his household registration and to see if there are any rooms available for rent nearby. Director Wang finally understood. She rarely dealt with Section Chief Li under normal circumstances, so it turned out he had come today for his nephew. She turned to look at Su Hongyang. He was quite handsome and shared a slight resemblance with Section Chief Li. That's no problem. As long as the procedures and required materials are in order, we can handle it for Comrade Su Hongyang immediately. As for the house, I can look for one for you first. As she spoke, she sat back down and pulled out a thick stack of documents. Seeing this, Su Hongyang immediately said, Director Wang, please check if there are any rooms left in number 95 Courtyard, Nanluagushang. I want to move there. Director Wang looked up in surprise. Su Hongyang smiled sheepishly and said, I've heard that under your management, Director Wang, this courtyard is a well-known advanced compound. The residents there must be very easy to get along with neighbors who are united and help each other. I'll be able to integrate into the collective as quickly as possible without causing you any trouble, Director Wang. Hearing this, Director Wang's gaze towards Su Hongyang gradually turned to one of appreciation. This young comrade was well-spoken and had high ideological awareness. Having such a simple and honest young man enter the compound she managed would certainly put her mind at ease. Very well, since he was brought by Section Chief Li, she had to give him face regardless. So she nodded with a smile. Alright, since Comrade Su Hongyang wants to go to No. 95 Courtyard, I'll look for one for you. Director Wang flipped through the documents. After a moment, she looked up and said, in the front yard of number 95 Courtyard, the East Wing room is currently unoccupied. As for the middle and back courtyards, there are a few side rooms and annexes, but they are a bit small and can't compare to the East Wing room in the front yard. It's up to Comrade Su Hongyang now to decide which one he wants to rent. Su Hongyang nodded and began to think. Compared to the middle and back courtyards, the front yard should be relatively quieter. After all, in the front yard, only the calculative Yan Bugui lived opposite the East Wing room. As for the two courtyards behind, there was the summoner Jia Zhongxi, the saint of thieves Bang Zheng, the zimp Shazu, and the child-beating second uncle Lu Heizhong. If he really lived there, he'd probably be so noisy he wouldn't be able to sleep. To be honest, if it weren't to activate the system, he really wouldn't want to go to this civilized compound, number 95. While Su Hongyang was thinking, Li Weiman spoke up. Rent the East Wing room in the front yard. It's larger, after all. He then turned to Su Hongyang. Hongyang, you've reached the age to marry and have children. It won't do to not have a larger house once you get a wife. Your current salary isn't high, so your uncle will pay the rent for these first 2 years. Just focus on your work and improving your skills. Hearing this, Su Hongyang quickly shook his head. Uncle, you've already helped me so much. How can I let you pay the rent too? Isn't this? Li Weiman immediately interrupted. Enough. You've just arrived in the city and there are many places where you'll need money. Just listen to your uncle. Su Hongyang was deeply moved. To be honest, he hadn't known this uncle for long, and they had spent even less time together. He hadn't expected his uncle to help him to this extent. Su Hongyang nodded and said no more. As Director Wang listened to the words between Section Chief Li and his nephew, she sighed inwardly. These days, it was rare to see relatives go this far for one another. Seeing that Section Chief Li had made the decision, Director Wang began processing the paperwork. The East Wing room was about 40 square meters, and the monthly rent was about 5 yuan. Li Weiman directly took out a stack of big black tens and paid a year's rent in advance, handing the rest to Su Hongyang. Hongyang, now that the house is rented, you'll need to buy some furniture and belongings. Take this for now, and if it's not enough, ask me for more. Su Hongyang looked at the stack of big black tens and was about to speak when his uncle continued. Oh, and take some of these coupons too. As he spoke, he pulled out a stack of coupons from his pocket, various grain coupons, cloth coupons, oil coupons, and so on. Before Su Hongyang could react, he stuffed the money and coupons into his hands. Su Hongyang knew he did indeed need these things, so he accepted them without further ceremony. After a while, Director Wang issued a certificate and said to Su Hongyang, Comrade Su Hongyang, the lease has been processed. As for the household registration, it will take a few more days. I'll take you over to number 95 Courtyard now. Alright, Su Hongyang nodded with a smile. The system could finally be activated. Seeing that the matter was settled, Li Weiman felt relieved and said to Su Hongyang, Hongyang, handle the rest with Director Wang. I'll head back to the mill first. If anything comes up, come find me at the security section office, okay? Su Hongyang immediately replied, Uncle, I understand. Li Weiman nodded with satisfaction, then remembered something and added, I've already spoken to your workshop director and requested 5 days of leave for you. Take these few days to get settled. Once you're ready, just go to the workshop and report to him. Got it, Uncle. Don't worry. Number 95 Courtyard, Nanlua Gushang. At the entrance of the compound, Director Wang smiled and introduced, Comrade Hongyang. This is the number 95 civilized compound. Let's head inside. Thinking that he would be able to activate the system in a moment, Su Hongyang's eyes shone and the corners of his mouth curled up in praise. Director Wang, this place truly lives up to being a civilized compound. It's quite grand. As soon as I arrived, I felt a sense of awe. Su Hongyang's face suddenly froze. He seemed to smell a peculiar odor, and it seemed to be Director Wong also seemed to have smelled it. As her face turned slightly dark, the two stopped talking and immediately walked into the front yard. As soon as they entered, they saw an older woman pouring farm fertilizer into some potted plants on the side of the courtyard. The black manure in the wooden bucket emitted a powerful stench, yet the woman's face was calm, as if it didn't affect her in the slightest. Director Wong and Su Hongyang's expressions changed instantly. The woman sensed someone coming from the corner of her eye. She looked up and, seeing it was Director Wong, her face immediately broke into a smile. Director Wong, what brings you here? She said as she came trotting over. Director Wang's expression was unsightly as she hastily stopped her. Put the ladle down first. The woman paused and awkwardly placed the manure ladle back into the wooden bucket. Only then did Director Wong say in a scolding tone, Auntie Yan, didn't I tell you not to use this kind of fertilizer in the courtyard? Are you treating the words of my sub-district office as wind passing by your ears? 5. Number 5 System Activation. Chapter 5. System Activation. This, Auntie Yan suddenly felt a bit guilty and rubbed her hands together awkwardly. Beside her, Su Hongyang sized up the lady. She wore simple gray clothes with several patches on the cuffs. Since Director Wong called her Auntie Yan just now, she must be Yan Buggy's wife, third aunt. Director Wong, this fertilizer was just sitting there, and it would be a waste to throw it away. Doesn't it happen to be perfect for nourishing my potted plants? Third aunt wanted to explain further and plead with Director Wong. Director Wong said angrily, what do you mean, a waste? Isn't this waste collected by specialists and taken to the countryside for reuse? You've made the compound reek. What will the neighbors say? Will you only realize your lack of public spirit when it affects your evaluation for the advanced civilized compound? Third aunt's face turned pale. Residents of an advanced civilized compound received many benefits at the end of the year, like small perks such as peanuts and melon seeds. Occasionally, in good years, they might even get a few more ounces of oil or extra grain quotas. If those were lost because of her meddling, the people in the compound would surely tear her apart. Third aunt quickly nodded and admitted her mistake. Director Wong, I was wrong. I promise there won't be a next time. I'll go dump this in the public toilet right now. As she spoke, she hurriedly picked up the wooden bucket and walked away quickly. Seeing this, Director Wong didn't say anything more and said apologetically to Su Hongyang. Beside her, Comrade Hongyang, these small issues definitely won't happen again. I'll take you over to the East Wing room now. Su Hongyang smiled and nodded in response. Alright, thank you for the trouble, Director Wong. He didn't care much about it. If the Yan family used that smelly fertilizer for their plants in the future, he had other ways to deal with it. Director Wong led Su Hongyang to the house opposite the Yan family and took out a key to unlock it. As soon as the door opened, a cloud of dust blew into their faces. Su Hongyang walked in and took a few looks. The furnishings were quite old, and there was almost no furniture except for a chair with a broken leg. There was also a large Kong. The lighting seemed excellent, it was spacious enough, and there were no areas needing repair. Director Wong handed the key to Su Hongyang and asked, Comrade Hongyang, how do you feel about it? Not bad. Su Hongyang nodded without a second thought. Director Wong said with a smile, that's good then. This room can be lived in after a simple cleaning. The rest you'll have to handle yourself. I'm quite busy at the sub-district office, so I should head back now. If Comrade Su Hongyang has any other trouble in the future, just come to the sub-district office to find me. Su Hongyang thanked Director Wong and saw her out. Just as he reached the door, he saw Third Aunt walking over. Director Wong, this young comrade is Third Aunt looked at Su Hongyang curiously. Director Wong raised her hand to introduce Su Hongyang. This comrade is named Su Hongyang. He will be your neighbor from now on. Su Hongyang smiled and greeted Third Aunt. Hello, Auntie Yan. Ah, hello to you too, Comrade Su Hongyang. Third Aunt sized up the smiling young man in front of her. Judging by his clothes, he didn't seem like an ordinary person. Her eyes darted around as she felt secretly delighted. Young people just starting work usually weren't very shrewd. It seemed there would be more advantages to take in the future. Su Hongyang naturally saw the glint in Third Aunt's eyes and couldn't help but think to himself, why is this lady looking at me like I'm prey? Does she take him for a sucker? Su Hongyang was originally from the countryside, so how good could his clothes be? The clothes he was wearing were simply what his eldest uncle had taken him to buy at the department store. A black Zhongshan suit and two linen suits made of cotton fabric. Each one made him look particularly energetic and elegant. Third Aunt didn't notice Su Hongyang's strange expression. She stepped forward on her own, glanced into the room a few more times, her eyes darting around. Seeing this, Director Wong didn't think much of it. She made an excuse and left. The sub-district office was never idle and had plenty to do. After Director Wang left, Third Aunt immediately said to Su Hongyang with a smile, "Comrade Su Hongyang, we'll be in the same compound from now on. You don't need to call me Auntie Yan. My husband is the third uncle of this yard. He specializes in managing disputes and promoting new policies. You can just call me Third Aunt from now on." Su Hongyang didn't want to rebuff her friendliness, so he responded with a smile, "Got it. I'll call you Third Aunt then. Third Aunt, you can just call me Xiao Su." Third Aunt was extremely satisfied upon hearing this. Then she glanced inside the room and whispered, "Xiao Su, it won't be easy to clean this place, will it? How about Third Aunt helps you?" Hearing this, Su Hongyang's eyebrows twitched. He really wanted to ask if this help was free. Just as Su Hongyang was about to say something, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! The emotional value exchange system is being activated. 1%, 5%. Su Hongyang was stunned. He suddenly felt that this was the most pleasant and moving sound he had heard since transmigrating. A smile immediately spread across his face. Third Aunt, who was waiting for Su Hongyang's reply, saw the young man suddenly daze off and then start smiling while in that daze. His smile was so wide it almost reached his ears, looking very eerie. She subconsciously took 2 steps back. Su Hongyang also realized his state and quickly stopped his facial expression. Ignoring Third Aunt's strange look, Su Hongyang suppressed his inner joy, stepped forward, and smiled. "Third Aunt, you are so enthusiastic, caring so much about his new residence. This place truly deserves to be called a civilized compound. Leading by example and passing on the concept of unity and mutual assistance, it's wonderful. Third Aunt, you're the best." Su Hongyang gave a thumbs up. Third Aunt was a bit dazed by this sudden praise, looking at the moved Su Hongyang in astonishment. Before she could react, she heard Su Hongyang say in a firm tone, "Third Aunt, since you've offered, I won't stop you. I'll leave this room for you to do as you please. I have something to do, so I'll head out for a bit. Third Aunt, you go ahead and get busy inside." After speaking, he quickly walked out of the Saheyuan. He needed to find a quiet, undisturbed place to wait for the system activation. This place was clearly not suitable right now. Third Aunt stared blankly at Su Hongyang's departing back. Wait, the price hasn't been discussed yet? But on second thought, she could start cleaning first. When he came back, it wouldn't be possible for him not to pay, and she could even ask for more. She turned around and went straight into the inner room. In an alleyway, Su Hongyang turned around and looked around for a while before walking into a dilapidated, abandoned yard. He squatted on a stone stool and waited. 90%, 98%, 99%, 100%. Ding! Congratulations, host. The system has been activated. There was a booming sound in Su Hongyang's head, and a panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Open black lens bracket host. Su Hongyang. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age. 20 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket skills. None close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physical fitness. Medium close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket auxiliary items. None close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket emotional value. 0 close black lens bracket. 6. Number 6 Laughing Bug. Chapter 6. The Laughter Bug. Su Hongyang looked at the panel in front of him thoughtfully. At first glance, it seemed quite ordinary. System, is there a newbie gift pack? Ding, the newbie grand gift pack has been successfully issued. Would the host like to extract it? Su Hongyang nodded with satisfaction. Extract it. Ding, you have obtained 500 jin of rice and 100 jin of pork. They have been automatically stored in your space. Ding, you have obtained 1 purple item card. It has been automatically stored in your space. Su Hongyang frowned. This grand gift pack was a bit shabby. The grain only added up to 600 jin, and what exactly was this item card? Couldn't it give something more practical? System, what is this item card? What's it for? Su Hongyang asked in confusion. Ding, item card levels from lowest to highest are blue, purple, red, and black. After the host uses an item card, a random item will be obtained to assist the host in quickly gaining emotional value. Su Hongyang nodded in realization upon hearing this, then asked again, how do I obtain emotional value? Ding, any emotions generated by people around the host because of the host, such as panic, fright, or anger, are considered emotional value. Oh, Su Hongyang understood now. It meant tormenting the people around him in various ways, and then the system would absorb the emotions they produced. This was a bit wicked, but he liked it. Almost no one in the Saheyuan was a good person. They deserved to go through such a tribulation. Since you're called the exchange system, shouldn't there be a shop? Su Hongyang was very curious. Ding, would you like to open the mall? Su Hongyang was delighted. What are you waiting for? Open it quickly. The next moment, the panel in front of him suddenly changed. Several streams of light swirled continuously and merged back together after a few breaths. Following that, the image before Su Hongyang's eyes changed. 10 slots on the panel were glowing with extraordinary brilliance. Open black lens bracket 100 gin of white flower close black lens bracket. Price, 800 points of emotional value. Open black lens bracket 1 type 54 pistol and 20 rounds of ammunition. Close black lens bracket. Price, 100 points of emotional value. Open black lens bracket 1 random item card close black lens bracket. Price, 2000 points of emotional value. Open black lens bracket King of Soldiers level fighting technique close black lens bracket. Price, 4,500 points of emotional value. Open black lens bracket Martial Arts Grandmaster's Strength template close black lens bracket. Price, 5,000 points of emotional value. Hiss. Looking at the row of items on the panel, Su Hongyang couldn't help but take a deep breath. It wasn't that he was unrefined, but the items on there were simply too tempting, especially the fighting technique and the martial arts grandmaster template. If he bought those, would he instantly become a peerless master? There was also an item card. Most of the rest were food items, such as grain, oil, meat, and the like. But weren't these in high demand in this era? Moreover, it was already 1959. Starting from this year, there would be a 3-year famine. People would truly starve to death. Being able to exchange emotional value directly for them, wasn't that basically getting them for free? Su Hongyang's eyes shone. As expected of a system, with it, at least he wouldn't have to go hungry in the future. After looking through it several times, Su Hongyang became confused again. System, are there only these 10 types? Can it be refreshed? As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding, it refreshes once a day. Today's limit has already been used. Su Hongyang was a bit disappointed upon hearing this, but he was still quite satisfied. Tomorrow it is. After all, he was still penniless with 0 emotional value. System, open that item card for me. I want to see what's inside. After thinking for a moment, Su Hongyang remembered there was still an item card in his space, and immediately spoke to the system. Ding, opening purple item card. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 laughter bug. The next moment, a black beetle wrapped in light appeared floating in the air before Su Hongyang. This beetle was the size of a soybean. One could hardly see it without looking closely. There were 2 white patterns on its wings, which was quite peculiar. Su Hongyang looked at the insect before him and was momentarily stunned. Wait, this grand purple item card only produced a bug? He had originally thought it would be some incredibly powerful divine weapon, and it's just this? Although Su Hongyang was somewhat disappointed, he still patiently asked, System, first give me an introduction to this insect. The system's voice immediately came through. Ding, the laughter bug is a product of the fantasy world. It can simulate various laughs of human females, such as eerie laughter, snickering, wicked laughter, and so on. Su Hongyang's lip twitched, and he instinctively understood how to use this laughter bug. Not bad. As long as he played his cards right, wouldn't his emotional value soar? Thinking of this, his disappointment vanished instantly, and the corners of his mouth curled up again. Su Hongyang communicated with the system for a while longer. After figuring out the various functions of the system, he didn't stay crouched there any longer. He looked around, and after seeing no one, he quickly walked out of the courtyard and headed back to compound number 95. As soon as Su Hongyang returned, he saw a group of women gathered in front of his door, chatting away. Third aunt stood before the group of older women, recounting something with an air of superiority. Seeing this, he walked over quickly. Excuse me, please let me through, ladies. Su Hongyang shouted at the top of his lungs. Hearing the voice, the chattering women gradually stopped talking and turned their curious gazes towards Su Hongyang. Seeing Su Hongyang return, third aunt stepped forward happily. Little Su, you're finally back. Third aunt, who are these people? Su Hongyang tilted his head, pretending not to understand. Third aunt glanced sideways at the group and explained casually, these are all neighbors of this compound. They all gathered here when they saw me helping you tidy up the room, little Su. After saying that, third aunt turned back to the group of women and said loudly, neighbors, this young man beside me is the new resident of our compound. He'll be our neighbor from now on. Su Hongyang also stepped forward with a smile and cupped his hands. Hello, ladies. My name is Su Hongyang, and I'm planning to move in today. I'm very happy to become a part of this compound. In the days to come, I hope to receive everyone's care and guidance. If there's anything I don't do well, please bear with me and correct me in time. I will do my best to improve. Seeing how polite and sincere this young man was, the women in the courtyard suddenly felt a great surge of goodwill towards Su Hongyang. Comrade Su Hongyang is truly polite. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're neighbors now. Just call out if you need anything. At this moment, a sharp voice suddenly came from within the group. since it's a housewarming, shouldn't you, kid, set up a couple of tables for a feast? As soon as those words were spoken, the crowd suddenly fell silent. Su Hongyang's face also darkened. 7. Number 7. The Angry Jia Zhangxi. Chapter 7. The Furious Jia Zhangxi. Looking towards the source of the voice, he saw a middle-aged woman in the crowd of aunts who was stout and had triangular eyes. She was stitching shoe soles with both hands, while also looking up at him coldly. Su Hongyang's eyelids twitched. This posture, this build, could this be that insatiably greedy, unruly necromancer, Jia Zhangxi? Before he could speak, third aunt beside him immediately snorted coldly. Jia Zhangxi, how can you be so shameless? You didn't eat your fill today, so you've come out to beg for food? Hearing this, Jia Zhangxi immediately jumped in anger. I'm talking to this kid, why are you butting in? Is it any of your business? Third aunt gave a disdainful TCH. Why can't I say anything? Little Su hasn't even opened his mouth and you're already shouting. If you're hungry, go home and have your daughter-in-law cook a trough for you. Stop making a fool of yourself here. Jia Zhangxi was so angry from being lectured that she panted heavily, looking like she wanted to come over and eat third aunt. The aunts nearby were secretly enjoying themselves. It was great to have a show to watch. They loved watching drama the most. Seeing this scene, Su Hongyang wasn't surprised at all by Jia Zhangxi's behavior, but he became curious about third aunt. Third aunt would actually speak up for him? Logically, with how stingy Yan Buggy's family was, if they heard about a banquet, they would wish they could starve for a day in advance. Could it be that the two families had a conflict not long ago? Su Hongyang shook his head, clearing his thoughts. He stepped forward to stop the tense atmosphere. This is Auntie Jia, right? Su Hongyang said to Jia Zhangxi with a smile. Seeing Su Hongyang's gentle smile, Jia Zhangxi's mood eased a bit. She glanced triumphantly at third aunt and solemnly warned Su Hongyang. Young man, you should have less to do with that old woman. Their whole family is the type to eat people without spitting out the bones. Don't be fooled by them. Su Hongyang was stunned. He looked at Jia Zhangxi and grumbled inwardly, your family is no better, especially Qin Wairu. When he watched this TV series in his previous life, it felt incredibly uncomfortable. The Jia family latched onto Sha Zhu like leeches, calculating Sha Zhu's salary. Not only that, they even schemed for Sha Zhu's house. After he married Qin Wairu, he couldn't even afford a pack of cigarettes. He even had to borrow money just to make a phone call to his own son. Who would believe that? However, Sha Zhu deserved it. Qin Wairu schemed against him, and he actually felt comfortable with it, willing to be bled dry. While Su Hongyang was reminiscing, third aunt couldn't help but jump up and curse again. Jia Zhangxi, you fat pig covered in lard. Alright, you too. Su Hongyang was a bit speechless. He was just moving house. Did they have to make such a fuss? Also, their quarreling should provide emotional value, right? Why was the system not responding? Ding! The emotional fluctuations of the two are not directly caused by the host, so there is no emotional value. As if the system knew what Su Hongyang was thinking, it immediately gave an answer. Su Hongyang nodded. Even if the system hadn't said it, he had roughly guessed. So, did he need to change his persona? Let's try it out. He'd start with Jia Zhangxi. She was the one who came looking for trouble anyway. Su Hongyang turned his head and said seriously to Jia Zhangxi, Auntie Jia, seeing how sturdy you are, how much grain do you eat in a day? Jia Zhangxi's face froze, and she was a bit annoyed. Why was Su Hongyang suddenly asking this? She immediately said crossly, none of your business anyway, I didn't eat your family's grain. Su Hongyang gave an oh, and added, Auntie Jia, it's useless to be this fat, don't you know that the price of pork has already started to drop? PFF'd. As soon as he finished speaking, someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. When Jia Zhangxi heard this, she didn't react at first. As the laughter from others increased, she realized the meaning behind the words. Her face immediately turned red with anger, and she stared at Su Hongyang through gritted teeth. Jia Zhangxi emotional value plus 80 inches. Suddenly, a line of text appeared in Su Hongyang's mind, making him feel a surge of joy. Finally, some movement. Su Hongyang struck while the iron was hot. Auntie Jia, you're asking me to host a banquet during such difficult times. How do you have the nerve to say that? Every household is living frugally, yet you're covered in fat. Does that show how much you can eat? Why can't you control that mouth of yours? Look at your behavior, just like a crab. Hiss. Following Su Hongyang's verbal attack, the onlookers all gasped. This new resident was truly brave, actually daring to scold Jia Zhangxi to her face. Wouldn't this madwoman Jia Zhangxi tear comrade Su Hongyang apart? Especially third aunt nearby. A smile had appeared on her face, and her eyes sparkled. She had to admit, comrade Su Hongyang's scolding was quite skillful. These common folk, really couldn't compare. You goddamned little beast, you actually dared to scold me. Jia Zhangxi was furious. She couldn't take it anymore and made a move to scratch Su Hongyang. Su Hongyang quickly retreated and shouted to stop her. Auntie Jia, I'm kindly advising you to eat less. How can you not appreciate my good intentions? I thought I could earn some merit, but you actually want to hit me. Su Hongyang looked full of grievance. Jia Zhangxi emotional value plus 10. Jia Zhangxi emotional value plus 100. Jia Zhangxi emotional value plus 100. The fat on Jia Zhangxi's face trembled with anger. Was this advice? This was clearly using a knife to carve meat off her body. You little beast, I'll kill you. Jia Zhangxi roared and rushed at Su Hongyang with bloodshot eyes. Su Hongyang was startled to see Jia Zhangxi rushing up with her 9-yin white bone claws. He was just an ordinary person now. If he really got scratched by this old hag, his face would definitely be ruined. A real man doesn't fight with women. Su Hongyang turned and ran. He kept circling around the crowd, with Jia Zhangxi relentlessly chasing after him. Old shrew, I just arrived in the compound and you're already bullying your new neighbor? I'm going to the subdistrict office to tell them all about the hospitality of your civilized courtyard. As soon as he said this, the others also reacted, especially third aunt, whose expression became a bit ugly. This Jia Zhangxi was simply a hooligan. If she couldn't win an argument, she'd resort to violence. Why provoke Su Hongyang and this comrade Su Hongyang? Originally she thought he was a grateful, sensible, and gentle aspiring youth, but she didn't expect he was also a restless character. Jia Zhangxi, have you had enough? Everyone, help stop her. Third aunt was a bit anxious. If the news of bullying a new neighbor in the compound got out, it would be a disaster. Not to mention, she hadn't gotten her hard-earned money yet. Third aunt rushed forward and grabbed Jia Zhangxi, and two other aunts also came up to restrain Jia Zhangxi's flailing hands. Su Hongyang breathed a sigh of relief. This Jia Zhangxi really lived up to her reputation, always ready to scratch someone's face. However, once he exchanged for Soldier King level fighting skills in the mall, he wouldn't have to fear her. If she came at him again, he'd just slap her away. 8. Number 8. Another wave of emotional value. Chapter 8. Another wave of emotional value. Jia Zhangxi was held back by several aunts, unable to move. But her mouth was still relentless. You little beast, you thing that doesn't respect your elders, you just wait. I'll definitely teach you a lesson today. An aunt nearby said to Jia Zhangxi with dissatisfaction. Jia Zhangxi, comrade Su Hongyang just moved in today. What kind of power trip are you on? Hurry up and go home. Exactly. He just moved in, and this happens. It won't sound good if word gets out. Where's Qin Weiru? Have her come over and take her mother-in-law away. Su Hongyang listened to the various discussions around him and couldn't help but marvel at how unpopular Jia Zhangxi was in this compound. Not a single person was willing to speak up for her. Hearing these voices, Jia Zhangxi became even more furious. What does this have to do with you? What's wrong with me asking this little beast to set up 2 tables for his housewarming to show some respect to us elders? You bunch of old women are actually siding with this outsider? Su Hongyang curled his lip. At your age, you don't even know the basics of respecting people. Am I close to you? We just met, and you already want a feast? Don't you have any idea what kind of person you are? Why are you still jumping around here? Jia Zhangxi's emotional value plus 100. Mom, what happened? Suddenly, a weak voice sounded from behind. Hearing the voice, everyone knew who it was and immediately made a path. Su Hongyang also looked over and saw a woman dressed quite simply walking over. The woman was in her 20s with fair skin and looked soft and weak. Is this the peerless White Lotus, Qin Weiru? Su Hongyang sized the woman up. She wasn't all that. How could she have Sha Zhu so head over heels? Qin Weiru, hurry up and take your mother back. Third aunt called out. Hearing this, Qin Weiru didn't say much. She knew very well what her mother-in-law's temperament was like. She'd be grateful if a day went by without trouble. Just now, hearing her mother-in-law's shouting, she could roughly guess what had happened. Mom, let's go back. Don't make a scene here, Qin Weiru said helplessly to Jia Zhangxi. Jia Zhangxi immediately glared fiercely at Qin Weiru and cursed. You jinx, which eye of yours saw me making a scene? Didn't you see an outsider bullying me? It's fine if you don't help, but you're actually siding with an outsider? Fine. When Dongshu gets back, I'll tell him all about how you're siding with others. Qin Weiru was at a loss. How could this be blamed on her? Mom, he just moved in. If there's anything, we can talk about it after first Uncle and Dongshu get off work. Don't disturb him now. Hearing this, Jia Zhangxi suddenly felt it made sense. She couldn't get the upper hand alone, so she'd wait until her son Dongshu returned. Looking at the crowd still watching the spectacle, she took the opportunity to back down, throwing a harsh word at Su Hongyang. Little beast, you just wait. I'll deal with you sooner or later. Su Hongyang rolled his eyes, completely unbothered by Jia Zhangxi's words. It wasn't certain who would be dealing with whom. If he hadn't wanted to test how the system absorbed emotional value, he wouldn't even have bothered with this Jia Zhangxi. Jia Zhangxi was finally pulled away by Qin Weiru's half-pushing and half-pulling, muttering all sorts of curses against Su Hongyang as she went. The crowd chuckled. This Jia Zhangxi just loved to make a fuss. However, after what happened today, they had a new understanding of this new neighbor. At first, Comrade Su Hongyang had seemed quite polite and well-mannered. But they didn't expect this young man to be unable to take even a tiny bit of grievance. At Jia Zhangxi's slight provocation, he exploded like gunpowder. Seeing the scene calm down, Third Aunt walked forward with a smile and said to Su Hongyang, Xiao Su, let's go inside. I've almost finished tidying up for you. Hearing this, Su Hongyang smiled and thanked her. Thank you, Third Aunt. You've really worked hard. Third Aunt and Su Hongyang chatted as they walked toward the East Wing room. Entering the room and seeing how clean and tidy it was, Su Hongyang couldn't help but marvel that Third Aunt was indeed a quick and efficient person. Next, he just needed to go out and buy some daily necessities, pots, pans, and the like, and he'd be fully settled in. Third Aunt stared at Su Hongyang, and seeing that he hadn't spoken for a while, she couldn't help but cough a few times. Ahem, Xiao Su, look, about the fee for my hard work. Su Hongyang smiled to himself. He knew Third Aunt was waiting for money. Originally, when he came back from outside, he hadn't planned on giving Third Aunt any money for her hard work. After all, he wanted to try farming some emotional value from her. But then Jia Zhangxi had jumped out on her own. Now, Third Aunt had just helped him by stopping Jia Zhangxi, which counted as a favor. Su Hongyang's eyes darted around, and he immediately patted his chest. Don't worry, Third Aunt. How could I, Su Hongyang, be short of this little bit of money? You're the first neighbor I've met in this compound. You even helped me tidy the room and spoke up for me in front of Jia Zhangxi. You've helped me so much. How could I let your efforts go unrewarded? As he spoke, he grandly slapped down 3 big black tens. Third Aunt's eyes almost popped out. 3 big black tens? Was this Xiao Su really this generous? With a trembling hand, Third Aunt pointed at the 30 yuan in Su Hongyang's hand and said, excitedly, Xiao Su, isn't this too much? The corner of Su Hongyang's mouth quirked up. Looking at Third Aunt, whose face was flushed red, he smiled and asked, Third Aunt, what did you say was too much? As he spoke, he pulled out 2 more big black tens from his pocket. Seeing this, Third Aunt almost passed out. Seeing this, Su Hongyang immediately said, Third Aunt, as a neighbor in the compound helping me tidy the room, it's only reasonable to show you a bit more respect, so don't feel too much pressure. Third Aunt's eyes were fixed on the 5 big black tens in Su Hongyang's hand, her heart thumping wildly. Hearing Su Hongyang's words, she said with a trembling voice, Are you really giving them to me? Su Hongyang feigned confusion. Giving what? Third Aunt swallowed, her gaze still on the 5 big black tens. The 50 yuan, of course. Seeing that the time was right, Su Hongyang immediately put on an expression as if looking at a fool. Of course not. Third Aunt, are you dreaming? Didn't you see I'm still looking for change in my pocket? Gah? Third Aunt was stunned. She looked up at Su Hongyang in a daze. Yang Rui was emotional value plus 50. Yang Rui was emotional value plus 100. Seeing her like this, Su Hongyang pretended to be disgusted. Who have you seen being so generous? Giving 10 or 8 yuan. It's already good enough to give 5 cents. Yang Rui was emotional value plus 100. Su Hongyang watched the emotional value keep climbing and was overjoyed. Third Aunt's contribution was almost catching up to Jia Zhangxi's. But enough was enough. She had helped him after all, so he'd leave it at that for today. Just as Su Hongyang intended to give the change to Third Aunt, he searched all over himself but couldn't find a single cent of change. He remembered having at least 20 cents in change on him. Did he lose it? This was a bit awkward. Su Hongyang looked up at Third Aunt with some embarrassment. He had played around and ended up messing up. Third Aunt, look at this. Yang Rui was emotional value plus 500. Third Aunt's gaze immediately turned unfriendly, looking like she was about to start ranting. Su Hongyang saw that things were going south and quickly tried to make amends. Third Aunt, how about this? I don't have change, but I'm going out to buy some meat later. I'll get you 2 tails of meat. How's that? 9. Number 9 Yan Bugui. Chapter 9, Yan Bugui. Third Aunt's previously sour face immediately cleared up like clouds parting to reveal the sun. Upon hearing Su Hongyang's words, and she broke into a radiant smile. Little Su, you're really giving me 2 tails of meat? Meat was naturally the best thing one could ask for. Currently, 2 taels of meat were worth at least 10 cents. Su Hongyang nodded. Third aunt, why would I lie to you? I'm heading out to buy some things now, so I'll buy the meat while I'm at it. Hearing this, third aunt smiled so wide her eyes were squeezed shut. She quickly agreed, don't you worry, little Su. I'll help you tidy up here a bit more while you're gone. With that, she pushed Su Hongyang out the door. For the most convenient way to follow Taiwan novels, look no further. Su Hongyang shook his head speechlessly and walked straight out of the compound. He saw that it was almost noon. Su Hongyang simply ate 2 bowls of miancha by the roadside and headed straight for the supply and marketing cooperative. Pots, pans, and various utensils needed to be fully equipped, and he also had to buy a coal stove, which would be useful for boiling water and cooking cornmeal porridge. Throughout the afternoon, Su Hongyang ran between the state-owned store and the supply and marketing cooperative, buying a large pile of useful items and spending over 20 yuan. By sunset, Su Hongyang finally called for a flatbed cart and returned to the Sahayuan with a full load of goods. He would stay here tonight and visit his eldest uncle's place tomorrow. The things he had brought from the countryside were all kept there and needed to be picked up. Furthermore, he had to warn his uncle. It was now early 1959. The 3-year famine had already begun, and the food shortage was already starting to show in the countryside. He feared it would break out completely in less than 2 months. By then, even wild vegetables in the mountains would be rare treasures. However, he didn't need to worry too much. After all, he had a system. If there was no food, he could exchange for it in the mall, provided he had a steady stream of emotional value. Therefore, this Sahayuan was his great granary. Upon arriving at the Sahayuan, Su Hongyang and the driver were busy moving things inside. Their coming and going attracted the attention of many women and children in the compound. Seeing that Su Hongyang was finally back, third aunt happily came forward to help. Since she was helping little Su again, wouldn't he have to cut a bit more meat later? At this time, third uncle Yan Bugui had also just returned and was tidying up his room. Hearing the noise, he stepped out to take a look. Seeing his wife helping someone move things, he immediately thought of something. His wife had told him earlier that a new neighbor had moved into the room across from theirs and would be giving their family 2 taels of meat later. For the sake of those 2 taels of meat, shouldn't he go over and say hello first? Yan Buggy's eyes scanned the items on the cart a few times. He adjusted his glasses and walked over quickly. Su Hongyang was moving things when he saw a thin, middle-aged man wearing glasses walking over with a smile. This is Yan Bugui? Before Su Hongyang could speak, Yan Bugui said, this comrade must be the new resident who moved in today, right? Su Hongyang nodded with a smile. My name is Su Hongyang. I live in the East Wing Room. Yan Bugui immediately laughed. My name is Yan Bugui. I'm the liaison officer for this compound. You can call me third uncle. It was indeed him. Su Hongyang couldn't help but take a few more looks at Yan the miser. Yan Bugui, nicknamed Yan Laoshi, was a teacher at the Red Star Elementary School, which was affiliated with the Red Star Steel Rolling Plant. This man's motto was, eating won't make you poor, dressing won't make you poor, but failing to calculate will make you poor. He was extremely fond of taking small advantages. Currently, he was in charge of guarding the front gate, which was like being a doorman in ancient times or a security guard today. If anyone bought things and brought them back, he would know exactly what they were. If he saw an opportunity to gain something, he would go help, and you'd feel embarrassed not giving him anything because Yan Bugui would actively ask you for it. Even if a manure cart passed before him, he'd feel he was losing out if he didn't take a taste. Because he was too calculating, even toward his own sons, he ended up with no one to care for him in his old age. In the end, it was Sha Zhu who took care of him. Later, when Sha Zhu's nursing home lacked money, he even went out to collect recyclables to sell for Sha Zhu. So, was Yan Bugui a bad person? Netizens in his past life had different opinions. To Su Hongyang, this man had no major flaws but many minor ones. He wasn't exactly a bad person, but not a good one either. In short, the man before him was somewhat complicated. Su Hongyang came back to his senses and said with a smile, hello, third uncle. Just call me little Su. Yan Bugui was extremely satisfied hearing this, and his sharp eyes glanced at the things on the cart. Little Su, that's quite a lot of stuff. How much did this cost? Su Hongyang looked at Yan Buggy's greedy eyes and shook his head inwardly. Yan the miser was just like this. Not much, these are all necessities. I should prepare what I need first. Su Hongyang replied lukewarmly. Yan Bugui nodded in agreement. That's true. Come, third uncle will help you too. He reached out and walked over, specifically carrying a large bag of grain. The bag was full of cornmeal Su Hongyang had bought. Even though he had a system, he had to keep up appearances. If he didn't buy any grain at all, wouldn't it arouse suspicion? Yan Bugui exerted himself and lifted it with a grunt. Ouch, this bag must weigh about 30 catties. Little Su, can you finish all this? Su Hongyang didn't reply, just looked at him coldly. Yan Bugui looked up and saw Su Hongyang's gaze, coughed dryly, and awkwardly carried the bag toward the east wing room. Soon, they finished moving everything. The Yan couple surprisingly didn't play any tricks, likely because they were looking forward to that meat. Su Hongyang wasn't stingy either. He cut 3 tails of meat and handed it to third aunt. Since the meat came from the system space, he didn't mind. As long as the Yan family didn't provoke him, he wouldn't deliberately pick a fight. Third aunt took the meat with both hands happily and immediately declared, "Little Su, you're living here alone. If you need any help in the future, just call me." Yan Bugui also had a bright smile. That's right, neighbors should look out for each other, especially since we live across from each other. We should be even closer. Su Hongyang replied with a smile and got busy tidying up his things. Seeing this, the Yan couple didn't disturb him further and left happily. While tidying up, Su Hongyang checked the emotional value he had gained today. A panel appeared before his eyes. Open black lens bracket host, Su Hongyang. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age, 20. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket skills, none. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physical fitness, medium. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket support items, laughter bug, resting. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket emotional value, 3700. Close black lens bracket. Only a bit over 3000? This is too slow. Su Hongyang was a bit disappointed. When he was bickering with Jia Zhongxi, the emotional value bar was flashing constantly. Adding third aunt's emotional value later, it was only 3700. He was longing for that fighting technique. If he couldn't redeem it today, would it still be there tomorrow? While Su Hongyang was thinking about this, the workers from the steel rolling mill were returning one after another. People in blue work clothes entered the compound in groups. Among them, a group of 4 was quite conspicuous. The leader was tall and sturdy, with some white hair mixed into his buzzcut, looking every bit like a man of high moral character. 10. Number 10. Yi Zhonghai's Thoughts. Chapter 10. Yi Zhonghai's Thoughts. Another middle-aged man walking beside him was stout, with a large protruding belly, pacing slowly with his hands behind his back. The 2 young men following behind looked relaxed, with smiles on their faces, chatting with each other. If Su Hongyang were here, he would have recognized their identities at a glance. 3 of them were none other than the moral paragon, Yi Zhonghai, the filial father, Lu Heizhong, and the peerless simp, He Yuzhu. As for the last one, it was naturally Yi Zhonghai's prized disciple and primary candidate for elderly care, Jia Dongshu. At this time, Jia Dongshu hadn't ended up on the wall yet. He was about 26 or 27 years old and had recently become a grade 2 worker. Oh, everyone's back. Yan Bugui was tending to his potted plants, and upon seeing Yi Zhonghai and the others, he immediately greeted them with a smile. Yi Zhonghai was the first to nod with a smile. Old Yan, you're back quite early. There wasn't much going on at school anyway, so I came back early, Yan Bugui replied. Just as Yan Bugui was about to say more, He Yuzhu, who was behind, spoke up sarcastically. Third uncle, the air in your courtyard is truly something else. It's so authentic, every time I pass by. Yan Bugui. Just as He Yuzhu finished speaking, the second uncle, Lu Heizhong, nodded in agreement. Old Yan, as the second uncle of the courtyard, I have to say a few words. You're always fertilizing in the courtyard. How are the neighbors supposed to stand it? Don't you want to unite with the masses anymore? Yan Bugui's lips twitched, unsure of what to say. Everyone's temper was so short just as they got back. Seeing that Yan Bugui's expression wasn't great, Yi Zhonghai immediately stepped in to smooth things over. Alright. Although old Yan didn't consider the neighbors' feelings, I'm sure he won't do it next time. Right, old Yan? As he spoke, he looked at Yan Bugui. Yan Bugui forced a smile and nodded. Old Yi is right, I definitely won't in the future. Besides, my family was already lectured by Director Wang today. Hearing this, the others were taken aback. Lu Heizhong was the most eager among them. He hurried forward and asked, a leader came? When? What did they come to the courtyard for? Alright, let old Yan speak slowly, Yi Zhonghai said, exasperated. Yan Bugui coughed and then gestured toward the east wing room with his chin. A new neighbor has moved into the courtyard. Director Wang brought him over. He Yuju's eyes lit up with curiosity. Really? Male or female? How old? Yan Bugui said strangely. I say, Sha Zhu, why are you in such a hurry? Do you have some kind of idea? Third uncle, if you're going to talk, then talk. Don't go off on a tangent, He Yuju retorted indignantly. Seeing the curious and puzzled looks on their faces, Yan Bugui immediately said, "It's a young lad named Su Hongyang. As for the rest, I didn't ask much. Wasn't I waiting for you two steward elders to return? To see if we should pay him a visit and have a chat to learn more about his situation." Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai looked toward the east wing room but remained silent. Beside him, Lu Heizhong's eyes immediately lit up, and he straightened his back once more. He said to Yan Bugui with satisfaction, "Old Yan is right. As the three steward elders of the courtyard, we indeed should pay a visit of concern to this new neighbor. How about we go now?" After saying that, he looked at Yi Zhonghai expectantly. The others nearby rolled their eyes in unison. Where did Lu Heizhong learn the term, visit of concern? Yi Zhonghai finally came to his senses and shook his head. Why go now? Every household has started their stoves for dinner. We'll talk about it after eating. Having said that, he left first, walking alone with his hands behind his back. Lu Heizhong looked disappointed, muttered a complaint, and followed suit. "Hey, everyone's leaving? Fine then, I'm going home." He Yuzhu didn't think much of it, shrugged, and left with his hands in his pockets. Yan Bugui watched them leave one by one, then quickly grabbed Jia Dongshu, who was also about to depart. "Dongshu, wait a moment." Jia Dongshu looked confused and turned back to ask, "Third uncle, what is it?" Yan Bugui chuckled and briefly explained the incident that had occurred in the compound that afternoon. He had heard about it from his wife, Yang Ruohua. He wanted to see how Jia Dongshu would react to the news. It wasn't that he liked to sow discord, but rather that he wanted to squeeze some benefit out of this matter. So he wanted to hear what the Jia family's sole breadwinner had to say first. Then he could go to the east wing room and plot a little. Sure enough, upon hearing Yan Bugui's explanation, Jia Dongshu's brow furrowed. After thinking for a moment, he nodded to Yan Bugui. "Thanks, third uncle. I'm aware of it now." With that, he also left. Yan Bugui watched Jia Dongshu's retreating figure and chuckled mockingly. Another spineless one. Hearing his mother was bullied and he doesn't even dare to say a harsh word. Middle courtyard, Yi Zhonghai's home. As soon as Yi Zhonghai returned, a middle-aged woman in her 40s who was working put down her things and walked over. This middle-aged woman was Yi Zhonghai's wife, known to the people in the courtyard as First Aunt. "Old Yi, you're back." Yi Zhonghai nodded. "Have you heard about the young man who came to the courtyard?" First Aunt asked. Without turning his head, Yi Zhonghai replied with a smile, "I heard. I knew as soon as I got back." Hearing this, First Aunt hesitated for a moment before continuing. "I was in the back courtyard earlier taking care of the old lady, and I heard that as soon as this young man arrived, he had a conflict with Jia Zhongxi." As soon as she said that, Yi Zhonghai paused, and his brow gradually furrowed. He looked up at First Aunt. "How did the conflict start? Tell me about it." So, First Aunt relayed the news she had heard to Yi Zhonghai point by point. As Yi Zhonghai listened, his brow gradually smoothed out. He smiled. "It seems this young man is also a restless character. But no matter, since he's come to this compound, there are ways to deal with him." First Aunt sighed and said softly, "With this happening, Jia Zhongxi and Dongshu will probably come over later. Should I cook a bit more for dinner?" Yi Zhonghai immediately nodded. "Then cook a bit more." Hearing this, First Aunt felt a bit dissatisfied but still advised him gently, "Old Yi, although Dongshu is kind, upright, and respects his teacher, Dongshu has a soft personality, and with Jia Zhongxi around, I'm afraid." Yi Zhonghai shook his head and comforted her. "What are you afraid of? We've watched Dongshu grow up since he was a child and I'm his master. Do you think he won't provide for us in our old age?" In fact, he valued Jia Dongshu's soft personality precisely because it made him easy to control. Otherwise, why would he put so much effort into the Jia family? As for the future, he didn't believe he wouldn't be able to handle Jia Zhongxi. Seeing this, First Aunt said no more and turned to prepare dinner. The couple was nearly 50 years old and had never been able to have children, so now they could only hope that Jia Dongshu would provide for them in their old age. Regarding the Jia family, they could only continue to help them along the way. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 11. Number 11. Three old men came to the door together. Chapter 11. The three uncles visit together. Sure enough, before long, a series of howls came from the Jia family's west wing room in the middle courtyard. Jia Zhongxi grabbed the just-returned Jia Dongshu and began her litany of complaints. "Dongshu, your mother has been bullied. That little beast from the east wing room in the front courtyard cursed me with all his might. At my age, how can I withstand such anger? He's young and strong, while I have these old arms and legs. I'm no match for him." Dongshu, you can't just ignore this. As she spoke, Jia Dongshi's eyes gradually reddened, and tears welled up but never quite fell. Seeing this scene, Jia Dongshu felt a bit of a headache. He helplessly soothed her. Mom, say no more. Go rest first. After dinner, I'll go see my master. Hearing this, Jia Dongshi's mood softened. Dongshu is right. Go find your master later and let him seek justice for us. Having said that, she walked back to the heated brick bed, preparing to lie down for a bit. Suddenly, she noticed Chin Wairu still watching from the side and immediately snapped in anger. Chin Wairu, why aren't you hurrying to cook? Do you want to starve my grandson, Bang Zheng? Hearing this, Chin Wairu quickly lowered her head and went to cook. Jia Dongshi shouted once more from behind, cook less. Dongshu and I will go eat at Yi Zhonghai's house later. Jia Dongshu was about to change his clothes when he heard his mother's words, and his brow furrowed. Mom, Wairu works so hard to manage the household. Can't you be a little nicer to her? Besides, we still have some grain at home. It'll make people laugh if we always run to my master's house to eat. Jia Dongshi was displeased upon hearing this. She stood up and said earnestly, Dongshu, mother knows you're an honest child, but in these times, having a good heart isn't enough. If you don't scheme against others, are you going to wait for them to scheme against you? Your master earns such a high salary and has no children, and now you're his apprentice. In the future, they'll have to rely on you for their old age. What's wrong with going to eat a little of his food now? Jia Dongshu looked conflicted. This what? Just listen to your mother. Jia Dongshi lightly patted Jia Dongshu's shoulder and walked back. Not long after, steam rose from every household in the compound, and a fragrant aroma enveloped the area. In the east wing room of the front courtyard, Su Hongyang was setting up an iron pot. Inside, chunks of pork were stewing, releasing glistening oil. The refreshing scent of the meat made one's mouth water. It was the same at Yan Buggy's house opposite. They had specifically cut the 3 tails of meat into tiny pieces and added a large pot of water to make a stew. If the weather hadn't started getting hot, they would have planned to stretch this bit of meat over 3 days. The family of 6 sat around the table, staring longingly at the large basin of meat soup. At this time, the eldest son of the Yan family, Yan Jicheng, had only graduated a couple of years ago. He spent his days looking for odd jobs and earned almost no money. The second son of the Yan family, Yan Buggy's second son, and the third son, Yan Jiaquang, were both still in school. As for the youngest of the Yan family, Yan Jidi, she was only 3 years old, the age where children run all over the place. Yan Bugui looked at the basin of meat soup with great satisfaction and sighed. That comrade Xiao Su is truly generous, giving away 3 tails of meat just like that. In the future, we must build a good relationship with him. Maybe there will be more meat to eat. Third aunt said with a proud face. Exactly. If it weren't for the help I gave comrade Xiao Su, you wouldn't be eating this. Yan Bugui smiled and picked up the ladle, preparing to serve the meat soup. Alright, don't move. I'm going to portion out the soup now. Hey, Jia Kwang, don't let your drool drip into it. Yan Bugui put on a stern face and lightly tapped Yan Jiaquang on the head. Yan Jicheng sat to the side. After a hard day's work, he was so tired he could barely stand. Seeing the meat soup, he was also anxiously swallowing his saliva. Dad, hurry up. Fine. 1 ladle per person, taking turns. In Yi Zhonghai's house in the middle courtyard, first aunt had just finished cooking when Jia Zhongxi and Jia Dongshu arrived, thick-skinned as ever. Yi Zhonghai didn't show much emotion and welcomed them in with a smile. Jia Zhongxi wasn't polite. She went straight to the table, picked up a bowl, and started eating. This situation was awkward for both parties, especially for Jia Dongshu. He almost pulled his head into his collar. Yi Zhonghai was very considerate of his apprentice's feelings. He patted Jia Dongshu on the shoulder and said, Dongshu, don't just stand there. Sit down. Jia Dongshu nodded helplessly. Seeing this, Yi Zhonghai became even more satisfied with Jia Dongshu. This apprentice wasn't like his mother. He was a humble and upright young man. He felt reassured about relying on him for support in his old age. Before long, the meal was well underway. Jia Zhongxi began to loudly curse and condemn Su Hongyang, constantly pouring out her grievances to Yi Zhonghai. Her words practically painted Su Hongyang as a parasite hidden in society and a tumor attached to the compound. Dongshu's master, someone like this who doesn't respect the elderly or the young and isn't united with the neighbors, must be kicked out. As the steward first uncle of the courtyard, you have a responsibility to protect us residents. You absolutely cannot bow down to evil forces. Yi Zhonghai's mouth twitched, looking at her as if she were a fool. Beside him, first aunt looked at Jia Zhongxi with even more disgust. Jia Dongshu frowned and remained silent. Although he felt his mother might be exaggerating the facts, Su Hongyang had indeed cursed his mother. As a son, he could only side with his own family. So he said, Master, regarding this matter, should we call that comrade over to see if we can settle and resolve this conflict? It would also help my mother vent her anger. Yi Zhonghai nodded. Don't worry about this, Dongshu. I won't let sister-in-law Jia be bullied just like that. Later, I'll go with old Lu and old Yan to check on the situation. You two stay home and don't say a word. Jia Zhongxi stood up with a bang and said loudly, Old Yi, Dongshu is your apprentice. In the end, we're all one family. You must make that little beast apologize to me and pay me money. As soon as she finished, the three people in the room were collectively speechless. Yi Zhonghai sighed and said, Don't worry, sister-in-law Jia. I won't let you suffer for nothing. You two head back first. Dongshu, take your mother home. Jia Dongshu nodded immediately. He had wanted to leave for a long time. His mother's lack of restraint was truly embarrassing. After they left, Yi Zhonghai picked up his ceramic mug and began drinking tea. Soon after, he also went out of all these movements. Su Hongyang, in the east wing room of the front courtyard, had no idea. But even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. If they really came, he would actually be happy. He had been thinking earlier about getting his hands on a martial power cheat before them all. Refreshed tomorrow. Wasn't he still short quite a bit of emotional value? So, even if they didn't come tonight, he would have to stir up some trouble himself. Su Hongyang was tidying the bedding on the brick bed when, after a short while, he heard someone knocking on the door. He immediately ran over with a smile. As soon as he opened the door, he saw three men standing stiffly outside. Oh, they're all here. The one on the left was pot-bellied. The one in the middle had a benevolent countenance. As for the one on the right, he had already dealt with him. Weren't these the three managing elders of the courtyard? To think they had all come to his door together. 12. #12 calculation. Chapter 12. Scheming. What are you all doing? Su Hongyang feigned a look of confusion. Yan Bugui immediately explained with a smile, Little Su, let me introduce them to you first. Saying so, he pointed to the one in the middle. He is the first uncle of our compound, Yi Zhonghai. This is the second uncle, Lu Heizhong. We came over today mainly to get to know you, a new resident, and see if there's anything you need help with. Su Hongyang was delighted. Whatever he wanted was coming his way. Why would he refuse emotional value delivered right to his doorstep? So the three steward elders are here, please. Come in quickly. Su Hongyang extended his hand and made a gesturing motion to invite them in. Yi Zhonghai and Lu Heizhong exchanged a glance, both satisfied. This little comrade was quite easy to talk to. The three of them walked in and looked around. Lu Heizhong held his hands behind his back and said in an official tone, Although Comrade Su Hongyang lives in the front yard, there's no distinction among the masses. You are still under the management of me, the second uncle of the back courtyard. So, if anything happens in the future, you must tell me. Do you understand? Hearing this, Su Hongyang knew what the second uncle liked to hear. After thinking for a moment, he immediately patted his chest and said solemnly, Don't worry, second uncle. You are the leader of the courtyard. In the future, I will ask for your instructions first whenever anything happens. Hearing Su Hongyang flatter him so much, Lu Heizhong was so happy he almost lost his bearings. He said happily, Good as expected of the future hope of our motherland, so proactive and enterprising. Truly a new force of excellent youth. Good. Lu Heizhong desperately searched the limited vocabulary in his mind, but he still spoke haltingly. But that didn't matter, as long as he was happy. Unlike the mindless Lu Heizhong, Yi Zhonghai was secretly observing Su Hongyang. This young man didn't seem as simple as he appeared on the surface. After all, could someone who could infuriate Jia Zhongxi like that be easy to get along with? Yi Zhonghai pondered for a moment and asked, Comrade Su Hongyang, what kind of work do you do? Upon hearing this, Su Hongyang's smile became even brighter. First uncle, don't call me comrade, this and comrade, that. It sounds so distant. Just call me Little Su like the third uncle does. As for work, I'm currently an apprentice worker at the Red Star Steel Rolling Plant. Hearing this, Lu Heizhong and Yi Zhonghai's eyes lit up. An apprentice worker at the steel rolling mill? Now that was interesting. Lu Heizhong was so happy he wanted to continue talking, but Yi Zhonghai stopped him. Yi Zhonghai simply said directly, Little Su, did you have a conflict with a resident in the compound today? Su Hongyang thought to himself, it's here. It's finally here. On the surface, however, he looked embarrassed. You're right, first uncle. When I first arrived this morning, I did have a bit of a spat with an auntie in the courtyard. But it was unintentional. I'm used to speaking without thinking. I hope everyone can be patient with me. Yi Zhonghai nodded inwardly. This young man was good. He took responsibility and didn't directly blame others. But on the surface, he frowned. Little Su, our compound has always upheld the traditional virtues of unity, mutual assistance, respecting the elderly, and loving the young. You had a conflict with an elder today, but we'll all be neighbors living under the same roof. As the saying goes, a close neighbor is better than a distant relative. If you offend this person today and have a spat with that person tomorrow, how can we be united and help each other? Don't you think that's right? Su Hongyang stared blankly at Yi Zhonghai, who was exuding moral superiority. Although his intentions seemed good, Su Hongyang still felt he was talking nonsense. With a neighbor like Jia Zhongxi, mutual assistance was a joke. Entering a compound like this, one shouldn't expect to live a quiet life. Su Hongyang nodded, but a new idea formed in his mind. He couldn't help but ask Yi Zhonghai, "You're right, first uncle. So, what do you think should be done?" Yi Zhonghai felt even more satisfied with Su Hongyang's attitude of admitting his mistake. He immediately nodded and smiled. "Since you have this awareness, little Su, I'll make the decision for you. Compensate sister-in-law Jia 5 yuan and apologize to her. Then the matter will be settled. After all, we're all neighbors. It's best to clear up misunderstandings and live in harmony." Su Hongyang cursed inwardly. Asking for money as soon as he opened his mouth, why didn't he ask for 50? How utterly shameless. But he didn't want to follow Yi Zhonghai's lead, so he immediately changed the subject. "How about this? Since the three uncles are all here, please take the lead for me. I've just moved here and don't know the neighbors yet. Help me gather the residents of this compound. I've prepared some fruit candies as a small token of my goodwill. How about it?" Yi Zhonghai was surprised that the young man didn't follow his words, but he didn't think too much of it, assuming Su Hongyang wanted to resolve the issue in the courtyard in front of all the residents. He simply nodded and agreed. Beside them, Yan Bugui was even happier. Hearing the words, fruit candies, his eyes instantly lit up. "Little Su, I'll go gather everyone right now." "Just wait." With that, Yan Bugui rushed out excitedly. The second uncle, Lu Heizhong, snorted at Yan Bugui's behavior and shook his head disdainfully. Seeing someone being so proactive, Yi Zhonghai didn't bother with it. Su Hongyang carried a bag of fruit candies and walked out of the east wing room with the two uncles, arriving at the middle courtyard. Before long, thanks to the promotion by Yan Bugui and his eldest son, Yan Jicheng, the middle courtyard began to fill up with people. Everyone brought their own small stools and chairs, gathering in groups of 3 or 5. Su Hongyang looked around. There were roughly 60 or 70 people in total. In the crowd, he also spotted a somewhat scruffy young man with a mature appearance, sitting under the eaves with his hands in his pockets and his legs shaking. Could this be the god of war of the Sahaiyuan, He Yuzhu? He Yuzhu also seemed to notice Su Hongyang looking at him and walked over curiously. "First uncle, is the all-courtyard meeting being held because of this kid?" Yi Zhonghai said with some dissatisfaction. "Zhu Zi, this is Comrade Su Hongyang." He Yuzhu didn't care much but still greeted Su Hongyang. "Comrade Su Hongyang, don't mind me, my name is He Yuzhu, just a rough fellow." Su Hongyang didn't show any sign of anger. He stepped forward, grabbed He Yuzhu's hand, and shook it vigorously. "Hello, Comrade He Yuzhu. Come, have some candy." As he spoke, he grabbed a handful of fruit candies from the bag and stuffed them into He Yuzhu's hand. He Yuzhu was completely dazed. Wasn't this a bit too enthusiastic? Yi Zhonghai was also a bit stunned. By this time, almost everyone had arrived. The second uncle, Lu Heizhong, immediately stood up and said loudly, "Everyone, the reason for today's meeting is mainly because of our new resident, Su Hongyang. Why do we need an all-courtyard meeting as soon as Comrade Su Hongyang arrives? There are two matters here. The first matter is blah blah blah." Just as the residents' eyelids were starting to droop from listening, Yi Zhonghai had to step in and stop him. "Alright, let me say a few words." Yi Zhonghai clapped his hands. "This is Comrade Su Hongyang. He'll be a part of our compound from now on. Everyone, welcome him. Let's give him a round of applause." Clap clap clap. Su Hongyang stepped forward with a smile, carrying a bag of fruit candies, and introduced himself. "Uncles and aunties, brothers and sisters, my name is Su Hongyang. I work at the Red Star Steel Rolling Plant. We'll be neighbors from now on, so I hope everyone can look after me and give me some guidance. I've brought some fruit candies as a small token of my appreciation." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone, regardless of age or gender, stared unblinkingly at the bag of fruit candies in Su Hongyang's hand. Come, everyone get some." Su Hongyang grabbed a handful of fruit candies and gave 3 or 4 to each person. Immediately, the courtyard became lively. The residents surrounded Su Hongyang, waiting for the candies, offering constant praise and welcoming him with smiles. Even Jia Zhangxi, who had an unfriendly look in her eyes, quieted down and waited for the candy. When Su Hongyang reached Yi Zhonghai's side, he saw a little boy with a bowl-cut hair standing next to him, about 4 or 5 years old. He immediately stepped forward with a smile. "Ho, first uncle, this must be your child, he looks just like you. Here, have some candy." Before he could finish his sentence, the courtyard fell silent. 13. Number 13 Yi Zhonghai's Pain. Chapter 13. Yi Zhonghai's Pain. Quiet, very quiet. The residents of various households suddenly raised their heads, all looking at Su Hongyang with strange expressions. At the same time, a few people had expressions like they were watching a show, suppressing smiles at the corners of their mouths. Only the younger children were still happily holding the candies in their hands. Over here, Yi Zhonghai's originally smiling face also instantly froze. He never expected that these words would suddenly pop out of Su Hongyang's mouth. Just as the atmosphere turned awkward, Jia Zhangxi jumped out in anger and shouted, "Pa, who said my Bang Zheng belongs to Yi Zhonghai? He belongs to the Jia family. You little brat, don't talk nonsense." As she spoke, she quickly pulled Bang Zheng over, looking at Su Hongyang with resentful eyes. Jia Zhangxi emotional value plus 100. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 500. First ant emotional value plus 50. Su Hongyang looked at the series of prompts, feeling secretly delighted. The combat cheat was within reach tonight. He then apologetically said to Yi Zhonghai, "First uncle, I'm sorry. I didn't know this wasn't your kid. Don't mind me." Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 100. Saying that, Su Hongyang saw a thin little boy standing to Yi Zhonghai's right and quickly put on a smile. He walked forward, patted his head, and said to Yi Zhonghai, "First uncle, this child must be yours." Tisk, first uncle, I'm not criticizing you, but look how hungry this child is. He's as thin as a hemp stalk. Come, have some candy. Yi Zhonghai's expression changed again, his face turning as black as a clay pot. His fists were clenched tightly, and he trembled with rage. He's still talking. Can't this damned kid just get over this hurdle? All the residents of the compound were shocked once more. They all knew Yi Zhonghai had no children and was a heirless man, but as a 7th grade fitter and the first uncle of the compound, his prestige was very high. Usually, no one dared to mention the matter of children in front of him, especially the issue of being a heirless man. Now, Su Hongyang's words undoubtedly made everyone think of the fact that first uncle was a heirless man. These words were undoubtedly like knives stabbing directly into Yi Zhonghai's heart. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 500. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 500. Yan Bugui emotional value plus 10. Looking at the frequently flashing emotional value entries, Su Hongyang was secretly overjoyed. A little more, just a little more, it'll be enough soon. Cough, little Su. This is from my Yan family, my second son, Yan Buga's second son. At this moment, Yan Bugui stood up with an embarrassed face. Anyone would be unhappy if someone said their child was as thin as a hemp stalk, especially saying it in front of the whole compound. But what could he do? One person's salary had to support a family of 6. How could they manage without being frugal? Su Hongyang slapped his forehead, the apology on his face deepening. He said apologetically to Yi Zhonghai, "First uncle, look at this mess I've made, I'm sorry." "Eh? Then where is your child, first uncle?" "It's okay, I'll grab a few more handfuls. Go back and give them to your child to satisfy their cravings." PFF'd. Someone suddenly couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw Lu Heizhong walking out with his big belly protruding. Lu Heizhong's face was still flushed from laughing, and with a smirk, he said to Su Hongyang, "Little Su, you don't know your first uncle, he." Enough. Yi Zhonghai let out a sudden, loud roar. He stared coldly at Lu Heizhong and Su Hongyang, especially at Su Hongyang, looking as if he wanted to swallow him alive. Damned Su Hongyang, he must be doing this on purpose, he must be. Su Hongyang pretended not to understand what was happening, scratched the back of his head, and smiled. At this time, He Yuzhu couldn't stand it anymore either. He stepped out and frowned at Su Hongyang. "Kid, are you asking for a beating? Making first uncle this angry? Apologize to first uncle right now." Su Hongyang asked with a bewildered face, "What did I say about first uncle?" He Yuzhu smacked his lips, looking at him as if he were completely oblivious. "Why ask so much? Just apologize already. Su Hongyang immediately disagreed and shook his head. Comrade He Yuju, at least make it clear what exactly I did wrong. Don't just start by saying it's my fault. This compound can't force me to admit to things I haven't done. Hey, you kid. Alright, Zhu Zi, don't say any more, Yi Zhonghai said quickly, suppressing the grievance in his heart. He then looked at Su Hongyang and continued, Comrade Su Hongyang, the all-courtyard meeting was convened today because of you. Welcoming you is one thing, but the main issue is the problem between you and Jia Zhangxi. Yi Zhonghai had a serious face, looking at Su Hongyang with cold eyes. Although he didn't know if this little beast was doing it on purpose or not, today he was going to ruthlessly suppress this newcomer who had just entered the compound, to prevent him from being so tactless when meeting him, the first uncle, in the future. Su Hongyang also nodded solemnly and picked up the conversation. Neighbors, I believe most of you already know about the conflict between me and Jia Zhangxi. However, I'll first describe the situation at that time. It was when I just arrived today. Everyone was busy congratulating me, but then this Jia Zhangxi stood up and demanded that I host 2 banquet tables, saying something about showing respect to elders. But most of Su Hongyang's elders are gone. I only have one uncle left. Now this Jia Zhangxi actually has the nerve to come out and say she's my elder. Seeing things were going south, Yi Zhonghai quickly interrupted, Comrade Su Hongyang, in this compound, the older ones are the elders, and we also have the tradition of respecting the old and loving the young. So, calling her an elder isn't too much. Su Hongyang curled his lips. Bullshit. Su Hongyang looked at Yi Zhonghai, a distressed expression appearing on his face. Fine. If first uncle says she's an elder, then she's an elder. But as for the current situation, it's not like everyone doesn't know. Being able to eat a full meal is already rare. You all are city dwellers, you don't know the hardships of the countryside. Life in the city is good, you can fill your belly, and there are all kinds of candies and snacks to eat. Unlike in the village, where you don't know where your next meal is coming from and still have to work on an empty stomach. Oh, speaking of which, I remember there was a heirless man in Sujia village once. He had no sons or daughters, no relatives or anything. Just because he had no food to eat, guess what happened? PFF'd. Cough, cough. The residents standing in a circle once again developed strange expressions on their faces. Yi Zhonghai, standing behind, changed his expression again, clutching his chest with both hands. He was afraid he might faint right then and there. Here he goes again. This little beast is at it again. Is there no end to this? Quote, Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. First ant emotional value plus 100. Hiss, how terrifying, it's almost at 1,000. First uncle, I'd call you the fighter jet among ATMs. You're awesome. Su Hongyang was so pleasantly surprised in his heart that he could jump 3 feet high. This move wasn't in vain. At this time, second uncle Lu Heizhong excitedly stepped out again. As long as it was something against Yi Zhonghai, he would show up to support it. He had been hogging the first uncle position without moving, and was always bossing him around arrogantly. Today he finally found an opportunity. He had to step on him hard. After Lu Heizhong stood up, he immediately picked up the conversation excitedly. Little Su, hurry up and tell us, what happened next? 14. Number 14 Jia Zhangxi apologizes. Chapter 14. Jia Zhangxi apologizes. Su Hongyang looked at Lu Heizhong with a smile, secretly praising the great cooperation. He immediately slapped his thigh. Sigh number 1 knew he died at home of hunger. The stench was overwhelming, and the fluids were even leaking out the door. Hiss. The residents of the Saheyuan gasped upon hearing this, thinking to themselves how tragic it was. Meanwhile, they kept glancing at Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 500. Yi Zhonghai's body trembled as he slightly closed his eyes, thinking about what Su Hongyang just said. His hair stood on end, and a sense of fear swept through his entire body. If his future days were like this, he truly didn't dare to think about it any longer. Later, he was discovered by our fellow villagers, who rolled him up in a straw mat and hastily handled his funeral. It was just a pity. There wasn't even anyone to shatter the funeral basin. But after burying him on the back mountain, sigh, something happened again. Guess what? Su Hongyang stood with hands on hips and continued speaking loudly. Yan Bugui became curious as he listened and couldn't help but blurt out, what happened then? As soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. Wasn't this purely offending someone? He really couldn't control his own mouth. Su Hongyang sighed. Sigh, because he was buried shallowly. He was dug up by wolves from the mountains, and not many bones were left. Everyone. At this moment, Yi Zhonghai felt these words buzzing and exploding in his ears, and a sudden wave of dizziness hit him. Jia Dongshu and First Aunt, who hadn't spoken for a long time, saw that something was wrong with Yi Zhonghai and rushed forward to support him. Seeing his master so enraged, Jia Dongshu knew it was time for him to stand up. Otherwise, as an apprentice, when someone was unleashing a direct verbal assault on his master, if he didn't stand up now, it would seem like he didn't respect his master or the way. More importantly, he had to let his master know that he still had him, his apprentice. Jia Dongshu turned his head and angrily shouted at Su Hongyang. Su Hongyang, that's enough. My master doesn't seem to have offended you, yet you're cursing him so maliciously. Su Hongyang turned back, pretending to be full of confusion. Who are you? Jia Dongshu glared fiercely at Su Hongyang. I am Jia Dongshu, and first uncle Yi Zhonghai is my master. Su Hongyang realized, as expected, it was this wall-hanging brother. He immediately retorted seriously, Comrade Jia Dongshu, when did you ever see me curse your master by name? You need evidence to speak, you can't just make things up. Also, cursing others is promoting feudal superstitious thinking. If the sub-district office finds out, you'll be paraded through the streets. Jia Dongshu was suddenly choked up. He Yuzhu in the crowd saw first uncle in such a state and reacted immediately. First uncle was a highly respected elder in his heart, and he had looked after the He siblings a lot in the past. Now that first uncle was being insulted like this, he stepped forward right away. Su Hongyang, you kid, are you looking for a beating? When you gave me candy before, I thought you were a decent person. Are you happy now that you've made first uncle this angry? Everyone in the compound knows first uncle's family has no children, and you're still saying these things here? Su Hongyang looked stunned, turned to first uncle, and asked in surprise, what? First uncle, you don't have children? Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 100. First aunt emotional value plus 100. The expression on Su Hongyang's face instantly changed to guilt, and he jogged forward to stand in front of Yi Zhonghai. He grabbed Yi Zhonghai's hands with both of his and shook them up and down. First uncle, I am so sorry. I didn't know you were a heirless man. If I had known you were heirless, I wouldn't have mentioned this. Look at the mess I've made. Su Hongyang looked extremely guilty, almost to the point of kowtowing to Yi Zhonghai on the spot. Seeing Su Hongyang like this, Yi Zhonghai, first aunt, Sha Zhu, and the others didn't know what to say for a moment. It seemed he really didn't know about it. To say it was intentional would be too forced. After all, he was a new resident who just arrived and didn't know the situation of each family in the compound. But being subjected to Su Hongyang's direct verbal assault for no reason still felt incredibly painful. Yi Zhonghai trembled and said to first aunt beside him, "Help me back." Hearing this, first aunt nodded immediately. She hadn't wanted to stay here for a long time, feeling as if the neighbors' eyes were constantly mocking their family. In the crowd, Jia Zhongxi, who had been watching the excitement, saw Yi Zhonghai about to leave and immediately refused to let it go. Yi Zhonghai, you can't leave. You haven't made this little beast pay me yet. Yi Zhonghai paused, but then waved his hand and said in a raspy voice, "Handle it yourselves." He really wasn't in the mood. Did she really think he hadn't seen Jia Zhongxi's reaction just now? I'm out here fighting for you, and you're in the back laughing and gossiping. Then why the hell should I still stand up for you? At the same time, thinking about how he didn't have a single child, he felt extremely unwilling and was driven mad with rage. Why couldn't he have a child? Even a daughter would be fine. Anyway, he was going back to lick his wounded soul. Let them do whatever they want here. Seeing Yi Zhonghai leave, Lu Heizhong immediately straightened his back and slowly walked out. Alright, since old Yi doesn't want to handle this, then let me, the second uncle, judge the fairness of this matter. Pa Lu Heizhong, why are you everywhere? Instead of staying home to beat your kids, you have to come out and act like a grandson. What business do you have here? Jia Zhongxi cursed. Jia Dongshu hurried over to stop his mother. Lu Heizhong was the second uncle after all. It was inappropriate to speak to him like that. Lu Heizhong's face darkened, and he looked at Jia Zhongxi indignantly. Seeing this, Su Hongyang shouted angrily at Jia Zhongxi, "Jia Zhongxi, you actually have the face to stand up? You want me to host a banquet? Don't you know the country is advocating for diligence and thriftiness now? The country is facing the major tasks of economic recovery and construction. Extravagance and waste are seen as obstacles to national development. You are openly violating the national policy of increasing production and practicing economy, hindering national construction. Furthermore, you actually dare to blackmail and extort me now, which is even more serious. According to Article 144 of the National Legal Outline, the act of using threats to cause fear in others to obtain their property is considered the crime of intimidation. Once convicted, if the circumstances are serious, it's a prison sentence of up to 10 years. Jia Zhongxi, do you think I should take a trip to the police station? What, 10 years? Hearing this, Jia Zhongxi's face turned pale instantly. Terrified, she shook her head repeatedly. You're talking nonsense. I didn't ask you for money. Ja Dongshi emotional value plus 100. Ja Dongshu emotional value plus 50. Chin Wairu emotional value plus 1. Ja Dongshu's expression also changed immediately. Although he didn't know if what Su Hongyang said was true, it sounded so detailed that he didn't dare to gamble. He pulled his mother, wanting to go home. Seeing this, Su Hongyang didn't want to let Ja Dongshi off so easily. He immediately said loudly, Ja Dongshi, you want to leave before the matter is settled? This is evasion. I will still report this to the police station and the sub-district office. Hearing this, Ja Dongshi froze in place. Ja Dongshu turned back in shock. His Ja family had already stopped pursuing the matter, but he didn't expect Su Hongyang still wouldn't let them go. At this moment, Chin Wairu walked up to Su Hongyang with a pitiful look, bowed slightly, and said, Comrade Su Hongyang, my mother-in-law is old and her mind is muddled. She was wrong just now. Please be the bigger person and don't hold it against her. Have her come over and apologize. Su Hongyang pointed at Ja Dongshi, not even looking at Chin Wairu. This woman was always weeping in the original show, her eyes welling up with tears at the slightest thing. It was truly repulsive. Ja Dongshi emotional value plus 500. Hearing this, Ja Dongshi's body trembled with rage. Apologize to this little beast? Mom, Ja Dongshu quickly reminded his mother. Don't be foolish at a time like this. Ja Dongshi immediately snapped out of it. Although losing face was bad, she didn't want to go to jail even more. After hesitating for a while, she could only reluctantly mutter an apology. Seeing this, Su Hongyang didn't pursue the matter further. After all, what he wanted was emotional value. If she really went inside, what would happen to his emotional value? Fine, for the sake of your apology, I won't pursue this matter for now. But Ja Dongshi, don't let yourself fall into my hands next time. Ja Dongshi gritted her teeth, glared fiercely at Su Hongyang, and pulled Ja Dongshu back home in disgrace. Everyone in the Saheyuan was amazed to see Ja Dongshi leave like that. You should know that Ja Dongshi was always someone who wouldn't act unless there was something to gain. They didn't expect her to be easily dealt with by the new resident. Also, was the crime of intimidation that Comrade Su Hongyang just mentioned actually real? Being educated really is a good thing. 15. 15 Morning Routine. Chapter 15, Morning Routine. The commotion wasn't too big, and in the end, under the organization of second uncle Liu Heizhong and third uncle Yan Bugui, the meeting was brought to a hasty conclusion. Su Hongyang returned to the east wing room with a light step. After sitting on the Kong bed, he opened the system panel with an excited expression. Open black lens bracket host, Su Hongyang. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age. 20 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket skills. None close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physical fitness. Medium close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket auxiliary item. Laughter bug. Resting close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket emotional value. 7450 close black lens bracket. Finally, he had enough. Su Hongyang nodded with satisfaction. He really had to thank Yi Zhonghai for this wave, as most of the emotional value from tonight was provided by him. Well, he should be a little nicer to this first uncle in the future. System, open them all, Su Hongyang said. In the next moment, the panel in front of him changed, becoming the same as what had been refreshed earlier. The items in the 10 slots had not changed, they were still the same as before. Su Hongyang looked at the Soldier King fighting technique and then glanced at another item, the Huo Yuanjia template. For a moment, he didn't know which one to choose. Of course, looking at the price, it was obvious that the Huo Yuanjia template was superior. After thinking for a while, Su Hongyang made up his mind to get the Huo Yuanjia template first. After all, this was a legendary grandmaster. In terms of combat power, it would likely surpass the fighting technique. Just as Su Hongyang's finger tapped on the slot for the Huo Yuanjia template, a stream of light instantly flowed into his body. In an instant, a massive amount of memory merged into his mind, and his body gradually began to change. His joints and bones emitted explosive cracking sounds, and his physical fitness began to undergo a world-shaking transformation. Su Hongyang's heart rate slowed down abruptly. He subconsciously threw a punch into the air. With a crack, like a firecracker exploding, his speed, strength, and endurance had all been comprehensively improved. Su Hongyang felt everything happening to his body with joy. As expected of the system, it had turned him into a martial arts expert in an instant. Now he finally had a trump card and didn't have to worry about being beaten up in this Saheyuan. If they dared to make a move, he would just slap them across the face. After experiencing all this, Su Hongyang turned his gaze toward the other items. He still had about 3,000 emotional value points left and wanted to see if there was anything else to buy. Type 54 pistol, bought. Su Hongyang's eyes lit up. Although his combat power was high now, wasn't there a saying? No matter how high your kung fu, you're still afraid of a kitchen knife. Keeping a pistol in his space as a backup could be considered a form of insurance. With another tap of his finger, light converged, and a pistol appeared. Su Hongyang immediately stored it in the system space. Then he looked at the other products. This random item costs 2,000 emotional value points. It's a bit expensive. I wonder what's inside. Su Hongyang looked at one of the items with curiosity. There was no grade marked on it. Obviously, the grade was also randomly assigned, otherwise it wouldn't be so expensive. Su Hongyang looked at his remaining emotional value and hesitated. He already had the laughter bug item, but he didn't plan on using it for the next few days. He had just moved into the compound. If he used the laughter bug now, it would seem far too coincidental in the eyes of the residents. Forget it, I'll save it and see what good stuff there is tomorrow. Su Hongyang made up his mind. Emotional value was somewhat hard to come by, and it wouldn't be like today every day, so he would save it to see tomorrow's items. It wouldn't be too late to use it once tomorrow's products refreshed. Su Hongyang tidied up the room some more, washed up briefly, and went straight to the Kong to sleep. In this era, there were simply not many entertainment activities, especially in Saijucheng. Besides listening to gossip and watching the drama at night, all that was left was the nightly activity of making babies. Obviously, Su Hongyang couldn't do the latter right now, so he forced himself to fall asleep. The next day, Su Hongyang got up early, took his toiletries, and went straight to the public sink in the middle courtyard. The front yard didn't have a sink for washing, only the middle courtyard and back courtyard did. Although he didn't know why, he didn't think much of it. It was just a few extra steps. As soon as he entered the middle courtyard, he saw many people already washing up. It seemed his wake-up time was considered late in the compound. Su Hongyang was sharp-eyed and immediately saw several familiar figures in the crowd. He quickly walked over. Comrade Su Hongyang, morning. A middle-aged man greeted Su Hongyang with a smile. Su Hongyang didn't really know the man, but he was likely a resident of the middle courtyard. He also returned the greeting with a smile. The voices of the two were heard by the washing crowd, and some of the aunties also greeted Su Hongyang. This young man was quite something last night. He almost made the first uncle cough up blood from anger and even suppressed the rowdy jaw. Zhangxi. He was a character not to be trifled with. Moreover, he had given them fruit candies yesterday, so their attitude upon meeting him couldn't be bad. Su Hongyang responded to each one. He came to the edge of the sink, glanced at Yi Zhonghai, his apprentice, and Sha Zhu, and walked forward with a smile. Comrade Jia Dongshu, are you done washing? If you're done, please make way. Jia Dongshu glanced at Su Hongyang with a sour expression and snorted, not yet. Wait, obviously, he still didn't have a good attitude toward Su Hongyang because of what happened last night. Su Hongyang didn't mind and went straight to Yi Zhonghai's side. He said to Yi Zhonghai, "First uncle, you surely won't hold last night's matter against a junior like me, right?" Yi Zhonghai's body paused. He seemed to take a deep breath before turning to look at Su Hongyang, a trace of a smile even appearing on his face. "What are you saying, Comrade Su Hongyang? I am the steward elder of the compound, after all. Would I not be able to distinguish right from wrong? Last night, you weren't clear about my family's situation, which is why you said those things. Don't worry, this matter is already in the past." Su Hongyang looked at Yi Zhonghai's smiling face in a daze, secretly criticizing him in his heart. This old fox composed himself quite quickly. If it weren't for his sharp eyes catching the resentment in Yi Zhonghai's gaze, he might have actually believed this nonsense. It's good that it's in the past. It's good that it's in the past. First uncle is indeed first uncle. Your state of mind is truly open. With you in this compound, no wonder it can become a civilized courtyard. Su Hongyang gave a round of praise. Looking at Yi Zhonghai, who was no longer paying attention to him, Su Hongyang raised an eyebrow and leaned in to ask in a low voice, "First uncle, you don't have children, is it because you're not capable in that area?" Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 100. Plus 100. Yi Zhonghai's face turned visibly red with heat again. He slowly turned his head, his eyes bloodshot and filled with a violent aura. Su Hongyang's heart skipped a beat. He's not going to lose it and try to kill me right here, is he? Tisk, such a narrow mind. Su Hongyang hurriedly slipped away. He turned and came to He Yuju's side. "Brother Zhu Zi, good morning," Su Hongyang greeted. He Yuju was stunned. He hadn't expected this kid to come up and call him brother. He had originally planned to just ignore this Su Hongyang, but now, with this form of address, he immediately felt that Su Hongyang had unprecedented respect for him. After all, everyone in the compound called him Sha Zhu. Sometimes even the kids called him that. Suddenly hearing someone call him Brother Zhu Zi, he felt inexplicably excited for a moment. Although he felt great and his opinion of Su Hongyang had improved significantly, first uncle was still right next to him, so he had to maintain a cold expression. He Yuzhu turned his head with a grunt and went back to his own business. 16. Number 16 New Products. Chapter 16. New Merchandise. Zhu Zizhe, I heard you have a sister. Where is she? Su Hongyang leaned in with a grin. He Yuzhu emotional value plus 20 inches. He Yuzhu's movements froze, and he looked at Su Hongyang with eyes full of vigilance. Kid, why are you asking that? I'm warning you, if you dare have any ideas about my sister, I'll break your legs. Hearing this, Su Hongyang was completely stunned. He had just asked a simple question. Why did Sha Zhu have such a big reaction? Did he look like a bad person? That's not right, I'm quite handsome. Alright, Zhu Zi, hurry up and finish breakfast. You're going to be late for work, Yi Zhonghai called out from the side. He glanced at Su Hongyang unobtrusively. This damn kid, he had to find a way to teach him a lesson, preferably by kicking him out of the compound. There was already one troublemaker like Shu Damao. If another one like Su Hongyang came along, wouldn't it have a huge impact on his plans? Absolutely nothing in this Saheyuan could be allowed to slip out of his control. He Yuzhu listened to Yi Zhonghai very well. He ignored Su Hongyang, finished washing up, and left. Su Hongyang didn't care about Sha Zhu's attitude. This person was actually just straightforward, saying whatever came to mind without a filter. But to say He Yuzhu was stupid? That certainly wasn't the case. In the original show, He Yuzhu was considered to have a bit of cleverness, but he lacked true wisdom. Living in this den of wolves with a younger sister, it was hard not to be plotted against. Calculating the time now, He Yuzhui should be about to graduate from middle school, right? She'll be in high school soon. It's normal not to see her, she probably spends most of her time boarding at school. Su Hongyang stopped thinking about these things. After a quick wash, he returned to the East Wing room. He boiled some noodles with cabbage and started slurping them down greedily. All this food was purchased from the system mall using emotional value. Now that he had plenty of fine grains to eat, who would even think about that? 3-in-1 flour. 3-in-1 flour was a coarse grain with a rough texture. It wasn't just a struggle to eat, it was particularly prone to scratching one's throat. As a transmigrator from a later generation, he really wasn't used to this kind of food. After a simple cleanup, Su Hongyang headed straight out the door. He was going to his eldest uncle's house today. It wasn't too far anyway, about a 30-minute walk. Su Hongyang remembered he also had a younger female cousin, so he took a detour to a state-owned store and bought some candies and snacks. As for other things, he didn't buy them. After all, the money he had was given by his uncle. He'd wait until he received his own salary. Arriving at alley, he found compound number 55. Seeing the main gate wide open, Su Hongyang walked right in. Little Magnolia, your big brother is here, Su Hongyang shouted, and before long, the little girl came running out with a pitter-patter of footsteps. Brother Hongyang, the little girl ran over in surprise and hugged Su Hongyang's leg. Here, I bought these for you. Su Hongyang handed the package of snacks to the little girl. The little girl took it happily. Just then, his aunt Wu Shuying walked out of the house, her hands busy with manual labor she had picked up from the sub-district office. Hongyang is here. How is it where you're staying? If it doesn't work out, just come back and live here. We have spare rooms anyway. Wu Shuying greeted him with a face full of concern. Su Hongyang picked up little Magnolia and replied, Auntie, don't worry about me. I'm doing great out there. Wu Shuying sighed. Your uncle too, he didn't even discuss it with me. It's better for the family to live together so we can look after each other. Forget it, let's not talk about that. Hongyang, come in and sit down. You got it. Su Hongyang carried little Magnolia into the house. Su Hongyang and his aunt Wu Shuying sat on the heated brick bed. Since he had nothing better to do, he also helped out with the manual labor. The two chatted idly. It was still early, and his uncle had only just left for work not long ago. He thought about taking the little girl little Magnolia out to play for a while. So he spoke up, Auntie, I'll take little Magnolia out for a stroll in a bit. His aunt smiled and nodded. Sure, you've just arrived in Beijing, so it's good to walk around more. Just remember to come back early for lunch. Su Hongyang nodded. Okay, I got it, Auntie. After responding, Su Hongyang went into the courtyard, took little Magnolia, who was sitting on a stool eating candy, and walked out of the Saheyuan. Brother Hongyang, where are we going? Little Magnolia was very happy to be able to go out and play again. Su Hongyang didn't know where to go for a moment, it was just to kill time. Now that his cousin asked, he was actually stumped. After thinking about it, he took little Magnolia's hand and said, "Come on, let's go check out the fishing spot." Having come to this era, whether it was in the 21st century or in the countryside before, he always loved fishing, even if he couldn't catch many. But every time a fish took the bait, the feeling was completely different. Living in compound number 95 and frequently dealing with those beasts, he had to keep himself in a good mood every day. Otherwise, his mind wouldn't be clear, and it would be easy to build up stress-related illnesses. How irresponsible that would be to himself. Therefore, he needed to find some things that made him happy. Su Hongyang held little Magnolia's hand and walked toward Shishihai. In the Beijing of this era, when it came to fishing spots, Shishihai and Beihai Park were the liveliest. There would often be old men casting their lines in these two places. As he walked, Su Hongyang suddenly remembered that he could refresh the mall items. He still had over 3,000 emotional value points, shouldn't he take a look? While walking, he opened the system mall. The 10 slots were still glowing brilliantly, but the items inside had already changed. Su Hongyang looked closely. Open black lens bracket 10 cans of canned beef. Close black lens bracket. Price, 800 emotional value points. Open black lens bracket 1 dagger. Close black lens bracket. Price, 50 emotional value points. Open black lens bracket 1 random purple item. Close black lens bracket. Price, 2000 emotional value points. Open black lens bracket 1 humanoid puppet, has independent consciousness, can shapeshift, can be controlled. Close black lens bracket. Price, 15,000 emotional value points. Open black lens bracket 1 black random item card. Close black lens bracket. Price, 20,000 emotional value points. Su Hongyang stared unblinkingly at the two most expensive items, the black grade item card and the humanoid puppet. The appearance of these two items was somewhat beyond his expectations. A black level item card seemed to be the highest level the system had mentioned, right? And the humanoid puppet, this was clearly a major cheat, it even had its own consciousness. Su Hongyang immediately thought, if he let this puppet transform into his likeness to go to work, wouldn't that be incredibly satisfying? Ahem. Unfortunately, his current emotional value was insufficient. Even if he caused some more trouble tonight, it probably wouldn't be enough. There wasn't enough time. He sighed and then looked elsewhere. Open black lens bracket 500 packs of Weilong spicy strips. Close black lens bracket. Price, 600 emotional value points. Open black lens bracket 1 puppy pet. High intelligence, can grow. Close black lens bracket. Price, 200 emotional value points. Su Hongyang's eyes lit up when he saw the spicy strips. This was good stuff. Exchange. In an instant, 500 packs of spicy strips appeared in his system space. Su Hongyang couldn't wait and pretended to reach into his clothes, pulling out 2 packs of Weilong spicy strips. Little Magnolia, here you go. Su Hongyang handed 1 pack to Little Magnolia while he impatiently tore open the other with his teeth. Little Magnolia took it in confusion. Brother Hongyang, what is this? 17. Number 17 Food Problem. Chapter 17. The Food Problem. Something delicious. Come, I'll tear it open for you first. Su Hongyang took it back and tore it open in one go. Suddenly, a spicy aroma wafted out, making Little Magnolia pause in surprise. Such a fragrant snack, it looked very tasty. She immediately bit into one and started munching on it loudly. Su Hongyang also started munching. It was the same taste, a memory of childhood in the 21st century. Brother Hongyang, this is so delicious. Little Magnolia was beaming with excitement, jumping up and down while holding Su Hongyang's hand. Good, right? Eat slowly, I still have more here. Su Hongyang wasn't surprised at all. This kind of spicy strip didn't exist in this era, not to mention the oil and seasoning inside were far beyond ordinary snacks. The two of them walked slowly toward Shishihai while eating the spicy strips. A lot of old men were already gathered here fishing, with rows of fishing rods everywhere. It was a workday. On a weekend, there would likely be even more people. Su Hongyang wandered around for a bit and watched the rate at which fish were being caught. It was mediocre, with very few large fish being pulled up. Perhaps it was because the times were different, and so were the fishing methods. Everyone was being stingy, and he didn't see anyone using groundbait. Thinking about it, it made sense. In this era, even people couldn't get enough to eat, so who would think about feeding the fish? Being able to get some earthworms or grasshoppers was already considered special treatment for the fish. Su Hongyang watched for a while and found it uninteresting. He decided to wait a few days, buy a fishing rod, and show them what firepower coverage looked like. Throwing in a handful of pig offal mixed with corn mush would drive the schools of fish crazy with the scent. Su Hongyang then took little Magnolia to other places, visiting the department store and the palace courtyards. He hadn't even visited these places in his previous life. These buildings with a strong sense of history and the local customs of the 50s and 60s left Su Hongyang filled with deep emotion. Little Magnolia had already eaten 3 or 4 bags of spicy strips in a row. Su Hongyang quickly stopped her. One shouldn't eat too much of this kind of snack, and besides, it was already time for lunch. After Su Hongyang lectured her on the pros and cons, little Magnolia finally stopped eating, albeit very reluctantly. Having seen enough, the two of them headed straight back to the alley. After having lunch at his aunt's house, he played with little Magnolia in the courtyard until his eldest uncle returned from work. Li Weiman was happy to see Su Hongyang had come over. He asked Su Hongyang, "How is it? Are you getting used to things over there?" Su Hongyang smiled. "How could I not be? It's the first time I've lived in such a nice house. Besides, the neighbors in the courtyard are all quite good and very welcoming." Li Weiman nodded with satisfaction. "That's good. If you need anything else, just tell your uncle. Don't be polite, alright? I know, uncle," Su Hongyang replied. After chatting with his eldest uncle for a while longer, Su Hongyang naturally stayed for dinner. If he were to be polite with his uncle and aunt and say he'd go back to eat, it would only make them angry. Why be polite with your own family? They weren't short of food for one more person. Of course, Su Hongyang had stayed because he had something to say. These were years of famine, and the signs were already appearing. Smart people were likely already looking for solutions. He wasn't sure what his uncle's thoughts were yet. After all, the source of food from the system was hard to explain. A small amount was fine, but if he kept taking food from the system without buying any outside, it would be hard not to attract attention. At the dinner table, seeing that the family had mostly finished eating, Su Hongyang took the opportunity to speak up. "Uncle, since I came from the countryside, I feel like the food supply has been a bit tight lately. Do you think we need to make some preparations in advance?" Li Weiman put down his chopsticks, frowned in thought for a moment, and looked at Su Hongyang seriously. "I think I've heard people mention that some places in the countryside are indeed starting to run short of food, but this is Saijucheng, Beijing. No matter how much is lacking, it's impossible for it to reach us here. Don't overthink it. We all work for the steel rolling mill. Eating our fill shouldn't be an issue." Su Hongyang hesitated, feeling a bit troubled. His uncle was from a military background and had extreme trust in the current situation, not believing that any major problems would arise. But he was a transmigrator from the future and knew exactly what the next 3 years would be like. Natural disasters like floods and droughts would come one after another, and the massive shift of labor into steel production the year before last had led to the neglect of agriculture, making matters even worse. With issues like state grain procurement, in a few months, it would likely be very difficult to even buy food. "Husband, it's always right to pay more attention." At this moment, his aunt suddenly spoke up. Seeing Li Weiman and Su Hongyang look over, she continued, "This past month, food has indeed become a bit harder to buy. Before, you could buy enough food in one place, but now you have to make 2 or 3 trips. Hearing this, Li Weiman's expression immediately became serious. Seeing this, Su Hongyang immediately said, "I reckon quite a few people are hoarding grain. Why don't we stock up on some too? Just in case there's a real shortage later, we'll have some security." Li Weiman couldn't help but worry as well. After a moment of thought, he said, "If that's really the case, then let's stock up on some." Su Hongyang nodded. Knowing his uncle was a cautious man, he finally felt at ease. Even if they couldn't hoard much food now, he would find a way to take some out of the system mall when the time came. He wouldn't let his uncle's family worry about food. Since it was getting late and traveling at night was unsafe, Su Hongyang stayed overnight at his uncle's house. The next day at noon, he finished packing the things he had brought from the countryside into a large bundle. As he was leaving, he was cornered by little Magnolia, and only after giving her 5 bags of Weilong spicy strips did she happily let go. Before long, Su Hongyang returned to the Saheyuan. The courtyard was fairly quiet. The women at home were either doing chores or sitting in front of their doors chatting, stitching shoe soles in their hands. The third aunt in the front yard saw Su Hongyang carrying a large bundle and walked over, looking interested. "Little Su, what are you carrying there? Do you want third aunt to help you?" She reached out as she spoke. Su Hongyang glanced at the third aunt, thinking to himself that this old woman, under Yan Buggy's influence every day, had truly learned the essence of the Yan family. She'd try to get something out of any situation, whether there was a chance or not. Third aunt, the meat jars in this bundle are very heavy. I'd better do it myself, Su Hongyang replied seriously. What? Meat-o, it's fine, third aunt has strength. She stepped forward and started tugging at Su Hongyang's bundle. Su Hongyang was speechless and could only slowly move the bundle onto the third aunt's shoulder. But the next moment, the third aunt's cheerful face instantly changed. The weight on her shoulder nearly threw her back out. This must be over 100 catties. Su Hongyang glanced at the third aunt, whose legs were trembling under the weight, and laughed inwardly. The bundle was filled with belongings brought from the countryside, all sorts of things, but there was no meat or grain. This would teach the third aunt a lesson. She shouldn't think his things were always so easy to take. 18. Number 18 Yi Zhonghai's Excitement. Chapter 18. Yi Zhonghai's Excitement. Third aunt, are you okay? If not, just put it down. Su Hongyang offered a word of concern. Third aunt's face turned beet red, but she still gritted her teeth and shook her head repeatedly. Helping out might mean having meat to eat again tonight. Even if it were a mountain, she would hold out. All right then. Su Hongyang shook his head and led third aunt step by step toward the east wing room. Others in the courtyard and a group of playing children all curiously walked over. Third aunt is helping comrade Su Hongyang move things again. She'll probably get a lot of benefits from comrade Xiao Su. Yeah, the day before yesterday, I even smelled the Yan family stewing meat. Tisk, why doesn't this kind of thing happen to us? My family hasn't tasted meat in 6 months. If you go watch the gate, you can do it too. Hearing the discussions from the aunts nearby, third aunt's body seemed to gain even more strength. She shot them a smug look, thinking to herself that their jealousy was useless. Watching the gate was the Yan family's job, and no one could take it away. After a bout of heavy panting, they finally reached the room, and third aunt slowly set the things down. She sat directly on the floor in a heap, her head covered in sweat. Third aunt, why are you sitting on the floor? Get up quickly, the ground is cold. Su Hongyang concernedly helped her up. Third aunt had a smile on her face and didn't mind. Then she looked at the large bundle and asked as if casually, Xiao Su, what kind of meat is in here? It's so heavy. Meat? There's no meat. Third aunt, have you gone mad? Su Hongyang frowned, looking somewhat worried. Yang Ruohua emotional value plus 100. Third aunt said in disbelief, didn't you just say there was meat inside? Su Hongyang didn't reply and directly opened the bundle. Inside, some jars and bottles were immediately revealed, along with some small iron objects. The most prominent item was a large black pot. This iron pot was large enough for 2 people to lie inside without a problem. Third aunt glanced at it a few times, and her face instantly darkened. Yang Ruohua emotional value plus 100. Seeing this, Su Hongyang immediately said, see, there's indeed no meat. The only thing related to the word meat is this meat jar. As he spoke, he pulled out a porcelain jar. My family used to take leftover meat, cure it, and stuff it into this jar. We all called it the meat jar. Su Hongyang sighed as he held the jar in his arms, as if reminiscing about the past. Yang Ruohua emotional value plus 100. Then you, third aunt was a bit unwilling. Was she really going to have worked for nothing? Alright, third aunt, go back and rest. Look how tired you are. I said it wasn't necessary, but you were still so enthusiastic. Su Hongyang smilingly helped third aunt out the door. Third aunt gripped the doorframe, still unwilling to give up. Xiao Su, my house happens to be lacking a jar like this. How about? Su Hongyang simply ignored her words and interrupted. Aunt, hurry back, it's dinner time. And you're busy too, right? I can't delay your time any longer. Seeing that third aunt's hand was still clutching the doorframe tightly, he immediately pulled it off with force, making her cry out in pain. Su Hongyang immediately shut the door with a bang. Yang Ruohua emotional value plus 500. Su Hongyang breathed a long sigh of relief. He had finally gotten rid of this helpful demon. If she stayed any longer, she'd even try to take his underwear. However, he had harvested some more emotional value, making it a profitable venture. Su Hongyang ignored the calculating woman outside and began tidying up on his own. The room was quite large, and putting these few belongings in it was no problem at all. It even felt a bit empty. The 2 second-hand cabinets he bought earlier were quite good. When he had time, he would go to the trust store again to buy a few more pieces of old furniture. He currently lacked a table and chairs. Previously, he had eaten his noodles huddling around the stove, which he really wasn't used to. Once he was mostly done tidying, Su Hongyang took a large piece of pork directly from the system space. He washed it, planning to have braised pork for dinner tonight. He wanted to see if he could harvest another wave of emotional value. After all, that black item card and humanoid puppet were very tempting. If Yi Zhonghai dared to come over and swing his moral stick, then he wouldn't be polite. As an aspiring youth of the 21st century, who didn't know how to use moral kidnapping? Yi Zhonghai's tricks wouldn't work on him. Gradually, the sunset glow spilled over the Saheyuan. The workers from the steel rolling mill were almost all back, and the courtyard became lively again. Cooking smoke rose from every household, the drifting fragrance very enticing. Su Hongyang also began to show off his culinary skills. He first cut the pork into small cubes, put them in a pot with cold water to blanch, and removed the foam before taking them out. Next, he poured oil into the pot, added rock sugar to make a caramel color, tossed in the meat cubes to coat them, and then added green onions, ginger, garlic, star anise, cinnamon, and other seasonings. He continued to stir-fry evenly for flavor, and finally poured in hot water until the meat was submerged, covered the pot, and let it simmer over low heat. If anyone asked where these seasonings came from, don't ask. If you must know, they were bought from the System Mall. A short while later, the fragrance of braised pork filled the entire Saheyuan. The first to smell this meat aroma were the residents of the front yard. Especially the Yan family. The whole family smelled the fragrance and salivated with greed. Yan Jicheng and several children sniffed the meat aroma lingering in the air with intoxicated faces. Yan Bugui also smelled the rich aroma of stewed meat and couldn't help but look toward the east wing room, saying painfully, "It's not even a holiday or festival, why eat meat? Is he not planning to live his life? Never mind the day before yesterday, but how is this kid eating meat again today?" After saying that, he scolded third aunt with disappointment. "Aren't you watching the gate at home? That kid bought meat and you didn't even stop some of it." Hearing this, third aunt felt extremely wronged. She didn't know when this Su Hongyang had gone out to buy meat. If she had known, she definitely would have demanded a piece to satisfy her craving. At the same time, she felt a surge of resentment towards Su Hongyang. She had helped so much, yet he was still eating alone. He was truly a little ungrateful wolf. In the middle courtyard, the meat fragrance had unknowingly drifted over. Every household smelled the meat fragrance and cursed in their hearts that this family was being indecent. Isn't it good enough to eat some pickles with steamed buns? What kind of life is this? Are they not planning for the future? First aunt looked out the window and said to Yi Zhonghai, "It seems to be coming from the east wing room in the front yard. They just had meat the day before yesterday, and they're having it again today. What kind of family can afford to squander like this?" Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai's eyes lit up. This kid was eating alone in front of everyone in the compound again. He hadn't said anything the day before yesterday since the kid had just moved in. But today was different. He had to go over and have a word. The old lady in the back courtyard was the ancestor of this compound and a martyr's family member. Back then, she even gave straw sandals to our army. If you didn't bring some meat to her, that was disrespecting elders and not being united with the masses. It was disdain for the revolutionary ranks. If he dared to refuse, his reputation would be dragged through the mud. In this day and age, reputation was extremely important. Even a slightly bad reputation would cause huge trouble. He might not even be able to get a wife. After all, what girl would be willing to marry a notorious, selfish, and bad element? The more Yi Zhonghai thought about it, the happier and more smug he became. 19. Number 19 Borrowing Meat. Chapter 19. Borrowing Meat. West wing room of the middle courtyard. The Jia family home. 5-year-old Bang Zheng smelled the aroma of meat, and the more he thought about it, the more he craved it. He immediately shouted, "Mom, I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat." Seeing this, Qin Wairu touched Bang Zheng's head with some heartache. "Be good, Bang Zheng. It's already so late today. Mom will buy meat for you next time." How could Bang Zheng agree? He began to cry and throw a tantrum. "No, I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat." Jia Zhongxi, who was nearby, immediately raised her voice and scolded, "Qin Wairu, didn't you hear my grandson wants to eat meat? Hurry up and go borrow some." Qin Wairu's face turned bitter. "Mom, it's dinner time. Where am I supposed to borrow meat?" As she spoke, she looked at Jia Dongshu, who had remained silent, hoping he would speak up. Seeing this, Jia Dongshu could only say to Jia Zhongxi, "Mom, let Wairu buy meat tomorrow. Our family really hasn't had meat for a long time. We'll buy more tomorrow and have a good meal." Actually, he was also craving it. He kept swallowing his saliva as he smelled the aroma of the meat, silently cursing the person stewing meat for being immoral. "Buy what meat? Isn't there some right here? Qin Wairu, go and ask for some meat. Don't let my precious grandson starve." Jia Zhongxi glared, took a large sea bowl out of the cabinet, and handed it to Qin Wairu. Qin Wairu roared inwardly. They were making her go borrow again. They were shameless, but she still cared about her dignity. "What are you dazed for? Hurry up and go." Jia Zhongxi stomped her feet and shouted at Qin Wairu. "What a jinx. Dongshu marrying you was truly 8 lifetimes of bad luck. You have no situational awareness at all. Ja Dongshu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but seeing his mother like this, he didn't feel right continuing. This wasn't the first time. In the past, whenever a family stewed meat, his wife could usually get a little if she went over. He could also satisfy his cravings that way. So, he simply stopped speaking. Seeing both mother and son had this attitude, Chin-Wairu sighed, took the large sea bowl, and left the house. Following the aroma of meat, Chin-Wairu went directly to the front yard. After looking around, she discovered the scent was coming from the east wing room. She immediately walked to the door of the east wing room and knocked twice. Inside the house, Su Hongyang, who was eating meat, stopped when he heard the knocking. Someone really came. He wondered if it was Yi Zhonghai. After thinking for a moment, he instantly stored the pot of meat into his system space and put the large iron pot he had brought earlier back on. He mashed the head of cabbage and threw it in, filled the pot with water, and then satisfiedly went to open the door. When Su Hongyang opened the door, he saw Chin-Wairu holding a large sea bowl, looking pitiful. Seeing the door open, tears began to well up in Chin-Wairu's eyes. Brother Hongyang, my Bang Zheng is at the age where he's growing. He's been crying and fussing at home because he wants to eat meat. I really had no other choice, so I came to Brother Hongyang to borrow some meat to satisfy Bang Zheng's craving. Don't worry, Brother Hongyang. Once my family's situation improves, I'll definitely return the meat to you immediately. Su Hongyang. He was a bit surprised. The person who came wasn't the moral paragon Yi Zhonghai, but rather this peerless white lotus. How long had they even known each other? She was already acting like they were close and coming to ask for meat. Su Hongyang quickly reacted and smiled at sister-in-law Chin. Sister-in-law Chin, you might have come to the wrong place. I didn't stew any meat tonight. Ah? Chin-Wairu was stunned, looking a bit bewildered. But Su Hongyang waved his hand and stepped aside. Sister-in-law Chin, if you don't believe me, come and see. I haven't started work yet, and I haven't received a salary. How could I afford meat? Don't you agree? Chin-Wairu obviously didn't believe Su Hongyang's words. She brazenly stepped forward a few paces and craned her neck to look inside. Inside the room, she saw a massive iron pot sitting steadily on the stove. The size of this pot was astonishingly large, enough for an adult to take a bath in. Looking closer, there were actually a few cabbage leaves stewing in that large pot of water. The soup looked exceptionally thin and watery. There wasn't a drop of oil in it. Seeing this scene, Chin-Wairu was left speechless. Just how poor must a family be to eat this for dinner? Su Hongyang feigned a sigh. I've just arrived at this compound, and there are so many things to spend money on. I can only drink some cabbage soup every day to fill my stomach. I'm often so hungry I have no strength. Sister-in-law Chin, your Ja Dongshu is a grade 2 worker, earning over 30 yuan a month. So, could you? Hearing this, Chin-Wairu shuddered. She shook her head repeatedly. I can't make decisions on that. In that case, Sister Chin won't disturb you anymore. Chin-Wairu emotional value plus 200. Chin-Wairu emotional value plus 100. Chin-Wairu quickly walked outside. Su Hongyang looked at her back. How could he let this woman leave so easily? He raised his voice and shouted. Sister-in-law Chin, next time you beg for meat, make sure you knock on the right door. Look at how awkward this has made things for both of us, right? Sister-in-law Chin, don't be in such a hurry to leave. How about you take a couple of ladles of cabbage soup back? Chin-Wairu stumbled and almost fell. She was so embarrassed she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. With that shout, the whole compound knew. Chin-Wairu emotional value plus 500. Chin-Wairu emotional value plus 500. Chin-Wairu emotional value. Damn kid, couldn't he be quieter? And what did he mean by begging for meat? That sounded so awful. This is called borrowing meat. Okay, the Yan family across the way had long noticed Chin-Wairu going over. Yan Buggy's whole family was pressed against the window, staring intently. They had decided that if Chin-Wairu could get some meat, they would also brazenly go up and ask for a bit. Who would have thought that after only a short while, Chin-Wairu would come running out, looking as if she had suffered a great grievance. Especially after hearing Su Hongyang's words, they couldn't help but look at each other. What happened? Cabbage soup? Didn't that kid Su Hongyang stew meat? Did she not get any? The Jia family home in the middle courtyard. Seeing Chin-Wairu return with an empty bowl, Jia Zhongxi cursed angrily. You useless jinx. You couldn't even get a bit of meat. If anything happens to my precious grandson Bang Zheng because of hunger, it's because you're a useless mother. Chin-Wairu felt even more aggrieved and lowered her head, crying. Seeing this, Jia Zhongxi became even more unscrupulous. She cursed even harder and stepped forward to slap the weeping Chin-Wairu twice. She wanted to slap her again, but Jia Dongshu, who was nearby, stopped her. Mom, stop it, how can you hit Wairu? Ja Zhongxi was relentless, pointing at Qin Wairu. A woman like this can't do anything right. She couldn't even get a bit of meat. How can I not teach her a lesson? The entire middle courtyard heard the commotion from the Jia family. However, they were used to it. Ja Zhongxi's shrewishness was well known, and everyone saw her frequently bullying her daughter-in-law. But after all, it was a family matter, so they didn't feel right saying much. He Yuzhu in the main room heard the noise and had long been peering through the window. He felt incredibly pained for the Jia family's situation. That old hag is bullying Sister Qin again. It's never ending. No, I have to go and do something about it. Seeing the commotion getting bigger and bigger, He Yuzhu could no longer restrain himself. 20. Number 20 Yi Zhonghai's door. Chapter 20. Yi Zhonghai comes to the door. Just as He Yuzhu stepped out, he saw Yi Zhonghai, the first uncle, walking out of his own house as well. He stepped forward and asked, "First uncle, where are you headed?" Yi Zhonghai sighed at He Yuzhu. "The way the Jia family is making a scene isn't right. I'm going over to take a look." "Alright then, let's go together." He Yuzhu walked side by side with Yi Zhonghai, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. With the first uncle taking action, Jia Zhongxi should settle down a bit and stop making things difficult for Sister Qin. To be honest, Jia Dongshu was really something. He was nearly 30, yet he couldn't even manage these small family matters. Sister Qin was truly suffering by being with him. The door to the Jia family home wasn't closed, only left ajar. Yi Zhonghai pushed it open with one motion. "Sister-in-law Jia, what's the matter with you again today?" Yi Zhonghai frowned as he questioned Jia Zhongxi. Seeing Yi Zhonghai arrive, Jia Zhongxi snorted. "As a mother-in-law, what's wrong with me teaching my daughter-in-law a lesson? My family is about to run out of food, and you, as his master, haven't helped out at all. Look at how hungry my precious grandson is. Dongshu has followed you for so many years, after all." That's enough, sister-in-law Jia." Yi Zhonghai hurriedly waved his hand. He knew the Jia family's situation well. Both Jia Zhongxi and Qin Wairu had rural household registrations. Even the children they bore would have rural registrations like their mother. Therefore, only Jia Dongshu had a grain ration. Around the middle of every month, the Jia family had to go to the black market to buy high-priced grain, because high-priced grain could be bought without coupons. But it wasn't a sustainable solution to keep going like this. "Don't worry, sister-in-law Jia. Dongshu is my apprentice, after all. How could I not look after my own people? I'll find a way to handle this. You all tidy up the room and don't blame Wairu anymore. She's the Jia family's daughter-in-law, after all. Don't let the people in the compound see us as a joke." Yi Zhonghai comforted Jia Zhongxi, but in reality, these words were also meant for Jia Dongshu to hear. "Do you see? Without your master, you can't even get by. Won't you have to listen to your master properly from now on?" Jia Zhongxi's eyes darted around, but she remained relentless. "HMPH, I don't care about that. Bang Zheng wanted to eat meat today. Qin Wairu deserves a scolding for not getting any." As she spoke, she walked aggressively toward Qin Wairu again. Seeing this, He Yuzhu immediately stepped forward. "I say, Auntie Jia, why are you going to hit her again? Didn't the first uncle say he would solve it for you?" Jia Zhongxi's eyes widened. "Sha Zhu, you want to interfere too? If you want to interfere, then lend Qin Wairu money to go buy meat. If you won't lend it, then get out." As she spoke, she raised her hand toward Qin Wairu's face again. He Yuzhu hurriedly grabbed Jia Zhongxi's hand, then turned to look at Qin Wairu, who was bowing her head and sobbing. The sight of a beauty in tears was truly pitiable, causing a sharp pang of heartache in him. He immediately said, "Fine, Auntie Jia, stop hitting her. I'll lend you 2 yuan. Take it and let Sister Qin buy meat." With that, he generously pulled out 2 yuan. Jia Zhongxi's eyes lit up as she looked at the 2 yuan in Sha Zhu's hand. But she still grumbled dissatisfiedly, 2 yuan? How many days can 2 yuan last? Bang Zheng is growing, and he has a huge appetite. Alright, I won't argue with you about that. He Yuzhu reached into his pocket for more money. After rummaging for a bit, he pulled out 5 yuan and handed it to the still sobbing Qin Wairu. "Sister Qin, take this money to buy meat." Qin Wairu took it hesitantly. She looked up, her eyes misty with tears, and said to He Yuzhu, "Zuzi, thank you." Staring into those peach blossom eyes filled with tears, He Yuzhu's entire body went soft in an instant, and he gazed at Qin Wairu blankly. Seeing this scene, Jia Zhongxi fumed with rage. She jumped between the two of them and gave Qin Wairu a harsh slap across the face. "You little hussy, what are you still standing there for? Go buy the meat." Qin Wairu clutched her face and glanced at He Yuzhu with a look full of grievance before hurrying out the door. She had to buy the meat as soon as possible before it got completely dark. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be able to have a peaceful night's sleep tonight. Watching her graceful figure walk out the door, Yuzhu couldn't help but sigh. If only such a good person like Sister Qin were his wife. Yi Zhonghai, watching all of this, looked at Sha Zhu and then at Qin Weiru's receding back, lost in thought. This Sha Zhu had always been his second choice to provide for him in his old age. After all, one couldn't put all their eggs in one basket. If something went wrong with Jia Dongshu later on, or if he refused to support him, he could still rely on Sha Zhu. But this was just a thought. Ultimately, the one to support him in his old age would still be his apprentice, Jia Dongshu. Therefore, he had to find a way to help the Jia family through this crisis. Now that Sha Zhu had stepped forward in front of him, he suddenly had an idea. After so many years of brainwashing, helping the Jia family shouldn't be a problem for him, especially with a woman like Qin Weiru dangling in front of him. Alright, everyone stop making a fuss. Zhu Zi, you should head back too. Yi Zhonghai shook his head. As the two of them left the Jia home together, they found quite a few people gathered in the courtyard, all there to watch the drama. Yi Zhonghai waved his hand. Everyone, go back, there's nothing more to see here. As soon as he spoke, the crowd began to disperse in small groups. They had seen everything that just happened inside the Jia house. This Sha Zhu truly lived up to his name. He just gave away 5 yuan like that. Given Jia Zhongshi's nature, he shouldn't expect to ever get it back. Yi Zhonghai stood in the courtyard and looked around. Smelling a faint scent of meat, he immediately walked toward the front yard. In the east wing room of the front yard, Su Hongyang looked at the boiling cabbage soup and took a sniff. It smelled quite good. With a bit of salt, the taste shouldn't be half bad. Moreover, this pot of soup could be stored directly into the system space. Time was frozen inside the space. Whatever state it went in, it would come out exactly the same. So, with this ability, he could save it for later use. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on again, with quite a bit of force. Su Hongyang stood up to open the door. When the door opened, he saw Yi Zhonghai standing outside, looking at him with a smile. Su Hongyang quickly put on a smile. Oh, it's the first uncle, come in, quickly. Yi Zhonghai nodded and stepped into the room. But as soon as he entered, he saw the large pot of cabbage soup, still steaming and boiling. He was instantly a bit dumbfounded. Seeing this, Su Hongyang scratched his head. First uncle, I haven't started work yet and haven't received a salary, so I have to live frugally every day. I have no choice. Yi Zhonghai. Originally, he had intended to give a lecture as soon as he entered, to teach him about the compound's tradition of respecting the elderly. But given this situation, it wasn't certain who should be helping whom. But then what was with that meat scent? Didn't it drift out from here? Looking at the puzzled Yi Zhonghai, Su Hongyang laughed inwardly. This old bachelor was always thinking of being generous at others' expense. He never took action himself but always expected others to pay. How could that be right? It's perfect that you're here, first uncle. Come taste my cooking. I guarantee you'll want to swallow your tongue along with it. Su Hongyang took out 2 large bowls, ladled a full bowl of cabbage soup, and handed it directly to Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai looked at the large bowl and then at the young man before him. He still didn't believe that Su Hongyang was truly living such a hard life. He had heard his wife say before that when Su Hongyang moved in, he had many bags, including quite a bit of grain. And then there were those fruit candies from before. What kind of family would be so generous? Although fruit candies weren't as good as milk candies, they were still a very precious snack. Ordinary families couldn't bear to buy them, yet he bought a whole bag at once. And he gave them all out. So, Yi Zhonghai didn't quite believe Su Hongyang's situation today. This young man was very likely putting on an act. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 21. Number 21 Playing Chess with Yi Zhonghai. Chapter 21. Playing Chess with Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai put down his bowl and sighed, saying, Comrade Xiao Su, there are many families these days who are in a more difficult situation than you. Last time you distributed so many fruit candies to the residents of the compound, it showed that you are a truly selfless and helpful young man. All the residents have seen it for themselves. Su Hongyang's mouth twitched. He was being flattered so quickly. Was he about to be asked to provide relief to the neighbors next? He had already spoken so plainly, and even this pot of cabbage soup couldn't block Yi Zhonghai's determination to wield the moral high ground. He was trying every possible way to set him up. Open black lens bracket. Writing up to this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel Network, for solving book shortages. twcon.com is super reliable. Close black lens bracket. What are you saying, first uncle? I was so diligent in giving out candy because I wanted to integrate into the collective faster, wasn't I? Su Hongyang spoke up immediately. Yi Zhonghai remained silent. Seeing this, Su Hongyang continued. I've just arrived in the compound and I'm unfamiliar with the place. If I didn't spend a lot of money to smooth things over, what if you all teamed up to bully me? A new resident? Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 100. Yi Zhonghai's expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly said, Comrade Xiao Su, how can you think that? This is an advanced civilized courtyard. There's no such thing as bullying new residents. Su Hongyang curled his lip. What if, look at me, on my very first day here, didn't a conflict break out? At that time, you were even siding with the Jia family, wanting me to pay compensation. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 200. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 100. Yi Zhonghai was suddenly choked up. This kid was indeed not a simple character. He was more cunning than a monkey once he got going. With just a few words, he had completely disrupted his train of thought. After thinking for a moment, he sighed again. Regarding that matter, it was first uncle who didn't think it through, and you were wronged. But sister-in-law Jia is still an elder, after all. As youth of the new era, you should respect the elderly and show filial piety to your seniors. Su Hongyang waved his hand. Enough, enough, first uncle. What exactly did you come here for today? Just say it directly, and don't bother mentioning all that other miscellaneous stuff. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 500. Yi Zhonghai took a deep breath, nearly exploding with anger. What did he mean by miscellaneous stuff? You actually categorized my teachings as miscellaneous? He couldn't take it anymore. He stood up and said solemnly, Comrade Su Hongyang, please correct your attitude as a mediator appointed by the subdistrict office. I have the duty to teach you to actively move toward the positive side. You just moved in and already had a conflict with a neighbor. This shows a lack of public awareness and affects the unity of the compound. Now you're still being petty about it, which shows a lack of tolerance. I advise you to correct your mistakes immediately. Do not keep making one mistake after another. Su Hongyang looked stunned. Why did this guy's reaction suddenly get so big? Did he eat gunpowder? The voice was a bit loud, and the Yan family across the way, as well as several surrounding residents, all walked out into the yard. There was excitement to watch, so why not hurry out to grab a good spot? As the third uncle of the front yard, Yan Bugui certainly couldn't just stand by and watch, so he walked into the east wing room. Su Hongyang immediately started laughing. Correct his mistakes? Bullshit. He immediately shouted loudly. Yi Zhonghai, the Jia family hasn't even made a fuss about this matter anymore, and Jia Zhongxi already apologized to me. Now you're the one coming out to snap at people randomly. What kind of airs are you putting on? Do you really think you're some high-ranking official? Before his voice had even faded, Yan Bugui, who had just stepped through the door, froze in his tracks. His face was full of regret. He shouldn't have come in. It looked like these two had already torn their faces with each other. If he was asked to judge, who should he help? But he didn't want to offend anyone. Offending either side was bad. Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai panted with rage. He pointed at Su Hongyang and shouted, Su Hongyang, do you still have any respect for me as the first uncle? Su Hongyang slammed his bowl down with a clack. He immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, you really have such a big official tone, what do you want? The subdistrict office made you a mediator, and you're trying to ride over the heads of us, the masses, to throw your weight around. If you were really made an official, wouldn't this compound become your personal fiefdom? Do you want to be a local tyrant? Hiss. Whoosh. Whether it was Yi Zhonghai and Yan Bugui inside the room, or the residents standing in the yard watching the excitement outside, everyone's expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. These words were truly harsh. In this era, people called local tyrants, without exception, ended up either in prison or being taken away to be shot. In any case, none of them had a good end. Now that these words were spoken so sharply, if they were spread, even if it wasn't true, the good days of this compound would probably be over. I'm afraid they might not even be able to compete for the title of an advanced civilized courtyard. After all, the people today had an absolute and deep-seated hatred for such evil forces. It wouldn't be too much to say they wanted to eat their flesh and drink their blood. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Yan Bugui emotional value plus 100. Yang Ruohua emotional value plus 50. Tian Dajuang emotional value plus 20. Looking at these prompts one by one, the amount of emotional value rose sharply. Although he had offended many people, Su Hongyang didn't care. This system of his existed specifically to offend the scoundrels in this compound. It was just a matter of sooner or later. Yi Zhonghai's face was terrifyingly pale, and he hurriedly explained to Su Hongyang, Comrade Xiao Su, wasn't I doing this for your own good? You just came to the compound. As the first uncle here, I said a few extra words to you in the hope that you could build a good relationship with the neighbors. First uncle did this to let you understand the principle of helping one another. Su Hongyang looked at Yi Zhonghai, whose tone had softened, but didn't respond. He simply picked up that bowl of cabbage soup and started drinking it on his own. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased slightly, Yan Bugui immediately stepped forward. Xiao Su, Cough, and Old Yi, everyone will be neighbors in the same compound from now on. Is there anything that can't be talked out? It wouldn't sound good if word got out. Seeing Yan Bugui come forward, Yi Zhonghai felt relieved. Finally, there was a way out. Although his old face had been insulted until there was nothing left, at least he could still retain some of his dignity as the first uncle. In any case, this matter wasn't over today. Sooner or later, he would find another way to deal with this Su Hongyang. Third uncle is here. Come, have a bowl of cabbage soup to nourish your body. Su Hongyang said with a grin as he used a ladle to fill a large sea bowl. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 100. Yan Bugui emotional value plus 50. Looking at the bowl of watery cabbage soup being handed over, Yan Bugui's heart twitched. Just a moment ago, he looked like he was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws to eat someone, and in the blink of an eye, he was smilingly inviting someone to have soup. It's just that this soup didn't have a drop of oil in it. It was too meager. However, Yan Bugui didn't show any disdain. He had just finished eating, and having a bowl of soup to warm his stomach was fine too. He immediately pretended to be a bit embarrassed as he took the bowl and gulped it down. Yi Zhonghai. Wait, weren't you supposed to mediate the atmosphere? Why are you drinking? I'm still standing here awkwardly. You should at least say a few more words so I can find an excuse to leave, right? Yan Bugui drank it down so beautifully. Seeing this, Yi Zhonghai's nose was crooked with anger. Good for you, Yan Bugui. One bowl of soup and you're so dazed you can't find your way. You're so damn useless. 22. Number 22. If someone breaks into a house and causes injury, call the police. Chapter 22. Entering the house to injure someone, call the police. Why is first uncle still standing here? Drink the soup. Su Hongyang pointed to another bowl of cabbage soup on the table and said to Yi Zhonghai with a smile. Yi Zhonghai was momentarily stunned. 1 second this kid's mouth was spitting out bullets, and the next he was beaming at him. Even the weather wouldn't change this fast. Massive amounts of Taiwanese novels are available on Easy Read. However, no matter what, this was a way out, so he might as well take it. Although Yi Zhonghai's expression was still unpleasant, his tone softened significantly. Oh, no, the meal is already ready at home. I'll be heading back now. After saying that, he immediately turned and left. Su Hongyang watched Yi Zhonghai's back and felt that the old guy's eyes held a lot of resentment as he left. But it was fine. In a couple of days, he would release the laughter bug. By then, even if you want to plot against me, you probably won't have the time. He glanced at Yan Bugui nearby and found that this guy had almost finished a bowl of cabbage soup. What a talent. Yan Bugui looked up, his small eyes behind the lenses peering into the pot repeatedly. Looking hesitant, Su Hongyang could tell. He wanted more. It had to be said that Yan Bugui knew how to live frugally. If there was even a tiny bit of an advantage to be had, he would never let it go. Sure enough, the next moment, Yan Bugui said to Su Hongyang, Xiao Su, with such a big pot, can third uncle have a bit more? Su Hongyang nodded. If third uncle wants it, take this pot of cabbage soup back, I'm already full. Hearing this, Yan Bugui's face lit up with joy. He stood up and said happily, I must say, Xiao Su, you're a real stand-up guy. Fine, third uncle will owe you one. If there's anything in the house that needs tidying up in the future, just call your third aunt. But the pot was too big. After several attempts, it didn't budge. With a large pot of soup inside, the weight was likely quite substantial. He hurriedly ran back and called Yan Jicheng and third aunt over. The three of them were very careful, and only then did they lift the entire pot. Su Hongyang smiled. Third uncle, once you're done eating, you have to wash the pot clean and bring it back. Yan Bugui nodded quickly. Don't worry, third uncle guarantees he'll scrub it clean for you. The three of them heaved with great energy, carrying the large iron pot back home. Seeing that everyone had left, Su Hongyang closed the door, prepared to check the system mall. Today's harvest should be quite large. Just as he returned to the room and sat on the Kong, a rapid knocking sounded at the door. Bang bang bang. The force was particularly strong. The door was knocked so hard it seemed about to fall apart. Su Hongyang was instantly enraged. Someone else was coming to find trouble. It seemed his performance over the past few days was still too easygoing. He got off the Kong, put on his shoes, and walked over. As soon as Su Hongyang opened the door, he found Xia Zhu standing there, his arms still in a knocking position, with an impatient look on his face. In the courtyard behind Sha Zhu, many people were watching the excitement. Seeing the door open suddenly, Sha Zhu was momentarily stunned. Su Hongyang said with a dark face, "If you have something to say, say it. You'd better give me a reason for smashing my door." Seeing that this kid actually dared to speak to him like that, He Yuzhu was also enraged and shouted, "Kid, did you bully Sister Qin and first uncle? Speak up." Hearing this, Su Hongyang frowned and then thought of something. All of this was likely Yi Zhonghai's doing. He must have said a lot of bad things about him in front of this Sha Zhu. He even specifically brought up Qin Weiru, who was the apple of Sha Zhu's eye. In that case, it wasn't surprising that Sha Zhu would come looking for trouble. Very well. Since this Yi Zhonghai insisted on causing trouble, don't even think about having a peaceful sleep tonight. Su Hongyang looked at He Yuzhu with the gaze one would give an idiot. With which eye did you see me bullying them? Someone says a few words to you, and you take it as truth and come charging to my door. With your temperament, no wonder your name has a Zisha in it. He Yuzhu emotional value plus 300. Good, good, good. Today your master Zhu must teach you a lesson and let you know how many eyes Lord Ma has. He Yuzhu was so angry he laughed. It was one thing for the people in the courtyard to always call him Sha Zhu, but if you specifically picked out that one character to mock him, then don't blame him for being merciless. Even if he were beaten to death, he'd deserve it. After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward. Su Hongyang watched all this calmly. He now had an extremely strong foundation in martial arts. Sha Zhu's movements were full of openings in his eyes. Fine, illegal entry into a residence, entering a house to intentionally harm others. You've committed a serious crime, Sha Zhu. Su Hongyang let out a loud roar, his voice echoing throughout the courtyard. Then, he swung a slap towards Sha Zhu's face. After hearing Su Hongyang's words, Sha Zhu immediately felt something was wrong and wanted to stop, but it was too late. A palm kept growing larger in his pupils, and the next moment, it slapped his face hard. With a smack, Sha Zhu fell to the ground without a word and fainted instantly. Su Hongyang looked at the unconscious Sha Zhu on the ground and smiled. I only just made one move, and you're already down. Many people came into the courtyard. After hearing Su Hongyang's voice, they all came out. Yi Zhonghai looked anxious and hurriedly ran over. Seeing Sha Zhu lying on the floor in the room, he exclaimed, "Zhu Zi." Seeing Sha Zhu's visibly swollen face, Yi Zhonghai was furious and roared at Su Hongyang. "Su Hongyang, you actually dare to hit someone? Do you have any respect for the law? Do you have any respect for us the three uncles in the courtyard?" Su Hongyang looked at the red-faced, furious Yi Zhonghai and ignored him. He went straight to the door and shouted to the people in the courtyard. Many of you must have seen what just happened. This Sha Zhu broke into my residence and tried to enter my house to injure me. If I hadn't practiced martial arts for 3 years with an old master in the village, I believe the one lying on the ground would be me. Saying that, Su Hongyang pulled out 50 cents from his pocket and said loudly, "Whoever helps me call the police, this 50 cents is theirs. Me, I'll go." In the crowd, the eyes of the two brothers Yan Jicheng and Yan Buga's second son were glowing, and they responded to Su Hongyang's call. Even the brothers Guang Tian and Guang Fu from the Lu family in the back courtyard were eager to move, but unfortunately, they were stopped by Lu Heizhong's glare. Yan Bugui actually wanted to stop them too. This matter, if you say it's big, it's not that big. If you say it's small, it's not that small. It just depends on how it's handled. But once the police were called, things wouldn't be so simple, and it would also offend Yi Zhonghai. But before he could stop them, the two children couldn't wait to shout out, actively responding to Su Hongyang. Yan Jicheng and his brother didn't care about any of that. This was 50 cents, a massive fortune. What kind of life had they been living at home? With this 50 cents they could eat meat for several meals. Yan Jicheng happily took the money and was about to run out to report to the public security. First Uncle Yi Zhonghai finally snapped out of it and hurriedly shouted, "You are not allowed to go." Su Hongyang wouldn't give Yi Zhonghai the chance and shouted back at him, "Fine, now you won't even let us call the police. Yi Zhonghai, are you trying to break away from the government and become independent? Do you still want to be a local tyrant? As a member of this country, I, Su Hongyang, will never bow to evil forces like you. Jicheng, quick say there's a local tyrant here oppressing the masses and breaking into houses to injure people." Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Yan Bugui emotional value plus 666. Lu Heizhong emotional value plus 888. 23. Number 23 Sha Zhu was arrested. Chapter 23. Sha Zhu is arrested. Good heavens, everyone in the courtyard looked shocked upon hearing this. This was truly ruthless. If the police really came, Sha Zhu and Yi Zhonghai would probably lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. Only now did they truly witness Comrade Su Hongyang's methods. If things didn't go his way, he would straight up drive someone into a corner. By now, Yi Zhonghai's eyes were filled with terror. Su Hongyang's words grew more shocking and severe with every sentence. If they were proven true, he wouldn't be able to escape the firing squad. Seeing that Yan Jicheng had already disappeared, Yi Zhonghai trembled all over and hurriedly explained, "Comrade Su Hongyang, don't frame me, your first uncle. I just wanted to resolve the courtyard's matters within the courtyard. It's so late, there's no need for us to trouble the comrade public security officers, don't you think?" Su Hongyang held his head high, acting as if he wouldn't pay him any mind. Yi Zhonghai almost choked on his own breath. "Comrade Xiao Su, you." Before he could finish, he was stopped by Su Hongyang with a halt gesture. Su Hongyang then turned around and spoke solemnly, "Comrade Yi Zhonghai, I advise you to remain silent, because everything you say can and will be used as evidence in court." Yi Zhonghai, everyone. Su Hongyang looked at the emotional value rapidly increasing in his mind, and was extremely satisfied. This was how a system should be used. Those piddling amounts from before were just insulting. In this situation, it had to be heading towards 100,000. Soon, Yan Jicheng returned to the Saheyuan with 4 or 5 public security officers. They had heard there were dark and evil forces in this courtyard who had broken into a house to injure someone. How could this be tolerated? Each of them immediately carried a Type 54 pistol on their waist, and to prevent any counterattacks from the evil forces, they had specifically brought along 2 Type 50 submachine guns. When the residents of the Saheyuan saw the posture of the public security officers entering, they were so frightened they kept backing away. Although it had been nearly 10 years since the founding of the country, they were people who had lived through the old society, and suddenly seeing these public security officers armed with live ammunition, they couldn't help but feel afraid. "Comrade police officer, I'm the one who sent someone to report the crime." Su Hongyang quickly stepped forward. The leading police officer looked around and saw it didn't seem that serious. Feeling somewhat relieved, but seeing someone still lying on the ground, he asked sternly, "What exactly happened here?" Su Hongyang quickly recounted the events exactly as they happened. Sha Zhu breaking in to injure someone and Yi Zhonghai preventing the police report. Although he didn't embellish the facts, his tone was as aggrieved as could be. Hearing this, sweat kept breaking out on Yi Zhonghai's forehead. Seizing a gap, Yi Zhonghai hurriedly explained, "Comrade police officers, this is all a misunderstanding. Perhaps Comrade Su Hongyang just moved in and doesn't quite understand the situation in our compound. This Sha Zhu is also a hot-headed youth with a quick temper, which is why such a big misunderstanding occurred. But there are absolutely no dark and evil forces here. My name is Yi Zhonghai, and I am a 7th grade fitter at the steel rolling mill. You can look all of this up. As a mediator appointed by the sub-district office, it was my fault for not mediating the misunderstanding between them in time. I apologize to Comrade Su Hongyang here." After Yi Zhonghai's explanation, the public security officers finally understood. At its root, it was just old residents bullying a newcomer. The new resident was bullied into fear and hurriedly called the police for protection. The public security officers glanced at each other and then looked at Su Hongyang. His frightened appearance left them somewhat speechless. From what he said, this guy knows martial arts, so what the hell is he afraid of? After a moment of thought, the leading police officer said, "Regardless of whatever misunderstanding you had, the person on the ground did indeed trespass into a private residence and attempted to cause injury. This is a serious crime that warrants criminal responsibility. We will take him away shortly. Does anyone have any objections?" Su Hongyang immediately raised his hand in agreement. "I certainly have no objection, Comrade police officer. If it weren't for my basic martial arts skills, with Sha Zhu's reckless stupidity, he wouldn't have stopped until he beat me to death. So, in the end, I actually saved him once by preventing him from committing an even greater mistake. If it had been anyone else, they would have been beaten to death by him, and then Sha Zhu himself would have been sent to the firing squad." Everyone was instantly rendered speechless. So according to that logic, Sha Zhu even has to thank you. The leading police officer waved his hand. All right, we mostly know what happened now. However, as the parties involved, you two must also come to the police station to provide statements." Before he could finish, Yi Zhonghai impatiently pointed at Sha Zhu on the ground and said, "Comrade police officer, Zhu Zi is still unconscious. Should we send him to the hospital first?" Hearing this, the officer wanted to step forward and check. Logically, just being slapped shouldn't be that serious. Seeing this, Su Hongyang raised his right hand and said with a smile, "I'll wake him up." With that, he quickly walked over to Sha Zhu, pulled up one of his arms, and pressed hard into Sha Zhu's armpit. The next moment, Sha Zhu let out a wail. He jumped right up from the ground. Everyone was amazed. This move was incredible. Was it some kind of acupoint striking technique? Sha Zhu had just been woken up by the pain and was grimacing while rubbing the area under his armpit. It took a while before he recovered from the pain. As soon as he looked up and saw Su Hongyang looking at him with a faint smile, he flew into a rage. You grandson, you dare use underhanded tricks? Master Zhu won't let you off. After saying that, he charged at Su Hongyang. Seeing this, Yi Zhonghai was so scared he hurriedly shouted, Zhu Zi, stop right there. But just as the words left his mouth, he saw several public security officers quickly lunging toward He Yuzhu. They pinned He Yuzhu to the ground in one swift motion. Well then, you dare to commit assault right in front of us? Cuff him immediately. One of the officers was furious. This behavior showed absolutely no respect for their police station. It was a provocation against a state organ. It seriously endangered social order and the safety of national citizens, and had to be severely punished. Seeing the police holding him down, He Yuzhu finally realized what was happening. He was shocked and afraid. In his anger, he hadn't noticed the several public security officers behind him. Wouldn't he be detained now? I was just playing around with him. Comrade police officer, it's a misunderstanding. He Yuzhu spoke tremulously. He finally knew fear. Playing around? Explain it at the police station, one of the officers snorted coldly. With that, he and another officer escorted He Yuzhu away. Su Hongyang and Yi Zhonghai also had to go along to provide more information. So they left the Saheyuan together with the police. After they left, the courtyard suddenly erupted in noise. Every household began to gossip. Some shook their heads and sighed, while others gloated over their misfortune. In short, all sorts of expressions were present. Hiding in the crowd, Jia Zhongxi and Jia Dongshu exchanged a look and quickly supported each other as they went home. Jia Dongshu especially was breaking out in a cold sweat. He had originally wanted to go up and help his master by saying a few words for him, but Jia Zhongxi had pulled him back in time. Fortunately, he didn't go over. Otherwise, the Jia family wouldn't have fared well either. This Su Hongyang really wasn't simple. Not only was he sharp-tongued, but he was also someone who knew the law very well. It was best not to provoke him in the future. First Aunt had been anxious for a long time. No one could have expected such a thing to happen so late at night. But remembering the few words Yi Zhonghai had whispered in her ear before leaving, she hurriedly ran toward the back room in the back courtyard. 24. #24 The Deaf Old Woman's Anger. Chapter 24. Deaf Old Lady's Fury. Yan Bugui felt the same way, his face full of amazement as he said to the third aunt beside him, Comrade Xiao Su is truly unpredictable. He's easy to talk to when he's normal, but making such a big scene today and offending old Yi and Sha Zhu to death is a bit abnormal. Third aunt glanced at Yan Bugui. What's normal or abnormal? He's being bullied at his own doorstep. Should he not fight back? I think Comrade Xiao Su did the right thing. He should slap Sha Zhu and that airless man Yi Zhonghai to death. Ahem, keep your voice down. Yan Bugui nervously looked around. There are so many people here, and you still dare to say that. Aren't you afraid it'll reach their ears? His approach had always been to offend no one, to keep his position as third uncle secure, and to just look after the gate. After all, they had been neighbors for so many years. How could he not know Yi Zhonghai's character? On the surface, he acted respected and selfless. But in reality, he was just a sanctimonious, narrow-minded hypocrite. Third aunt rolled her eyes and stopped talking. At that moment, Yan Bugui noticed his eldest son beside him and remembered the boy was still clutching 50 cents. His eyes immediately lit up. That was 50 cents, enough to buy grain for the whole family for several days. He immediately stepped forward and reached out to Yan Jicheng. Give it here. Seeing this, Yan Jicheng didn't even look at him, turned around, and ran back into the house. Yan Bugui was dissatisfied. Hey, I'll deal with you when we get back. Second uncle Lu Heizhong watched the commotion in the courtyard in high spirits. Now that the first uncle wasn't in the courtyard, wasn't he the one in charge? This Yi Zhonghai is such a good person, I hope you stay in jail for a few days. Then, if I make a few more trips to the subdistrict office, won't the position of first uncle be mine? Thinking of this, he happily stood up and shouted, all right everyone, stop it. Don't disturb the neighbors. Listen to me for a bit. Hearing this, the residents gradually stopped talking and looked at Lu Heizhong in confusion. Lu Heizhong was very satisfied seeing this. He stood up straight, coughed a few times, and said with a serious expression, today, a vicious incident occurred in the courtyard, even bringing the police to our door. Our compound has always been an advanced compound. With this happening, Yi Zhonghai, as first uncle, bears an inescapable responsibility. First, it's his inaction. Second is that Lu Heizhong's face suddenly became awkward. He only had so much ink in his belly. The brilliant speech he had thought of earlier was forgotten due to nervousness. If he had known, he would have said less. Now he had put himself in a position where he couldn't back down gracefully. Seeing the situation, Yan Bugui immediately stepped in to smooth things over. Old Lu is right. Everyone must take this as a warning and not be as reckless as Sha Zhu was just now. Otherwise, the national laws will not spare him. Alright, it's getting late. Everyone has to work tomorrow. Go back and rest. As soon as he finished speaking, the people in the courtyard gradually dispersed. Seeing this, although Lu Heizhong was slightly dissatisfied, he didn't say anything and walked back to the back courtyard with his big belly. In the back courtyard, at the back room of the deaf old lady. At this moment, First Aunt was telling something to an old lady who looked to be in her 60s or 70s, her expression somewhat anxious. Old lady, you must think of a way. This has nothing to do with old Yi. If by any chance, a trace of impatience flashed across the deaf old lady's wrinkled face. She tapped her cane on the ground and said, alright, don't worry yet. Tell me what happened again from the beginning. Hearing this, First Aunt immediately recounted everything that happened today in detail. The more the deaf old lady listened, the darker her face became. Her favorite eldest grandson, Sha Zhu, was actually taken away for trespassing and assaulting someone in their home? How was that possible? Her eldest grandson had always been obedient and filial. He couldn't have done such a thing without reason. It must be that person named Su who provoked Sha Zhu. That little beast actually dared to bully my grandson. This old lady won't let him off. The deaf old lady was so angry she banged her cane on the ground, her face extremely unsightly. First Aunt stood aside and asked worriedly, old lady, what should we do now? The deaf old lady shook her head and comforted her, don't worry, Zhanghai should be fine. The problem is that Zhu Zi's matter is very troublesome. Hearing this, First Aunt breathed a sigh of relief. Coming from the countryside, she had no special skills, was barely literate, and had no opinions of her own. Hearing the deaf old lady say this, she finally felt a bit more at ease. Alright, you go back first. If Zhanghai doesn't come back tonight, then tomorrow we'll go to the police station to inquire. The deaf old lady sighed. First Aunt could only nod and walk out of the back room. After First Aunt left, the deaf old lady pondered alone in the room. She heard First Aunt say that Yi Zhanghai seemed to have said something to Sha Zhu earlier. Then Sha Zhu rushed to the front yard in a rage, and then this happened. So, Sha Zhu's impulsiveness must also be related to Yi Zhanghai. She would have to go out and ask more about this tomorrow. Jiaodaoko Police Station. After some questioning, the officers inside understood the general situation again. After the recording was completed, the policeman looked up at Su Hongyang and said with a serious expression, Comrade Su Hongyang, thank you very much for your support and cooperation with our work. After investigation, we have gathered enough evidence and will impose the necessary legal sanctions on He Yuju's actions. Comrade Su Hongyang, you may leave now. If there's anything else we need your assistance with, we will contact you in a timely manner. Su Hongyang listened quietly, still sighing inexplicably in his heart. He had originally wanted to get some emotional value by calling the police and hadn't thought about the follow-up issues at all, so his actions today seemed a bit too impulsive. After all, what he really wanted was just emotional value. If Sha Zhu was really sent to prison, then his harvest of emotional value would be one less. The people in the compound who would have conflicts with him were this heirless elder care group. Without this Sha Zhu, it felt like it would be much less effective. But whatever, if he's in, he's in. It's just a pity for all that emotional value. Su Hongyang's face showed a hint of regret. Thinking this, he walked out of the police station. Suddenly, he found someone standing at the door. It was actually Yi Zhanghai. This old bachelor had actually come out earlier than him. Truly worthy of Yi Zhanghai, to have persuaded the police so quickly and be completely fine. Oh, isn't this first uncle? Long time no see. What have you been busy with lately? Yi Zhanghai emotional value plus 999. Yi Zhanghai emotional value plus 888. Looking at these sudden emotional value notifications, Su Hongyang laughed inwardly. He looked so calm and even had a smile on his face. He probably cursed me 1,000 times in his heart. Yi Zhanghai quickly stepped forward and asked, Comrade Sha Zhu was just impulsive. He's not actually a bad person. We're all neighbors in the compound. Just let him off this once, okay? Su Hongyang shook his head. I can't help with that. You should go plead with the police station. Perhaps seeing how sincere you are, they might release Sha Zhu immediately. Yi Zhanghai emotional value plus 888. Yi Zhanghai emotional value plus 25. Number 25 General Assembly. Chapter 25. All Courtyard Meeting. Alright, let's go. First uncle, I'll have to support you on this dark road. What if you trip and try to pin it on me? Su Hongyang grabbed Yi Zhanghai's arm. What are you trying to do? We're right in front of the police station. Don't do anything reckless. Yi Zhonghai was startled and hurriedly took a step back. He knew this little beast Su Hongyang knew martial arts and even some unorthodox techniques, like pressure point striking. If his body developed mysterious problems later, it would be too late for regrets. Su Hongyang. Fine, if you don't want help, then forget it. And here I was being so kind. With that, Su Hongyang turned his head and walked off ahead. Seeing this, Yi Zhonghai hurriedly caught up, still wanting to argue for Sha Zhu, but he didn't dare get too close and could only trudge along in silence. This matter, it's better to talk about it tomorrow. Nighttime. Inside the east wing room of the front yard, as soon as Su Hongyang returned, he couldn't wait to open his system panel and looked at the long string of emotional value. He jumped 3 feet high in excitement. Open black lens bracket host, Su Hongyang. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age, 20. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket skill, martial arts. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physical fitness. High. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket auxiliary item. Laughter bug. Resting. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket emotional value. 62,999. Close black lens bracket. Hiss. Terrifyingly high, over 60,000. I've hit the jackpot this time. Su Hongyang was all smiles. This Saheyuan was truly his lucky land. Wouldn't his life just take off from now on? Ding, emotional value is sufficient for a system upgrade. Would you like to upgrade? The next moment, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind, leaving the excited Su Hongyang momentarily stunned. Upgrade? You can actually upgrade? Snapping out of it, Su Hongyang hurriedly asked, System, what changes after you upgrade? Ding, after upgrading, a sign-in reward will be added once every 7 days. The mall's item refresh will be changed to twice daily. Su Hongyang nodded in understanding. Then, thinking of something, he immediately asked, then how much emotional value do you need for the upgrade? Ding, this upgrade requires 50,000 emotional value points. Su Hongyang. After a long silence, Su Hongyang went back into the mall to take a look and sighed. Good things like the black item cards would just have to wait. Upgrading was more important right now. There would surely be better things later. There was no rush. System, then upgrade, Su Hongyang said, enduring the pain of the loss. Ding, system is currently upgrading. Su Hongyang stared at the panel for a while before noticing a small number at the bottom. The upgrade would take another 12 hours to complete. Seeing this, there was nothing to wait for, so he went straight to sleep. Early the next morning, Su Hongyang was woken up by the faint sounds coming from the courtyard and immediately climbed out of bed. So inconsiderate, not letting people sleep in the morning. Su Hongyang grumbled, opened the door, and walked out. Finding that the sound was coming from the middle courtyard, he walked over curiously. As soon as he entered the middle courtyard, he saw Director Wang loudly reprimanding the 3 managing elders. Many people in the courtyard were watching. The 3 managing elders stood in a stiff row with their heads bowed, submissively responding to Director Wang's words. Yi Zhonghai, as a steward elder, it seems you can't manage the courtyard's affairs anymore. If you can't handle it, then resign of your own accord. A simple neighborly dispute escalated so much last night. How on earth did you mediate it? Yi Zhonghai awkwardly wiped away some sweat. Being scolded in front of the whole compound was truly embarrassing for him. His prestige in this compound would likely drop a few more notches. Director Wang, I didn't do my job properly, which has harmed the reputation of the compound and the subdistrict office. I guarantee such a thing will never happen again. Yi Zhonghai had no choice but to give his word. Hearing this, Director Wang's expression softened slightly. Then she frowned and looked at the other 2. Lu Heizhong, Yan Bugui, you 2 also bear corresponding responsibility. Just like Yi Zhonghai, write a self-reflection. If you don't know how to write it, have Yan Bugui teach you until you're finished. Lu Heizhong and Yan Bugui's faces soured. How were they dragged into this? They hadn't participated at all. This was all caused by that old fox Yi Zhonghai. Although unwilling, they submissively replied, Don't worry, Director Wang. We will complete this punishment as quickly as possible. Director Wang nodded. I don't want to see a situation like last night's in the compound ever again. Alright, that's all for now. Go back. After saying that, Director Wang prepared to leave. Turning around, she suddenly saw a young man standing behind her. Oh, it's Comrade Su Hongyang. Su Hongyang immediately walked forward with a smile. Hello, Director Wang. A sliver of a smile appeared on Director Wang's face as she said, Comrade Su Hongyang, the sub-district office already knows about what happened last night, that He Yuzhu made the first move against you. He will be strictly investigated and handled by the police station. Su Hongyang sighed. Comrade He Yuzhu isn't actually a bad person at heart. He's just prone to impulsiveness, and when he's impulsive, he makes mistakes. Being able to reflect inside for a while this time can be considered a profound lesson for him. Director Wang nodded. Well said. If you do something wrong, you must face the consequences. Saying this, she turned to the people in the courtyard and said loudly, if there are any disputes between neighbors in the future, go to the 3 managing elders. If the 3 managing elders still can't handle it, then come to the subdistrict office. We will resolve resident conflicts fairly and justly. Try not to trouble the comrades at the police station over minor matters. After speaking, she glanced at Su Hongyang, seemingly intentionally. Seeing this, Su Hongyang didn't say much. Although he knew Director Wang was hinting at him, as long as he was in this compound, any attempt to keep things under wraps was out of the question. However, thinking it over, the fact that Director Wang said this was likely related to her own interests and record. After all, having the police station mobilized within the area managed by the subdistrict office was undoubtedly a slap in the face for the subdistrict office. Furthermore, such an incident occurring during Director Wang's tenure would certainly be extremely detrimental to her career. Su Hongyang gave Director Wang a couple of chuckles and then remained silent. After a few more brief words, Director Wang left. Just as Su Hongyang was also planning to leave, he heard Yi Zhonghai suddenly say, everyone, today happens to be a day off and everyone is here. After dinner tonight, we'll hold an all-courtyard meeting. After the announcement, Yi Zhonghai left directly, heading towards the back courtyard, likely to Grandma Long's house. Hearing this, the crowd didn't ask questions and went back to their own business. Su Hongyang didn't overthink it. Even if this all-courtyard meeting was aimed at him, he wouldn't care. Looking at the date, though, it seemed he had to report to the steel rolling mill tomorrow. He was finally starting work. Time really flew. Just as Su Hongyang was thinking about things, Yan Bugui walked up. Comrade Xiao Su? Third uncle, what is it? Su Hongyang asked. Yan Bugui smiled. That pot of yours has been washed clean. I'll send it over to your house in a bit. Su Hongyang nodded, not really caring, but seeing Yan Bugui's attire, he looked like he was about to go out, so he asked curiously, third uncle, are you going out on a date? Yan Bugui emotional value plus 100. Don't talk nonsense, kid, how can you just blurt out anything? Yan Bugui's eyelid twitched as he hurriedly waved his hand. Then Su Hongyang had a smile on his face, looking puzzled. I'm getting ready to go fishing. Have you ever seen anyone go on a date dressed like this? Yan Bugui said irritably. Oh, fishing, I see. Su Hongyang nodded, then smiled again. Quote, third uncle, which corner did you dig those clothes out from? They look older than my grandfather. Yan Bugui emotional value plus 200. 26. Number 26 upgrade complete. Chapter 26. Upgrade complete. Yan Bugui ignored Su Hongyang and left directly. He had learned his lesson. This kid's mouth was never serious, and his verbal attacks could poke a hole in someone. Then he looked down at his clothes again. It was fine, it made him look more like a scholar, and it even added to his temperament. The clothes were worn by his father back then. He had changed into them to avoid the smell of fish. How did they become grandfather's clothes in Su Hongyang's mouth? Su Hongyang watched Yan Bugui's retreating figure, initially wanting to join the fun, but he held back when he thought of the system that was about to complete its upgrade. A full 50,000 emotional value. There should be a big upgrade gift package after the upgrade, right? Oh, and there's also a check-in gift package. 1 check-in per week. This week hasn't been checked in yet. Thinking of this, Su Hongyang felt a surge of excitement and headed straight back to the east wing room. Jia family in the middle courtyard. Jia Zhongxi peered out from behind the window, repeatedly looking towards Sha Zhu's family in the courtyard, her triangular eyes constantly darting around. After a long while, she withdrew her gaze and said to Jia Dongshu, do you think Sha Zhu will be sentenced to jail? Jia Dongshu shook his head. Mom, why are you worrying about that? Whether he's sentenced or not, we just need to live our own lives well. Jia Zhongxi said, disappointed. Oh, my silly son, didn't you complain before that the house was too small and said you wanted to rent another room? Jia Dongshu was still a bit confused, not understanding what his mother meant. He had indeed said before that he wanted to rent another room. After all, the house was so small, and the sleeping area for him and Wairu was only separated from his mother by a curtain. If they wanted to do something at night, even a slight movement would be heard clearly next door. Because of this, he had said many times that he wanted to rent another house and move out. But each time, his mother refused. But now, he didn't understand why she was bringing it up again. Seeing Jia Dongshu's confused look, Jia Zhongxi said directly, if Sha Zhu is sentenced, won't his house be readily available? And you don't even have to pay rent, what a great thing. Hearing this, Jia Dongshu was stunned. Although he was tempted, he still shook his head and said, Sha Zhu's house is private property, with a property deed. Besides, there's still He Yushui. Jia Zhongxi snorted coldly. So what if it's private property? As long as we move in, we'll just say we're renting it. As for He Yushui, she's just a young girl, very easy to deal with. Even if Sha Zhu is released later, he can't do anything to us. He's just a fool. Does he dare to come asking for money? If he dares, I'll scratch him to death. With that, she proudly lifted her head. Jia Dongshu listened, and his eyes gradually lit up. It seemed that it was indeed like this. This house was practically free and no money needed. Then should I tell my master? Jia Dongshu still hesitated. Jia Zhongxi shook her head. Why tell that old bachelor? This kind of good thing needs to be done quickly, lest someone else takes it first. However, we still need to observe Sha Zhu's situation these few days. Jia Dongshu nodded in agreement. Anyway, Sha Zhu's family has 3 rooms. I'll help him live in one, to bring some popularity to his house. Maybe he'll even thank me after he's released. Su Hongyang stayed in his room, waiting for the system upgrade. Just then, he unexpectedly saw Yi Zhonghai and his wife supporting an old lady passing by the courtyard. Outside the window, it looked like they were preparing to leave the Saheyuan. That old lady must be the deaf old lady from the back courtyard. Su Hongyang immediately looked at the old lady with curiosity. In the drama, this old lady was a representative of high prestige and virtue in the compound. Everyone in the courtyard respectfully called her old ancestor. She was not only intelligent but also very resourceful, possessing a transcendent status that no one could match. Even Jia Zhongxi, known for her fierceness in the compound, was quite afraid of this old lady. Of course, Su Hongyang naturally knew that the old lady's current prestige was entirely the result of Yi Zhonghai's meticulous planning behind the scenes. In that special era, people often relied on their children for support. The more children they had, the more confident they naturally felt. In contrast, an old lady of her age, without children, would not live comfortably and could easily be bullied to death. As for why Yi Zhonghai would voluntarily take on the responsibility of caring for this deaf old lady, both of them naturally had their own ulterior motives and calculations. With Yi Zhonghai as her godson and backing, the deaf old lady was like a fish in water. Her back straightened instantly, and she often swaggered around the compound, throwing her weight around. And Yi Zhonghai, under the guise of respecting the elderly and loving the young, ostensibly cared for the deaf old lady, but in reality, he wanted to use this opportunity to establish a good image in the compound. After all, in that era, respecting the elderly and loving the young was a traditional virtue of the Chinese nation. Yi Zhonghai understood this very well, which is why he was so proactive in taking care of the deaf old lady, hoping to pass on this traditional virtue in the compound. That way, when he himself got old, someone would also take care of him, so he wouldn't end up in the tragic situation of having no one to support him in his old age. Su Hongyang watched the backs of the 3 of them and didn't bother with them. Going out at this time, they must be going to the police station to visit Sha Zhu. As a chef, Sha Zhu often cooked delicious meals at home. Whenever there was something good to eat, he would always bring a bowl to the deaf old lady's house in the back courtyard. Therefore, the deaf old lady loved Sha Zhu immensely, treating him like her own grandson. Now that her favorite grandson had been arrested, she was naturally very concerned about the matter. Early in the morning, she anxiously had someone take her to the police station. As for Yi Zhonghai, Sha Zhu was also his second choice for old age care. Not only that, but he also served as Yi Zhonghai's enforcer. Now that Sha Zhu was in, he was also anxious. He also hoped that the old lady could get Sha Zhu out. He often heard from the old lady that she had some connections with Director Yang of the steel rolling mill, and now there was an opportunity to confirm it. Su Hongyang returned to the Kong. As soon as he sat down cross-legged, he heard a ding sound in his mind. Ding, the system has completed its upgrade. Do you want to open it? Su Hongyang's face immediately lit up with joy, and he quickly said, System, open the panel. Open black lens bracket host. Su Hongyang. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age. 20 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket skills. Martial arts. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket life energy. High close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket auxiliary items. Laughter bug. Resting close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket emotional value. 12999 close black lens bracket. After observing for a while, Su Hongyang found that this attribute panel hadn't changed much. It was still the same as before. He had thought some other things would be added. As expected, he had overthought it. System, switch to the mall to take a look. The next moment, rows of items appeared before his eyes. To his surprise, there were 20 items, double the previous number. Open black lens bracket 10 bolts of cloth tickets, 5 sheets close black lens bracket. Price, 5,000 emotional value. Open black lens bracket God tier medical skill close black lens bracket. Price, 8,000 emotional value. Open black lens bracket firearms proficiency close black lens bracket. Price, 1,500 emotional value. Open black lens bracket 500 caddies of sweet potatoes close black lens bracket. Price, 3,000 emotional value. Hiss, looking at the dazzling array of items before him, Su Hongyang's eyes gleamed. This time, the items seemed to be of a higher quality. 27. Number 27 Shu Damao returns to the compound. Chapter 27. Shu Damao returns to the compound. Previously, most of the items in the shop were ordinary skills, mostly food items. But this time, there was a whole bunch of skills that made his mouth water. Su Hongyang steadied his mind, thought of the gift packs, and immediately asked the system. System, there should be an upgrade gift pack, right? After all, you made me wait so long. Ding, there is no upgrade gift pack. The host can sign in to receive a sign-in gift pack. Would the host like to sign in? Su Hongyang was slightly disappointed upon hearing this, but hearing there was a sign-in gift pack made him happy again. Alright, I want to sign in, Su Hongyang said immediately without thinking. Ding, sign-in successful. Rewarding the host with one sign-in gift pack. The gift pack has been automatically placed in the system space. Su Hongyang focused his mind to sense it. In a deep, dark space, the various food items and goods he had bought previously were all floating in this void. In one corner, a large colorful box emitting a brilliant light was floating there quietly. Su Hongyang could tell at a glance that this gift pack was not simple, it looked very high-end. He immediately said impatiently, System, open the gift pack. As soon as he spoke, with a tearing sound, the gift pack was opened, and a dazzling light flashed instantly. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a fierce ghost. This entity can follow the host's orders, be controlled, and possess others. Su Hongyang. Just as Su Hongyang was confused, thinking he had misheard, he suddenly felt a gloomy, cold chill slowly rising in the east wing room. The temperature here seemed to start dropping. Su Hongyang shivered. The next moment, a ferocious-looking fierce ghost emitting a gloomy aura appeared before his eyes. This fierce ghost looked exceptionally terrifying. Its skin was a strange greenish-gray, and its eyes revealed a chilling white light. Its body twisted constantly, as if it were about to pounce at any moment. Su Hongyang quickly took several steps back, staring nervously at the dark shadow before him. Ding, the host does not need to be nervous. This fierce ghost is under your control and will not cause harm to the host. Su Hongyang secretly swallowed hard, steadied his mind, and said irritably, System, don't you know it's the early days of the founding of the country? You're giving me this? Ding, sign-in gift pack rewards are distributed randomly. Su Hongyang felt a bit troubled. Random isn't an excuse, this is just the ordinary 1950s. Why did a fierce ghost from a supernatural world suddenly pop up? What kind of situation is this? After he said this, the system seemed to be thinking. After a long time, the system's voice finally rang in his head again. Ding, if the host does not want it, the system can take it back immediately. Instantly, a mysterious force tightly bound the fierce ghost in front of him, making it unable to move. Seeing this, Su Hongyang quickly stopped it. Wait, don't take it away, at least it's something I got from my gift pack. I didn't say I didn't want it. After Su Hongyang said this, the mysterious force disappeared without a trace, leaving only the shivering figure of the fierce ghost. Su Hongyang breathed a sigh of relief, slowly walked forward, and carefully observed the fierce ghost. The thing's body was ethereal and void-like, with a blood-red long gown floating in the air. Seeing Su Hongyang approach, it lowered its head. Su Hongyang was startled. It was actually a female fierce ghost. Interesting. He looked at the ghost with a sense of wonder, a hint of excitement rising in his heart. He had never thought he could possess such a fierce ghost and have complete control over it. Ahem. What's your name? Su Hongyang asked, pretending to be nonchalant. After a while, Su Hongyang didn't hear a reply from the ghost. He only saw it lower its head toward him again. Just as Su Hongyang was puzzled, the system's voice rang in his head. Ding, this fierce ghost has no language function and only receives commands. Oh. Su Hongyang nodded in understanding. So it was a defective product. He had thought it would be like in the movies, where they could chat. This significantly dampened Su Hongyang's curiosity, so he could only go back to studying other things. While Su Hongyang was studying the fierce ghost again, a knocking sound came from outside the door. The sudden bang-bang sound gave Su Hongyang a start. He quickly withdrew the fierce ghost into the space, calmed himself, and then walked to the door to open it. Shu Damao? Su Hongyang couldn't help but blurt out when he saw the person standing outside. Wasn't the person in front of him the same Shu Damao he had met at the steel rolling mill a few days ago? He heard he went to the countryside to show movies. Is he back now? Xu Damao slapped his thigh in excitement when he saw Su Hongyang. Hey, brother Hongyang, it really is you. Su Hongyang smiled. So it's comrade Xu Damao. What brings you here? Come in and sit. As he spoke, he stepped aside and made an inviting gesture. Xu Damao nodded repeatedly with joy. He kept saying, when I just got back, I heard a new resident had moved into the front yard. When I heard the name, I thought it might be you. Hey, I didn't expect it to really be you. Su Hongyang laughed. Then we really do have a connection. Xu Damao smiled as well. Exactly. I live in the back courtyard. By the way, comrade Su Hongyang, since you're new here, why don't you come over to my place for a drink? Faced with the invitation, Su Hongyang hesitated for a moment but eventually agreed. A free drink is a free drink. He was never one to turn down free stuff. Alright, then I'll bring some things over in a bit. Upon hearing this, Xu Damao pretended to be unhappy and said, look at what you're saying, brother Hongyang. How could I let you bring things to my place? That's clearly looking down on me. Then, Xu Damao changed the subject and began to boast about his job. Let me tell you, this job as a projectionist is a great gig if nothing else. When it comes to food, I've never been lacking. He looked outside the door, and seeing no one, he continued triumphantly. Although life in the countryside isn't as good as it used to be and there's less grease to be had, there are still plenty of good things. To tell you the truth, I brought back a lot of local specialties from the countryside this time. Su Hongyang pursed his lips, momentarily unsure of what to say. He was from the countryside himself, so he naturally knew the perks of being a projectionist all too well. In the past, whenever a projectionist came to Sujia village, the whole village would become as lively as the new year. The villagers would do their best to entertain the projectionist with all sorts of good food and drink, just hoping he would show one more movie. After all, everyone understood a principle. One is soft-mouthed after eating someone else's food, and short-handed after taking their things. As long as the projectionist felt their warmth and sincerity, he would surely be a bit more flexible with the movie screening time. When the projectionist left, he would also return fully loaded, having both eaten his fill and taken things with him. It could be said that this was a job with quite a lot of grease. It was just that this situation would likely change in a month or two. When the famine arrived, even filling one's stomach would become a problem. Who would have the heart to watch movies then? So Xu Damao probably wouldn't be going down to the countryside to show movies for a long time. 28. Hash 28 Purchase God-level medical skills. Chapter 28. Purchasing God-tier medical skill. Su Hongyang looked at the smug Xu Damao and didn't say anything more. Alright, I'll head over in a bit. Great, I'll be waiting for you. I'm heading back to the west wing room in the back courtyard to get ready. Xu Damao laughed twice and walked out quickly. Seeing this, Su Hongyang shook his head and ignored him. He entered the system mall again to look around. There were a bunch of skills and food. He didn't lack food right now, as he still had a lot left from the last exchange. So he turned his eyes toward the skill items. He was actually quite envious of this god-tier medical skill. After all, in the novels from his previous life, this kind of skill was a must-have cheat for any protagonist. It would also be very helpful for his own upward mobility. If he encountered an old cadre with a sudden illness, cough cough, wouldn't a network of connections follow? Another black item card appeared. Su Hongyang was a bit surprised, and looking at one of the products, he couldn't help but blurt out. Among these products, under a colorful light, was an inconspicuous line of small text. Open black lens bracket 1 random black item card. Close black lens bracket. Price, 30,000 emotional value. But this price, it seems a bit more expensive than last time. Has the price gone up? Seeing this, Su Hongyang immediately inquired. System, I remember the last black item card was 20,000. Why has it become 30,000 now? Can you give me a reasonable explanation? As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice sounded. Ding, the price of the product has not increased, and the one refreshed is not the same. There are differences in quality among black item cards, so the prices will also vary. Hearing this, Su Hongyang felt relieved. If the price of items went up every time he leveled up, then what was the point of leveling up? Looking at the god-tier medical skill in front of him, Su Hongyang hesitated for a long time before gritting his teeth and saying, I'll buy it. It's a god-tier skill after all. If he didn't buy it today, what if it wasn't there next time? System, I wanna buy god-tier medical skill. The next moment, with a ding, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations to the host for obtaining god-tier medical skill. A stream of light flew into Su Hongyang's mind, and a vast amount of medical knowledge flooded his brain. Chinese medicine, acupuncture, massage, the 4 diagnostic methods, etc. It also included the yin-yang and 5 elements, the Zhang Fu theory, meridians, qi and blood, and so on. Su Hongyang felt a slight stinging pain in his head, but it quickly disappeared. It took a while for him to react, and as he checked the medical knowledge in his memory, he was instantly satisfied. It seemed this emotional value wasn't spent in vain. With his current medical skills in this era, he might not be peerless in the world, but he estimated that few people could compare. Even those hidden old practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine might be quite a bit inferior to him. Thinking of this, Su Hongyang became even happier. He looked at the time and saw it was getting late. It was time to go to Shu Damao's house for the banquet. Being happy today, he cut half a caddy of pork from his space and took it over for Shu Damao to cook. Carrying the pork, Su Hongyang quickly walked out the door. Many residents saw this half caddy of pork. They kept swallowing their saliva, their eyes fixed on the piece of meat as if staring long enough would make it fly into their mouths. Many people cursed Su Hongyang in their hearts. This kid is eating meat again. Are you even trying to live a normal life? You're eating happily, but we're about to cry from the craving. Looking at the series of emotional value notifications being harvested, Su Hongyang was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected this unexpected surprise. Although the amount per person was small, at least the quantity was large. It seemed he could do this often in the future, but the source of the meat would be hard to explain. He needed to think of a way. Su Hongyang saw Qin Weiru by the washing sink in the middle courtyard. This woman wasn't washing clothes at this time. She seemed to be washing vegetables. Qin Weiru also saw Su Hongyang, and her eyes immediately caught the piece of meat he was carrying. Her pitiful, peach blossom eyes instantly lit up. She hurriedly called out to Su Hongyang, "Brother Hongyang, Brother Hongyang, wait." Su Hongyang stopped and asked in confusion, "Is sister-in-law Qin calling me?" Qin Weiru put on a smile, wiped the water off her hands, and said, "Who else would I be calling? Where are you going, Brother Hongyang?" Su Hongyang lifted the meat in his hand and smiled. "To Shu Damao's house, of course. He's hosting a dinner today." Hearing this, Qin Weiru cursed him as a spendthrift in her heart. "Someone else is hosting a dinner, and you're bringing such a large piece of meat? Brother Hongyang, it's already this late. It's probably too late to prepare this meat now, right? How about this? Leave the meat with Sister Qin. Sister Qin is quick with her hands and can help you cook it quickly. I can send it over to you in a while. It won't delay you guys, right?" Hearing this, Su Hongyang was a bit surprised by how thick-skinned Qin Weiru was. They really are cut from the same cloth. You've certainly learned the essence of Jia Zhongxi. Although he was grumbling internally, he still maintained a polite appearance on the surface and smiled. "How could I do that? Wouldn't that delay your family's time? If your mother-in-law doesn't get to eat, she'll definitely slap you." Qin Weiru emotional value plus 555 inches. Qin Weiru emotional value plus 555 inches. Qin Weiru's face, which was originally full of smiles, suddenly froze. She looked both embarrassed and annoyed. How could this brat mock her so bluntly? Does he have no compassion or moral bottom line? Qin Weiru gritted her teeth and forced a smile. "What are you saying, Brother Hongyang? Would your sister really embezzle your meat?" Su Hongyang immediately shook his head. "Certainly not. I still trust sister-in-law Qin's character. But sister-in-law Qin, can you really win against your mother-in-law? If you can win against your mother-in-law, Jia Zhongxi, then there's no harm in letting you cook this meat." Qin Weiru. Seeing Qin Weiru fall silent, Su Hongyang shook his head. "Sigh, one wrong step leads to eternal regret. Sister-in-law Qin is truly suffering." After saying that, he left directly. Qin Weiru emotional value plus 999. Qin Weiru emotional value plus 999. Whoa, it actually went off the charts. It seems Qin Weiru really agrees with my words in her heart. Su Hongyang grinned and started laughing. At Shu Damao's house, as soon as he entered, Su Hongyang smelled the aroma of meat. The smell was good. It should be stewed hen with mushrooms. Shu Damao was really willing to spend. It was quite interesting. Shu Damao also saw Su Hongyang at the door and immediately walked out, saying happily, "Brother Hongyang is here. Quick, come inside." Su Hongyang nodded. After entering, he held up the meat and said to Shu Damao, "Comrade Damo, let's cook this meat too." Seeing the meat, Shu Damao immediately complained, "Hey, I told you that you didn't need to bring anything. I have plenty of meat and vegetables here. I guarantee you'll eat your fill, brother. In this day and age, how can one visit without bringing something? Alright, Comrade Damo, just hurry up and cook this meat. Let's have a good meal today." Hearing this, Shu Damao didn't say anything more and reached out to take the meat. "Alright then, today I'll let Brother Hongyang have a taste of my cooking." 29. Number 29 Deaf elderly woman visits home. Chapter 29. Deaf old lady comes to the door. Shu Damao got busy again. Su Hongyang sat on a stool and looked around the house. It seemed like only Shu Damao lived here now. For Taiwan novels, look for super smooth. Mr. and Mrs. Shu Fugi of the Shu family must have moved out not long ago, leaving these 3 rooms to Shu Damao. Actually, it couldn't really be counted as 3 rooms. It was just according to traditional planning. In reality, the 3 rooms were connected, and then the west wing room was partitioned into 1 large and 1 small room. Su Hongyang looked at the layout of the room and thought to himself that once he was allocated a house, he would also partition the east wing room in the front yard into 2 rooms. It did feel a bit empty living there now. If it weren't for the fact that houses were currently forbidden to be bought or sold, he might have already bought the east wing room and started renovations. He had so many good things in his system mall. If he just found a way to secretly sell a little on the black market, it would be enough to support him for over half a year. Time passed quickly, and Shu Damao brought 4 dishes and a soup to the table. A clay pot of wild chicken stewed with mushrooms, braised fish, a plate of peanuts, and pig bone soup. The remaining dish was the pork Su Hongyang had just brought over. Shu Damao had stir-fried it with red peppers until it was bright red and fragrant. To be honest, even Su Hongyang felt this meal was very luxurious. In this era, many people still couldn't fill their bellies and had to be very calculating when buying grain. Couldn't he see that most people in this compound looked sallow and thin? In this courtyard, the Shu family's quality of life was considered top tier. With 3 workers in the family, after the projectionist position was handed over to the son, Shu Damao, Mr. and Mrs. Shu Fugi seemed to have gone to work for Lu Bancheng, and Mother Shu was still the Lu family's nanny. Brother Hongyang, things were rushed today, so there's nothing good to host you with. Just make do and eat, Shu Damao said politely to Su Hongyang after setting down the last dish. Su Hongyang smiled. If this is making do, then I won't be able to eat anything else in the future. Shu Damao pulled out a bottle of Fenju and laughed out loud. Haha, then come over to my place to eat whenever you have time. I guarantee I won't let Brother Hongyang down. Hearing this, Su Hongyang shook his head. How could I? Even if I had a mine at home, I wouldn't dare eat like this. Shu Damao was confused. Mine? What mine? Cough, let's not talk about that, drink first. Su Hongyang picked up the bowl that had just been filled with liquor, clinked it, and immediately took a small sip, feeling quite good. Shu Damao also took a sip, smacking his lips as he savored the aroma of the liquor. The 2 of them chatted while eating. Brother Hongyang, as soon as I got back today, I heard about that business between you and Sha Zhu. Say no more, you're the man. As Shu Damao spoke, he excitedly gave a thumbs up. After taking another sip of liquor, he continued. You have no idea how overboard that wicked fellow Sha Zhu goes. It's one thing for him to constantly oppose me in the compound. But at the factory, he actually tries every way to torment people by shaking the ladle at me. Now it's finally settled, it's truly satisfying, haha. Su Hongyang looked at the glowing Shu Damao. He wasn't at all surprised by this reaction. The 2 were rivals in the show. If they didn't find something to fight about every day, they would have nowhere to spend their energy. And then there's the first uncle who's always protecting Sha Zhu. You should have met him by now. Let me tell you, he's just a heartless old bachelor who uses those old moral codes to suppress people all day long. Shu Damao curled his lip in disdain while venting his grievances. Take that matter from a few days ago, for instance. Anyone could see how biased he was toward Sha Zhu. He thinks he's the patriarch of the compound and that everyone has to listen to him. Su Hongyang smiled and didn't speak, continuing to pick at the dishes. This food and drink were all good things. If you, Shu Damao, didn't eat, then I would. Shu Damao suddenly snorted again. And for the sake of the compound's order? He just wants to show off his authority. Brother Hongyang, you'd better stay far away from that old bachelor, or watch out for him plotting against you. Su Hongyang smiled and poured Shu Damao a drink. Alright, let's not talk about him. Let's just eat and drink well. Although he said this on the surface, he was already rolling his eyes at Shu Damao in his heart. Never mind Yi Zhonghai, you're not exactly a saint yourself. In the TV show, after the wind started, Shu Damao was even capable of reporting his own wife, Lu Xiaowei, for the sake of his own future. It was absolutely insane. Is that what a man does? Therefore, he just shook his head at Shu Damao's ranting and said nothing. Just as the 2 were eating to their heart's content, there was a sudden thud, 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 knocking at the door. The sound was somewhat urgent. This sudden knocking made both of them startle. Their movements stopped instantly, and they looked at each other. Through the window on the door, the two could vaguely see three figures standing quietly outside, their silhouettes blurred by the dim light. Xu Damao immediately stood up and walked toward the door. As soon as the door opened, Xu Damao saw Yi Zhonghai and his wife supporting the deaf old lady, standing at the door. So it's the first uncle and the old lady. I wonder what brings you to my place. Xu Damao immediately put on a smile. He didn't dare offend that old bachelor Yi Zhonghai, and he dared even less to offend the ancestor deaf old lady. He could only hope that today's guest feast wouldn't be ruined by them. Yi Zhonghai frowned as he looked at Xu Damao, then glanced around the room before saying, Xu Damao, we're here to see comrade Su Hongyang. Tell him to come out for a moment. Oh, looking for brother Hongyang? Xu Damao's confusion didn't last long. He soon figured it out. Sha Zhu was taken away by the police yesterday, so they were likely here for that today. He simply stepped aside and said to Su Hongyang, who was still feasting inside, Brother Hongyang, first uncle is looking for you. Before Xu Damao could finish his sentence, the three of them, led by Yi Zhonghai, walked into the house. Seeing the table full of oily meat dishes, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva, especially the deaf old lady, who was particularly fond of good food. Suddenly seeing a table full of meat dishes, her eyes went straight. She secretly hated these two bad seeds for not bringing any out to show respect to an elder like her. Seeing Su Hongyang still feasting with his mouth covered in oil, the deaf old lady was infuriated. She poked the floor with her cane and cursed, HMPH, so young yet so selfish, not even showing respect to me, your ancestor. Hearing this, Xu Damao curled his lip, stepped forward, and said, Old lady, how could we not show respect? Didn't we see that you weren't home? HMPH, the deaf old lady glared fiercely at Xu Damao, then fixed her gaze back on Su Hongyang. By this time, Su Hongyang had finally eaten his fill. As soon as he saw the three of them outside, he guessed they might be here for Sha Zhu. He had continued eating on purpose. After all, he wasn't full yet, and it would be a pity if the food got cold while he was delayed. Su Hongyang wiped his mouth twice before looking up and grinning at Yi Zhonghai. So first uncle is here. How is it that at your age, you three have also learned Qin Wairu's tricks? Since you're all here, bring out your large sea bowls, I'll give you some of the leftovers. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 200. First aunt emotional value plus 50. Deaf old lady emotional value plus 300. 30. Number 30 Letter of Understanding? Chapter 30. A Letter of Forgiveness? Xu Damao suppressed a laugh, his face turning red from the effort, as he looked at Su Hongyang with eyes full of admiration. Good grief, truly impressive. Brother Hongyang, you are like a towering, majestic mountain in my heart. In contrast to Xu Damao's respect, the other three were about to explode with rage upon hearing those words. What large sea bowls, what Qin Wairu's routine, what did he take them for? Beggars? He thought he could dismiss them with a few leftovers. No, wait, they hadn't come for leftovers today. They were here for Sha Zhu's sake. Yi Zhonghai suppressed the anger in his heart. He knew now was the time to ask for a favor, so after taking a few deep breaths, he spoke with a serious expression. Comrade Su Hongyang, I believe you can understand Sha Zhu's situation. We all watched Sha Zhu grow up. He's actually just a bit impulsive. He's not actually a bad person. He's currently detained at the police station, but as you know, he still has a younger sister. If something happens to him, his sister will lose her source of livelihood. Could you really bear to let that happen? Hearing this, Su Hongyang's puzzled expression grew even more confused. First uncle, do you think I own the police station? Why are you coming to me with your pleas? Before Yi Zhonghai could speak, the deaf old lady beside him immediately said in a cold voice, Kid, one should be forgiving whenever possible. As long as you write a letter of forgiveness, Sha Zhu's case can be given a lighter sentence. Once Sha Zhu is out, the He family will owe you a favor. We'll all be neighbors in the future. If you insist on driving the He family to a dead end, who in this courtyard will ever want to associate with someone like you? Don't you agree? Hearing this, Su Hongyang thought to himself that this old woman was truly formidable. Although she sounded as if she were considering his best interests, the underlying threat was quite vicious. After thinking for a moment, he said, From what you two are saying, if I write a letter of forgiveness, Sha Zhu can be released? Yi Zhonghai said in a deep voice, It's unlikely he'll be released immediately, but as long as you, the victim, no longer pursue charges, he can at least receive a much lighter sentence. He might only be detained for a short period. Oh. Su Hongyang nodded, then straightened his posture and said with a look of great dissatisfaction, If that's the case, is this the attitude one has when asking for a favor? As a member of the working class, what kind of threats or inducements have I, Su Hongyang, not experienced? You're using this attitude to test the working class? Which member of the working class cannot withstand such a test? Bang, bang, bang. Su Hongyang slammed the table in anger, his gaze suddenly shifting to the deaf old lady. Old lady, there is a serious problem with your ideology. Your attitude while asking for a favor is so atrocious that I, as a member of the working class, must thoroughly condemn such behavior. Deaf old lady emotional value plus 999. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. First ant emotional value plus 500. The deaf old lady trembled with rage. If it weren't for the two people supporting her, she would have collapsed from anger. This little beast was truly too shameless. You then what exactly do you want? Just lay it out plainly. The deaf old lady pointed her cane at Su Hongyang in anger. Yi Zhonghai also gritted his teeth and said hatefully, Comrade Su Hongyang, let's stop with the useless talk. Just say it. What will it take for you to write the letter of forgiveness? Su Hongyang finally nodded in satisfaction and began to stroke his chin in thought. Beside him, Xu Damao's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. Brother Hongyang is indeed someone worthy of my friendship. He's got guts. With him around in the future, would I no longer have to be bullied? Meanwhile, Su Hongyang was contemplating what conditions to set. He didn't lack food or drink. A house? That probably wouldn't work. Houses couldn't be bought or sold privately nowadays. Even if he did get his hands on one, they might use it against him later. As for the rest, the only things that could tempt him were coupons and money, like bicycle, vouchers, radio coupons, and so on. But these coupons were extremely hard to come by. They probably couldn't produce those coupons for the time being. The only thing left was money. He didn't have much in his pockets right now, so if he could get some cash, it would be useful for emergencies. After thinking for a long while, Su Hongyang spoke up. In that case, seeing how sincere you are, fine, since Sha Zhu broke into my home and injured me, you should compensate me for mental distress. How much do you want? Yi Zhonghai asked hurriedly. 1,000 yuan. Su Hongyang unhurriedly held up one finger. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai and the other two were instantly petrified, looking at Su Hongyang with faces full of disbelief. The deaf old lady was so angry she wanted to hit Su Hongyang's head with her cane. You little beast, this is extortion. I'll beat you to death. Yi Zhonghai and First Ant snapped out of it and quickly held her back. Old lady, don't be hasty. Let me handle this. Yi Zhonghai spent a good while soothing the old lady's emotions. Seeing her gradually stabilize, he turned back to Su Hongyang. Comrade Su Hongyang, 1,000 yuan is absolutely impossible. Don't even think about opening your mouth that wide, or we'll just turn around and leave. Su Hongyang was dismissive. Fine, then go ahead and leave. You, Yi Zhonghai glared at him. He had already lowered himself so much, yet the boy still insisted on making things difficult. This young man was simply unreasonable. Seeing this, the deaf old lady took a deep breath, her eyes staring deeply at Su Hongyang as she spoke slowly. Young man, leave a line of leeway in everything so it's easier to meet again in the future. Don't you think that's how it should be? Hearing the deaf old lady's words, Su Hongyang nodded with a sigh. The old lady is right. Those words really hit home for me. But then, his expression shifted as he complained. But you guys should at least make a counter offer. We can sit down and talk properly about the price. Don't be like first uncle, with a head like a block of wood, just saying no and impossible over and over. How am I supposed to negotiate? Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. First ant emotional value plus 100. Deaf old lady emotional value plus 20. PFF. Xu Damao couldn't hold it in and accidentally laughed out loud. This was the first time he'd seen Yi Zhonghai called a blockhead. Hearing the laughter, the three of them immediately glared at Xu Damao. Yi Zhonghai, in particular, wanted to tear this troublemaker Xu Damao into 10,000 pieces to satisfy the hatred in his heart. To think he dared to mock him, the first uncle. Very well, just wait and see how he'd find an opportunity to deal with him later. And this Su Hongyang too. Su Hongyang ignored their thoughts and frowned, slapping the table. Silence, please. This is a serious occasion. Yi Zhonghai snapped back to reality, turned his head, and snorted, 50 yuan at most. Write the letter of forgiveness. Su Hongyang was also momentarily stunned. Wait, I ask you to bargain, but not like that. You just bargained away my bicycle money. Comrade Yi Zhonghai, is this your attitude? If that's the case, there's no need for us to talk about any letter of forgiveness. Let Sha Zhu stay in prison for a few years first, Su Hongyang said coldly. The deaf old lady stepped forward helplessly and said, 200 at most. Su Hongyang's eyes lit up as he turned to the deaf old lady, but he still maintained a dissatisfied look. How is 200 enough? The harm Sha Zhu caused me was mental, the kind that can't be cured. The deaf old lady trembled all over, gritting her teeth. Then 300. Su Hongyang, 800. Deaf old lady, 400. Su Hongyang, 750. Deaf old lady, 500 young man, know when to stop. Su Hongyang, deal. 500 it is. Pay up. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 31. Number 31 500 in hand. Chapter 31. 500 in hand. Deaf old lady's emotional value plus 555. Yi Zhonghai's emotional value plus 300. Watching the emotional value continuously rack up, Su Hongyang was very satisfied. Today was truly a bountiful harvest. It seemed that before long, the good things from those humanoid puppets would appear before him. With this cheat, he wouldn't even be afraid of being investigated after ambushing Yi Zhonghai. How could he have such evil thoughts? No, this wasn't good. The deaf old lady suppressed the anger in her heart and slowly turned her gaze toward Yi Zhonghai. Seeing the deaf old lady's look, Yi Zhonghai was stunned. She wanted him to pay? But this was 500 yuan. His expression changed constantly. Thinking about it, he was running around to save Sha Zhu only because he saw him as his second choice for retirement care. If he had to fork out 500 yuan to save Sha Zhu, it would still hurt his wallet quite a bit. Su Hongyang wasn't surprised to see this. At this time, Yi Zhonghai's primary retirement candidate, Jia Dongshu, hadn't ended up on the wall yet, so naturally, his entire focus was on the Jia family. If Jia Dongshu were dead, perhaps this first uncle would have paid up long ago. The deaf old lady also knew what was on Yi Zhonghai's mind. She sighed helplessly and said to the first aunt, "Go to my bed and bring the box from underneath." Hearing this, the first aunt nodded and went straight out the door. Seeing this, Su Hongyang thought for a moment and said, "Since the old lady is willing to pay, let's sign a letter of intent. Promise that this money is for me to reconcile with Sha Zhu and write a letter of forgiveness. Don't stir up other trouble later." Hearing this, the deaf old lady choked on her breath again and almost fell over. Yi Zhonghai quickly supported her and scolded Su Hongyang. "Su Hongyang, you're insulting the old lady's status. How could we possibly go back on our word?" Su Hongyang curled his lip. How could he not know how insidious the deaf old lady was? In the entire compound, this old lady had the most schemes and tricks. He remembered in the TV series To Scheme Against Lu Xiaoe, she had locked her and Sha Zhu in a room together. The goal of all that was to tie Lu Xiaoe to her side as well. To have a cook and a wealthy but naive Xiaoe serve her in her old age, her heart was truly rotten to the core. Su Hongyang shook his head and said with a smile, "I naturally believe in the old lady's character, but if the origin of this money isn't made clear, what if some childless bastard makes a false report against me later? What would I do then? I'm just trying to save myself some trouble down the line." Yi Zhonghai, deaf old lady. Yi Zhonghai's emotional value plus 999. Yi Zhonghai's liver ached with anger, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. "Damn Su Hongyang, weren't you just calling me out by name?" Su Hongyang ignored their feelings and said to Shu Damao, who was holding back laughter with his shoulders shaking, "Comrade Damo, lend me some paper and a pen. If you have an ink pad, bring that too." "Sure thing, I'll go get them right now," Shu Damao replied with a smile and hurried off to find the items. Before long, the first aunt returned, holding an ancient-looking box in her arms. The deaf old lady took it with both hands, tremblingly opened the box with a key, counted out a stack of big black tens, and placed them on the table. "Su Hongyang, it's your turn. Write the letter of forgiveness and go to the police station immediately to explain the situation." Su Hongyang smiled as he picked up the stack of money from the table. After counting it and confirming it was correct, he said, "Don't be in such a hurry, old lady. You haven't signed the letter of intent yet." Hearing this, the others fell into another silence. Not long after, Shu Damao returned. Su Hongyang immediately began writing. The general content was about the origin of this money. After writing 3 or 4 lines, he pushed it toward the deaf old lady. "Old lady, sign and leave your thumbprint." The deaf old lady gave Su Hongyang a deep look and didn't dawdle, picking up the pen directly. To Su Hongyang's surprise, the old lady actually knew how to write, and her handwriting was quite neat. It seemed she really wasn't simple. Perhaps she came from a wealthy family. After the deaf old lady signed and left her thumbprint, she glared fiercely at Su Hongyang. "All right, your turn. Write it now." Su Hongyang took the letter of intent and looked it over, nodding in satisfaction. He said to the deaf old lady unhurriedly with a smile, "What's the rush? Sha Zhu is just locked up, he hasn't been drowned. Are you going to write it or not?" The deaf old lady trembled all over, shouting in anger. Seeing this, Su Hongyang feared that if he delayed for another 2 minutes, the old lady might actually end up on the floor from anger. So, he stopped dawdling and immediately picked up the pen and paper to write. Before long, a smooth letter of forgiveness was presented, the signing and sealing done in one go. Su Hongyang picked it up, looked at it, and nodded with satisfaction. What a masterpiece. Yi Zhonghai, first aunt, Shu Damao, deaf old lady's emotional value plus 555. Let's go. To the police station, the deaf old lady's cane thudded loudly against the ground. First uncle, old lady, and first aunt, aren't you hungry? Let's eat before we go. Su Hongyang sat back down slowly. He also motioned to Shu Damao, Comrade Damo, keep eating. The food's getting cold. Some people really have no sense, insisting on coming over right at noon. Shu Damao immediately sat down with a grin, his courage seemingly growing. He said directly, exactly insisting on coming at this time. How is this any different from begging for food? Yi Zhonghai's emotional value plus 100. First aunt's emotional value plus 100. Deaf old lady's emotional value plus 200. The first aunt couldn't take it anymore either. She had spent the whole morning supporting the old lady and running around, and hadn't even started cooking yet. She spoke up to persuade them. Old lady, Zhonghai, let's go back for now. You must be hungry. I'll go back and make some food. Hearing this, their stomachs began to growl, so they both nodded. The three of them supported each other and walked out of the West Wing room together. Shu Damao watched the three of them excitedly and finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, this is so interesting, brother Hongyang, you're truly incredible. Shu Damao gave a thumbs up, his eyes shining. Su Hongyang waved his hand. Basic operation, don't be so impressed. Ha ha ha. Although Shu Damao didn't understand what that meant, he was extremely excited just thinking about the expressions on the faces of Yi Zhonghai and the others. The three people outside, who hadn't gone far yet, clenched their fists so hard their nails almost dug into their palms upon hearing the laughter. That damn Shu Damao, what the hell is he laughing at? Just wait until I find an opportunity. I'll deal with you then. Everyone in the compound knew about the commotion at Shu Damao's house, but since it was right at noon and every household was eating, not many people gathered to watch the excitement. Moreover, most smart people knew they were there to beg for a favor. If they went to watch, it wouldn't be worth offending the old lady and the others. Better to just wait and hear the gossip later. 32. Number 32 He Yushui. Chapter 32. He Yushui. In the afternoon, Su Hongyang followed Yi Zhonghai to the police station. This time, the old lady didn't go. Having Yi Zhonghai was enough. The two arrived at the police station and explained the situation. Inside the police station, cases where both parties reached a mutual understanding and dropped charges were not rare. Therefore, when Su Hongyang made this request, the relevant personnel quickly agreed. However, Sha Zhu's situation was different. Although Sha Zhu hadn't caused physical harm to anyone, he had broken into a house to hurt someone, and he had even struck someone in front of the police. These actions broke the law, and he had to bear the corresponding legal responsibility. Based on these two things alone, Sha Zhu could not be released immediately. Nevertheless, the police station gave them a general idea of the potential punishment. Sha Zhu might be detained for 2 months and would have to attend ideological education classes. Yi Zhonghai wasn't too surprised by this outcome. It was already quite good. 2 months would pass quickly, but it might be difficult to explain things to the steel rolling mill. Sha Zhu's situation wasn't something that could be easily brought into the open. However, Yi Zhonghai wasn't too worried in his heart. The old lady would help Sha Zhu handle it. This old lady used to boast to him all the time about how close she was with Director Yang. Now it was time for her to put in some effort. Who told her to crave Sha Zhu's cooking? But this time, Yi Zhonghai also gained a new understanding of the old lady. She really did have some savings. She brought out 500 yuan without even blinking. It seemed he should pay more attention to her in the future. Once the old lady passed away, wouldn't the house and the money belong to him and his wife? Their retirement savings could become even more substantial. The two quickly returned to the compound. Yi Zhonghai didn't say much about Sha Zhu's situation. He would wait for the verdict from the police station to arrive. In the evening, after everyone in the compound finished dinner, they each carried their benches and chairs to the middle courtyard. Yi Zhonghai had mentioned earlier that there would be a front yard meeting. There was bound to be some excitement. In an era with almost no entertainment, watching drama and gossiping were their favorite hobbies. Before long, Yi Zhonghai had 2 youngsters from the courtyard bring out a square table. The 3 uncles each held an enamel mug, taking a sip every now and then. After the 3 uncles took their seats in order, Yi Zhonghai scanned the crowd and shouted, "Is everyone here? Everyone, take a look around." The crowd buzzed with noise. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, "First uncle, Comrade Su Hongyang from the East Wing room in the front yard hasn't arrived yet." Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai frowned. He got a headache just thinking about that little beast. He had to find a way to drive him away as soon as possible. Then send someone to call him. Seeing this, Yan Bugui immediately shouted to Yan Jicheng in the crowd, Jicheng, go call Comrade Xiao Su over. Okay, Yan Jicheng replied helplessly, standing up and heading out. Inside the east wing room of the front yard, Su Hongyang had just finished eating and was checking the system mall. Since he had 2 refresh opportunities, he used them without a second thought. The items inside were more or less the same. Food, tools, and some martial arts manuals for palm techniques, but none of them seemed very useful. To his regret, no black item cards or humanoid puppets appeared this time. But there was no rush for those things. He still had the laughter bug and the vengeful ghost, which should be very useful for obtaining emotional value. While Su Hongyang was lost in thought, he was startled by a series of hurried footsteps and quickly looked toward the door. A voice sounded from outside the door, knock, knock, knock. Is Comrade Su Hongyang there? Come to the middle courtyard. The front yard meeting is about to start. Yan Jicheng's impression of Su Hongyang was actually quite good. The last time he got to eat meat, it was given by this newly moved-in neighbor. And there was that 50 cents. Although his old man, Yan Bugui, had taken 30 cents, he still had 20 cents left. He wanted to make friends with someone so generous. What if there was another errand to run someday? Su Hongyang was stunned for a moment, but he quickly remembered that it was indeed time for the all-courtyard meeting. He wondered what the purpose of this meeting was. Not thinking about it further, Su Hongyang immediately replied, all right, I understand. I'll be right there. With a creak of the door, Su Hongyang stepped out from inside. Looking at Yan Jicheng, who was still standing at the door, he sized up the thin young man and said, let's go. Yan Jicheng nodded. As soon as Su Hongyang arrived at the middle courtyard, he saw a large group of people surrounding a square table in the middle. The 3 uncles were sitting around the table in a triangular formation, looking like high-ranking officials. Su Hongyang secretly rolled his eyes. These 3 loved this kind of bureaucratic display and acting like patriarchs. Lu Heizhong was the worst among them. Sure enough, before he could even find a place to sit, Lu Heizhong looked at Su Hongyang sternly. Comrade Su Hongyang, you're late for your first all-courtyard meeting. I have to criticize you. If everyone in the courtyard were like you, wouldn't things be in chaos? What is this called? This is called being unorganized and undisciplined. Su Hongyang. Just as Su Hongyang was about to say something, Xu Damao, who had been waiting for him in the crowd, spoke up. Second uncle, brother Hongyang only recently moved into the compound and isn't very familiar with the situation here. It's perfectly normal. As you said, this is only the first time. How can you call it unorganized and undisciplined? Lu Heizhong flared up and said to Xu Damao in dissatisfaction, Xu Damao, why are you everywhere? What does my talking to Su Hongyang have to do with you? Seeing the situation, Yan Bugui quickly tried to mediate. All right, we're all from the same courtyard. Why argue over such small things? Everyone is waiting to go back to sleep. Then he said to Su Hongyang, Comrade Xiao Su, find a place to sit, wait for the all-courtyard meeting to begin. Su Hongyang smiled. Understood. Seeing this, Lu Heizhong's face tightened in anger, but he didn't say anything more. In the crowd, Xu Damao immediately waved to Su Hongyang. Brother Hongyang, come sit over here. Hearing this, Su Hongyang walked over and sat down on Xu Damao's bench. Yi Zhonghai, who was watching silently, felt a bit disappointed. This Lu Heizhong was really useless, truly a fool. And this old Yan, why was he speaking up for Su Hongyang? This wouldn't do. He had to unite the people in the courtyard and isolate Su Hongyang. That way, it would be much easier for him to drive away this little beast, Su Hongyang. Although Lu Heizhong was still angry, he was very keen on showing off his authority. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he immediately stood up. Everyone, today's all-courtyard meeting was initiated by first uncle. He has some things he wants to say to everyone. After a bunch of rambling, just as Su Hongyang was starting to find it annoying, he suddenly noticed a girl around 15 or 16 years old in the crowd staring at him with a cold gaze. Su Hongyang was taken aback, a bit confused. He couldn't help but touch his face. Had he become even more handsome? Who was this young girl? Thinking this, Su Hongyang patted Xu Damao's arm and asked in a low voice, Comrade Damo, whose family is that girl from? Hearing this, Xu Damao looked in the direction Su Hongyang was pointing, and his expression couldn't help but turn a bit strange. After a long while, he whispered, that's Shaju's sister, her name is He Yushui. 33. Number 33 Jia Zhongshi's Abacus. Chapter 33. Jia Zhongshi's scheme. Upon hearing this, Su Hongyang suddenly realized, so this was He Yushui. No wonder. I had her only remaining relative thrown in jail. No wonder she was staring at me with that look. In the storyline, ever since their father He Da-ching ran off with the widow, He Yushui, starting from around 6 or 7 years old, had been following He Yuzhu. She was raised by He Yuzhu. At this point, He Yuzhu hadn't started bringing lunchboxes for Qin Wairu yet, nor had he provided much assistance to the Jia family. The bond between the siblings was extremely deep. Now, with this incident happening, it's only natural she despises me. Just as Su Hongyang's thoughts were racing, Yi Zhonghai stood up and said loudly, "There are a few things I need to tell everyone. You all probably know about Sha Ju's situation. It was just a minor conflict, but in a moment of impulsiveness, he ended up in his current predicament. In the future, any households with neighborly disputes should first come to us, the 3 managing elders. We'll help mediate. If that fails, then go to the subdistrict office. Matters within the compound should be resolved within the compound. There's no need for us to call the police. What does it mean to call the police over trivial matters? That's a waste of state resources. Comrade police officers have limited time and energy. We shouldn't add to their burden and harm the interests of other citizens. Isn't that right, everyone?" As he spoke, Yi Zhonghai stared fixedly at Su Hongyang. Su Hongyang inwardly exclaimed, "Wow, where did Yi Zhonghai learn this? He sounds so reasonable, but trying to shift the blame for this incident onto me? That won't fly." He immediately stood up. "First uncle, as a steward elder, can't you first listen to the voices of the people? You can't just give orders while covering your ears. What would that be? Your personal dictatorship?" Yi Zhonghai's face changed slightly but quickly returned to normal. Suppressing his anger, he asked, "Then, Comrade Su Hongyang, what do you have to say?" Su Hongyang, his serious face carrying a hint of a smile, said, "First uncle, before I speak, I need you to understand the difference between a minor matter and a major one. Can something like Sha Zhu breaking into a house and injuring someone be called a minor matter? Does it only become a major issue when you see me lying on the ground with a bloody head? The police themselves said this is a serious criminal offense. How does it become a minor matter when it comes to you?" Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 888. Yi Zhonghai's face was frighteningly gloomy, but he quickly recovered and explained righteously, "Comrade Su Hongyang, that's naturally not what I meant. I just wanted you all to understand what kind of consequences impulsiveness can lead to. Always discuss things with us 3 steward elders first. Turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. That way, you won't end up like Sha Zhu is now." Su Hongyang shook his head indifferently. Just as he was about to speak, He Yushui, who had somehow appeared, walked out. Her eyes rimmed red. She shouted at Su Hongyang, "Su Hongyang, my brother has always been honest and law-abiding. Why did you have to harm him like this?" Su Hongyang was speechless. "What do you mean I harmed him? It was your brother He Yuzhu who wanted to attack me," he said helplessly. "Little girl, listen to what you're saying. What your brother did is called breaking and entering and intentional assault. If he hadn't come looking for trouble with me, would I have called the police? You, my brother, wouldn't look for you without reason. You must have provoked him first." He Yushui still retorted. Su Hongyang shook his head. "I didn't provoke him. Perhaps someone was secretly stirring up trouble, making He Yuzhu come after me." Turning his head towards Yi Zhonghai, he added, "Isn't that right, first uncle? You must help me find out who's trying to harm me, otherwise I'll have to file another report." "You know." Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. "Exactly, I know Sha Ju's character. He would never break in and hurt someone unless he was provoked. Someone must have been bad-mouthing brother Hongyang behind his back." Shu Damao also stepped forward at this moment, speaking with conviction. As soon as he finished speaking, people in the compound began to murmur, the scene becoming noisy and chaotic. Yi Zhonghai was both shocked and furious. Was this matter never going to end? He hurriedly shouted loudly, "Enough, this matter ends here. Now, there's another thing everyone should listen to." The scene gradually quieted down again. Everyone in the compound looked at Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and said slowly, "Now that Sha Zhu is in this situation, we don't know when he'll be back. Yushui is still studying and has no income for now. During this period, whenever she's back on holiday, she can come to my house to eat." As he spoke, he also took out 10 yuan, walked over, and handed it to He Yushui. "Yushui, take this 10 yuan for use at school. If it's not enough, come ask me for more." Instantly, with Yi Zhonghai's action, the looks in the eyes of the people in the compound changed, and they began murmuring again. "First uncle is truly generous. Yes, he's a genuinely good person. First uncle is a real stand-up guy." Seeing this situation, Lu Heizhong and Yan Bugui beside him immediately felt resentful. Yi Zhonghai suddenly pulling this stunt, where did that leave the 2 of them, the other elders? This old Yi, really, why not discuss it beforehand? Lu Heizhong was the most dissatisfied in his heart. How could this be? He couldn't let Yi Zhonghai steal all the spotlight. He immediately stood up, took out 10 yuan from his pocket, walked quickly over, and handed it to He Yushui. Yushui, take this 10 yuan too. From now on, I, Lu Heizhong, am your support. Your second uncle will always be your second uncle. He Yushui was somewhat incredulous. In all her life, this was the first time these elders had shown her such concern. She was instantly deeply moved. Thank you, first uncle. Thank you, second uncle. Yan Bugui, sitting to the side, was now in a real bind. He didn't know whether to stand up or remain seated, his face a mix of conflict. What are you joining in for, old Lu? Couldn't we just sit here together? Do you have to rush to give money? Making him give 10 yuan to help He Yushui was more painful than cutting his own flesh. Seeing Lu Heizhong's hypocritical act, Yi Zhonghai didn't say much more. Helping He Yushui was an idea he had just come up with. Originally, he hadn't planned to care about He Yushui's fate, letting her fend for herself. But what Su Hongyang and Shu Damao said earlier had given him a scare. He quickly thought of a way to cover up the matter. Looking at it now, he had done the right thing. Not only had he won people's hearts, but he had also established his image as a good person. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What's a little money? After an intense internal struggle, Yan Bugui, sitting by the square table, finally slowly rose from his seat, fumbled in his pocket, and eventually took out 1 yuan. He walked to He Yushui's side and said with a smile, Yushui, take this 1 yuan. You know my family's situation, third uncle. Consider it a token of my goodwill. He Yushui nodded silently, moved. Thank you, third uncle. Jia Zhongxi, watching from the crowd, was green with envy. So much money just given to He Yushui? Have you all become so generous? Her mind racing, she sprang up from her stool. She trotted over to Yi Zhonghai and the others and began wailing pitifully. My Jia family is struggling too. We already have no money to buy food. We've been neighbors for many years. Please help my Jia family, old and young alike. 34. Number 34. First day at work. Chapter 34. First day at work. Lu Heizhong and Yan Bugui both frowned as they witnessed this scene. Yi Zhonghai watched thoughtfully. Dongshu's family was indeed about to run out of food. It was fine to let Jia Zhongxi cause a scene first. In a few days, he would find a way to get the compound residents to donate money and grain. By then, he wouldn't have to pay too much of a price. With the people in the courtyard covering for him, wouldn't the problem be solved? Lu Heizhong soon couldn't stand it anymore and quickly scolded, Jia Zhongxi, what are you doing? Get back inside right now. Yan Bugui added, exactly, sister-in-law Jia, don't be unreasonable. Jia Zhongxi didn't care at all when she heard this, and her shouting grew even louder. She plopped down directly onto the ground. Old Jia, open your eyes and look, you left me, this widow, and our son to suffer so much. Ing for good books from Taiwan, go to the complete collection. There's no grain at home, and the people in the courtyard don't care about my family anymore. Come up and take a look. Lu Heizhong's face turned green. This old shrew was truly shameless. He quickly shouted at the couple, Jia Dongshu and Qin Weiru, in the crowd. Jia Dongshu, Qin Weiru, why haven't you two taken your mother back yet? Jia Dongshu shuddered, his face flushed with shame, and he quickly lowered his head and ran to Jia Zhongxi's side. Qin Weiru was much more calculating. She knew exactly what the situation was at home. If they didn't find a way, they really would go hungry. She immediately cooperated with Jia Zhongxi, her eyes filling with tears. Sobbing and crying, she walked toward Jia Zhongxi. To be able to eat, what did a little dignity matter? Jia Dongshu reached Jia Zhongxi's side and pulled her arm, trying to get his mother up, but their physiques were worlds apart. With Jia Zhongxi's obese build, Jia Dongshu couldn't move her at all. Jia Dongshu said helplessly, Mom, what are you doing? Let's go home. Qin Weiru also came over and knelt beside Jia Zhongxi, crying, Mom, get up first, the people in the courtyard definitely won't ignore us. Jia Zhongxi ignored them and slapped her thighs. Old Jia, my life is so bitter, people are going to starve to death at home and no one will lend a hand. Come up and take a look. The people in the courtyard watched this scene. Some frowned, while others looked on as if watching a play. But regardless, Jia Zhongxi was certainly thick-skinned enough, throwing a tantrum at the drop of a hat. With someone like this in the compound, don't expect to have any good days. Su Hongyang also watched the scene with curiosity. The undead summoner, Jia Zhongxi, really had style. With this expression and these movements, she portrayed a shrewish, resentful woman to perfection. Beside him, Shu Damao sneered, this Jia Zhongxi only knows how to cause trouble. Why didn't old Jia take her with him back then? Su Hongyang shook his head with a smile. Finally, Yi Zhonghai, who had been silent on the side, stood up and walked out after observing the reactions of the surrounding residents. He came to Jia Zhongxi and said, "All right, old sister-in-law, get up. Dongshu is my apprentice. How could I let you all starve? How about this? Take these 10 yuan for the emergency first, and I'll think of something else later." As he spoke, Yi Zhonghai took another 10 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Jia Zhongxi. Jia Dongshu was instantly moved and said quickly, "Master, how can we do this? We've already borrowed so much money from you, we can't trouble you anymore." Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai felt very gratified. Taking this apprentice wasn't in vain, as he knew how to look out for his master. A smile appeared on Yi Zhonghai's face. "It's all right, Dongshu. Given your family's situation, just take it for now. You have to fill your stomach to endure, and life will eventually get better." Jia Dongshu, "This, Dongshu, your master is right. Don't you know our family's situation? Why are you being polite with your master?" Jia Zhongxi snatched the big black 10 and stuffed it into her pocket with a look of joy. Yi Zhonghai glanced at Jia Zhongxi with a frown, sighing in his heart about how much better it would be if the Jia family didn't have her. If it were just Dongshu and Wairu's family, his future retirement life would likely be even better. However, that was just a fantasy. This Jia Zhongxi could not only eat, but she could also run and jump. Her constitution wasn't even worse than his as a fitter. He sighed, then shouted to everyone, "All right, that's all for now. Everyone go back. You have to work tomorrow." There were originally a few small matters, but after Jia Zhongxi's scene, he felt it didn't matter whether he spoke or not, and it was getting late. He would wait for another opportunity. Hearing Yi Zhonghai's words, the crowd stood up, each taking their stools and chairs, and slowly dispersed in different directions. As they walked, they whispered to each other, constantly praising Yi Zhonghai's generosity. "Elder Yi is truly a good man. He just helped Yushui, and now he's donating to the Jia family. Yeah, he's worthy of being our compound's first uncle. He really has class." However, among the crowd, some clever people had another view of Yi Zhonghai's behavior. They had been neighbors for so many years. Who didn't know who? Yi Zhonghai was just a hypocrite draped in a cloak of morality. He would never do anything that didn't benefit him. Anyone with a bit of sense knew that as long as there was a conflict between the compound residents and the Jia family or He Yuzhu, Yi Zhonghai would always side with the Jia family and Sha Zhu. The seat of the steward elder was often sat upon crookedly. Over the years, Jia Zhongxi had done plenty of petty thievery and extortion in the courtyard. Every time something happened, Yi Zhonghai would settle it. Even if they were taken advantage of, they only endured it for Yi Zhonghai's sake. Yi Zhonghai had always favored these two families. His motives were practically written on his face. So regarding today's matter, some people felt something was off, but they couldn't quite put their finger on what the problem was. Su Hongyang took a deep look back at Yi Zhonghai. He had naturally heard the crowd's discussions and could only sigh. No one who came from the old society was simple. With the status of a liaison officer and a 7th grade fitter, he could build such great prestige in this courtyard. In this regard, Lu Heizhong and Yan Bugui couldn't catch up even if they flattered him to death. Jia Zhongxi, who was sitting on the ground, also patted her buttocks and stood up, being supported back by Qin Wairu. Yi Zhonghai watched this scene with satisfaction, took a sip from his enamel mug, and went back to his room contentedly. Early the next morning, Su Hongyang put on his clothes, took his rinsing cup, and walked toward the middle courtyard. Today was his first day at work. Having been here for so long, he was finally going to integrate into the factory life of the 1950s. Originally, with the system's existence, it didn't matter whether he went or not. He could fill his stomach either way. But in this era, not working was the biggest problem. If you didn't work, how could you afford to buy grain or meat? Otherwise, there would definitely be a problem. You'd be either a spy or a thief. So, at the very least, he had to give himself the status of the working class. Su Hongyang went back to the east wing room, cooked some porridge, put in 2 sweet potatoes, and went out after finishing it happily. Not far after leaving the compound, he saw several familiar figures ahead and quickly caught up. "Oh, everyone's here, let's walk together." Su Hongyang greeted them with a smile. Yi Zhonghai emotional value +50. Just after greeting them, Su Hongyang received this information entry in his mind and looked at Yi Zhonghai in surprise. He hadn't even teased this old guy. Why did he generate emotional value for no reason? 35. Number 35. I'll break the pot for you. Chapter 35. I'll smash the funeral basin for you. Lu Heizhong, with his hands behind his back, turned and teased Su Hongyang. "Comrade Su Hongyang, today is your first day of work. How could you wake up so late?" Su Hongyang blinked and exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, is it very late?" Lu Heizhong glanced at the panicked Su Hongyang and said with a smile, "Of course. You're almost late. If an apprentice worker like you is late, you'll definitely get a scolding, and maybe even a pay cut. Yi Zhonghai also began to laugh. Old Lu is right. The rules and regulations at our steel rolling mill are very strict. Upon hearing this, Su Hongyang immediately slapped his thigh with a look of panic. Then why are you all just strolling here? Everyone, quick, run with me as members of the working class. We can't be lazy or slack off. As he spoke, he began jogging in place. The others watched this scene with wide grins. Yi Zhonghai and Jia Dongshu, in particular, felt quite vindicated seeing Su Hongyang's panicked state. Su Hongyang turned his head and saw that the others hadn't followed, so he immediately turned back. Everyone, start running if we're late and get publicly criticized. It'll be a real problem. As he spoke, his eyes fixed on Yi Zhonghai, who was standing aside watching the joke. He immediately lunged forward, grabbing Yi Zhonghai's arm with a grip like a vice and charging ahead. Suddenly being pulled by Su Hongyang, Yi Zhonghai nearly stumbled and fell, and his arm throbbed with pain from the grip. Yi Zhonghai gasped in pain and quickly shouted, "Su Hongyang, let go of me." Su Hongyang grinned and said, "First uncle, just bear with it for now. I guarantee I'll get you to the steel rolling mill before work starts. As a 7th grade worker, you're a pillar of the factory. How can you be late?" Yi Zhonghai tried to resist, but he hadn't expected Su Hongyang to have such incredible strength. He was practically hoisted up and dragged forward. Yi Zhonghai's face turned completely dark. After cursing him as a lunatic in his mind, he could only say in a gentle tone, "Comrade Su Hongyang, actually, we still have plenty of time. There's no need to be in such a hurry." Su Hongyang frowned, looking skeptical. Is that so? At this point, Lu Heizhong, Jia Dongshu, and the others finally caught up. Jia Dongshu was even carrying a shoe in his hand. "Master, your shoe fell off." Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 888. Lu Heizhong was panting like a bull. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and then spoke to Su Hongyang in a lecturing tone. "Comrade Su Hongyang, this is the first uncle of the courtyard. How can you treat an elder so rudely? If he were to trip or fall, wouldn't old Yi have to suffer for it?" Su Hongyang smiled and waved his hand. "Don't worry about that, second uncle. I know a bit of medicine. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. At the very worst, I'll wear mourning clothes and smash the funeral basin for you, first uncle." As he said this, he looked at Yi Zhonghai with a face full of sincerity. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 100. Yi Zhonghai's face was ashen. With things put that way, was he supposed to just die? Lu Heizhong let out a snort, nearly bursting into laughter. This comrade Xiao Su was truly interesting. However, if he really could torment Yi Zhonghai to death, then he'd consider him impressive. Unconsciously, a strange sense of anticipation rose in Lu Heizhong's heart. Jia Dongshu, meanwhile, knit his brows tightly, his face showing displeasure. "Comrade Su Hongyang, what do you mean by that? Even if someone were to wear mourning clothes, it should be me, his apprentice, who does it. Since when is it your turn?" Su Hongyang listened to Jia Dongshu's rebuttal and fell silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. You have a point." Su Hongyang nodded with some disappointment, but then he made a request. "However, the smashing of the basin must be done by me. After all, first uncle is the first patient I've treated. I have special feelings for him. I don't want him to die with his eyes open. So, I must personally perform the basin smashing ceremony." Jia Dongshu instantly felt something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint the problem. He wanted to argue back again. Right then, a roar suddenly erupted from beside them. "Both of you, shut up." Yi Zhonghai was trembling all over, his eyes red as he glared at Su Hongyang and Jia Dongshu like an enraged lion. Jia Dongshu's expression changed, and he immediately felt afraid, quickly lowering his head. Su Hongyang picked his ear and said in disbelief, "Good heavens, such vigorous blood and a powerful voice. Don't worry, first uncle, you won't die just yet." Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Ding ling ling ding ling, ding ling. Just then, the sound of a bicycle bell rang out from behind. Several people turned to look. "Yo, all you folks are here. Hey, brother Hongyang is here too." Shu Damao, who was riding the bicycle, called out in surprise. Su Hongyang nodded with a smile. "Comrade Damao, you're certainly living the life. You're riding that bike quite smoothly." Shu Damao gave a modest smile and waved his hand nonchalantly. "Hey, it's nothing. Brother Hongyang is a talented young man. You'll surely become a pillar of the steel rolling mill in the future. A mere bicycle will be nothing to you." Su Hongyang scratched his head. "Oh, stop it, hee. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 300. Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 100. Lu Heizhong emotional value plus 100. Shu Damao looked around and felt the atmosphere was a bit off, so he immediately said, "Brother Hongyang, do you want to hop on and try it?" I'll give you a lift to the steel rolling mill. Su Hongyang's eyes lit up. Since Brother Damiao has offered, I won't be polite. It's a small thing, hop on. Shu Damao smiled. Su Hongyang happily jumped onto the bicycle and said to Yi Zhonghai and the others, I'll head off with Brother Damiao first. First uncle, you guys better not be late, or I'll report it to the factory director. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 555. Lu Heizhong emotional value plus 100. Tian Dajuang emotional value plus 50. Lunatic. Yi Zhonghai stared intently at the receding figures of Su Hongyang and Shu Damao and spat on the ground. Jia Dongshu stood there somewhat awkwardly and whispered, Master, are you alright? Seeing this, Yi Zhonghai tried to suppress the anger in his heart and forced a smile. I'm fine. Dongshu, I wasn't angry at you just now. Don't take it to heart. Jia Dongshu shook his head repeatedly. I don't blame you, Master. Lu Heizhong and the others looked at the pair of master and apprentice and all rolled their eyes upon arriving at the steel rolling mill. The two groups went their separate ways. Su Hongyang went straight to the 7th workshop to report to Director Guo. Director Guo was a middle-aged man in his 40s, tall and thin, with a shrewd and capable look. One could only say his temperament truly befitted a workshop director. Su Hongyang went up to greet him, and Director Guo immediately turned around. Is it Comrade Su Hongyang? Good lad, you've finally come to work. Is everything settled at home? Su Hongyang smiled and said, Yes, as a member of the working class. Building the country is my primary duty. I couldn't delay for too long. Upon hearing this, Director Guo nodded in satisfaction. Good, that's the right attitude. With this level of awareness, you're truly worthy of being Section Chief Li's nephew. Since you're here, I'll find an experienced master for you to follow and learn from. Su Hongyang naturally had no objection. Sure, I'll follow your arrangements, Director Guo. Director Guo took Su Hongyang for a walk around the workshop, looking to see which experienced master would be suitable to take on a student. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. Su Hongyang, what are you doing here? Su Hongyang turned around and saw. Hey, weren't those Yi Zhonghai and his apprentice? 36. Number 36 Threatening Yi Zhonghai. Chapter 36, Threatening Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai looked at Su Hongyang in front of him with a bit of disbelief. He hadn't expected this difficult little beast to appear in his workshop. Could Su Hongyang's job have been arranged here? Su Hongyang seemed to see through Yi Zhonghai's thoughts and nodded with a smile. Master Yi, you're not mistaken. From today onwards, we are in the same workshop. Please give me your guidance. As he spoke, he stepped forward, gripped Yi Zhonghai's hand tightly, and shook it up and down. Oh, you two know each other? Director Guo was a bit surprised. Su Hongyang turned to explain. Director Guo, you might not believe it, but Master Yi Zhonghai and I are from the same compound. We're even neighbors. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Director Guo's face, and he immediately nodded. Isn't that perfect? Comrade Hongyang, you'll start learning from Master Yi today. Master Yi is one of the few 7th grade fitters in the steel rolling mill. He has real skill. Seeing this, Su Hongyang didn't refuse and gave a chuckle. Alright, I'll listen to Director Guo. After saying that, he turned back to Yi Zhonghai. Master Yi, I'll be learning from you from now on. Don't worry, I'm very smart and learn quickly. Yi Zhonghai looked at everything in a daze, understanding the situation within a few sentences. So, this Su Hongyang would be learning skills from him in the future? Yi Zhonghai suddenly became excited. In that case, wouldn't there be plenty of opportunities to deal with this little beast? Learn quickly? I'll let you learn it in a dog's belly. You still want to learn skills? Su Hongyang took note of Yi Zhonghai's expression and knew what he was planning, but Su Hongyang didn't care at all. It wasn't certain who would be dealing with whom. After all, he agreed to learn from Yi Zhonghai just to farm his emotional value. Otherwise, if he couldn't farm emotional value all day, it would be a huge loss. As for things like respecting the teacher and the way, there was no need to pay them any mind. He hadn't kowtowed or served tea, so he wasn't considered his apprentice. In this era, taking an apprentice was a very formal matter, with a strong belief that a teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime. Therefore, although Su Hongyang worked under Yi Zhonghai, they weren't master and apprentice, and this kind of relationship was common in the steel rolling mill. Apprentice workers usually learned some basics from old masters. If an old master found someone suitable and took them as an apprentice, only then would they slowly teach real skills. As for whether he could learn real skills, Su Hongyang wasn't worried. He had the system. He didn't believe that fitter skills wouldn't be in the system mall. Alright, Master Yi, I'm leaving Comrade Su Hongyang in your hands. Guide him well. Director Guo instructed Yi Zhonghai accordingly. Yi Zhonghai restrained his expression and said solemnly, Rest assured, Director Guo. I will teach Comrade Su Hongyang without reservation. After all, we are from the same compound. Director Guo nodded in satisfaction, gave Su Hongyang a few more instructions, and then went off to attend to other matters. Seeing that no one else was around, Yi Zhonghai chuckled sinisterly, his eyes gleaming as he said, Su Hongyang, come with me, I'll teach you to recognize the tools first. Su Hongyang also laughed, stepped forward, pushed Jia Dongshu aside, and said to Yi Zhonghai, Master Yi, you're really too polite. Just call me Hongyang. Yi Zhonghai gave an oh, his expression turning solemn. What did you just call me? Master Yi, Su Hongyang said as if it were obvious. Jia Dongshu, who had just been pushed aside, immediately jumped out and pointed at Su Hongyang, saying arrogantly, Su Hongyang, how dare you not call him master? My master won't take in someone like you who doesn't respect the teacher in the way. Yi Zhonghai also lifted his head and nodded in silent agreement. Hearing this, Su Hongyang's lip twitched. Master? Who wants to take you as a master? Master Yi, we've only known each other for a few days. Are you in such a hurry to take me as an apprentice? No trials or tests. That's far too hasty. I don't want such an impulsive and hasty master. Su Hongyang turned his head away with a look of disdain. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 300. Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 100. Yi Zhonghai's face darkened, and he scolded in a low voice, Su Hongyang, can you be a bit more normal? This is the steel rolling mill, not the compound. Su Hongyang frowned. Master Yi, what do you mean by that? Trying to use the compound's ways to suppress me? Believe it or not, I'll turn around and report you. Trying to act like a feudal patriarch in the steel rolling mill? You're really something. Jia Dongshu was furious and shouted angrily, Su Hongyang, is there something wrong with your head? Is it that hard to call him master? The commotion here wasn't very loud at first, but after Jia Dongshu's shout, a dozen or so gazes looked over. Su Hongyang remained unmoved and frowned at Jia Dongshu. I say, little comrade, do you have any manners? I'm discussing important matters with your master right now. What are you shouting for? Are you jealous because Master Yi wants to take me as an apprentice? Are you envious of my talent? PFF'd. Jia Dongshu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He staggered a few steps and quickly leaned against a nearby wall. Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 888. Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 666. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 500. Alright, enough. Since you're unwilling to take me as your master, so be it. I will still teach you what needs to be taught, but you'd better behave yourself from now on. Yi Zhonghai was fuming with rage, but he still compromised. Su Hongyang smiled. Wouldn't it have been better to say that earlier? But let me give you a fair warning, Yi Zhonghai. If you can arrange my work reasonably, then fine, but if anything exceeds the limits, I will refuse. If you go too far, I will report you according to the factory regulations. Director Guo arranged for you to guide me. If you fail to fulfill your duty of mentorship, I will also report it to the leadership. Yi Zhonghai looked at Su Hongyang in disbelief. You. Su Hongyang stepped forward, patted Yi Zhonghai's shoulder, and grinned. Alright, Master Yi, take me over to recognize the tools. Yi Zhonghai regretted it a little. What kind of task had he taken on? Not only had he failed to teach anyone a lesson, but now he was being threatened by Su Hongyang. If he had known, he wouldn't have agreed to Director Guo's request. Yi Zhonghai seemed much more tired. He walked silently to the machine, ready to start work. Jia Dongshu had also mostly recovered and went to another machine, but his eyes were still glaring viciously at Su Hongyang, wishing he could tear him into pieces. Yi Zhonghai didn't pull any tricks afterward, likely because he hadn't thought of a good way to deal with Su Hongyang yet. It was just that Yi Zhonghai's teaching attitude was somewhat lukewarm. After teaching him once, he left Su Hongyang to figure things out on his own. Su Hongyang didn't mind this situation. As long as he was being taught, it was fine. During breaks, Su Hongyang would sometimes open the system mall to check the items inside. 40 items were refreshed every day. He didn't believe that fitter skills wouldn't show up. But the situation left Su Hongyang a bit disappointed. There were plenty of food items, a few item cards, and even things like martial arts, but no fitter skills. To Su Hongyang's surprise, the humanoid puppet appeared again, but he was still a bit short on emotional value. He estimated that if he put in some effort tonight, he should be able to buy it. He had been longing for this humanoid puppet for a long time and hoped it wouldn't disappoint him tonight. 37. Number 37. The Rumors of Silly Pillar. Chapter 37. Shaju's Rumors. At noon, when it was time to clock out, Yi Zhonghai and Jia Dongshu left immediately, not giving Su Hongyang even a glance. Su Hongyang didn't say much and could only follow the crowd. The cafeteria wasn't far, just a few minutes walk away. The food at the steel rolling mill was quite varied, with shredded potatoes, spicy cabbage, stir-fried eggs with green onions, and so on. Although there were no meat dishes, at least it was filling, and the stir-fried eggs could be considered half a meat dish. This was worlds apart compared to the countryside. In the countryside, let alone dishes, being able to fill one's belly was something to be grateful for. Su Hongyang got a portion of stir-fried eggs and shredded potatoes, along with 2 large steamed buns, then found a remote spot to start eating. The taste was alright. Compared to the food in his previous life, it lacked some seasoning, but the original, natural flavor wasn't bad either. Just as Su Hongyang was enjoying his meal, a voice suddenly came from the neighboring table. "Hey, have you heard? That Sha Zhu from the 3rd cafeteria was taken to the police station." "I heard about that. They said he got into a fight with someone." "What fight?" "I heard Sha Zhu broke into a widow's house with ill intent and was arrested for that." "Is that so? Tell me more quickly." "Su Hongyang, what happened last night has already spread everywhere by this noon. Is the information transmission capability of people in this era really this strong?" Su Hongyang was a bit surprised, but he knew without thinking that this must be related to Shu Damao. Only Shu Damao would spread such rumors about Sha Zhu. "I have to say, this Shu Damao is quite a character." Shaking his head, he didn't bother with it further. Since it had nothing to do with him, he continued eating his steamed bun. Inside another cafeteria, Yi Zhonghai and Jia Dongshu were also eating and naturally heard the rumors about Sha Zhu, but neither of them showed much of a reaction. Only a trace of worry flashed in Yi Zhonghai's eyes. At this moment, Jia Dongshu looked up and asked, "Master, what do you plan to do about that Su Hongyang?" Yi Zhonghai sighed and shook his head slightly. "That kid isn't easy to deal with. We'll just have to find an opportunity to settle scores with him later. Don't go looking for trouble with him for now. He has practiced martial arts. You're no match for him." Jia Dongshu nodded unwillingly. It was true, even Sha Zhu had been slapped unconscious, so he was even less of a match. But thinking about Su Hongyang's sarcasm towards him these past few days, he had a belly full of anger with nowhere to vent, so he took a huge bite out of his steamed bun. Yi Zhonghai frowned in deep thought. He didn't know why, but this kid Su Hongyang seemed like his nemesis, causing him to suffer setbacks repeatedly. Every time he thought he found an opportunity to easily deal with the kid, he was always blocked by the kid's words, leaving him unable to act. Just like today, as a veteran 7th grade fitter, he thought he could teach him a good lesson, but instead, he was threatened by him. It was simply a disgrace for Yi Zhonghai. He sighed inwardly, only able to say that Su Hongyang was very slippery. Yi Zhonghai suddenly lost his appetite. He packed up his unfinished food and stood up. Jia Dongshu was startled. "Master, you're not eating anymore?" Yi Zhonghai shook his head. "No more. I'm going to Director Yang's office to ask about Sha Zhu's situation." Oh, in the afternoon, the sun gradually dipped toward the west. Time passed quickly, and the day slipped away silently. In the blink of an eye, it was time to clock out. Today was quite fulfilling for Su Hongyang. During this time, Yi Zhonghai hadn't come to cause him any trouble, treating him just like any other worker. However, this made Su Hongyang a bit uncomfortable. "If you don't come to cause me trouble, how am I supposed to get emotional value? How can I buy a humanoid puppet? How can I make progress? Master Yi, work is over, so I'll be heading back first. Goodbye." Su Hongyang greeted Yi Zhonghai. Seeing Su Hongyang about to leave, Yi Zhonghai hurriedly said, "Wait, you still need to." Hearing Yi Zhonghai's words, Su Hongyang quickened his pace. Following the crowd of workers leaving work, he vanished after a few turns. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 100. Jia Dongshu saw the situation and walked over. "Master, what's wrong?" "Help clean up his workstation." Jia Dongshu, having just left the workshop, Su Hongyang headed straight for the security section. Today was his first day of work. Shouldn't he go check on his eldest uncle? At least go and say hello. Upon arriving at the security section, he was stopped by a staff member. "Comrade, what is your name, and what are you doing here at the security section?" "Oh, my name is Su Hongyang. I'm a worker from the 7th workshop. I'm here to see Section Chief Li Wyman." "Is he in his office?" Su Hongyang explained. "Wait a moment," the staff member said and turned to go inside. Not long after, the person came out and said to Su Hongyang, "Comrade Su Hongyang, Section Chief Li is inside and asks you to come in." "Thanks, comrade," Su Hongyang said with a smile and walked in. There weren't many people in the security section office, likely because it was after work. Su Hongyang went straight into the section chief's office and found that his eldest uncle was still busy. "Uncle, still busy?" Li Wyman looked up and immediately smiled. You kid, what made you think of coming over? How was your first day of work? Su Hongyang immediately nodded in response. It was quite good. My fellow workers are very nice and the work feels solid. That's good. The factory is different from your Sujia village. You need to observe more and learn more on your own. Li Wyman nodded with satisfaction. Su Hongyang's expression turned serious. Uncle, don't worry about that. I definitely won't let you down. Seeing Su Hongyang's attitude, Li Wyman felt relieved, but he still added, yes, you also need to be quick-witted. Build good relationships with the veteran masters. When the relationship is good, they will be willing to teach you the skills. When the time is right, find a veteran master to apprentice under and take the fitter grade assessment. That way, your salary can gradually increase. Su Hongyang listened silently while Li Wyman tirelessly shared his experience. They went back and forth, and time passed quickly. Seeing it was getting late, Li Wyman said, "Alright, that's enough for today. Come to my place for dinner tonight. Little Magnolia has mentioned you to me several times." Hearing this, Su Hongyang immediately thought of that little girl and smiled knowingly, but after thinking it over, he shook his head. "Uncle, I won't go over today. I'll visit on a day off." "Fine, as you wish." Su Hongyang hesitated for a moment, reached into his clothes, and took out several packs of spicy strips from his system space. "Uncle, give these to little Magnolia." Li Wyman took them and couldn't help but say, "So the food little Magnolia ate last time came from you. Where did this come from? It seems to have quite a lot of oil." Su Hongyang's eyes darted around as he made up an excuse. It was a person from Hong Kong looking for relatives on the mainland. I helped him with a small favor, and he gave me these. Oh, Su Hongyang took out a few more packs from his clothes and handed them to Li Wyman. "Uncle, the taste is quite good. You should try it too. Next time I come over, I'll bring more." "Alright, I won't stand on ceremony with you then." Last time he saw his daughter eating them, he had taken a bit to taste. The flavor was indeed excellent, very fragrant and quite spicy. Most importantly, it was very oily. Since it was from his nephew, how could he refuse? 38. Number 38. The Old Woman Who Pretended to be Deaf and Mute. Chapter 38. Playing Deaf and Mute, Deaf Old Lady. After the two chatted for a few more moments, Su Hongyang left the security section and headed back to the Saheyuan. If he didn't head back soon, it would be dark. Li Wyman had originally wanted to give Su Hongyang a ride on his bicycle for a stretch, but Su Hongyang declined, as it wasn't on the way. It wouldn't be good to delay his eldest uncle's return home. Besides, Saheyuan number 95 wasn't too far from the steel rolling mill. Open black lens bracket. Writing to this point, I hope readers remember our domain name. For Taiwan novels, go to Taiwan Novel Network, twcon.com. Read as you wish. Close black lens bracket. Inside the Saheyuan, as soon as Su Hongyang returned, he felt the atmosphere was a bit off. Yan Bugui was watering flowers in the courtyard, but his eyes were evasive when he looked at Su Hongyang. This made Su Hongyang a bit surprised. With Yan Bugi's usual personality, he would at least greet him no matter what, but now he didn't say a word and even avoided him. What was this about? Su Hongyang shook his head indifferently, not thinking too much about it, and walked straight toward the East Wing room. After just a few steps, Su Hongyang was shocked to find that the glass of the East Wing room was shattered all over the ground and the entire window was completely empty. This was someone had smashed his house windows. In an instant, he understood everything. He immediately turned around and shouted angrily toward the courtyard, "Which bastard did this? Come out and face me." With a crash, the voice was incredibly loud, echoing throughout the entire Saheyuan. Deaf Old Lady emotional value plus 200. Looking at the notification that suddenly appeared in his mind, Su Hongyang didn't need to think twice. He immediately realized that the glass was most likely smashed by that deaf old lady from the back courtyard. Otherwise, why would only she generate emotional value when he cursed? But why would she smash his glass? Was she still sulking over those 500 yuan? Su Hongyang's face turned cold. What a piece of work, that deaf old lady, insisting on making things difficult for him. After pondering for a while, he returned to the courtyard. Walking toward Yan Bugui, Su Hongyang immediately put on a smile. "Third uncle, watering the flowers again?" Yan Bugui looked up. Seeing Su Hongyang's state, he didn't know what to say. "Your windows were smashed, and you can still smile?" Yan Bugui forced a smile, but his expression was very stiff. "Shao Su, you're back so early." Su Hongyang sighed. "If I didn't come back soon, there would be no place for me in this courtyard anymore." Yan Bugui felt a bit flustered. It's no use telling me, although he was the third uncle of the front yard, he really couldn't afford to offend that old ancestor in the back courtyard. She was in her 70s or 80s, her body couldn't be hit, and she couldn't be scolded. If she got agitated and lay down on the ground, even if you were in the right, you'd become the one in the wrong. So, if he could avoid provoking her, he absolutely would. Third uncle, you're the steward elder of the front yard. Aren't you going to do something about this? Su Hongyang said with a grin. Yan Bugui put down his things and looked around. Currently, every household was busy cooking, so not many people had come out to watch the excitement in the front yard for the moment. Perhaps because both the deaf old lady and Su Hongyang were not to be trifled with, most people didn't want to get involved. Yan Bugui simply said directly, Comrade Xiao Su, your glass was smashed by that old lady from the back courtyard. Even if I wanted to manage it, I can't. That old lady is under the jurisdiction of the second uncle in the back courtyard. Why don't you go to the back courtyard and find old Lu? Seeing Yan Bugui shirk responsibility, Su Hongyang didn't say anything more. This old Yan the Stingy's personality was just like that. You couldn't drive him away if there was an advantage to be gained. But once his own interests were affected, he would hide far away. Then does third uncle know why that old lady smashed my windows? Su Hongyang asked again. Yan Bugui nodded immediately. Yes, I did hear some things. I heard news from the police station that Xia Zhu is going to be sentenced to 2 months of labor reform. The old lady probably couldn't swallow her anger, so she ran over to smash your glass. So that's how it is. Su Hongyang realized. Alright, thanks, third uncle. I'll treat you to a drink some other day. After saying that, Su Hongyang turned and went to the back courtyard. Hearing this, Yan Bugui's eyes immediately lit up, and he hurriedly called out to Su Hongyang's retreating figure, Comrade Xiao Su, give me a specific time. In the back courtyard, Su Hongyang didn't care about all that and went straight to the deaf old lady's house, immediately knocking on the door. An old voice came from inside. Who is it? After a while, the door opened with a creak. The deaf old lady slowly walked out from the inner room. Seeing Su Hongyang standing at the door, the wrinkles on her face deepened. Seeing this, Su Hongyang put on a smile and said directly, Old lady, my windows were smashed. Was it you? Hearing this, the old lady's eyes darted around, and she immediately put on a confused expression, as if she didn't understand what Su Hongyang was saying. She blinked her eyes, looked at Su Hongyang, and muttered, What? Glass? Oh, my glass is all perfectly installed on the windows, young man, don't you worry. Hearing the old lady's answer, the corner of Su Hongyang's mouth couldn't help but twitch. His eyes narrowed slightly. After taking a deep breath, he patiently spoke again, Old lady, I wasn't talking about your glass. I was asking if you smashed mine? The old lady tilted her head back, seemingly trying hard to listen to Su Hongyang, then said to herself, Eat meat? Oh, good, good, good. You're quite a filial young man, knowing to give this old lady meat to eat. I guess you still have a bit of a conscience. The old lady grinned with her remaining 3 teeth, revealing a satisfied smile. Fuck. Su Hongyang rolled his eyes wildly. This old lady was playing this game with him. Fine, playing deaf and mute, are we? In a few days, I'll make you truly deaf. He had the god-tier medical skill. Making someone deaf would be a piece of cake. Since she brought this on herself, he wouldn't be polite. Fine, since the old lady says so, I won't pursue this for now. But I'd like to advise you, if you do too many wicked things, retribution will come. After saying that, Su Hongyang turned and left. Deaf old lady emotional value plus 888. Deaf old lady emotional value plus 555. The deaf old lady stared venomously at Su Hongyang's back, constantly muttering curses. Damned little beast, sooner or later, I'll make you spit out everything you've swallowed. At this moment, first aunt came over carrying a bowl and chopsticks. She naturally saw Su Hongyang's retreating back and couldn't help but ask out of concern. Old lady, he didn't give you a hard time just now, did he? The deaf old lady gave a disdainful smile. Him? Hey, he doesn't have the guts. Hearing this, first aunt felt relieved. She set the bowl and chopsticks aside and helped the old lady into the house. On the other side, as Su Hongyang walked, he thought about how to make the deaf old lady pay compensation. Just a few steps out of the back courtyard, he heard miserable wails coming from behind. Smack smack. Did I tell you 2 little brats you could eat? You actually finished it all, you 2 wretched obstacles. Smack smack. Ow dad, stop hitting us, hiss. Is this Lu Heizhong's house? Su Hongyang stopped in his tracks. Was the second uncle beating his kids again? In the past few days, he had figured out the patterns of Lu Heizhong's household. In short, he would whip his sons for any reason or no reason at all. Even if the 2 brothers, Guang Tian and Guang Fu, hadn't made any mistakes. If he didn't like what he saw, he'd unbuckle his belt and whip them. 39. Number 39 Excitement in Bangs. Chapter 39. Liu Heizhong's excitement. It was one thing that Liu Heizhong enjoyed beating his sons, but even his bedfellow, second aunt, was a woman with a very distinct personality. When her husband beat the children, she neither spoke up for them nor tried to stop him. Instead, she stood by, relentlessly mocking and ridiculing her two sons as they were being thrashed. As for Liu Heizhong, she would hand him his belt and bring him tea, fearing that her husband might overexert himself. In the eyes of this couple, only their eldest son, Liu Guangqi, was their true child. The other two were treated like enemies. They were given just enough food to keep them from starving to death, and that was it. Su Hongyang stood in the courtyard for a good while before the commotion in the Liu family home gradually died down. Presumably, Liu Heizhong had grown tired from the beating. Seeing this, Su Hongyang immediately set off toward the Liu residence. Knock, knock, knock. Su Hongyang knocked on the door, and after a short moment, it was opened. Second aunt looked at Su Hongyang at the door with some surprise and couldn't help but ask, "Comrade Su Hongyang, what brings you here?" Su Hongyang nodded and smiled, saying, "Second aunt, I have some business with second uncle. Could you let me in first?" Second aunt didn't think much of it and nodded. "Then come on in." As she spoke, she stepped back a few paces to make room, signaling for Su Hongyang to enter. Su Hongyang stepped into the house and, turning his head, saw two figures kneeling in the corner. It was Liu Guangtian and Liu Guangfu. Liu Guangtian was about the same age as Yan Jicheng, both around 17 or 18, while Liu Guangfu was about 15 or 16, similar in age to He Yushui. Currently, to describe the two as miserable would not be an exaggeration in the slightest. Their shirts had apparently been stripped off by Liu Heizhong, likely because he felt it wasn't worth it to damage the clothes during the beating. The two boys' bodies were covered in red welts. The marks on their backs, arms, and necks were truly shocking to behold. In contrast, Liu Heizhong sat panting in the very center of the main hall, sipping tea mouthful by mouthful. Su Hongyang's eyelid twitched. No wonder the eldest son, Liu Guangqi, would later run away as soon as he got married, and these two brothers would similarly ignore Liu Heizhong once he grew old. None of the three sons were willing to provide for the couple in their old age. It could be said that what goes around comes around. "Second uncle, what did these two brothers do to make you so furious?" Su Hongyang asked curiously. Hearing this, Liu Heizhong slammed his teacup down in anger and pointed at Liu Guangtian and Liu Guangfu, cursing, "These two little bastards stole food. There were some fried eggs left over from yesterday that I was keeping as a snack to go with my liquor today. I never expected that when I opened the cupboard, they'd finish them all off. It really burns me up." As he spoke, Liu Heizhong stood up again with his belt, wanting to give them another thrashing to vent his anger. Su Hongyang quickly intervened, grabbing Liu Heizhong's arm. "Second uncle, please don't hit them anymore. If you break them, you'll have to send them to the hospital for treatment, and that's just not worth the cost." Liu Heizhong waved his hand dismissively. "Treatment? My foot every time I give them a beating. They're back to being lively within 2 days. I've truly never spent a cent to treat their injuries. And Comrade Xiao Su, this is my family business. Don't you come here to stop me." Su Hongyang was speechless. For these two brothers to have a father like this, they really must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. "Hey, now I came to see you today because I have business, second uncle. Put the belt down for now. You can continue the beating tomorrow. How about that? Let's not let this interfere with proper business." Liu Guangtian emotional value plus 555. Liu Guangfu emotional value plus 555. The brothers in the corner, hearing Su Hongyang's words, almost couldn't help but swear. What did he mean by continue the beating tomorrow? So, instead of finishing our suffering today, we have to suffer all over again tomorrow? We were actually quite grateful seeing you stop him, but who would have thought your mind was so malicious? Su Hongyang was a bit puzzled when he saw the emotional value notifications pop up in his mind, and after meeting the hostile gazes of the Liu brothers, he was even more bewildered. "Wait, I'm pleading for mercy for you, can't you see that? What's with the hatred? You two really are ungrateful wolves. It seems I can't associate deeply with you in the future." "Definitely not." Seeing Su Hongyang say this, Liu Heizhong put down the belt and asked curiously, "What business does Comrade Xiao Su have with me?" Su Hongyang pulled Liu Heizhong over to sit at the table and said with a serious expression, "Second uncle, aren't you the steward elder of the back courtyard? Aren't you a leader of this courtyard?" Hearing this, Liu Heizhong immediately straightened his back. "Of course I am. I am a steward elder appointed by the sub-district office. Any disputes or conflicts in the courtyard naturally fall under my jurisdiction." Su Hongyang nodded, and his expression immediately became agitated. "Since second uncle is the one who handles neighborhood disputes, then if someone in the courtyard smashes my window, are you going to handle it or not?" This, Liu Heizhong found himself somewhat at a loss for words. He naturally knew a bit about this matter, but the one who smashed the window was the deaf old lady. He really didn't dare to cross that old woman. As the saying goes, when people grow old, they become shrewd. When things grow old, they become strange. He couldn't afford to offend an old monster like her, not to mention that the old lady had Yi Zhonghai backing her up. Even if she didn't, she was still a 5 guarantee household and belonged to a vulnerable group. If he dared to go to her door to argue today, he'd have a reputation for bullying a lonely old person by tomorrow. He really couldn't afford to offend her. Seeing Lu Heizhong looking like he was choking on his words, Su Hongyang immediately sighed. As expected, none of you elders can stand up for the people. It seems I'll have to go to the sub-district office. Upon hearing this, Lu Heizhong hurriedly stopped him. Comrade Xiao Su, you can't be hasty about this. Don't go to the sub-district office. After all, they're very busy over there, aren't they? Su Hongyang shook his head, looking like he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Second uncle, do you know why you're always kept under the thumb of the first uncle? Hearing this, Lu Heizhong retorted unwillingly, Comrade Su Hongyang, well, what do you mean? Su Hongyang shook his head with utter disappointment, but he simply didn't speak. After a good while, seeing that he still hadn't explained the reason, Lu Heizhong grew anxious. Comrade Xiao Su, speak up. Su Hongyang sighed, turned his head, and said, Second uncle, why did the sub-district office establish the 3 managing elders? They exist to resolve disputes. Now that there's a conflict between neighbors in the courtyard, do you know what your current behavior is called? What? Lu Heizhong stared intently into Su Hongyang's eyes and couldn't help but blurt out. It's called inaction, it's called a lack of responsibility. Su Hongyang slammed the table and shouted angrily. Would the sub-district office allow someone who lacks drive, is complacent, and doesn't want to take responsibility to serve as a steward elder? Would the sub-district office allow someone who is afraid of taking risks, afraid of offending people, and timid to serve as a steward elder? Absolutely not. Now look at the first uncle, Yi Zhonghai. When he encounters a problem, he never shirks it. Instead, he does everything possible to find a solution. If someone in the courtyard goes to him, he will definitely try to resolve it. That is the gap. If an official doesn't stand up for the people, can he still be called an official? If you don't do things for the people, how can the leaders above see your hard work? If you don't work hard, how can you let the leaders see your ability? If the leaders don't see your hard work, how can you progress? How can you climb up step by step and become a high-ranking official? Bang bang bang. Second uncle, don't you agree that this is the logic? Stunned. Lu Heizhong was completely stunned, staring dazed at Su Hongyang, who had stood up and was slamming the table. Even the third aunt nearby, as well as the miserably beaten Lu brothers, stared at Su Hongyang in a daze. Seeing that Lu Heizhong hadn't reacted for a long time, Su Hongyang thought, fine, it feels like I've wasted my breath. Only clever people would understand these words, and Lu Heizhong was clearly not that type. Sighing, Su Hongyang prepared to head back. Suddenly, Lu Heizhong stood up abruptly and grabbed Su Hongyang's hand. His face was flushed, and his tone was incredibly excited. Comrade Su Hongyang, what you said is absolutely right. These heartfelt words have spoken right to my soul. 40. # 40 bangs were hit. Chapter 40, Lu Heizhong gets beaten. Su Hongyang saw the glint in Lu Heizhong's eyes and smiled secretly to himself. You little rascal, did you really think I wouldn't lure you in? Ahem, these are words from the bottom of my heart. Lu Heizhong nodded repeatedly. Not bad, not bad. These are indeed words from the bottom of the heart. Comrade Xiao Su, you must teach me, I want to make progress so much. Su Hongyang's expression straightened, and he said solemnly, Comrade second uncle, this kind of thing can only be understood, not put into words. It's not good to say too much. How about this? You settle the matter of my glass first, and I'll slowly chat with you later. How does that sound? Hearing this, Lu Heizhong immediately patted his chest and guaranteed, Comrade Xiao Su, don't worry. I'm definitely helping you with this. Even if the old lady is difficult to deal with, I will fight her to the end. I will definitely uphold justice for you. The interests of our working class cannot be trampled upon. Su Hongyang nodded with satisfaction. Now this is more like a steward elder. Alright, since the second uncle has said so, I'm relieved. I'll go back and cook first. We'll talk about this after we've eaten. Why don't you have a bite here? Lu Heizhong invited. Su Hongyang shook his head. No, thank you for your kindness, second uncle. In this day and age, who has surplus food? Alright then. Seeing this, Lu Heizhong also felt it made sense after Su Hongyang left. The second aunt hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Husband, are you really going to help Su Hongyang? Lu Heizhong frowned and scolded. What does a woman know? Let me tell you, this hurdle with the deaf old lady is the first step on my ladder of progress. When the time comes, you'll also enjoy the blessings and become a high-ranking official's wife. The second aunt's face lit up with joy. Husband, you're right. Lu Heizhong held his nose high in the air, incredibly proud and very satisfied with the admiring gaze of his wife. But then he thought of something and immediately slapped his thigh. Oh, I need to quickly write down Comrade Xiao Su's words from the heart, lest I forget them later. As he spoke, he kicked Lu Guangtian, who was rolling his eyes in the corner. You two, get up quickly and go get paper and pen. Hearing this, the two of them scrambled up as if granted a general amnesty and ran into the house front yard, east wing room. After Su Hongyang returned, he didn't bother with the glass shards on the floor. He sat on the edge of the heated brick bed and first looked at his character panel. Open black lens bracket host, Su Hongyang. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age, 20 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket skills, martial arts, god tier medical skill. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket vitality, high close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket auxiliary items. Laughter bug, resting, evil ghost, resting close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket emotional value, 42998 close black lens bracket. Not bad, I have this much again. Su Hongyang was quite satisfied. It was just that today's refresh attempts were used up, so he could only wait until tomorrow. He took some pork out of the system space. Since it was his first day at work today, he prepared to reward himself. He set up the pot, started the fire, and heated the oil. Before long, the aroma of meat once again permeated the compound. This caused the residents around the courtyard to curse in their hearts again. Eating meat again? Whose house is it today? Can we still live like this? Several households in the front yard leaned against their windows and sniffed the aroma with effort. After a while, they discovered that this meat aroma was actually coming from the east wing room again. Does this Su Hongyang know how to live? Isn't he just a spendthrift? Which family can afford to eat like this? Yan Bugui had a look of distress on his face, as if the meat being eaten was his own. Dad, stop talking. Hurry up and eat along with the aroma, it's especially good with rice. Yan Jiaquang took a bite of corn bun and then sniffed the meat aroma, becoming intoxicated by himself. Seeing his youngest son like this, Yan Bugui couldn't help but praise. Hey, you sure know how to eat. He then quickly instructed the others, you guys eat quickly too. Eat along with the aroma, don't let it go to waste. Hearing this, several people immediately took a large bite of their corn bun, then raised their heads and sniffed the meat aroma in the air with all their might inside the east wing room. Su Hongyang had cooked some white rice porridge and was already eating it with the stewed meat. But not long after he started eating, he heard a commotion in the courtyard. The sound seemed to be getting closer and closer. He immediately picked up a few more pieces of meat and went out with his bowl. As soon as he stepped out, he saw that many people were already standing in the courtyard. The next moment, Su Hongyang saw Lu Heizhong stumbling out of the middle courtyard, with a swollen lump on his forehead. The lump was purplish blue and looked a bit gruesome. Yan Bugui, who had already come out to watch the excitement, saw this and was also startled. He hurried over to support him. Old Lu, what's the situation with you? Lu Heizhong waved his hand and looked back with a somewhat fearful expression. At this time, a voice also rang out from the middle courtyard. Lu Heizhong, you brat, don't run. See if I don't beat you to death. Everyone heard this voice and immediately knew who was coming. Just now they were wondering who could be so imposing as to dare chase the second uncle of the compound. Now they understood. Who else could it be but the deaf old lady? Seeing this situation, Su Hongyang lost interest in watching the fun. Just a moment ago, Lu Heizhong had promised to uphold justice for him. How long had it been before he was being chased and beaten by the old lady with a stick? Could it be that the current situation was also because of that matter just now? The deaf old lady's figure appeared before everyone, leaning on her cane and moving quite fast. The figures of Yi Zhonghai and his wife also appeared in time, quickly walking out of their house. Yi Zhonghai trotted over to the deaf old lady and hurriedly asked, Old lady, what happened? Why are you so angry? HMPH, that brat Lu Heizhong took advantage of my deafness and poor eyesight and came over to demand compensation. The deaf old lady was so angry she poked the ground with her cane, her eyes glaring in Lu Heizhong's direction. Pausing for a moment, she raised her cane and pointed at Lu Heizhong, saying angrily, How dare you show off your official authority in front of the ancestress? See if I don't beat you to death. Su Hongyang. Hearing these two sentences, he understood immediately. Uncle Lu. Oh Uncle Lu, why didn't you discuss it with me again before running over there? I'm not even in a hurry, why are you more impatient than I am? At this moment, Yi Zhonghai's face immediately became serious. He supported the old lady as they walked toward the front yard, stopping not far in front of Lu Heizhong. Old Lu, as the second uncle of the compound and the steward elder in charge of the back courtyard, how could you take the lead in bullying the old lady? The old lady is the ancestress of our compound and a family member of a martyr. If this gets out, do you know how serious it will be? Do you still want your status as the second uncle? Yi Zhonghai's words were forceful, his moral posturing at its peak. Hearing this, Lu Heizhong shook his head repeatedly. No, I didn't bully the old lady. I just wanted to ask for some compensation for comrade Su Hongyang. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of everyone in the compound focused on Su Hongyang, who was holding a bowl. Many people saw the meat in Su Hongyang's bowl and felt extremely miserable. The meat smelled so good, they wanted to eat it too. Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady naturally also saw Su Hongyang's greasy face from eating, and they felt a surge of irritation. Especially the deaf old lady. She felt that Su Hongyang being able to eat so well was entirely because she had given him those 500 yuan. Spending my money and eating such fatty meat without showing respect to the ancestress, it was truly adding one crime on top of another. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 41. Number 41 Deaf old woman pretends to be unconscious. Chapter 41. The deaf old lady feigns fainting. Su Hongyang, you actually instigated the second uncle of the compound to bully the old lady. Do you have any moral bottom line left? Do you have any shred of an open and upright heart? If this is the case, our compound cannot accommodate a bad element like you. Yi Zhonghai didn't care about any of that. Since this matter involved Su Hongyang, he would seize the opportunity to crush him. Su Hongyang took a sip of porridge and walked forward slowly. He glanced at Lu Heizhong, who had a large bump on his forehead, and let out a soft sigh. The netizens from his past life were right. You should never team up with a pig teammate, or they'll screw you over even more than the enemy. Open black lens bracket. Remember this site's domain wecan. Com waiting for you to find close black lens bracket. Not only did they fail to get compensation, but they also had such a massive label pinned on them. Su Hongyang thought for a moment and then said coldly, "First uncle, you haven't even figured out the truth of the matter before jumping out to frame me. Is this how you act as a steward elder? Also, with which eye did you see the second uncle bullying the old lady? There are so many people in the compound, and their eyes are sharp. It's clearly this old coffin who lacks respect for her age, using her seniority to chase and hit the second uncle. Didn't you see the huge bump on his forehead? An old coffin with one foot in the grave and a deaf and blind steward elder, who gave you the nerve to frame a hard-working, simple, and collective-loving, for-good youth, like me? Believe it or not, I'll go to the police station right now and report you, letting them arrest this pair of bad elements who are in cahoots." Deaf old lady emotional value plus 999. Deaf old lady emotional value plus 999. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. A series of notifications appeared in Su Hongyang's mind. Looking at the constantly floating prompts, one could imagine how furious the two involved parties were. PFF'd. Ha ha ha. It was unclear who started it, but with a sudden roar, the entire compound burst into laughter. Even the usually somber Chin Wairu, who always looked miserable and woebegone, let out a PFFT and covered her mouth as she laughed. She really couldn't help it, and she had also learned a new insult. Old coffin was a very apt description that perfectly fit the deaf old lady's image. Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady's faces turned completely dark, their whole bodies trembling with rage. "You little beast, I'll beat you to death, you little beast." The deaf old lady was the first to snap. In all her years in the compound, when had she ever suffered such severe psychological damage? In the past, who in the compound didn't respectfully call her old ancestor and give her some face? Now, in front of so many people, she was being called an old coffin. It was an absolute disgrace. She wished she could kill this little beast right now. Yi Zhonghai looked at the deaf old lady, who wanted to charge forward, and finally snapped out of it. Startled, he rushed to stop her. "Old lady, don't get upset. It's not worth getting angry over someone like this. Don't hurt yourself." Saying this, he turned back to Su Hongyang and scolded him angrily. "Su Hongyang, do you have any sense of respect for your elders? The old lady is an elder. How can you speak so wildly and insult her? Don't you know that the old lady is a martyr's relative? She was a great hero who sent straw sandals to our army back then. The words you said today are enough to land you in jail for decades." Su Hongyang chuckled. First uncle, whether this old woman is a martyr's relative or not, I don't know for now, but I have seen the families of martyrs. Every martyr's family has at least a plaque of honor at their door, and every year the subdistrict office sends supplies to express their condolences. When Su Hongyang said this, the expressions of Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady changed subtly. Especially the deaf old lady. She immediately felt uneasy. The next moment, they heard Su Hongyang say, but as far as I know, there doesn't seem to be any plaque or anything like that at the deaf old lady's door, and the subdistrict office probably hasn't visited her home either. Yet you keep insisting that the deaf old lady is a martyr's relative and that she sent straw sandals to our army. Isn't this deceiving the public? Isn't this a cover-up? Impersonating a martyr's relative is a serious crime, let alone using that title to oppress the masses and running a feudal patriarch system where all residents have to call you old ancestor. You're just one step away from making us kowtow and pay respects every day. This is clearly using the name of a martyr's relative to commit the evil deeds of a criminal gang. Deaf old lady emotional value plus 999. Deaf old lady emotional value plus 999. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. First ant emotional value plus 888. A large wave of emotional value was credited and Su Hongyang was instantly satisfied. It seemed that by tonight, his emotional value would exceed 100,000. Unlike Su Hongyang's side, the residents of the compound suddenly erupted into a commotion, with the noise rising and falling. For a long time, most of them had firmly believed in the old lady's identity because Yi Zhonghai had emphasized many times that she was the family of a martyr and deserved everyone's respect. Coupled with the fact that the old lady was very old, no one had bothered to look into her true background. However, Su Hongyang's words now rekindled the doubts in their hearts. Although some people had actually heard rumors about the old lady's true situation long ago, they chose to remain silent because of Yi Zhonghai. After all, it was better to avoid trouble. As long as the old lady's affairs didn't involve them, why provoke these two old foxes? Now that this layer of window paper had been torn away by Su Hongyang, the matter would be hard to settle. Hearing Su Hongyang's words, the deaf old lady felt them ringing in her ears, each sentence like a heavy hammer striking her heart. Even her walking stick fell to the ground with a clatter, but she was completely oblivious. When the deaf old lady had confidently knocked on Su Hongyang's window, she thought that Su Hongyang would definitely not dare to do anything to an old woman like her. She was an elderly person. No matter how angry Su Hongyang got, he could only swallow his anger and suffer in silence. However, reality gave her a harsh slap in the face. Now it seemed she might even get dragged down herself, and she suddenly felt some regret for her past actions. Seeing that the atmosphere was good, Su Hongyang spoke loudly again. Also, the cause of this matter was this old coffin knocking on my east wing room's window. I only asked the second uncle to seek justice for me. Now, everyone, look. Is there anyone so vicious? To hit someone and leave such a big bump, it's turned into the style of the old man of the South Pole. PFF'd. Hearing Su Hongyang's words, many people burst into laughter again. The second uncle covered his face. Being stared at by so many people was truly embarrassing. He wished he could crawl into a crack in the ground. Su Hongyang continued, speaking of which, I'm renting this east wing room. It's not my property. In the end, it still belongs to the state. Saying this, he turned to the still dazed old lady and accused her with a heartbroken expression. Old lady, you are destroying state property. This is a grave crime you've committed. The deaf old lady was so frightened that she took a few steps back, nearly falling on her backside. Fortunately, the Yi Zhonghai couple was there to support her, so she didn't fall. The deaf old lady, quite opportunely, closed her eyes and fainted. Seeing this, Su Hongyang looked at the notifications still flashing in his mind and realized the old thing was faking it. She really was an old fox. Seeing the old lady's condition, Yi Zhonghai immediately understood. Overjoyed, he cried out in a pained voice, quick, the old lady has fainted, get her to the hospital, fast. 42. Number 42 Shu Damao's Wicked Smile. Chapter 42. Shu Damao's Evil Smile. The words had just fallen. The scene instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at the fainted deaf old lady with some surprise. But at this moment, not a single person was willing to step forward to help Yi Zhonghai. Everyone looked at each other, appearing as if they didn't want to have anything to do with the deaf old lady. In this situation, Yi Zhonghai's heart skipped a beat. After Su Hongyang's scene today, his image in the compound had developed a crack. In the past, as soon as he spoke, at least several young men would have come up to help. Now, not a single one moved. He, the first uncle, actually couldn't order anyone around anymore. Master, I'll go next door to borrow a cart. At this moment, Jia Dongshu stepped forward and spoke. Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai turned to look at the walking Jia Dongshu and was suddenly filled with emotion. At the critical moment, his apprentice was still the reliable one. Forget it, Dongshu. Come with me. We'll take turns carrying her on our backs for a stretch of the road. After Yi Zhonghai finished speaking, he immediately hoisted the deaf old lady onto his back. As he spoke, he said to First Aunt, who was helping nearby, "Go home now, get some money, and follow me to the hospital." First Aunt nodded repeatedly and walked home with stumbling steps. She must have been frightened by Su Hongyang's words today. What a huge label that was to have pinned on them. Seeing this scene, Su Hongyang couldn't help but smile and say, "First uncle, since this old lady is in trouble, then naturally seeing a doctor is the priority. But I'll be waiting for you to come back at home, okay? When you get back, go with me to the police station to turn yourselves in, you hear? Don't even think about running away. If you run, the crime will be even more severe." Yi Zhonghai's figure stumbled a few steps while carrying the deaf old lady, and his heart instantly sank to the bottom. Was this Su Hongyang really going to force them into a dead end? They had already found a way to back down themselves, yet you still want to press them step by step. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Deaf old lady emotional value plus 999. Deaf old lady emotional value plus 999. Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 200. Yi Zhonghai was in no mood to think about anything else. Now he could only stall for as long as possible, so he immediately carried the deaf old lady out of the Sahaiyuan. Su Hongyang looked at the hurried and desolate backs of these elderly care group members and shook his head gently. "You just had to provoke me. I've warned you so many times, but you just won't learn. Do I have to do something big for you to finally behave?" Su Hongyang turned his head and looked around, saying helplessly to Lu Heizhong, who was still covering his face, "Second uncle, don't bother covering it anymore. That lump of yours is bigger than your palm. You can't hide it. Why don't you go back and apply a compress?" Ha 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 ha. The people in the yard burst into laughter. Lu Heizhong nodded repeatedly and said, "Comrade Xiao Su, thank you for today's matter." After saying that, he clutched his head and rushed out of the crowd. "All right everyone, you can all go back now, there's no more excitement to see." Su Hongyang waved his hand at the crowd. Hearing this, the crowd immediately dispersed. Shu Damao walked up with a face full of admiration and said excitedly, "That was amazing, brother Hongyang, you're a real man. Even Yi Zhonghai was brought down by you." Su Hongyang raised an eyebrow. "What, I wasn't a real man before?" "Of course you were, brother Hongyang has always been very manly." Shu Damao laughed. After laughing, he turned to Su Hongyang with eyes full of hope and asked, "Brother, do Yi Zhonghai and the others really have such big crimes? If we go to the police station to report them, how many years would they be locked up for?" Su Hongyang gave Shu Damao a surprised look. Good grief, this kid is so insidious. He actually really wants to go to the police station. But on second thought, it made sense. This Shu Damao was originally a petty person who would seek revenge for the slightest grievance. Not to mention he had suffered too much at the hands of Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady in the past. If he didn't take this opportunity to retaliate, he wouldn't be Shu Damao. However, his real goal was to wait for them to take the initiative to come and negotiate so he could squeeze another wave of money out of them. Moreover, he still had to rely on people like Yi Zhonghai to earn emotional value. Now that one Shazu had already gone in, if a few more went in, wouldn't his emotional value be greatly reduced? Then what about his cheat-assisted life? You have to keep the sheep to keep shearing the wool. If you kill the sheep, you won't get a single strand of wool. Looking at Shu Damao's expectant face, Su Hongyang pondered for a moment and said seriously, "Comrade Damo, Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady aren't pushovers either. This single charge alone won't be enough to bring them down. We still have to wait for the right time and secretly look for evidence of their crimes. That way, we can crush them completely with one blow. Do you understand what I mean?" Hearing these words, Shu Damao's eyes instantly lit up. As expected of brother Hongyang, he's a man of real ability. Following him will surely allow me to learn things. Understood. We'll continue to secretly look for evidence of their crimes, and when the time comes, we'll knock them down with one strike so they'll have no chance of turning things around. Brother Hongyang, you're really too amazing. With you in the compound, how much of a wave can these two old bachelors still make? Hee. Hearing this, Su Hongyang gave a thumbs up. As long as you know. Make sure not to talk about this to anyone, understand? Shu Damao nodded solemnly again. Don't worry, brother Hongyang, I will definitely not say a word about this. We'll plot in secret together and make sure that old bachelor Yi Zhonghai dies without a place to be buried. After saying that, he even laughed insidiously. Seeing Xu Damao's expression, Su Hongyang rolled his eyes. This guy really is cut out to be a villain. His laugh is so crafty and treacherous. It seems he should keep his distance to avoid being corrupted by Xu Damao. Alright, I'm going back. Su Hongyang said a word, then carried his bowl toward the front yard, leaving only Xu Damao still standing there, his lips still wearing a chillingly evil smile, as if he had already stepped Yi Zhonghai and the others under his feet inside the hospital. In a ward, the deaf old lady still had her eyes closed, lying motionless on the hospital bed. Standing nearby were the Yi Zhonghai couple and Jia Dongshu, who had come to help. The doctor had originally said she had just suffered a bit of a shock and only needed to sleep. It often takes some sedative medicine. But Yi Zhonghai refused to agree no matter what, insisting on staying for observation, saying he was worried about the old lady's health. With no other choice, they could only open a ward. Since he insisted on the hospitalization, so be it. After all, it wasn't their money being spent, so whatever. You two go back first. I'll stay to take care of the old lady. Yi Zhonghai turned to First Aunt and Jia Dongshu. Zhonghai, how about I stay to take care of the old lady? You go back and rest first. First Aunt couldn't help but say with concern. No need. You and Dongshu go back. Yi Zhonghai waved his hand. He paused, then said to Jia Dongshu, Dongshu, I won't be going to work tomorrow for the time being. Go to the factory and request a leave of absence for me. Jia Dongshu nodded. Understood, master. Seeing this scene, First Aunt started to wipe away tears. She was still somewhat fearful and anxious. After all, what Su Hongyang said earlier was too serious. She was afraid that in the next moment, the ward door would be broken down by the police. What are you crying for? Hurry up and go back. Yi Zhonghai was getting a bit impatient and waved them away. Eventually, Jia Dongshu supported First Aunt as they walked out of the ward door. Seeing that everyone had left, Yi Zhonghai hurriedly came to the deaf old lady's bedside and said softly, Old lady, everyone has left. It's just the two of us. In the next moment, the deaf old lady's eyes slowly opened. 43. Number 43 Grandpa Ren? Chapter 43. Old Master Ren? Opening her eyes, the deaf old lady saw Yi Zhonghai, whose expression was somewhat listless. Sighing, she said slowly, help this old woman up. Yi Zhonghai helped the deaf old lady sit up and said with some urgency, Old lady, what should we do now? The deaf old lady looked at Yi Zhonghai with some dissatisfaction and frowned. Zhonghai, what's the use of being anxious? Calm down for me. Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai nodded silently and didn't speak further, just quietly looking at the deaf old lady. Has that little beast reported it to the police yet? The deaf old lady asked first. Yi Zhonghai thought for a while and shook his head. It seems not. The last thing he said when I was carrying you on my back, you should have heard it too. Old lady, he said he's waiting for us to go back and then go to the police station with him to turn ourselves in. The deaf old lady frowned deeply and fell into deep thought. After a long time, she sighed. Zhonghai, I told you back then that you shouldn't have put me on a pedestal like this. And now something's happened. Yi Zhonghai frowned upon hearing this. What did this old lady mean? Was she blaming him? But when he had discussed it with the old lady back then, hadn't she also not objected? Over the years, he had cared for this old lady like his own mother, yet now she was the first to blame him. The deaf old lady also realized her words were inappropriate and quickly changed the subject. Zhonghai, I didn't mean to blame you. The current situation is tricky. We have to find a way to deal with it. Yi Zhonghai took a deep breath, suppressing the dissatisfaction in his heart. The deaf old lady suddenly thought of something, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes as she said, let's not panic first. Didn't that little beast say he'd wait for us to go back and turn ourselves in at the police station? Could there be some hidden meaning? Zhonghai, what do you think? A hidden meaning? Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai also calmed down to think for a while. Recalling the last words Su Hongyang said, his gaze became uncertain. The deaf old lady continued by saying that, do you think he wants some benefits from us? If that wasn't his intention, he would have reported us to the sub-district office long ago. Why would he wait for us to return on our own? Pausing, the deaf old lady muttered to herself and snorted coldly. It seems that little beast got a taste of sweetness after getting 500 yuan from me last time. Yi Zhonghai's eyes lit up, and he nodded silently. If that were truly the case, he could feel much more relieved. After all, compared to going to jail, what was a little money? Then should I go back and negotiate with that kid now? Yi Zhonghai said somewhat anxiously. The deaf old lady shook her head. No rush. Let's stay in the hospital for a night first and see if anyone from the subdistrict office or the police comes looking. Only after we see the situation clearly can we make a better response. Yi Zhonghai sighed, his mood turning somber. This matter originally had nothing to do with him, but the old lady insisted on looking for trouble and breaking the kid's glass. Now look, she's broken out a huge mess. That kid is indeed formidable. It seems he'll have to be more careful in the future. Early the next morning, Su Hongyang climbed out of his Kong bed. He checked his emotional value last night. It had reached nearly 110,000, which was simply terrifying. He had originally thought about releasing the laughter bugs to harass them last night, but since the main players like Yi Zhonghai weren't there, he dropped the idea. Anyway, this item was always in his system space. Sooner or later, he'd let them taste the power of Chinese-style horror. System, open them all. Ding, the mall has been opened. A large wave of light orbs formed into various products appearing before Su Hongyang's eyes. Open black lens bracket 200 caddies of premium pork close black lens bracket. Price, 1,200 emotional value points. Open black lens bracket mechanical repair technique close black lens bracket. Price, 800 emotional value points. Open black lens bracket 1 Shaolin Great Restoration pill close black lens bracket. Price, 10,000 emotional value points. Open black lens bracket 1 black random item card close black lens bracket. Price, 25,000 emotional value points. Open black lens bracket 1 living body of Old Master Ren, controllable, close black lens bracket. Price, 100,000 emotional value points. Su Hongyang stared blankly at one of the slots and blurted out an incredulous curse. Holy crap, Old Master Ren? Is it the same Old Master Ren I'm thinking of? System. The next moment, a voice appeared in his mind. Ding, Old Master Ren is a zombie that appeared in the Mr. Vampire plot. The price is 100,000 emotional value points. Does the host wish to purchase it? Su Hongyang. These products are getting weirder and weirder. The starter pack was one thing, but this Su Hongyang began to feel a bit uneasy. Was this a normal system? Why was it leaning more and more towards the underworld? Ding, does the host wish to purchase? The voice sounded again. Su Hongyang snapped out of it and hurriedly said, I won't buy it for now. Having Old Master Ren appear in this Saheyuan felt like overkill. Besides, it cost 100,000 emotional value points right off the bat. It felt like the system was targeting his emotional value. He just got over 100,000 emotional value points, and now it suddenly offered him an Old Master Ren. The system's motives aren't pure. Su Hongyang grumbled secretly in his heart. He looked at the other slots again. Like before, most were food items, except for the mechanical repair and Great Revival pill, which were exactly what he needed. The rest were optional. After all, he hadn't even used the laughter bugs and fierce ghost items yet. They were still gathering dust in his space. Buying more items now would be a bit of a waste. After thinking for a moment, Su Hongyang immediately said, System, exchange for mechanical repair and the Great Revival pill. Ding, exchange successful. The Great Revival pill has been placed in the system space. As soon as he finished speaking, a vast amount of knowledge was shoved into his head, covering various machinery repairs, including hydraulics, pneumatics, electronics, and lathe machines. After a while, Su Hongyang came to his senses. It felt pretty good. This skill would definitely be useful in the future. He opened his hand, and a smooth, brownish pill appeared in his palm. He glanced at it twice and popped it into his mouth. It tasted okay, a bit like Maltesers, but with a hint of bitterness that made Su Hongyang frown. The next moment, a surging aura emanated from within Su Hongyang's body. The aura kept churning, and warm currents flowed through his various meridians. Not bad, I'm more than several times stronger than before. Su Hongyang nodded to himself. System products were indeed different. Get some food and head out to work. Early in the morning, the lives of the various households went on as usual. It was as if last night's events hadn't happened, except that the second uncle still had a large bump on his forehead. In this state, he was too embarrassed to go to work. If his co-workers saw him, they'd laugh themselves to death, so he just had someone request leave on his behalf. Some gossip-loving women noticed that the first uncle and the deaf old lady hadn't returned. Last night, had something really happened to the deaf old lady? Many people were whispering in private. They all remembered what Su Hongyang had said. Or perhaps the first uncle and the deaf old lady had a guilty conscience after last night's words and were hiding outside? After all, neither the first uncle nor the deaf old lady had given everyone a reasonable explanation before rushing off to the hospital. The people around were still quite concerned about this matter. 44. Number 44. Yi Zhonghai's anger was hard to quell. Chapter 44. Yi Zhonghai's unrelenting rage. Not long after the many workers in the courtyard had left, Yi Zhonghai's figure appeared at the entrance of the Saheyuan. He wanted to take advantage of this time to come back and scout for information. If there were any negative developments, he could immediately return to the hospital to discuss a strategy with the old lady. Before he could even step inside, Third Aunt spotted him and exclaimed in surprise, "First uncle is back? How is it? Is the old lady alright?" Yi Zhonghai shook his head and said, "She's fine now. The old lady is still resting at the hospital. Her constitution was already weak last night and she was simply aggravated." "That's good then. The old lady's health isn't great, so she really does need more rest," Third Aunt replied with a serious expression, though her eyes kept darting around. Yi Zhonghai didn't pay much attention to her expression and hurriedly asked, "How was everyone last night? Did anything else happen?" Third Aunt's lip curled slightly. She wasn't very willing to waste words with this old fox. Her mind was as clear as a mirror. Wasn't it obvious he was trying to fish for information from her? She wasn't that easy to fool. After all, she had been with her husband for so long and had learned a thing or two. What could have happened? Third Aunt replied with feigned ease, then continued, "Everyone is doing great, eating well and sleeping soundly. Hey, don't even get me started. My old Yan has been snoring even louder than before lately." "Yi Zhonghai, who are you trying to kid? Did I ask about your old Yan's snoring? How can you, a neighbor of many years, be so dishonest with me too? There was no other commotion last night? For example, regarding that Su Hongyang," Yi Zhonghai continued, frowning slightly. "Oh, you mean little Su? His snoring isn't nearly as loud as my old Yan's," Third Aunt said, acting as if she had just realized who he meant. Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai's face instantly looked as if he had swallowed a fly. "Well played, Yang Ruohua, playing mind games with me. I'll settle this score with your Yan family sooner or later. HMPH." Yi Zhonghai immediately stopped paying attention to Third Aunt and walked into the courtyard without looking back. "Hey, first uncle, why are you leaving? Not going to chat anymore?" Third Aunt called out after Yi Zhonghai as if she hadn't finished talking. After a long moment, she watched his retreating back and spat hard on the ground. "Pa, you and that old lady in the back courtyard are both no good. Comrade Su Hongyang was absolutely right to curse you out." After saying that, she swayed her hips and returned to her own house. As soon as Yi Zhonghai returned to the middle courtyard, the women in the yard all looked at him curiously. Jia Zhongxi smiled directly and said, "Dongshu's master, you're finally back. I thought you weren't coming back." Yi Zhonghai, he had no time to deal with this Jia Zhongxi right now. He kept his head down and rushed home without a word, just in time to see First Aunt about to head out with a lunchbox. He immediately stepped forward quickly. First Aunt also saw Yi Zhonghai and said with a look of pleasant surprise, "Zhonghai, you're back." Yi Zhonghai's expression remained unchanged as he nodded. "Come, let's go inside and talk." Inside the house, just after First Aunt set her things down, she heard Yi Zhonghai's impatient voice. "Quillan, you were home last night. Was there any movement from that Su Hongyang brat?" Hearing this, First Aunt hurriedly shook her head. "Don't worry, Zhonghai, that comrade Su Hongyang didn't go to the police station, nor did he go to the sub-district office. He probably just said it for show. In his heart, he still cares about the face of his neighbors." She was speaking well of Su Hongyang now, but not because she truly thought he was a good person. It was actually to prevent Yi Zhonghai from continuing to offend Su Hongyang. After all, it wasn't worth it. They should just live their own lives. Why insist on fighting with this young man? Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai finally felt relieved. But seeing his wife actually speaking well of Su Hongyang, he immediately shook his head with a cold laugh. "That brat isn't as kind as you say. The old lady and I already know exactly what he's planning." "What plan?" First Aunt was somewhat confused. Yi Zhonghai shook his head again. "Don't ask too much about these things. Hurry up and prepare some food to send to the hospital. The old lady is already waiting anxiously." First Aunt hurriedly said. "Oh, right. I've already got it ready. Zhonghai, this portion is yours. You eat first, and I'll go deliver this to the old lady." Yi Zhonghai took a lunchbox, opened it, and began to eat. Seeing this, First Aunt picked up the remaining lunchbox and headed out at the steel rolling mill. A worker's life was actually quite tiring, especially for an apprentice worker like Su Hongyang, who had to help some master craftsmen move raw materials and frequently clean oily machine tools. Essentially, he was doing odd jobs, which was a process every apprentice worker had to go through. Su Hongyang felt that he couldn't let life continue like this. He had to find a reasonable way to put his value to use. Constantly doing these chores really made him feel uncomfortable. He had maintenance skills, after all. If he still fared this poorly, wouldn't his cheat be put to waste? While lost in thought, Su Hongyang didn't realize it was already time to clock out. He happened to see Jia Dongshu passing in front of him and quickly grabbed him. Jia Dongshu, wait, why didn't your master come today? Isn't this a bit irresponsible? How can he go on strike after only teaching me for 1 day? Jia Dongshu rolled his eyes. As if you don't know why he's on strike. Tisk, why do you keep looking at me? I'm talking to you. As members of the steel rolling mill, building the nation is our primary and unavoidable duty. Look at your master. What kind of behavior is this? Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 666. Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 333. Su Hongyang continued to nag incessantly, saying earnestly, Jia Dongshu, you need to advise your master more. It's very difficult for me to be here alone without his help. Jia Dongshu sneered, now you know my master's worth? Where was this attitude earlier? After saying that, he turned his head and followed the large crowd heading for dinner. Su Hongyang, give you an inch and you take a mile. Su Hongyang shook his head and didn't mind, continuing to stick to Jia Dongshu. Since your master isn't here, you're the only one I can harvest emotional value from. You think I'll let you escape? Around evening, Yi Zhonghai and First Aunt brought the deaf old lady back. After all, they had to play the part fully. Acting a bit more miserable could bring unexpected benefits. The deaf old lady went straight back to the back courtyard, closed her door, and didn't come out again. Yi Zhonghai's house in the middle courtyard was also quite quiet, with no sign of Yi Zhonghai. The women of various households were washing vegetables by the water sink while chatting about the matter. I feel like the atmosphere is a bit off today. Is there going to be an all-courtyard meeting tonight? Who knows? First uncle hasn't said anything. Given what happened yesterday, shouldn't there be a meeting? We could watch the excitement, couldn't we? Hey, did you see that old lady just now? She had a long face as if someone owed her money. Hee hee, after being called an old coffin yesterday, could she feel good? Shush, keep your voice down, don't let that old woman hear you. On the other side, Su Hongyang and the others finished their day's work at this time and were walking back toward the Saheyuan with Jia Dongshu and other colleagues. Jia Dongshu was feeling extremely annoyed right now. He didn't know what kind of nerve Su Hongyang was hitting today, but it was one thing to stick to him like glue. But he kept incessantly babbling provocative words. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat Su Hongyang, he would have rushed up to pummel him into a pulp long ago. Su Hongyang grinned. He had to admit that Jia Dongshu's emotional value was easy to harvest, even more than his master's. No wonder the phrase, young and aggressive, existed. With just a little provocation, he could make Jia Dongshu half dead with anger. While thinking about emotional value, Su Hongyang suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure emerging from a corner in a nearby alley. Looking closer, wasn't that figure Qin Wairu? She was carrying a little girl of about 2 or 3 on her back, while her hand held several stalks of green vegetable leaves that looked somewhat wilted and yellow. These vegetables did not look fresh, giving off the impression that they had been picked up off the ground. Seeing this, Su Hongyang curiously walked up and said, "Isn't this sister-in-law Qin? Why didn't you buy fresh vegetables?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jia Dongshu, who was walking not far ahead, seemed to stop in his tracks and immediately turned his head. 45. Number 45 asking for a lion's share. Chapter 45. Opening the lion's mouth wide. Seeing it was Su Hongyang, Qin Wairu forced a smile and said, "What a coincidence. Comrade Hongyang. I just came back from the market with some vegetables. It's been quite hard to buy vegetables these past few days. I could only pick through what others left behind." Su Hongyang was a bit surprised and quickly asked, "Is the supply of many vegetables running out?" Qin Wairu sighed. "Yes, many kinds of vegetables are no longer being supplied, and even if there are some, they get snatched up as soon as they enter the market. It's not convenient for me with the child, so I just picked some things others didn't want." "Oh." Su Hongyang fell silent. The famine had essentially begun, and life would likely become increasingly difficult in the future. While feeling emotional, he noticed the small baby on Qin Wairu's back. He immediately stepped forward, pinched the little girl's cheek, and said with a smile, "This must be Xiao Dang, she really is cute." "Su Hongyang, get your hands off her." Jia Dongshu roared from behind and quickly ran up. He shoved Su Hongyang away, stood in front of Qin Wairu, and glared at him with wary eyes. Su Hongyang said speechlessly, "Don't overreact. I just saw your daughter was cute and was playing with her." Qin Wairu was startled by Jia Dongshu's sudden appearance. Seeing the tense atmosphere, she quickly came forward to explain. "That's right, Dongshu. Comrade Su Hongyang was just pinching Xiao Dang's cheek. It's nothing. Don't worry." HMPH. Jia Dongshu gave Su Hongyang a cold snort before turning to Qin Wairu and saying, "Why did you bring the child out too? Isn't my mother at home?" Hearing this, Qin Wairu felt even more bitter in her heart and lamented, "Dongshu, you know how mother-in-law is. She only has eyes for Bang Zheng. If I left Xiao Dang at home alone, I'm worried mother-in-law wouldn't take good care of her. Hearing this, Jia Dongshu was suddenly left speechless. It was indeed true, his mother had grumbled to him many times, complaining that Qin Huairu had given birth to a money-losing commodity. There was even a time when she got upset outside, and upon returning home, she took all her anger out on Huairu and Xiao Dang, threatening to throw Xiao Dang away. Sometimes even he felt his mother was simply unreasonable. Su Hongyang patted Jia Dongshu's shoulder from the side. Hee, I say, Jia Dongshu, how can a grown man like you not even handle a little family matter? If that old mother of yours dares to throw a tantrum, just give her a big slap across the face. Slap her for a few days and she'll behave. You have to be tough for your mother to fear you. If you can't bring yourself to do it, as your neighbor, I can help for free. Want to consider it? Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 888. My family matters are none of your business. Jia Dongshu fiercely brushed the hand off his shoulder and glared at Su Hongyang with an annoyed expression. Su Hongyang smiled and said, then suit yourself. It's not like sister-in-law Qin is my wife anyway. Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 555. Seeing Jia Dongshu's face darken, Su Hongyang turned back to Qin Huairu and said seriously, sister-in-law Qin, don't be afraid if you're mistreated at home. Bravely stand up and go to the Women's Federation to report Jia Zhangxi. Say she discriminates against women. It's been years since the founding of the country, yet she still practices that valuing boys over girls nonsense. That's a habit from the old society. I guarantee you'll succeed if you report her. When the time comes, just let Jia Zhangxi be criticized and paraded through the streets once. She'll gradually learn to behave. If she makes things difficult for you again, report her again, parade her again. If she does it again, report her again, parade her again. I don't believe you can't report her until she's deported back to the countryside. Su Hongyang waved his hand with an air of righteous indignation. Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 999. Qin Huairu emotional value plus 10. Jia Dongshu quickly pulled Qin Huairu away, fearing that if they kept talking to Su Hongyang, this lunatic might say even more rebellious things. He would have to warn Huairu to stay far away from him in the future. Su Hongyang looked at their backs, shook his head, sighed a few times, and also headed toward the compound. Upon returning to the compound, Su Hongyang immediately knew that Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady were back. He wasn't in a hurry, he went home and started cooking. The glass on the floor that the deaf old lady had smashed hadn't been cleaned up yet. He had to walk carefully. It wasn't that he didn't want to clean it, but he was waiting for the old lady to come to his door herself. Smashing his glass wouldn't be settled so easily. During this time, third aunt came over once, claiming she wanted to help him clean up the glass shards, but Su Hongyang politely refused. What a joke, helping me. I'm just too embarrassed to call you out. Knock knock. Just as Su Hongyang was boiling water, there was a knock on the door. He looked toward the door in confusion. Two blurry figures were standing there. From the build, it looked like Yi Zhonghai. Su Hongyang immediately smiled. It seemed they were truly anxious, unable to wait any longer to come to his door. Since the money bags had arrived, there was no reason not to welcome them. He quickly trotted over to open the door. When the door opened, sure enough, he saw Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady standing outside. Quite a few people were also standing in the courtyard, likely wanting to watch the excitement. Su Hongyang immediately put on a smiling face. So it's first uncle and the old lady. What's the matter? Have you thought it through and want to go turn yourselves in with me now? Don't worry, I'll put in a good word for you. The problem isn't actually that big. At most, you'll be in criminal detention for 30 years or so. It'll pass in the blink of an eye. Su Hongyang patted his chest and guaranteed. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Deaf old lady emotional value plus 999. Yi Zhonghai gnashed his teeth, suppressing the towering rage in his heart, and said, Comrade Su Hongyang, can we go inside to talk? The deaf old lady didn't speak. She narrowed her eyes and stared at Su Hongyang, her thoughts unknown. Su Hongyang immediately nodded and made way. After the two entered, Su Hongyang followed suit and closed the door. What do you two want to talk about? But let me give you the bad news first. Don't even think about bribing me. My convictions have always been very firm. This righteous heart of mine, full of hot blood, will never allow me to commit even the slightest mistake. As soon as Su Hongyang turned around, he spoke to the two with an air of self-righteousness. Looking at the shameless Su Hongyang before them, Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady were so angry they were about to spit blood. What does it mean to set up a memorial arch for oneself while being a prostitute? What does it mean to be a hypocrite? This is it, you're just short of saying outright that a small amount of money won't do and that more must be added. Although Su Hongyang saw the two of them remaining silent, the emotional values constantly refreshing in his mind couldn't be faked. They really could endure. Even though these two had expressionless faces, they probably wanted to kill him in secret, right? Look at this level of composure. They truly are the two old foxes of the compound. After a long time, the deaf old lady slowly spoke. Just say it, how much do you want to put this matter behind us? Su Hongyang feigned confusion. What do you mean? Yi Zhonghai snorted coldly. Stop playing dumb. As long as you don't mention turning ourselves in again, just name a price. The deaf old lady said eerily. That's right. We're all smart people. No need for these games. A straightforward person. 8,000. Su Hongyang slapped his palm suddenly and held up 2 fingers. Yi Zhonghai, deaf old lady. Seeing the two of them dazed, Su Hongyang thought to himself that he might have asked for too much and they probably couldn't produce it. How about you two make a counter-offer? Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Deaf old lady emotional value plus 999. The two of them instantly couldn't take it anymore. They felt that rushing to someone's door to give them money was incredibly stupid, but they had no choice but to do it, which made it especially stifling. The person named Su in front of them was also someone who loved to open his mouth wide like a lion. It was simply more painful than going through a vat of boiling oil. 46. Number 46. Laughing bugs are out in force. Chapter 46. The laughter bug dispatched. 800 at most. The old lady suppressed the urge to smash Su Hongyang's head and said harshly. Su Hongyang's eyes widened in anger. What? What do you take me for? A beggar? Aren't you bullying an honest man? Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady fell silent again instantly. How do you have the nerve to say, honest man, from your mouth? Are you worthy? Then 1,000. We can only give 1,000. Any more and you'll get nothing. We'll fight to the death. Yi Zhonghai was incredibly angry, growling in a low voice. Su Hongyang curled his lip. Fight to the death? In terms of level, I'm a water pump. After pondering for a while, he spoke. 1,000 is fine, but you must add a bicycle voucher and a sewing machine coupon. What? Impossible. Where are we supposed to find those 2 coupons for you? Absolutely impossible. Yi Zhonghai shook his head repeatedly. The deaf old lady also frowned and said, Zhonghai is right. You know how hard these coupons are to get. Change your condition. Yi Zhonghai nodded. Right, forget the bicycle. But what does a big man like you want with a sewing machine? Su Hongyang immediately became unhappy hearing this. Why can't I want a sewing machine? I'm already 20 years old. Of course, the sewing machine is for my future wife. With a sewing machine, won't it be easier to find a wife? Right, old lady? Su Hongyang looked at Yi Zhonghai with an expression as if he were looking at an idiot. Yi Zhonghai, deaf old lady, the two of them broke down again. So the two of us are basically setting up the 3 rounds in one sound. For you just so you can marry a wife. Isn't this bullying an honest person? Yi Zhonghai's hands trembled, his face flushed red. After a long time, he still shook his head. We can't produce those 2 coupons right now. Seeing this, Su Hongyang was also a bit disappointed. They really couldn't produce them, and he's supposed to be a 7th grade worker. After thinking for a moment, he said, how about this? Consider these 2 coupons as a debt. Give them to me when you have them in the future. But let me say this up front, don't think about being a deadbeat or I'll report you anyway. Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady looked at each other, both feeling a sense of joy in their hearts. This matter was finally settled. Yi Zhonghai breathed a sigh of relief, pulled a stack of big black tens from his pocket, counted them, and handed 1,000 yuan to Su Hongyang. Su Hongyang looked at it but didn't take it. What? Are you going back on your word? Yi Zhonghai's heart leapt into his throat again. Su Hongyang shook his head. You need to sign a statement of intent, stating that seeing I am all alone and facing hardships, you are voluntarily giving me 1,000 yuan plus 2 coupons. Then he sighed. Only then will I feel better. Otherwise, I'd feel uneasy keeping such a windfall. Yi Zhonghai almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Feel uneasy? So you also think this is ill-gotten gains? Looking at the stunned Yi Zhonghai, Su Hongyang frowned. Why aren't you writing? Is it because you're not sincere? Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai immediately nodded stiffly. All right. Su Hongyang nodded in satisfaction. Wait here, I'll go to Da Mao's house to borrow paper, a pen, and an ink pad. Su Hongyang said with a chuckle before turning to leave. As he walked, he muttered to himself, I should keep these things on hand. In case I need them next time, I won't have to borrow them. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Deaf old lady emotional value plus 999. A short while later, Su Hongyang returned with the paper, pen, and ink pad. Yi Zhonghai took them, scribbled 2 lines of crooked characters, signed his name, and pressed his thumbprint. Then he handed it along with the 1,000 yuan to Su Hongyang. Su Hongyang took it with a smile. After confirming there were no issues, he said with satisfaction, "Alright, remember to find those 2 coupons for me soon, okay?" Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady were expressionless, but they were filled with hidden resentment. Seeing Su Hongyang grinning while counting the money, they were even more furious. Seeing their expressions, Su Hongyang couldn't help but ask curiously, "By the way, everyone was present last night. Weren't you worried that someone would actually report you?" Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady looked at each other. The deaf old lady spoke, "There aren't many smart people in the compound. Even if there are 1 or 2, they wouldn't risk their stable lives to offend the 2 of us. You're the only exception." "Oh," Su Hongyang nodded as if he understood. "In that case, why don't you 2 stay for a meal? Let's call it a good start to letting bygones be bygones. Don't worry, there's plenty of cabbage soup." Hearing this, the 2 of them snorted coldly and left. Su Hongyang rubbed his head. He really didn't mean to drive them away. He truly wanted to treat them to a meal, considering all that money. So be it, whatever. Su Hongyang didn't care about what was happening outside and focused on checking the system. Mall night fell, and everything was silent. In the east wing room of the front yard, a small black bug flew out of the room. From today on, Su Hongyang didn't plan to let the compound remain peaceful. Life is only life if it's lively. How could he let the items he obtained stay in a corner gathering dust? That would be quite wrong. The laughter bug circled above the compound for a while before flying towards the Jia family in the middle courtyard. Lately, every morning when he went to the middle courtyard to wash up, he would often run into Jia Zhongxi, and every time she saw him, she would keep muttering under her breath. Without even thinking, he knew the fat woman was definitely cursing him. Before, he chose to ignore her because he couldn't be bothered, but there's a limit to a person's patience. Today, he would start directly with the Jia family. "Who told you to have such a foul mouth, Jia Zhongxi?" Inside the east wing room of the front yard, Su Hongyang lay lazily on the bed, but his vision was already on the laughter bug, and the layout of the entire compound came into view. This feeling was like playing with AR glasses from his past life. Su Hongyang found it quite novel. After giving a command to the laughter bug, the bug dived down and crawled in through a hole in a window. By the moonlight, the bloated Jia Zhongxi was already lying on the Kong, sleeping soundly, smacking her lips occasionally as if she were enjoying a feast in her dreams. As for Jia Dongshu and Qin Weiru, they slept on the other side behind a curtain, with 2 children lying next to them, likely Bang Zheng and Xiao Dang. Su Hongyang found a corner and had the laughter bug crawl behind a cabinet. Then he began his operation. In the quiet night, only the occasional night wind could be heard, flapping the window paper with a rustle. The chirping of insects outside drifted in from near and far, adding a sense of gloom and mystery to the atmosphere. In this pitch-black house, a strange and bone-chilling giggle slowly began to sound within the room. The laughter was like a wail echoing from a deep, dry well in the middle of the night, sharp, long, and carrying a piercing chill. Even though Su Hongyang was mentally prepared, hearing this sound suddenly still made him shudder. This sound, it's got that vibe, as expected of an item from the system. Even he felt a growing sense of fear hearing it. The laughter continued, drifting eerily from the corner behind the dark cabinet, gloomy and carrying an unfathomable, mysterious aura. Vaguely, it seemed like faint crying was mixed into the laughter, making one's hair stand on end. In her sleep, Qin Weiru tossed and turned incessantly, seemingly disturbed by the laughter. Her brow furrowed tightly, the long drawn-out sound lingering in her dreams, making her extremely irritable and unable to sleep peacefully. However, in the next moment, Qin Weiru's eyes snapped open. 47. Number 47 Qin Weiru's Terror. Chapter 47. Qin Weiru's Terror. Giggle, giggle, giggle. That terrifying and unsettling laughter immediately rang in Qin Weiru's ears again, intermittent yet exceptionally clear. Not a dream? Is there really such a laugh? Qin Weiru's confused face froze. The laughter seemed to be coming from inside her own house. Not daring to think of anything else, she hurriedly patted Jia Dongshu beside her. "Dongshu, wake up." Dongshu pushed and shoved. Jia Dongshu woke up in a daze and turned his head in confusion. "Weiru, what's wrong?" Qin Weiru quickly explained. "Dongshu, listen carefully. Is there laughter in our room?" "Laughter?" Jia Dongshu's brow furrowed. The next moment, a clear laugh reached Jia Dongshu's ears. It sounded unnatural, like a cross between crying and laughing. Jia Dongshu's expression changed instantly, and his groggy mind snapped awake. He listened carefully for a while longer, The sound was intermittent, but it was definitely there. Jia Dongshu hurriedly scrambled up, peering into the dim room. The night was hazy, making it hard to see clearly, only allowing him to make out the faint, vague outlines of the room. Qin Huairu also scrambled up, shrinking worriedly behind Jia Dongshu. "Huairu, go turn on the light," Jia Dongshu said. Hearing this, Qin Huairu shook her head repeatedly in fear. The sound was still there. She didn't dare get out of bed. "Dongshu, I don't dare." Jia Dongshu was speechless for a moment, then thought about it and said, "Then wake mom up first." Qin Huairu nodded immediately and crawled toward Jia Zhangxi. "Mom, wake up, Mom." Jia Zhangxi didn't wake up at all despite being shaken by Qin Huairu for a long time. Seeing this, Qin Huairu had to brace herself and slap Jia Zhangxi across the face twice. Slap slap. "Who? Which bastard hit me?" Jia Zhangxi bolted upright, shouting in anger. Qin Huairu's mouth twitched, and she hurriedly explained out of guilt, "Mom, it's me." "Here, Qin Huairu, you little slut, you actually dare to hit me? You've lost your mind." Before Qin Huairu could finish, Jia Zhangxi began berating her. After cursing, she was about to get up to teach Qin Huairu a lesson. The commotion woke the two sleeping children nearby, who rubbed their eyes and opened them in confusion. Seeing this, Jia Dongshu hurried over, grabbed Jia Zhangxi, and covered her mouth. "Mom, don't speak yet. There's something going on in our house." Hearing this and knowing it was her son, Jia Zhangxi quieted down immediately. At that moment, the eerie sound of the laughter bug rang out again. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Upon hearing the sound, Jia Zhangxi immediately shuddered. "Dongshu, that sound, has a thief broken into our home?" Jia Zhangxi pushed Jia Dongshu's hand away and spoke with a trembling voice. Jia Dongshu shook his head nervously. "Mom, I don't know either. We need to turn on the light." As soon as he finished speaking, Jia Zhangxi and Qin Huairu looked at Jia Dongshu simultaneously, their expressions saying, "You go," as they certainly weren't going down. Jia Dongshu felt helpless. Just as he was about to get up, he heard Jia Zhangxi grumbling in a low voice, "Qin Huairu, why haven't you gone to turn on the light yet? Dongshu and I are right behind you. What are you afraid of?" "Mom, Qin Huairu felt miserable, her tone pleading. "Go already." Jia Zhangxi gave Qin Huairu a hard pinch. Jia Dongshu couldn't stand it anymore and quickly spoke up, "Mom, stop bothering Huairu. I'll go." Having said that, he carefully got up, put on his shoes, and walked step by step toward the light switch. Seeing this, Jia Zhangxi and Qin Huairu said nothing more, their eyes scanning the surroundings warily. After a while, the light was finally turned on. The sudden brightness was blinding, forcing them to squint. After a good moment, they opened their eyes wide to inspect the room. "Huh? Nothing?" The dim yellow light illuminated the room, but everything appeared calm, with no trace of anyone else. But the next moment, the laughter rang out again. The group shuddered in fear and quickly huddled together. The awakened Bang Zheng and Xiao Dang were also frightened by the scene, their tears falling like broken strings of pearls. Qin Huairu, seeing this, hurriedly pulled the two children into her arms, silently comforting them. Whose voice is this? Where is it coming from?" Jia Zhangxi asked Jia Dongshu beside her in a trembling, terrified voice. Jia Dongshu swallowed hard and instinctively looked toward a cabinet in the corner. "Mom, Huairu, the sound seems to be coming from the cabinet where the bedding is kept." With that, everyone's gaze turned toward the cabinet. Inside the east wing room of the front yard, Su Hongyang was pleasantly surprised to see the emotional value notifications constantly appearing in his mind. The items were indeed powerful. In just a short while, the emotional value provided by the Jia family had exceeded 10,000. If it were the entire compound, how much would he get in one night? In the Jia family home in the middle courtyard, Jia Dongshu was now gripping a kitchen knife tightly, slowly approaching the cabinet. Qin Huairu and Jia Zhangxi didn't even dare to look. They were terrified that a criminal would suddenly leap out of the cabinet and finish off Jia Dongshu in a few strokes. At that moment, Qin Huairu suddenly thought of something. She looked outside, then at Jia Dongshu, who was afraid to advance, and hurriedly said, "How about I go get first uncle and the others? There's strength in numbers." Jia Zhangxi slapped her forehead. Right, we were all confused by the fear. Hurry out and find Yi Zhonghai." Hearing this, Jia Dongshu's eyes brightened a bit. Qin Huairu got off the bed and quickly ran out the door carrying the two children. Seeing this, Jia Zhangxi inwardly cursed herself for being so stupid. No matter what was going on inside the house, as long as she could get outside, wouldn't she be safe? The thought flashed by, and Jia Zhangxi immediately jumped down from the Kong, sprinting toward the outside at high speed. Jia Dongshu panicked when he saw his own mother run out as well. Now he was the only one left in the room, feeling isolated and helpless. He hurriedly threw down the kitchen knife and followed Jia Zhangxi out of the house. He even slammed the door shut behind him. Once Jia Zhangxi ran out into the compound, her sense of security returned. She immediately wailed in the middle courtyard, "Help, someone's been hurt by a criminal, somebody come out." Qin Huairu also knocked on several doors, waking the residents. Before long, lights came on in every household in the compound. Even the people in the front yard and back courtyard were awakened by the noise. As the first uncle of the compound, although his prestige had declined slightly recently, Yi Zhonghai was still in charge. When something happened in the middle courtyard, he was the first to come out. Nowadays, he was very attentive to the affairs of the compound, as he urgently needed to restore his prestige. How could he be missing when something happened? What's going on? Sister-in-law Jia, why aren't you all sleeping? What's all this racket in the middle of the night? Yi Zhonghai frowned, appearing as steady as Mount Tai. He had only heard the gist of Jia Zhangxi's wailing. Something about someone being hurt? 48. Number 48, Catching a Thief. Chapter 48, Catching a Thief. Seeing Yi Zhonghai come out, Jia Zhangxi quickly jumped up and shouted, "Dongshu's master, someone entered my house and even had the audacity to hide in the cabinet and laugh. You must stand up for us. They must be caught and sent to the police station, and they have to compensate our Jia family for the losses." Yi Zhonghai, Jia Dongshu also trotted over at this time and said urgently, "Master, it seems a thief entered my house, and it's a female thief. What should we do now?" Yi Zhonghai's expression turned serious as he said solemnly, "A thief broke in? Are you sure you saw clearly?" Jia Zhangxi couldn't stand this dilly-dallying and slapped her thigh, saying, "Oh, we're very sure. That little thief is laughing like her father just died. She must compensate us for our losses, or I'm not done with her." Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai's face became even more serious. At this time, most of the residents in the courtyard had come out. Second uncle Liu Heizhong and third uncle Yan Bugui stepped forward in confusion to ask what had happened. Upon hearing that the Jia family had a thief, their expressions turned somewhat ugly. Since the Jia family could be targeted by a thief, perhaps their own homes would be targeted one day as well. This wouldn't do. The thief had to be caught and severely punished. Su Hongyang also walked out of the east wing room, heading toward the middle courtyard with a somewhat strange expression. He hadn't expected that using the laughter bug for the first time today would cause such a big stir. As soon as he reached the middle courtyard, he found that many people had already gathered, as if an all-courtyard meeting were being held, huddling in groups of 3 or 5 and whispering. Shu Damao appeared before Su Hongyang and said with a smile, "Brother Hongyang, guess what happened to the Jia family today?" Su Hongyang shook his head and asked with feigned curiosity, "What happened? Could it be that Jia Zhangxi was caught having an affair?" Hearing this, several large question marks suddenly flashed in Shu Damao's head. How did Su Hongyang's words suddenly veer off into that kind of thing? But compared to the Jia family having a thief, this matter of Jia Zhangxi having an affair seemed much more explosive. Shu Damao's eyes immediately lit up with a bright glint as he hurriedly whispered, "Brother Hongyang, tell me more about Jia Zhangxi's affair." Su Hongyang turned his head away in annoyance. "I was just making a wild guess. Why are you taking it seriously?" Hearing this, Shu Damao immediately deflated, saying with a face full of disappointment, "If you ever find out about such a thing next time, you must tell me right away." Su Hongyang looked toward Yi Zhonghai's direction and said somewhat speechlessly, don't worry, I definitely will." Seeing so many people in the courtyard now, Yi Zhonghai felt at ease. If so many strong young men couldn't catch a single thief, they would have wasted all the food they'd eaten over the years. "Alright everyone, that's the situation. The little thief has already been locked inside by Dongshu, so no one needs to worry. I'll communicate with the thief inside first and let her come out to surrender herself." Yi Zhonghai stood with his hands behind his back, shouting loudly with an air of righteousness. These words seemed specifically intended for the little thief hiding in the Jia family's house. Undoubtedly, as long as the thief wasn't deaf, they would be able to hear it loud and clear. If he could bring this thief to justice without lifting a finger, it would showcase his prestige and ability as an uncle, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yi Zhonghai felt secretly proud, sweeping away the state of being demoralized by Su Hongyang earlier. Then he turned and shouted toward the Jia family's house, "Listen, whoever is inside, I am the first uncle of this compound, Yi Zhonghai. Before things get serious, come out and confess your crime. If you don't come out, the consequences will be more than you can handle. Of course, if you have a good attitude, we will appropriately plead for mercy on your behalf at the police station." Did you hear me? Behind them, a smile appeared on Su Hongyang's face. This Yi Zhonghai was acting all high and mighty again, but he hoped he wouldn't be scared later. Now Su Hongyang was considering whether to release that fierce ghost to have some fun. After all, the emotional value the Jia family had just provided was quite substantial. If everyone in the courtyard went through that, wouldn't the emotional value skyrocket? But he'd better wait and see. There was no rush for now, he had plenty of time. The people in the courtyard stared at the Jia family's door for a long while, but there was no movement inside. Yi Zhonghai felt like he was losing face. At the very least, you should make a sound. Otherwise, how embarrassing it would be for him, the first uncle, to be standing here. Seeing this, Lu Heizhong behind him also stepped out and said loudly, "Young comrade inside, come out quickly, you can't hide from this. I am the second uncle of the courtyard, and I can guarantee that as long as you have a good attitude toward admitting your mistake, we certainly won't make things difficult for you. Besides, don't I know the situation of the Jia family? They're dirt poor, you won't get anything good from them. Jia Zhongxi, Jia Dongshu, Qin Wairu, everyone." Seeing this, Yan Bugui adjusted his glasses and stepped forward with his chest puffed out. "Hello, comrade inside, I am the third uncle of the courtyard. Everyone is having a hard time these days, and I understand how you feel, but don't do anything foolish. Don't keep making mistakes. If your family is indeed in a very difficult situation, the residents of our courtyard will, at our discretion, give you a." The next moment, several murderous gazes shot toward Yan Bugui. Yan Bugui was choked up and immediately gave himself a light slap on the mouth. What kind of nonsense was he saying? Wasn't he just asking for trouble? He hurriedly changed his words. "The residents of the courtyard will give you some comfort at our discretion. Don't do anything rash." Yi Zhonghai, Lu Heizhong, everyone. The courtyard fell into silence, and there was still no movement inside the Jia family's house. Seeing this, Yi Zhonghai snorted coldly and ordered, "We've said all the nice things we could. Since the person inside won't give us any face, we'll all rush in together and catch her. Dongshu, Lu Guangtian, Yan Jicheng, Xu Damao, and the two brothers of the Chen family, all of you take something for self-defense and go in to catch her." After he finished speaking, the few people whose names were called looked at each other, somewhat reluctant. The person inside was surely no good. If they had a knife and wanted to fight to the death, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Seeing this, Yi Zhonghai's face darkened. Fine, so he couldn't get anyone to move now, could he? Seeing that his eldest son also had to go in, Yan Bugui couldn't help but worry and said to Yi Zhonghai, "Old Yi, why don't we call the police?" Yi Zhonghai waved his hand. "No need to call the police. It's just a woman inside." "What, are so many grown men afraid of a single woman?" Hearing this, the courage of the several young men seemed to return. A woman? What was there to be afraid of? Just go in and catch her. Besides, with so many of them there, it wouldn't necessarily be them who got hurt. With others to back them up, what was there to fear? Close black lens bracket 49. Hash 49 Xu Damao, who doesn't believe in evil spirits. Chapter 49. Xu Damao doesn't believe in evil. Lu Guangtian had always been bold. He immediately set an example, picking up a shoulder pole from under the eaves and walking up. The remaining few followed suit, each picking up a weapon for self-defense. Su Hongyang looked at the indifferent Xu Damao beside him and couldn't help but say, "Damao, Yi Zhonghai is calling you." Xu Damao curled his lip. "Whoever wants to go can go, but I'm definitely not going. That old bachelor has never had good intentions toward me." Hearing this, Su Hongyang smiled and said nothing more, perhaps because the compound was in such a mess, no one noticed that Xu Damao was missing. At this moment, Lu Guangtian and Yan Jicheng had already pushed open the door to the Jia family's house. Just as they stepped one foot inside, a sharp sound that was half crying and half laughing came from within. The laughter seemed to contain endless resentment, eerily echoing through the Jia family's rooms. Everyone present was startled by the sound. Many people were so frightened that they took 2 steps back, cursing inwardly that the thief inside was simply inhuman, playing ghosts and spirits here. Lu Guangtian and the others swallowed hard and instinctively looked at Yi Zhonghai beside them. Yi Zhonghai also frowned deeply and made a gesture for them to go in. Seeing this, they had no choice but to steel themselves and continue inside. Jia Dongshu pointed toward a corner at this moment. "It's that cabinet over there. She should be inside it." Hearing this, they all stepped lightly toward the cabinet. Lu Guangtian said to Jia Dongshu, "This is your house. You open the cabinet." Hearing this, Jia Dongshu hesitated. "Ami?" Yan Jicheng was getting a bit impatient. "Dongshu, hurry up. We're all right here beside you. What are you worried about?" "Exactly. Hurry up." Seeing this, Jia Dongshu could only steel himself and step forward. After all, the sound was truly terrifying. If it had been even slightly more normal, he wouldn't have hesitated at all. Jia Dongshu comforted himself for a moment, then pulled the 2 handles of the cabinet door. With a creak, the cabinet was opened. They all retreated together, fearing that something terrifying would suddenly pop out. The young men, in defensive stances, looked into the cabinet. To their surprise, all they saw was a cotton quilt with several shoe soles stored in the bottom compartment. There was nothing else, but this scene was quite different from what they had imagined. Where is she? Yan Jicheng asked in confusion. Just as he finished speaking, the next moment, another sharp, violent laugh erupted from within the cabinet, becoming increasingly frenzied. The sound pounded against their eardrums, and instantly, a chill enveloped their entire bodies. The people present were instantly stunned, all showing expressions of disbelief. It's over, we've bloody seen a ghost. This was the last thought that crossed their minds. Just then, someone screamed at the top of their lungs, "Ghost!" They all scattered like startled birds, fleeing from the Jia family's rooms. Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 999. Yan Jicheng emotional value plus 999. Lu Guangtian emotional value plus 999. Emotional value plus 999. The people in the compound were originally quite curious about the situation inside. While everyone was waiting anxiously, they heard a howl from within the Jia house. Then, several young men came running out, scrambling in terror. The residents of the compound were instantly bewildered. What was going on? What happened to everyone? What on earth happened inside? First Uncle Yi Zhonghai was also in a state of confusion. Wait, why are you running? Is it that scary inside? Seeing Jia Dongshu being the last one to run out of the room, Yi Zhonghai quickly grabbed him. Dongshu, what happened inside? What's going on with you all? Jia Dongshu's breathing was ragged as he quickly said, Master, something's wrong inside. There's no one there, yet there's still a sound. Yi Zhonghai's brows furrowed. No one? Are you sure you checked? Yan Jicheng and the others had already run into the crowd. Having gained a slight sense of security, they were gasping for air, but their eyes couldn't help but show terror as they looked back at the Jia house. Lu Guangtian spoke up in panic at this moment. First Uncle, it's haunted inside. There isn't even a shadow of a person. As soon as he finished speaking, an uproar broke out among the residents in the yard. Everyone looked at the disheveled Lu Guangtian in disbelief. Second Uncle Lu Heizhong, who was standing nearby in confusion, immediately changed his expression upon hearing this and barked, Guangtian, are you looking for trouble? What nonsense are you talking? At this time, Jia Dongshu ignored everything else and quickly nodded in agreement. Lu Guangtian is right. There's most likely a problem inside. Master, there really is no one in there. In such a small space, the only place someone could hide is that cabinet, but we've already opened it and looked. Shu Damao jumped out with his foul mouth at this moment. Oh, what's this now? What era is this? You're still engaging in feudal superstitions. Aren't you afraid of ending up in jail? Hearing this, Jia Dongshu said angrily, what are you saying? We're not lying. Lu Guangtian, Yan Jicheng, and the others all saw it with their own eyes. Shu Damao was dismissive. TCH, who knows if you're plotting something in secret? First Uncle, this trend of feudal superstition cannot be allowed. Otherwise, I, Shu Damao, will go and report it. Lu Guangtian was seething with rage. He pointed at Shu Damao and shouted, Shu Damao, it's easy for you to talk. If you're so capable, go in and take a look. If you don't go in, you're not a man. Yan Jicheng also chimed in, that's right. Shu Damao, do you dare to go in and look? Otherwise, you're not a man. Hearing this, Shu Damao secretly felt a bit of regret, but he absolutely couldn't lose face. Since things had reached this point, if he didn't go, he really wouldn't be a man. Otherwise, how would he, Shu Damao, ever be able to hold his head up in the compound again? Just as Shu Damao was preparing to go in, Yi Zhonghai waved his hand and said, alright, you boys stop talking. Shu Damao, you stop making a scene too. Why didn't I see you go in just now? Now you're coming out to show off. He paused, then said to the people in the yard, how about this? I'll go in with old Lu and old Yan to take a look first. Everyone, please calm down. This thief, we the three uncles definitely won't let her get away. Shu Damao immediately became unhappy. Don't First Uncle, if I don't go in, won't I look like a clown? Let me go in alone to take a look first. If I don't go in, I'm not a man. Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai was utterly speechless. Lu Heizhong waved his hand in front of the crowd at this moment. Fine, fine, Shu Damao, you go in and take a look first. Once you've seen, come out quickly and don't delay things. Hearing this, Shu Damao smiled and glanced at the still terrified Jia Dongshu, saying disdainfully, with that behavior of yours? With that, he turned his head and strode into the Jia family's house. Su Hongyang, in the crowd, twitched his lips. Shu Damao, you really won't learn until you're faced with the grim reality. You're going to have a hard time in a moment. Time passed minute by minute. Shu Damao had been inside the Jia house for several minutes, but what confused everyone was that no sound or movement was coming from inside. Just as everyone was growing impatient, they heard a hoarse scream from within. Ghost. Shu Damao emotional value plus 999. Shu Damao emotional value plus 999. Shu Damao emotional value. Immediately followed by a thud, like the sound of a heavy object falling to the floor. 50. Number 50 Director Wang arrived. Chapter 50. Director Wang arrives. When the three uncles heard the commotion, their expressions changed instantly. Nothing could be allowed to happen to Shu Damao, or they would be held accountable as well. Yi Zhonghai was the first to rush inside. Lu Heizhong and Yan Bugui followed closely behind, running into the Jia family home. As soon as Yi Zhonghai entered, he saw Shu Damao lying stiffly on the floor next to a cabinet in the corner. He hurried over to check on the situation. By then, the other two uncles had also entered. Yan Bugui asked worriedly, "What happened? What happened to Shu Damao?" Yi Zhonghai quickly checked his breathing. After a moment, he felt relieved. "He's fine, he just fainted." Hearing this, both Lu Heizhong and Yan Bugui breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately after, the three uncles looked toward the cabinet that had already been opened. As the three of them were investigating, an eerie and terrifying laugh echoed from inside the cabinet. The three of them shuddered in fear. After the initial panic, they managed to steady their nerves and, emboldened, continued to peer into the cabinet. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Lu Heizhong emotional value plus 999. Yan Bugui emotional value plus 999. Something strange is definitely going on. The hearts of the three uncles sank, and a sense of dread permeated their bodies. Yi Zhonghai quickly spoke up, "Hurry, let's carry Shu Damao out first." Right. Lu Heizhong and Yan Bugui nodded frantically. Everyone in the compound was startled when they saw Shu Damao being carried out. This something had happened. "Husband, what happened?" First aunt hurried over and asked with concern. Yi Zhonghai steadied himself and quickly said, "Go back quickly. Go over to the old lady's place." First aunt hesitated but obediently nodded. Seeing this, Su Hongyang walked over. He reached out to check the pulse at Shu Damao's neck and lifted his eyelids to examine him. Yi Zhonghai frowned. "Su Hongyang, what are you doing?" Su Hongyang looked up. "I know medicine. If you don't want Shu Damao's condition to worsen, then shut your mouth." Yi Zhonghai, you. Yi Zhonghai felt annoyed. Why was this little beast being so blunt? Everyone was in the yard. You could at least show me some respect. However, now was not the time for such things. It seemed something truly bizarre had happened inside the Jia house. But this matter was difficult to explain clearly to everyone. If he really said it, the nature of the situation would change. If the three uncles were seen leading feudal superstitions and the word reached the subdistrict office, everyone in the compound would have to attend ideological education classes. That would be truly humiliating. Yi Zhonghai and the other two uncles looked at each other, not knowing how to speak of it. If they didn't say anything, how would the matter be resolved? Speaking plainly didn't seem right either. They were truly in a dilemma. "Dongshu's master, is there anyone inside? Where is that little thief? You can't let her escape." Jia Zhongxi ran out and said urgently. Hearing this, the three uncles looked at each other again. After a long silence, Yi Zhonghai suddenly spoke, "We can't handle this. Go and notify Director Wang to come over." Hearing this, the eyes of Yan Bugui and Lu Heizhong lit up. Yes, wouldn't it be fine to just call Director Wang over? If they spread word of this strange occurrence, they might be blamed for promoting superstition. But it would be different if Director Wang came to take charge. Let the subdistrict office worry about this troublesome matter. "Jicheng, you know where Director Wang lives. Hurry and go invite her here." Yan Bugui immediately shouted to Yan Jicheng. Yan Jicheng gave an "oh" and quickly ran out. The people in the compound looked at each other. Why did they need to trouble Director Wang to come? Was it really as they said, that something bizarre had happened inside? Meanwhile, Shu Damao, who was lying on the ground, slowly woke up after Su Hongyang pinched his philtrum. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Su Hongyang. He glanced around and noticed many pairs of eyes staring at him. Recalling what had just happened, Shu Damao felt as though he had escaped death and began to cry pitifully. "Woo-woo brother Hongyang, it's so good to see you all again, woo-woo woo-woo." Seeing this, Su Hongyang was secretly amused, but he said seriously, "Brother Damiao, are you still a man? You should learn a thing or two about courage from the three uncles. If it weren't for them, you'd still be lying in there." Hearing this, Yan Bugui and Lu Heizhong immediately straightened their postures and looked at Shu Damao with disdainful eyes. Seeing their expressions, Shu Damao's face turned red with embarrassment. He had truly lost face this time. He quickly said apologetically, "Thanks, three uncles. I'll treat you to drinks another day." Yan Bugui immediately laughed cheerfully. "Damao is still so generous. No need for another day, tomorrow will do." Shu Damao, While the people in the courtyard were chatting, Yan Jichun came running back, panting heavily. Behind him was Director Wang, whose hair was a bit disheveled and whose eyes were bleary with sleep as she followed him into the yard. Probably because she had been called at this hour, her expression was as unpleasant as could be. Director Wang walked quickly to the three uncles and said with a frown, "What's going on? You had to have me come over in the middle of the night?" Seeing that the leader was in a bad mood, Lu Heizhong and Yan Bugui lowered their heads and didn't dare to make a sound. Yi Zhonghai had no choice but to step forward and whisper a few words into Director Wang's ear. After a long while, Director Wang's expression became even more unpleasant. She said sternly to Yi Zhonghai, "Master Yi, you've been a resident of this compound for many years. You know that in this new era, we must resist superstitious thoughts. How can you blindly state such unverified ideas before you've even cleared up the facts?" Yi Zhonghai knew Director Wang would rebut him like this and immediately said, "Director Wang, perhaps I didn't check carefully enough. I am also a 7th grade worker at the steel rolling mill. Naturally, I believe in science. How about Director Wang comes in with us to check carefully again?" Hearing this, Director Wang's expression softened quite a bit. She nodded and said, "Then lead me in to take a look." After saying that, Yi Zhonghai led Director Wang toward the Jia house. Yan Bugui and Lu Heizhong gritted their teeth and followed them in. Seeing this, Su Hongyang hesitated for a moment and then gave the command for the laughter bug to withdraw. In this situation, it was better not to let the people from the sub-district office find out. To avoid creating other troubles, he would just harvest some emotional value from the people in the compound for now. Making the scene too big would be disadvantageous for him. Inside the Jia house, Yi Zhonghai pointed cautiously at the corner cabinet and said, "Director Wang, it's right here. That sound was coming from this place, but we just can't see anyone. Don't you think it's strange?" Hearing this, Director Wang's brow furrowed deeply. She walked over to the cabinet and looked it up and down. But she didn't find anything unusual. After a long while, she turned back to look at the three uncles and said coldly, "Where is the sound? Didn't you say there was a sound?" Seeing Director Wang's face grow colder, the three of them didn't know what to say for a moment. "That's right, where was the sound? That deathly noise should have continued. Let Director Wang hear your voice too." The three of them felt a bit numb inside. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 51. Number 51, Mischief? Chapter 51, a prank? Maybe we need to wait a bit longer. Director Wang, there really was a sound here just now. We all heard it, Yan Bugui explained in a low voice. Director Wang looked suspiciously at the three managing elders before her. She knew these three well. They shouldn't be lying to her, but this matter was simply too absurd. Laughter appearing out of nowhere in a room, and the source of the sound couldn't be found. After staring at Yi Zhonghai and the other two for a long while and seeing their certain expressions, Director Wang had no choice but to say, "Then keep looking. If there's nothing, then you just misheard." Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai and the others nodded helplessly. In the crowd outside, Su Hongyang listened to the commotion inside. After thinking for a moment, he walked in with a smile on his face. "Director Wang, what's the situation inside? Do you need some help?" Director Wang and the others in the room turned their heads. Seeing it was Su Hongyang who had entered, they didn't pay it much mind. Only Yi Zhonghai's face turned ashen. He now found Su Hongyang eyesore no matter where he looked. The boy had swindled so much of his retirement money, yet he could do nothing about him. Now that such a thing had happened in the compound, this little beast actually had the nerve to smile. Looking at the beaming Su Hongyang, Yi Zhonghai couldn't take it anymore and barked, "What are you doing in here? Get out!" Su Hongyang's expression froze. "Holy crap, you old fossil. You still owe me 2 tickets. You actually dare to bare your teeth at me again. Did you forget what happened before so quickly? Yi Zhonghai, this isn't your house. What are you howling for?" Director Wang hasn't said anything, so do you have more authority than Director Wang? Pausing, Su Hongyang turned his head and said to Director Wang, "Director Wang, look at this first uncle who covers the sky with one hand in the compound. I came in with good intentions to show some concern, and this is his attitude. One can only imagine what kind of life the residents had before with such an arbitrary person around." Yi Zhonghai was startled to hear this. He had just been blinded by rage seeing this little beast grinning, and now he regretted trying to deal with the boy in front of Director Wang. The boy went for the kill as soon as he opened his mouth. Could the phrase covering the sky with one hand be used on a person of high moral character like him, the first uncle? Yi Zhonghai was about to argue back when Director Wang shouted, "Enough, now is not the time for this." After speaking, she glared fiercely at Yi Zhonghai. She was already unhappy about coming here in the middle of the night, and now she had to listen to their bickering. Did they think she, the director, had no temper? And this comrade Su Hongyang? Ever since she learned about what happened with He Yuzhu last time, she knew this kid wasn't someone to be trifled with either. After calming down, Director Wang turned and said, "Comrade Su Hongyang, you've come at a good time. These three said they heard some noises here earlier. Did you hear anything outside?" Hearing this, Su Hongyang looked at Yi Zhonghai and the others, then at Director Wang, and nodded. "I heard it. There was indeed something, a woman's laughter." Director Wang's brow furrowed. "There really was?" Su Hongyang crossed his arms and said seriously, "There was, but I think this should be someone's prank. As for how they did it so seamlessly, I'm not sure." But Yan Bugui was a bit stunned and was about to speak, but Su Hongyang interrupted him. Su Hongyang looked at them with an expression of disappointment. "Second uncle and third uncle, you're both getting on in years. How can you still follow first uncle in making such a fuss? It's simply scandalous." Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 500. Lu Heizhong emotional value plus 100. Yan Bugui emotional value plus 100. Before the four could react, Su Hongyang continued, "It's just a prank. It's one thing if you can't figure it out, but how could you rashly run out and tell the people in the compound that there's something dirty here? Isn't that promoting superstition? This kind of remnant from the old society lacks scientific basis and is completely untenable. Your level of ideological awareness has truly disappointed me." By the end, Su Hongyang spoke with absolute conviction. Yi Zhonghai and the other two were instantly dumbfounded. Had they said those things? Had they told the residents that there was something dirty? They seemed to have said nothing at all. Those words seemed to have been shouted by Jia Dongshu and Lu Guangtian. It had nothing to do with them. Just as Yi Zhonghai was about to argue again, Director Wang, standing to the side, was already ashen with rage. "HMPH, fine. So you've already been spreading rumors. It seems your thinking really does have serious problems. Even Comrade Su Hongyang can realize something is wrong, yet you three are supposed to be steward elders." Lu Heizhong broke into a cold sweat. He still wanted to leave a good impression on the leadership. He quickly waved his hands and said, "Director Wang, we didn't say that. Su Hongyang is talking nonsense." Su Hongyang waved his hand dismissively. "Second uncle, regardless of whether I'm talking nonsense, just looking at your ability to handle affairs really makes us residents very worried. Such a tiny fart of a matter, and you've made the whole compound lose its head." Yi Zhonghai snorted coldly. "Su Hongyang, stop trying to incite trouble here. We already called Director Wang over. What more do you want?" Su Hongyang frowned. "What do I want? First uncle, I'm trying to help save the compound's reputation." He paused and raised his voice. "As steward elders, you promote superstition as soon as you encounter a problem. If word of this gets out, what will happen to our compound's reputation?" Yi Zhonghai trembled with rage. "Su Hongyang, don't you go slandering people. We never said those words at all." Su Hongyang rolled his eyes. "It doesn't matter if you said it or not. What matters is what the people inside and outside the compound will think. Director Wang, I suggest thoroughly rectifying the thinking of the three uncles, especially Yi Zhonghai's. Otherwise, who knows what kind of chaos will break out in the future." Yi Zhonghai pointed an angry finger at Su Hongyang. "You, enough," Director Wang shouted with a dark face. She then nodded. "Comrade Su Hongyang is right. The chaos here cannot be allowed to spread further, especially regarding the mouths of the compound residents. The most important thing for the three of you is to do a good job with their ideological work. Also, as for who exactly is playing this prank, you three managing elders better investigate it clearly as soon as possible and give me an explanation." Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai and the others wanted to explain further, but didn't know how to open their mouths. At this time, Su Hongyang patted his chest and added, "Don't worry, Director Wang. I will help the three uncles investigate this matter to the end and drag this bad element out." Director Wang nodded with satisfaction. "Good, with a clear-headed young man like Comrade Su Hongyang around, I can feel much more at ease. This matter ends here today. I don't want to see a second time. Do you understand?" The three uncles nodded in unison, all agreeing they understood. Seeing this, Director Wang said no more and walked outside with a weary face. When her gaze fell upon the many residents in the courtyard, she couldn't help but frown. She took a deep breath and then raised her voice to shout, "Everyone, there's actually nothing major happening here. This is just a prank by some people. I advise this person to take the initiative to go to the 3 managing elders, explain the situation clearly, and admit their mistake. Director Wong paused, then continued. If this person remains stubborn and refuses to come forward, then once we catch them, we will directly notify the police station. At that time, the consequences will be severe. Her words were like a clap of thunder, causing a stir among the crowd. The people in the courtyard began to discuss it one after another. After speaking, Director Wong left. Seeing this, everyone finally looked at the 3 uncles walking out of the Jia house. Su Hongyang patted Yi Zhonghai on the shoulder from behind and guaranteed, "First uncle, I'll leave this place to the 3 of you. Don't worry, I'll also help you investigate this matter seriously." After speaking, he left the middle courtyard, swaying his head. Yi Zhonghai looked at Su Hongyang's back, harboring secret hatred in his heart. Beside him, Lu Heizhong seemed to want to say something but stopped, looking at Su Hongyang with a helpless sigh. Last time, he thought he could seek justice for Su Hongyang in front of the deaf old lady. Who would have thought that not only did he fail, but he also made Su Hongyang look down on him. Now he didn't even have the chance to learn those great principles from Su Hongyang. One wrong step leads to eternal regret. He would have to find another opportunity to see if he could treat Su Hongyang to a meal and have him teach him more. Jia Dongshi's family all came out at this time, their faces full of anxiety. Jia Dongshu hurriedly asked, "Master, is what Director Wang said true? Is someone really playing a prank?" Jia Dongshi's eyes were sharp as she glanced toward the people in the compound. Yi Zhonghai sighed. "It should be, we just don't know who did it for now. You can rest assured, we will keep an eye on this." Jia Zhongxi cursed, "Which motherless brat did this? Don't let this old lady catch you, or I'll scratch you to death." 52. Number 52 Machine Malfunction. Chapter 52. Machine Failure. Yi Zhonghai waved his hand. "Alright everyone, it's getting late. Hurry back and go to sleep." Hearing this, everyone dispersed. "Sister-in-law Jia, you all should go back to sleep too, the noise has stopped now." So presumably that whoever it was must have left. Yi Zhonghai added another word to Jia Zhongxi. Open black lens bracket. Writing to this point, I hope readers remember our domain name. Taiwan novel website is super easy to use and very comprehensive. Close black lens bracket. Hearing this, Jia Zhongxi said unwillingly, "Dongshu's master, are we just going to let that little thief go like this? She disturbed everyone in our compound so much that no one could rest well. Look at my Bang Zheng, look how haggard he is. If not sleeping well now affects his development. Can that little thief take responsibility?" As she spoke, she pulled over Bang Zheng, who was so sleepy he could barely keep his eyes open, and began wailing like a ghost again. "My poor grandson, my Jia family is being bullied and no one cares. Why is it so hard for me to get justice? Old Jia, why did you leave so early, leaving us orphans and widows behind? You don't even say a word when we're bullied. Come up quickly and take them away." Yi Zhonghai looked at the pestering Jia Zhongxi, his brow furrowed tightly. Beside him, Lu Heizhong and Yan Bugui also looked displeased, cursing Jia Zhongxi in their hearts. What time was it already, and she was still pulling this act? They still had to work tomorrow. The other residents of the middle courtyard were also by their windows, watching Jia Zhongxi's Azul summoning with great interest. This old shrew had almost become an essential daily hot topic for them. She was quite something. Yi Zhonghai spoke with a dark face. "Alright, sister-in-law Jia, I will definitely give you a satisfactory account in a few days. Now hurry back and sleep, it's already late. Dongshu, Wairu, hurry and help your mother inside. Don't let people make a joke of us." Oh. Jia Dongshu nodded repeatedly and stepped forward to help Jia Zhongxi toward their house. Hearing Yi Zhonghai say this, Jia Zhongxi stopped making a fuss and followed Jia Dongshu back inside. Behind them, Qin Wairu, carrying Xiao Dang in her arms and leading Bang Zheng with her other hand, also went back into the house. Looking at this family, the 3 uncles had different thoughts. They shook their heads and, without further thought, swayed back to their respective homes to sleep. The next day, at the steel rolling mill, because of what happened yesterday, many people in the compound were more or less tired. Especially Jia Dongshu, who was standing in front of Su Hongyang at the moment. For some reason, he had developed such large dark circles overnight. It looked like he hadn't slept at all. What happened to the Jia family again last night? He remembered he had already taken back the laughter bug. Yi Zhonghai, standing nearby, also noticed this. He wanted to tell Jia Dongshu to take leave and go back to rest, but Jia Dongshu shook his head and refused. A day without work meant a day less pay. For his family, if they spent sparingly, one day's wages could last for 2 days. especially in these times of scarcity, where they frequently had to go to the black market to buy expensive grain. He couldn't afford to take leave. To this, Yi Zhonghai didn't say anything more and specifically gave him some simple tasks so it would be easier for him. Su Hongyang watched all this and had nothing to say. Who told him his master was a 7th grade worker? However, he had recently heard that the technician assessment would be held next month. Many people were gossiping about it privately, and everyone seemed to be rubbing their palms in anticipation. He didn't know if there was enough time. If he also had a chance to take the assessment, Su Hongyang began to ponder. Relying solely on his current abilities seemed like a pipe dream. Not only was Yi Zhonghai not teaching him anything now, but even self-study would be quite a struggle. Since tomorrow was the end of the month and the fitter assessment was in the middle of next month, that meant he only had about 15 days in total. Tisk tisk, system, bring out some technical products, Su Hongyang sighed. Just then, a loud bang resounded through the entire workshop, followed by a series of rumbling loud noises from behind. Su Hongyang, who was just lamenting, was also startled by the sound. Judging by the source of the sound, it seemed to be coming from Jia Dongshu's direction. Could it be that this wall-hanging brother had kicked the bucket? So soon? Little Wai Hua hasn't even been born yet, right? Thinking of this, he immediately turned around curiously and walked toward the source of the sound. At this time, all the workers in the workshop stopped their work and walked over curiously. Director Guo and Yi Zhonghai, in particular, ran toward Jia Dongshu's direction with faces full of worry. When Su Hongyang arrived at Jia Dongshu's side, he found that Jia Dongshu was still standing there intact, but it seemed something had gone wrong with the lathe machine. Director Guo squeezed in quickly and asked urgently, "What happened? Was anyone hurt?" Yi Zhonghai also quickly reached Jia Dongshu's side, feeling all over his apprentice, afraid that something might have happened to the one who would support him in his old age. Jia Dongshu recovered from the shock and said hurriedly, "Master, I'm fine." "It's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine." Seeing that Jia Dongshu was still alive and kicking, a weight finally lifted from Yi Zhonghai's heart. Director Guo also breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid someone had been hurt, otherwise he would also be implicated. What exactly happened? Why did the lathe machine end up like this? Director Guo asked in a heavy voice, frowning. Jia Dongshu swallowed and hurriedly turned around to explain. Director Guo, I don't know why, but the workpiece held by the 3 Jiachucks suddenly fell off, which led to the crash. Hearing this, Director Guo stepped forward to take a look. After a long while, he turned around and said to the surrounding workers, "All right, everyone go back to work. Don't mess up the workshop order. Xiao Tang, go and call Engineer Wang over." Hearing these words, the crowd slowly dispersed. Su Hongyang also returned to his workspace, but his position was quite close to Jia Dongshu's, separated by only one machine. So after returning to his post, he continued to pay attention to the situation. After a short while, an old man with graying buzz-cut hair carrying a toolbox walked over. Director Guo hurried forward. "Engineer Wang, sorry to trouble you." The elder nodded without speaking and went directly to the lathe machine to inspect it. After some probing, Engineer Wang finally stood up and said to Director Guo with a frown, "This machine is leaking oil seriously, leading to hydraulic pressure loss. The 3 Jiachuk can no longer hold the workpiece to continue working." Upon hearing this, Director Guo immediately asked, "Can it be fixed now?" Engineer Wang shook his head helplessly. These machines were all transported here by Big Mao, and they were calibrated by their engineers. I'm not yet familiar with this part of the machine's pressure loss. If I were to dismantle it blindly, I'm afraid. At this point, the situation was already very clear. Director Guo's brows furrowed deeply once more. After a long time, he asked again, "Then how long would it take to invite their engineers over?" Engineer Wang smiled bitterly. "At least half a month. Moreover, the wages to invite them are quite high. This matter probably needs to be reported up." Director Guo sighed. "Fine, let's go report this to the factory director together." After saying that, the two of them left the workshop together. Su Hongyang, standing to the side, heard every single word they said. He felt a stir in his heart. He was really getting exactly what he wished for. Wasn't this situation perfect for him? The opportunity was right before his eyes. How could he possibly let it go? 53. Number 53 Jia Dongshu's Shame and Indignation. Chapter 53. Jia Dongshu's Shame and Indignation. He now possessed the system and was not lacking in food or drink at all. It was just that being an apprentice worker was a bit stifling. If he hadn't made a guarantee to his uncle earlier, he might have already found a way to become a procurement officer. But the next 3 years would be the period of natural disasters. If he could always get a large amount of grain, many eyes might be watching him, making him even more conspicuous. After thinking for a moment, he walked towards Jia Dongshu. At this time, Yi Zhonghai and Jia Dongshu were still talking, with the former teaching the latter the precautions of being a fitter. The two of them stopped immediately when they saw Su Hongyang walking over. Yi Zhonghai said dissatisfiedly, "Su Hongyang, you're not working at your workstation. What are you doing here?" Su Hongyang smiled, "Master Yi, you're teaching Jia Dongshu your experience. As an apprentice worker under you, why can't I listen in?" Yi Zhonghai sneered inwardly and said seriously, "Comrade Su Hongyang, with your current level as a fitter, you can't understand what I'm saying. You should go back and continue doing some simple work." Su Hongyang didn't listen to Yi Zhonghai at all and shook his head as he spoke. "Master Yi, veteran masters teaching apprentice workers is arranged by the factory leadership, and it's also a policy issued by the state, which attaches importance to industrial development and technical inheritance. If you don't teach me, then you're disrespecting this policy and not supporting the cultivation of national technical talents. Don't you think this is short-sighted behavior? Isn't it hindering the development of production? For old fogies like you who are detached from the masses and are backward and conservative, it's not like none have been sent to the great Northwest to support construction. Do you think it's possible for you to become one of them?" Although Su Hongyang's voice wasn't loud, it still attracted several nearby workers to turn their heads. Yi Zhonghai's face darkened, and he quickly walked in front of Su Hongyang. "Comrade Su Hongyang, I didn't say I wouldn't teach you. Haven't I been busy these past 2 days? How about this afternoon? I'll teach you how to operate the lathe machine." Su Hongyang waved his hand. "Master Yi, you're looking down on me, aren't you? I already know how to operate the lathe machine." Yi Zhonghai was stunned. "You know how?" Su Hongyang nodded nonchalantly. "I've read some books these past few days and learned the techniques of other masters nearby. I've already learned it. Now you should teach me how to make workpieces, understood?" Yi Zhonghai nodded blankly. Jia Dongshu, who was next to them, snorted in disdain. "Just you? Do you think these machines are toys for 3-year-olds? It took me 5 years before I could operate the machine. Don't talk so big. If you break the machine, you'll be disciplined." Su Hongyang glanced at this brother on the wall and joked to Yi Zhonghai, "Master Yi, your ability to teach an apprentice doesn't seem to be that great either. Jia Dongshu has been a fitter for almost 10 years, right? How is he still only a second-grade fitter?" Yi Zhonghai's emotional value plus 200. Jia Dongshu's emotional value plus 600. Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai fell silent. It was true, it had been almost 10 years. Jia Dongshu had taken over from his father and come to the steel rolling mill to work when he was 16 or 17. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. Was it because he didn't know how to teach, or was Jia Dongshu's talent really that poor? Jia Dongshu's face had already turned dark. He said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? My master is a dignified 7th-grade worker. How could he not know how to teach an apprentice?" Hearing this, Su Hongyang immediately looked as if he had realized something. "Then it's your problem? It seems that with your IQ, you're really not suited for this." Jia Dongshu's emotional value plus 999. Jia Dongshu's emotional value plus 999. Jia Dongshu's face turned red with shame. "You PFF'd." A worker nearby couldn't help but laugh out loud. Several other workers who heard this also tried hard to suppress the corners of their mouths. "Alright, Dongshu, you're just starting out now. Your grade will slowly increase in the future." Yi Zhonghai patted Jia Dongshu's shoulder and comforted him. While they were talking, Director Guo's figure had returned to the workshop. He walked quickly to Su Hongyang and the others and said, "Jia Dongshu, the machine on your side is broken now. You can only go to other stations to help. Come back here after it's repaired." Hearing this, Jia Dongshu nodded. Seeing this, Su Hongyang said to Director Guo, "Director, can you let me take a look at this machine? I should be able to fix it." As soon as he finished speaking, several people looked at Su Hongyang in surprise. Yi Zhonghai couldn't help but say, "Comrade Su Hongyang, don't talk nonsense here. Even Master Wang couldn't fix this machine, and you can?" Jia Dongshu also had an expression as if he were looking at a fool and said, "Exactly, Su Hongyang, have you been drinking? How dare you say such nonsense?" Su Hongyang ignored the master and apprentice and continued to Director Guo, "Director Guo, I never do things I'm not sure of. Even if I can't fix it, I won't break any parts. You can also watch from the side." Director Guo looked puzzled upon hearing this. "Comrade Su Hongyang, have you studied this before?" Su Hongyang nodded and told a lie, "Yes, I've read many books of this type before and want to put it into practice." Director Guo fell silent upon hearing this. Jia Dongshu instantly burst into laughter. "Haha, Su Hongyang, according to what you said, you've never fixed one before. Someone who hasn't even touched a lathe machine a few times has the thick skin to say he can fix it. Su Hongyang turned his head speechlessly, raised his palm, and cursed at Jia Dongshu. Damn it, I get angry just looking at you, you lowlife. If you keep chirping, I'll slap your mouth crooked. Jia Dongshu shuddered in fear and quickly retreated several steps, hiding behind Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai's emotional value plus 200. Su Hongyang then shifted his gaze back to Director Guo and continued, Director Guo, those engineers from the Big Mao country will take at least half a month to arrive. And their prices are high, so why not let me try? Seeing this, Director Guo also sighed. It would indeed take forever for those engineers to come, and the output of this workshop was already not high. Now that another machine was out of order, it was estimated that the production volume for these 1 or 2 months would be at the bottom. This was extremely unfavorable for his prospects. Looking at Su Hongyang's eager eyes, Director Guo finally nodded. Alright, you can give it a try. But let me say this first, if you can't fix it, don't force it. You must not make the machine worse. Otherwise both you and I will be punished. Su Hongyang was delighted to hear this and nodded. Don't worry, Director Guo. I guarantee there won't be any problems. With that, he walked towards the machine. Yi Zhonghai and Jia Dongshu looked at each other, looking at Director Guo in disbelief. Director Guo, is this somewhat inappropriate? Yi Zhonghai said, frowning. Director Guo waved his hand. What's the harm in trying? This young man looks quite clever to me. If he really fixes it and saves a lot of money for our steel rolling mill, it would be a good thing. Alright, Master Yi, take Jia Dongshu back to your stations and get to work. I'll watch over things here. Seeing this, Yi Zhonghai and his apprentice looked at Su Hongyang, who was already inspecting the machine, and could only leave to continue their work. But they were muttering in their hearts, if this kid Su Hongyang could fix it, then pigs could fly. Just wait and see if this kid will be in trouble in a while. Fix the machine? You'd be better off fixing yourself. 54. Number 54 Repairing Machines. Chapter 54. Repairing the Machine. Su Hongyang looked over the situation, then turned to Director Guo and said, I've found the issue. It's just that we have very few repair tools here. I'll need to borrow Master Wang's. Director Guo's eyes lit up. You found the cause? Alright, I'll have someone call Engineer Wang over right now. With that, he turned and sent one of his subordinates to fetch Master Wang. A short while later, Master Wang arrived again, carrying his toolbox. Director Guo, what's going on? Didn't we just report to the factory director? It was supposed to take many days. Director Guo hurried to meet him, explaining with a smile, Engineer Wang, come and see if what this young man says is right. He says he can fix it. Master Wang was stunned, looking quite surprised. Looking in the direction Director Guo was pointing, he saw a young man tinkering with something by the machine. Hearing the voices behind him, Su Hongyang stood up and said, Master Wang, I need to borrow your tools. Master Wang set down his toolbox and walked toward Su Hongyang. Young man, what cause did you find? How are you going to fix it? Su Hongyang didn't mind the questioning and said with a smile, it's simple. Right here, this assembly needs to be taken apart. The O-ring inside is likely aged and leaking oil. That's causing the pressure to fail, which is why it can't grip the workpiece. Hearing this, Master Wang let out a sound of surprise, his eyes brightening. He nodded immediately and said, Young man, what you're saying makes sense. It's just that we've never taken this part apart before. How will we know if it works if we don't try? Su Hongyang replied. Director Guo made the decision from the side with a wave of his hand. Then take it apart and see. At that, Su Hongyang immediately picked up Master Wang's toolbox and began the disassembly. His movements were practiced, crisp, and efficient, just like an old master who had been doing it for decades. Master Wang, watching from the side, grew even more astonished. He immediately looked toward Director Guo. Seeing this, Director Guo spread his hands with a look that said he didn't know either. But in his heart, he was overjoyed. If it could be fixed this time, wouldn't his workshop have gained a repair talent? In this day and age, talent was the scarcest resource, especially repair talent capable of handling large machinery. No matter where they were, such people were treated like precious treasures. It seemed he had stumbled upon a huge bargain. Before long, Su Hongyang had removed the assembly, and the three of them immediately peered at it. Sure enough, two of the O-rings were severely aged and had already snapped apart. Seeing this, Master Wang's expression slumped, and he sighed. Our factory doesn't have any spares for this kind of oil seal. Only the big Soviet engineers have these things in their hands. Upon hearing this, both Su Hongyang and Director Guo frowned. Did they still have to wait for those high-priced engineers to come? Just then, Su Hongyang looked up and suddenly asked, Are there any more machines of this brand in the factory that are no longer in use? We can take the parts off those unused ones and install them here to keep this one running. As soon as he spoke, Director Guo and Master Wang's eyes lit up again. What a great idea. The factory does indeed have a few scrapped and useless lathe machines. I'll take you there now. Director Guo had a smile on his face, feeling quite excited in his heart. Su Hongyang nodded. Alright, then I'll trouble the director to lead the way. With that, the three of them left the workshop together. Yi Zhonghai and his apprentice watched their departing figures, their faces showing thoughtful expressions. Could this kid Su Hongyang really know how to fix it? Otherwise, the undisguised smiles on the faces of Director Guo and Engineer Wang couldn't be faked. But when did this kid learn this craft? Could someone really become this capable just by reading a few books? Near a factory building, the three of them arrived outside a warehouse. Director Guo pulled out his keys while saying, "This warehouse is specifically for storing machines that can no longer work properly. Because our technical skills were limited, they've been sitting here for several years." Su Hongyang nodded understandingly upon hearing this. As soon as the warehouse opened, the smell of industrial oil wafted out, which was somewhat unpleasant. Su Hongyang walked in first, while Engineer Wang and Director Guo followed behind. After checking them over, Su Hongyang discovered that among these machines, there were actually two of the same model as the one in the workshop. In that case, it should be fixable. Thinking of this, Su Hongyang immediately went to one machine, crouched down, and began disassembling it. Seeing this, the two behind him didn't disturb him, silently watching Su Hongyang's movements. In a short while, Su Hongyang had removed the assembly from this machine. He looked inside and saw that the O-rings and other seals were still intact. Although they also looked a bit aged, using them for another year or two wouldn't be a problem. Director Guo asked concernedly from the side, "Comrade Hongyang, will the parts inside here work? Can they be installed over in the workshop?" Su Hongyang nodded immediately. "They can be installed. Don't worry, Director. That's good, that's good. Comrade Hongyang, don't you worry. As long as you can fix it, I will definitely report this to the factory leadership. They certainly won't mistreat you." Director Guo's face wrinkled with a wide smile. Engineer Wang, the old master on the side, was equally full of praise. "You're a truly capable young man. How about it? Do you want to come work with us? As long as you're willing, I'll have a word with the higher-ups and can have you transferred over." Hearing this, Director Guo said somewhat urgently, "Engineer Wang, Comrade Su Hongyang is an employee of my workshop." Master Wang waved his hand. "This young comrade has such talent. Staying with you is a complete waste. Coming to our side is the only way he can play a greater role. Either way, it's all serving the national construction, wouldn't you say?" Director Guo was momentarily left speechless by those words. Seeing this, Su Hongyang immediately said, "Let's wait until the machine is fixed first. I will also seriously consider what you said." Master Wang. Hearing this, the two could only nod for the time being. Before long, Su Hongyang wrapped up the removed oil seals and other items and returned to the workshop with Director Guo and the other man. Under their watchful eyes, he began the repairs once more. Master Wang watched from the side, constantly nodding in silent praise. The technique was seasoned, with no wasted motion at all. At a glance, one would think he was an old master. 10 minutes later, Su Hongyang stood up, drenched in sweat, and nodded to Director Guo. "It's done. Director, find someone to test it out." Director Guo said in pleasant surprise, "It's fixed, then I'll get a worker over right now." He turned his head and shouted toward Jia Dongshu, "Jia Dongshu, get over here quickly." Not far away, Jia Dongshu, who was busy loading materials, heard the voice and hurried over. "Director Guo, you were looking for me?" Director Guo nodded. "Yes. Quickly test this machine and see if it can be used normally." Jia Dongshu was full of surprise. "It's fixed?" Master Wang said with a smile, "It's fixed. This young man fixed it. Go ahead and try it out now." Jia Dongshu looked at the figure Engineer Wang was pointing to, even more unable to believe it. This Su Hongyang had actually fixed it? After a long silence, he finally hurried to the machine, picked up some materials, and started testing. The 3 jaw chuck gripped, and it began to operate normally. Several nearby workers looked over in surprise. Hadn't they said they had to wait for the big Soviet engineers to come? How was it fixed so quickly? Seeing this, Director Guo laughed heartily and patted Su Hongyang on the shoulder. "Truly, a hero comes from the youth. I'm going to report this to the factory director right now. There will be no lack of rewards for you." Su Hongyang immediately smiled and waved his hand. "It's all for the national construction. It's nothing." 55. Number 55. Yi Zhonghai was so angry he fainted. Chapter 55. Yi Zhonghai faints from anger. Director Guo looked at Su Hongyang's humble appearance and felt even more satisfied. Having helped the workshop so much while remaining calm and composed, he was very much to his liking. Thus, he couldn't let Comrade Su Hongyang down and had to reward him well. At this moment, Yi Zhonghai also walked over. Looking at Jia Dongshu's busy figure, he said in disbelief, "It's really fixed? Director Guo, was this machine fixed by him?" As he spoke, he pointed his finger at Su Hongyang. Director Guo laughed heartily. "That's right, comrade, Su Hongyang is a repair talent. To think we only just discovered this now." Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai looked at Su Hongyang, his expression becoming somewhat unnatural. He actually fixed it. He had been waiting to see a joke, but who would have thought Yi Zhonghai felt a sense of resentment? Why did this kid know how to fix such a complex thing? He had been working with these machines for decades and still didn't dare say he could fix them. Was he really getting old? After Director Guo and Master Wang spoke with Su Hongyang for a while, they immediately left the workshop, presumably to report to the leadership. Su Hongyang saw Yi Zhonghai still standing there with a sour face, so he stepped forward and said with a smile, "Master Yi, how is my craft? Do you want to learn? If you do, just speak up." Yi Zhonghai's eyelids twitched as he stood silently. Seeing that the old bachelor wasn't speaking, Su Hongyang patted his chest again. "Tisk, Master Yi, don't be shy, it's no big deal. How about this? As long as you're willing to call me Master, I'll pass all this craft on to you. What do you think?" Yi Zhonghai's body stiffened. Looking at this rebellious Su Hongyang, his heart felt a sudden pang of pain. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. As a series of emotional values appeared in his mind, Su Hongyang felt incredibly refreshed. Seeing Yi Zhonghai's body trembling, he continued, "Master Yi, look at your apprentice. He's simply like rotten wood that can't be carved. After 10 years, he's still doing such simple work. Then again, do you really want someone like that to take care of you in your old age?" Snap! Yi Zhonghai suddenly looked up, staring at Su Hongyang in shock. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 555. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 200. Su Hongyang smiled inwardly and pointed at Jia Dongshu's back again. "I've seen it clearly these past few days. Look at your precious apprentice. Not only is he lazy and slippery at work, but he also gives up the moment he hits a snag. He's not very bright, either. If you rely on someone like him for your retirement, I reckon your future retirement plan will be, well, how should I put it? It means it'll all be for naught, Master Yi. You know what I mean, right?" Yi Zhonghai's expression became even more shocked. This kid actually knew his plan? For all these years, he hadn't told a third person besides his wife and the deaf old lady in the back courtyard, though there were certainly smart people in the courtyard who could guess it, but Su Hongyang had only moved into the courtyard a few days ago. How could he know so quickly? Has my retirement plan really spread that fast? Looking at the dazed Yi Zhonghai, Su Hongyang sighed and spoke again, "Master Yi, as the old saying goes, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Now that Sha Zhu is locked up again, there aren't many people left in the courtyard who can take care of you. Why don't you consider me? Call me Master, and I'll take care of you in your old age." Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Master Yi? Why aren't you saying anything? At least give me an answer. I'm warning you now. Once this opportunity is gone, it's gone for good. Otherwise, when you end up with no one to care for you, I won't pity you. Huh? Master Yi, why does your face look so strange? Master Yi, why are you trembling so violently? Do you need to go to the hospital? Hey, Master Yi, don't lie down. This is the workshop, a place for work. Holy crap, someone come quick. Master Yi has fainted. Hearing Su Hongyang's shout, the entire workshop instantly became noisy as a large group of workers rushed over. Su Hongyang hurriedly pinched Yi Zhonghai's philtrum and pressed a few acupoints. Only then did Yi Zhonghai's complexion slowly return to normal, but he remained in a state of unconsciousness. Su Hongyang's expression soured. Is this old fox trying to frame me? Trying to pin it on me? Su Hongyang, what did you do? What did you do to my master? Jia Dongshu rushed over, roaring in anger. Su Hongyang glanced at Jia Dongshu and said irritably, "How should I know? I was just talking to Master Yi, and he fell down on his own. However, based on my experience, your master might have a cerebral thrombosis." Cerebral thrombosis? What does that mean? Jia Dongshu's mind was a mess. "It's nothing. You'd better hurry and see your master off if you're too slow." "What? Impossible, my master can't just leave like this. You're talking nonsense." Jia Dongshu's eyes were red, looking completely incredulous. Su Hongyang, what's going on? What happened? At this time, Director Guo had returned to the workshop. Seeing the situation, his heart immediately sank. He hurriedly squeezed through the crowd. Seeing Director Guo return, Su Hongyang immediately said, "Oh, it's like this. Master Yi seems to have suffered a bit of a shock and fainted." I told Jia Dongshu to take his master to the hospital, but he's here shouting and screaming. His comprehension skills are truly worrying. Hearing this, Jia Dongshu was instantly dumbfounded. Wait, didn't you say I should see my master off for the last time? Did I mishear? Hearing this, Director Guo cursed in anger. Jia Dongshu, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and get the factory doctor to take a look, and then find a cart. Jia Dongshu was sprayed with saliva, but he quickly complied and ran out. After finishing his lecture, Director Guo stepped forward to check on Yi Zhonghai's condition. Su Hongyang immediately said, "Don't worry, Master Yi doesn't have any major problems. He'll be jumping around after a day or two of rest." "Oh, Comrade Su Hongyang, how do you know? You know medicine too?" Director Guo looked at Su Hongyang in surprise. Su Hongyang nodded. "A little bit. I studied with an old man in the village for a year or so. So that's how it was." Hearing this, Director Guo's mood relaxed considerably. It was good that Master Yi was fine. If something happened, he would have a hard time explaining it. Master Yi was a 7th grade fitter, after all, and he was about to be promoted to 8th grade. He was the kind of person other workshops fought over. A moment later, Jia Dongshu came running back with a middle-aged man in a white coat. The factory doctor diagnosed Yi Zhonghai for a while, said it was nothing serious, and then pushed Yi Zhonghai out of the workshop with Jia Dongshu. They took him to the hospital. The workshop returned to peace once again. Seeing that order had finally been restored in the workshop, Director Guo wiped his sweat and walked over to Su Hongyang. "Comrade Su Hongyang, we've already reported your machine repair. The factory leadership is now aware of your abilities. They will issue rewards based on your contributions." Su Hongyang didn't care too much and nodded. "Thank you, Director Guo. If the workshop needs help with anything in the future, feel free to ask." "Good, well done. Our steel rolling mill lacks motivated young people like you," Director Guo said with a smile, lightly patting Su Hongyang on the shoulder a few times. 56. Number 56 Master Broken Water Flow. Chapter 56, Master Brother Duan Shuoliu. Some of the veteran masters nearby looked at Su Hongyang chatting and laughing with Director Guo, secretly sighing that this young man had quite the means. He hadn't been on the job for long, yet he already got along so well with the workshop director. But it had to be said, the lad really had genuine skill. He fixed the machine that Master Wang couldn't even repair in just a few moves. It seemed they should try to get closer to him in the future. After Su Hongyang spoke with Director Guo for a while, they each went back to work. As for whether the factory had any rewards, he wasn't particularly expectant. His real hope was to have more machines to repair so that the factory leadership would notice him. That way, he would have a chance to shed his current status as an apprentice worker and perhaps even become a regular worker immediately. As for Master Wang's previous suggestion to go to his side, he was naturally considering it, but he felt it wasn't the right time yet. At the very least, he needed to find a few more opportunities to repair machines. After all, he had spent 800 emotional value points to exchange for it, so he definitely wasn't inferior to some of the veteran masters. Amidst the hustle and bustle, it was time to get off work in the blink of an eye. Su Hongyang had intended to visit the security section again today, but as soon as he stepped out of the workshop, he was pulled aside by Shu Damao. Shu Damao said with a smile on his face, "Brother Hongyang, I heard Yi Zhonghai fainted in the workshop. Is it true?" Hearing this, Su Hongyang was stunned. He didn't expect this Shu Damao to be so capable. How long had it been? And he had already caught wind of this? Immediately, he gave a thumbs up and smiled, "As expected of you, Shu Damao. I think you shouldn't go by that name anymore. You might as well be called Shu Gossip instead." Shu Damao didn't mind Su Hongyang's teasing and immediately became excited. "Haha, that old fox really fainted? What's the situation exactly? Quick, tell me, what major illness did he get? Is he about to die?" Su Hongyang shook his head. All right, he's fine now. He was just exhausted and couldn't catch his breath, so he got stifled. He's probably already woken up in the hospital. How about it? Want to go take a look? See him?" Shu Damao rolled his eyes wildly and shook his head. Seeing this, Su Hongyang continued, "Then back to the compound?" Shu Damao nodded and patted Su Hongyang's shoulder. "Let's go. I'm happy today, so I'll give you a ride. Generous, I'll buy a bicycle in a few days too, and then we'll be fellow riders." Su Hongyang chuckled. "Oh, brother, do you have a coupon?" Shu Damao was somewhat surprised. Su Hongyang shook his head. "That? I don't have one now, but I'll have one soon. Should I follow up on it later?" "Follow up? With whom?" Shu Damao was a bit confused. Why couldn't he understand Brother Hongyang's words? Had he woken up on the wrong side of the bed today? Su Hongyang waved his hand dismissively. "All right, let's not talk about that. Let's head back quickly. Shu Damao scratched his head and helplessly followed. Back in the East Wing room, Su Hongyang closed the door and impatiently opened the system panel. His emotional value had accumulated quite a bit. He wondered if he could refresh any good items today. System, open my attribute panel. Ding, the host's panel has been opened. Open black lens bracket host. Su Hongyang. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age. 20 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket skills. Martial arts, god tier medical skill. Mechanical repair, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physical stamina. High close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket auxiliary items. Laughter bug, resting, vengeful ghost, resting, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket emotional value, 198,000 close black lens bracket. Whoa, so much, almost 200,000. Su Hongyang's eyes widened, and he spoke out in surprise. It seemed he could splurge a bit today. System, open them all and let's see. As soon as he finished speaking, rows of items appeared before Su Hongyang. Open black lens bracket 1 blue item card close black lens bracket. Price, 1,200 emotional value points. Open black lens bracket 1,000 caddies of premium flower close black lens bracket. Price, 5,000 emotional value points. Open black lens bracket character puppet. Master Brother Duan Shuiliu, 100% loyal to the host, close black lens bracket. Price, 90,000 emotional value points. Seeing this, Su Hongyang immediately stopped. Master Brother Duan Shuiliu? Isn't this the antagonist from Stephen Chow's movie In My Past Life? The system actually has this person? After thinking for a moment, he curiously asked the system, if I exchange for this Master Brother Duan Shuiliu, how will his identity be resolved? In this era, wouldn't he be an unregistered person? One must know that in this era, if an individual without any identity appeared, they would be immediately targeted and reported. Such a person would either be an extreme criminal or an enemy agent. Therefore, not having an identity was extremely troublesome. Ding, rest assured, host. All puppets exchanged from the system mall will have a reasonable identity and will not cause any adverse consequences. Oh, that's more like it. Hearing the system's reply, Su Hongyang couldn't help but nod. As for whether to exchange for him, Su Hongyang suddenly thought of another question and couldn't help but speak again. System, if these puppets appear in my compound, will the emotional value they obtain also count as mine? Ding, character puppets can also be regarded as auxiliary items. Emotional value generated by puppets can also be counted as the host's emotional points. So that's how it is. Su Hongyang's eyes brightened even more. If he got a few more character puppets in the compound, wouldn't that be equivalent to having several more people helping him earn emotional value? This would be just like the laughter bug, he could earn emotional value while lying down. It had to be said that the system was very good at picking people. The character Master Brother Duan Shuiliu was the very definition of arrogance and domineering. If he came to the compound and faced off against those people, why am I getting a bit excited just thinking about it? Su Hongyang looked at the Master Brother Duan Shuiliu character puppet again and again. After a long time, Su Hongyang gritted his teeth and said, "But, although it was a bit expensive, it was a permanent auxiliary item. It wouldn't take long to earn back the cost." Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining one character puppet. Within 1 week, he will move into the Sahaiyuan as an ordinary resident. Please pay attention to the delivery, host. Hearing this, Su Hongyang slowly calmed down. If he had to wait a few days, so be it, good things are worth the wait. He immediately looked at the items below again, but looking through them one by one, the following were basically just food and a few blue item cards. There was nothing that Su Hongyang particularly fancied. Seeing this, he said to the system, "Refresh." The next moment, the light in the slots before him dissipated, and after a few breaths, it converged again into various items. Open black lens bracket 500 caddies of fish fry close black lens bracket. Price, 4,050 emotional value points. Open black lens bracket 1 random pet, 100% loyal, close black lens bracket. Price, 800 emotional value points. Open black lens bracket a basket of local eggs close black lens bracket. Price, 1,500 emotional value points. Open black lens bracket 1 random large courtyard house close black lens bracket. Price, 35,000 emotional value points. Open black lens bracket 1 random black item card close black lens bracket. Price, 25,000 emotional value points. Items flickered past Su Hongyang's eyes one by one. This time, the items were still somewhat unsatisfactory. Although another black item card had been refreshed, for the current Su Hongyang, it didn't seem particularly necessary for the time being. Aside from a large courtyard house, there was nothing else worth buying. 57. Number 57. Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old woman secretly plotted. Chapter 57. Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady's secret plot. As for a large mansion, Su Hongyang frowned in thought. While such a thing was good, a truly valuable asset whether now or in the future, Su Hongyang shook his head when he considered the current era. Once the wind started blowing, keeping such a large house in his hands would be very inconvenient. Not to mention he was currently just an apprentice worker. Suddenly possessing a large mansion would be too big of a leap. Moreover, he had to live in the number 95 courtyard to farm emotional value. There was no rush for this, he could take his time when he had the chance. Setting aside those thoughts, he continued browsing the goods inside the compound. It was now late at night. Every family had finished dinner early and begun washing up for bed. At the front yard gate, first aunt supported Yi Zhonghai, who had just been discharged from the hospital, as they slowly walked inside. After opening the door for the couple, Yan Bugui saw their somewhat haggard expressions and feigned concern, asking, "Old Yi, are you alright? How's your health?" Yi Zhonghai turned his head and forced a smile. "I'm fine. My body is still quite sturdy." Yan Bugui nodded, then asked curiously, "Old Yi, I heard you fainted because of comrade Su Hongyang? What exactly happened?" Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai's face immediately stiffened and became very unsightly. Seeing this, first aunt couldn't help but sigh, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing that Yi Zhonghai remained silent for a long time, Yan Bugui gave a sheepish laugh. "Alright, you two hurry back and rest, it's late. I should head back to my room too." Yi Zhonghai nodded silently and continued walking forward with a dark face. Watching the backs of the couple, Yan Bugui chuckled and muttered under his breath, "Old Yi is like that, always making things difficult for young people. Just because he has no children of his own, he tries to act like a father figure in front of others. Now he's hit a brick wall. Luckily, I'm better off than you. I have 3 sons, hee hee." "Old Yan, what are you still muttering about out there?" Just then, third aunt walked out. Seeing Yan Bugui talking to himself, she couldn't help but ask. Yan Bugui looked back and shook his head with a light laugh. "Nothing, let's go back to sleep." With that, they entered the inner room together. In the middle courtyard, first aunt, who was opening her door, saw Yi Zhonghai behind her heading toward the back courtyard with his head down. She asked worriedly, "Old Yi, we're home. Where are you going?" Yi Zhonghai snapped out of it and looked up. "Oh, you go inside first. I'm going to the old lady's place." First aunt nodded helplessly. "Then come back early." After responding twice, Yi Zhonghai disappeared into the night. In front of the east back room in the back courtyard, Yi Zhonghai knocked on the door. "Old lady, are you asleep?" After a long while, the deaf old lady's voice came from inside. "It's Zhonghai, wait a moment." A moment later, the door creaked open, and the deaf old lady's wrinkled face appeared. "Zhonghai, why come looking for an old woman like me so late at night?" Yi Zhonghai sighed. "Old lady, let me in first. Let's talk inside." Hearing this, the deaf old lady knew roughly why Yi Zhonghai had come. In the afternoon, Jia Dongshu had run back, so everyone knew about Yi Zhonghai being hospitalized. Although they weren't sure exactly what happened with Su Hongyang, it was clear that Yi Zhonghai had suffered a major loss again. Once the two were inside and the door was closed, Yi Zhonghai spoke impatiently, "Old lady, do you have any good ideas to get rid of that little beast Su Hongyang?" Hearing this, the deaf old lady's brow furrowed immediately. "Zhonghai, did you provoke that kid again?" Yi Zhonghai made a bitter face and shook his head repeatedly. "I didn't provoke him today. He stuck to me himself. I couldn't shake him off." "Old lady, you must help me find a way to get him out as soon as possible. Otherwise, the prestige I've worked so hard to build as first uncle will be completely ruined by him." The deaf old lady fell silent upon hearing this. Seeing this, Yi Zhonghai couldn't help but let out a sigh. That kid was extremely sharp and very hard to deal with, but he really had no other options. If Sha Zhu were still by his side, and if that little beast didn't have such high combat prowess, dealing with him would be much simpler. Unfortunately, while the imagination was beautiful, reality was harsh. Even his best skill, moral kidnapping, was completely useless against him. Instead, he was always checkmated in return. Neither the soft nor the hard approach worked. What else could he do? "Zhonghai, don't be anxious. We will eventually find a way to deal with him. How could he possibly have no weaknesses? For now, let's just avoid provoking him. Besides, he still has leverage over us. Let the previous matters fade away first before we think of something else. We have plenty of time. Are you afraid we won't be able to handle him?" The deaf old lady consoled him slowly. Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai knew he couldn't deal with Su Hongyang in the short term, but he really couldn't swallow this resentment, so he could only frown in deep thought. The room suddenly became exceptionally quiet, with only the faint sound of their breathing. Just then, the deaf old lady's eyes darted around, and a sharp glint suddenly flashed in her gaze. She looked up and said, "Zhonghai, I've actually thought of a good way." Yi Zhonghai turned his head in confusion, feeling quite curious. "Old lady, please tell me." After chuckling twice, the deaf old lady leaned in and whispered, "We do this and this." In a short while, Yi Zhonghai's eyes gradually brightened, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly on the other side. Su Hongyang was still completely unaware of all this. He didn't know those two old foxes had already started plotting, and their target was him. If Su Hongyang could learn of this news, he would be jumping for joy. After all, these two old foxes hadn't even let out a squeak after being slapped around these past few days. Was his level too high, or were these two really that pathetic? He had to go out of his way every day to farm emotional value from them. For Su Hongyang himself, he preferred being passive. Time flew by, and 2 days passed in a flash. During these 2 days, Su Hongyang temporarily refrained from releasing laughter bugs to cause trouble. He wanted to find a suitable moment to give the people in the courtyard a big surprise. He would release both support items at once. The last time the laughter bugs were deployed, the Jia family provided the most emotional value, followed by the 3 uncles and those few young people. The others in the courtyard only gave a tiny, scattered amount. This time, he had to think of a surprise activity that would involve the entire courtyard. That way, emotional value would come pouring in large quantities. The steel rolling mill had finished work for the day, and tomorrow was a rest day. Su Hongyang planned to visit his uncle's house again. He had exchanged some good things in the system mall over the past few days and wanted to bring some over for his uncle's family to taste. In any case, the items weren't too precious. At the end of the day, his salary was still too low. If he wanted to bring out more good stuff, he had to consider the plausibility. If an apprentice worker who just arrived in Saijucheng brought out a bunch of high-demand goods, let alone others, even his uncle, the section chief of the security section, would first suspect if his nephew had done something illegal like speculation or theft. Although he had fleeced some money from Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady, that wasn't something he wanted to spread around. 58. Number 58 Jia Zhongxi Fighting. Chapter 58. Jia Zhongxi's Fight. Su Hongyang, who had just returned to the compound after finishing work, heard the sounds of a rowdy argument coming from the middle courtyard before he even entered his door. Jia Zhongxi's voice was particularly loud, a sharp, overbearing screech. From the sound of it, it seemed like she was trying to snatch something. Intrigued, Su Hongyang immediately walked toward the middle courtyard. Upon arriving at the middle courtyard, he saw a large crowd had already gathered, with several women and children surrounding the scene to watch the excitement. Just as Su Hongyang was about to squeeze his way in, a voice rang out from inside again. "HMPH? My business with Sha Ju's family is none of your concern, get out of my way." A moment later, another voice responded. "Jia Zhongxi, it's not like your house is too small to live in. You can't just seize Sha Ju's family home for no reason. Besides, Sha Zu is only being detained for 2 months. Also, did you go to the detention center to tell Sha Zu? At the very least, you should wait until Yushui comes back." Hearing this, Su Hongyang immediately understood. It seemed Jia Zhongxi and First Aunt were having a falling out because Jia Zhongxi wanted to move into Sha Ju's house, and First Aunt was blocking her. Before he could think further, Jia Zhongxi's voice rang out again. "What do you mean seize? Do you see me seizing it? Sha Ju's house is just sitting there empty anyway. What's wrong with me staying in it for a while? Sha Zu will have to thank me when he gets back. By living in his house, I'll be cleaning the rooms and dusting for him. On the other hand, you're blocking me. Could it be that you want to seize Sha Ju's house yourself?" First Aunt's face turned pale with anger. Jia Zhongxi spoke with such high-sounding words, but if she were really allowed to move in, given her sneaky and thieving nature, the pots, pans, and everything else in Sha Ju's family home might very well be pilfered by this Jia Zhongxi. Furthermore, she wasn't sure if Yi Yushui, that girl, had hidden Sha Ju's money and grain properly. If Jia Zhongxi managed to rummage them out, it would be difficult to ever get them back. If she had known Jia Zhongxi would be this shameless, she would have made sure to give Yushui some instructions no matter what. "Jia Zhongxi, stop making a scene here. You can forget about living in Sha Ju's house at the very least. Wait until old Yi and the others get back from work before we talk about this." First Aunt spoke loudly, standing firmly in front of Sha Ju's family home. At that moment, Jia Zhongxi was clutching a bundle of bedding and pillows, glaring at First Aunt with a nasty expression. The neighboring women nearby were pointing at Jia Zhongxi, and some even spat on the ground in her direction behind her back. This was simply too much. To try and occupy someone else's house while they weren't home, How could the compound produce such a shameless person? Sha Zhu had been a neighbor in the compound for many years, yet he was still being targeted by the Jia family's schemes. Sighing, some people shook their heads, their looks toward Jia Zhangxi becoming even more filled with disdain. Are you going to move or not? Jia Zhangxi shouted viciously at First Aunt. First Aunt was startled and felt a bit afraid of Jia Zhangxi, but thinking of Sha Zhu's past filial devotion to her, she remained standing where she was, unmoving. Furious, Jia Zhangxi threw down the bedding and charged at First Aunt. I'll show you for blocking me. Jia Zhangxi let out a cry and reached out to grab First Aunt's hair. Seeing this, First Aunt had no choice but to start scratching and fighting back. In an instant, the two women were pulling each other's hair and scratching each other's faces, locked in a physical struggle. The people nearby saw this and hurriedly shouted, Jia Zhangxi, stop it right now. First Aunt is in poor health. If you injure her, you're finished. Jia Zhangxi's face was flushed red and her hair was disheveled, but she continued to grab First Aunt's collar and hair relentlessly. Who told her to block me? She's like a dog catching mice, meddling in things that don't concern her. If she gets hurt, it's not on me. Qin Weiru, who had long known about the situation in the courtyard, walked out carrying Xiao Dang. Regarding her mother-in-law's idea, she neither agreed nor disagreed. However, seeing the two of them fighting, she was still startled. If something happened to First Aunt, what would First Uncle think of the Jia family? Besides, the Jia family didn't have enough food to eat right now and relied on First Uncle's occasional relief. If they offended First Uncle, how would the Jia family survive? Thinking of this, she hurriedly rushed into the crowd. Qin Weiru held Xiao Dang with one hand and placed the other on Jia Zhangxi's arm, pleading, Mom, let go quickly. First Uncle and the others will be back any minute. Jia Zhangxi glared at Qin Weiru. So what if they're back? What does it matter to them if I stay in Sha Zhu's house for a while? And you little hussy, don't you try to stop me, or I'll beat you too. Qin Weiru was helpless and looked at the panting First Aunt, her heart filled with even more anxiety. Seeing this scene from the crowd, Su Hongyang couldn't help but marvel that people of this era really had a streak of ferocity. They would start fighting without any hesitation. But their habit of loving a good spectacle hadn't changed at all. So far, except for Qin Weiru, not a single person had stepped out to stop the fight. They just stood around making a lot of noise while watching the fun. However, what kind of person was this First Aunt exactly? Su Hongyang still couldn't quite see through her, perhaps because he had read too many netizens' comments in his previous life. Many people believed that First Aunt was someone whose character followed Yi Zhanghai's. She only appeared kind and simple on the surface, while her true inner thoughts remained unknown. But looking at the current situation, where she was fighting with Jia Zhangxi for the sake of Sha Zhu's interests, her character probably couldn't be too bad. Just as he was hesitating over whether he should step in to stop them, a roar came from behind. What are you all doing? Stop it. As soon as the voice fell, everyone saw the figures of Yi Zhanghai and Jia Dongshu appear, and they quickly ran over. First Uncle and the others are back. Yeah, will Jia Zhangxi still dare to cause trouble now? Yi Zhanghai's face was grim as he ran over and hurriedly pulled the two apart. Perhaps seeing that it was Yi Zhanghai and Jia Dongshu who had returned, the two women immediately let go. However, both looked extremely disheveled. Not only was their hair a mess, but each had several clear, bright red scratch marks on their faces. A patch of skin was even broken on First Aunt's face, and bright red blood slowly trickled down her cheek. Seeing this, Yi Zhanghai's anger surged as he questioned Jia Zhangxi. Jia Zhangxi, what exactly are you trying to do? Don't you know my wife is in poor health? She has to take medicine regularly. Will you take responsibility if something happens to her? Jia Dongshu similarly held his mother's hand, his face full of guilt as he looked at First Aunt. He also spoke up quickly, Mom, how could you lay a hand on First Aunt? She is my master's wife, after all. Looking at the two men questioning her, Jia Zhangxi knew she was somewhat in the wrong. She turned her face away and muttered indignantly, who told her to block me? Seeing Jia Zhangxi's attitude, Yi Zhanghai was so angry he almost struck her. Seeing that Yi Zhanghai was back, First Aunt finally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said, Zhanghai, Jia Zhangxi wants to live in Sha Zhu's house, and I was blocking her. Hearing this, the master and apprentice immediately understood. Jia Dongshu frowned. So it was for this. If he had known it would turn out like this, he should have mentioned it to his master first. Now that this had happened, he didn't know if his master would be angry with him. 59. Number 59. Jia Zhangxi, open and honest. Chapter 59. Open and above board. Jia Zhangxi, you want to live in Sha Zhu's house? Did Sha Zhu agree? Yi Zhanghai's brow furrowed tightly as he looked at Jia Zhangxi and asked in a low voice. Beside him, First Aunt immediately explained, definitely not yet. I said to wait until Yushui comes back, but Jia Zhangxi still wanted to barge in. Before Yushui went to school, she asked the two of us to help watch over the He family's house. If something goes missing inside, how are we supposed to explain it to those two children? Hearing this, Jia Zhangxi immediately became unhappy. What do you mean, missing things? What kind of person do you take me for? I, Zhang Shalwa, am open and above board. What's wrong with staying in Shaju's house for a while? His house is empty. It won't do for it to lack a human touch for so long. Otherwise, I'll just pay to rent it. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Open and above board? Everyone knew about her petty thievery. It was only because they felt that losing a few things wasn't worth making a scene with this old shrew that they didn't pursue it. But now, gradually, even 5-year-old Bang Zheng of the Jia family has started this trade. Isn't that exactly what you, old shrew, taught him? Yi Zhonghai took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to hit someone, and said, since you want to rent it, then bring out the money first. It's not okay for you to rush in before you've even talked it over with Sha Zhu. Hearing this, Jia Zhangxi stammered a bit. I'll just give it to Sha Zhu when he gets back. You don't need to worry about it. Yi Zhonghai sneered. He knew Jia Zhangxi wanted a free ride. It seemed that wanting to live there was a lie, and wanting Sha Zhu's belongings was the truth. If he really let Jia Zhangxi move in, within a few days, she would probably carry off all the tables, chairs, and benches. Seeing this, Jia Dongshu wanted to say a few words for his mother, so he spoke up, Master, we really did want to rent Sha Zhu's house a few days ago. Anyway, the He family has 3 rooms. You also know that my house is only this big. It's really not enough space. Master, look, Yi Zhonghai sighed upon hearing this. Now that his apprentice had spoken, he really didn't know how to refute him. The Jia family was indeed in difficulty now. Because of the rationing issue, they had been living frugally, making it even more impossible for them to shell out extra money to rent a room. He also knew in his heart that Jia Zhangxi just wanted to freeload and would never actually pay money to rent Sha Zhu's house. But his status was that of the first uncle. If he openly showed favoritism to the Jia family in front of everyone and let Jia Zhangxi move in, his prestige would truly hit rock bottom. Just as Yi Zhonghai was at a loss, second uncle Lu Heizhong, who had been standing in the back and had figured out the situation, walked up with a serious expression. Old Yi, are you trying to condone Jia Zhangxi moving in? I'm telling you, moving in without the owner's permission is a criminal act. As the second uncle of the courtyard, my eyes are sharp. You. Before he could finish, Jia Zhangxi immediately jumped up. What kind of dog mouth is this? Whether I move in or not is none of your damn business. Putting scallions in a dog's nose to pretend to be an elephant. What are you acting for? If you keep barking here, be careful I don't break your nose. Lu Heizhong. Alright, stop arguing. Yi Zhonghai waved his hand impatiently. Looking at the two who had quieted down, Yi Zhonghai turned and said seriously to sister-in-law Jia, forget about Sha Zhu's house. If Sha Zhu comes back later and finds something missing, even if you had 8 mouths, you wouldn't be able to explain it away. However, it is a fact that your home is crowded. How about this? Tomorrow is a day off, so I'll accompany you to the sub-district office to see if you can apply for a room. What do you think? After Yi Zhonghai finished, he looked at Jia Dongshu again. Hearing this, Jia Zhangxi's eyes darted around, and she spoke up, pretending to look miserable and deeply wronged. It's fine, I guess, but you know the situation from last time, Dongshu's master. With that laughter appearing in the middle of the night, how could I dare fall asleep? You all say it was someone's prank, but this old woman doesn't believe it. Why not let me sleep in this room for a couple of days first? Lu Heizhong snorted coldly. Jia Zhangxi, Director Wang made it clear last time, yet you still dare to bring it up. I think you're just looking for an excuse. Jia Zhangxi put her hands on her hips and glared. Lu Heizhong, you're determined to meddle in other people's business, aren't you? The next moment, another voice came from behind. Eh? What's happening here now, everyone? Everyone turned their heads to see Yan Bugui walking over leisurely, carrying a rattan stick with 2 palm-sized fish hanging from it. Seeing everyone looking at him, Yan Bugui smiled and lifted the fish in his hand. Look at this, caught over at Beihai. Aren't they big? Oh my, husband, you really are capable. Come, let me carry them. Third ant in the crowd grinned from ear to ear and stepped forward joyfully to take the fish from Yan Bugui's hand. Seeing this, the crowd's lips twitched. In the past, this fishing enthusiast would return empty-handed most of the time. If there were fish, they'd only be a few thumb-sized little ones. How did old Yan the stingy get so lucky today to catch 2 fish over half a catty each? It seemed they would be eating their meals while smelling fish soup again today. Seeing this, Yi Zhonghai rolled his eyes in annoyance. This old Yan lived quite a carefree life. He probably headed to the fishing grounds early again before school was even over. If he were reported, he would have a hard time. However, although most people in the courtyard knew about this, they all turned a blind eye. There was no benefit to reporting him. Otherwise, one would end up with the bad reputation of not caring about their neighbor's well-being. Afterward, whenever others saw you, they would take a detour and stay far away. These days, being isolated was no good thing. It was very likely the whole family would suffer for it. Although old Yan the stingy loved to take small advantages, for the sake of being neighbors, a few verbal rebukes were enough to let it slide. Yan Bugui asked curiously again, "What's going on? Why is everyone gathered together?" As he spoke, his gaze turned toward Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai shook his head. "It's nothing big, it's just that Jia Zhongshi's family is having some difficulties and wants to rent another room. We're just discussing it together." While speaking, he jerked his chin toward Jia Zhongshi's direction. The next moment, Yi Zhonghai's expression froze. "Where is Jia Zhongshi? Why is she gone?" Hearing this, everyone also snapped back to their senses and instinctively looked toward where Jia Zhongshi had been, but she was nowhere to be seen. It seemed she was no longer there. She appeared to have left. Jia Dongshu, who had been standing beside Jia Zhongshi, was also stunned. He had also been focusing his attention on third uncle, well, mainly on those two fish. But in just this short while, how did his mother disappear? Had she gone back into the house? Just as everyone was wondering, they heard Qin Weiru say in a low voice, I think I just saw my mother go into Sha Ju's house." Yi Zhonghai, everyone, Su Hongyang in the crowd, seeing this, was also holding back so much that it was painful, almost bursting out laughing. He had also seen Jia Zhongshi sneakily run into Sha Ju's house just now. He hadn't expected Jia Zhongshi to be so full of antics at her age. Since she liked Sha Ju's house so much, he would start making trouble with her tonight. Let's have some more fun together tonight. 60. Number 60 Jia Dongshu's helplessness. Chapter 60. Jia Dongshu's helplessness. In the crowd, Su Hongyang was thinking about how to act tonight when Shu Damao, who was also watching the commotion nearby, walked over. "Brother Hongyang, what are you laughing at?" Su Hongyang turned to look at Shu Damao and shook his head with a smile. "It's nothing. It's just my first time seeing such a shameless person. I'm embarrassed to tell anyone I live in the same compound as her." Shu Damao also smiled. "The Jia family is just like that. You'll see Yi Zhonghai definitely can't win against Jia Zhongshi. He still won't be able to do anything about her later." Su Hongyang nodded in deep agreement. The Jia family was indeed Yi Zhonghai's weakness now. As long as Jia Dongshu pleaded even slightly, this noble first uncle would immediately become indecisive. After all, no matter how big the matter was, it couldn't compare to his retirement provider. In the center of the crowd, Yi Zhonghai, who had been silent for a long time, finally walked into Sha Zhu's family with a dark face. Second uncle Lu Heizhong and third uncle Yan Bugui followed him in as well. As soon as the three entered Sha Zhu's family, they found that Jia Zhongshi had already made the bed and was lying on it comfortably. Yi Zhonghai was so angry his forehead pulsed. He stepped forward and shouted, "Jia Zhongshi, what do you think you're doing? This is Sha Ju's home." Jia Zhongshi turned a deaf ear, propping up one leg with a leisurely look on her face. Yan Bugui also stepped forward and frowned, saying, "Exactly, sister-in-law Jia. What is there that can't be discussed? Why must you act like this? If Sha Zhu finds out, what will he think of you as an elder?" Seeing that both had spoken, Lu Heizhong didn't want to be left behind. With his hands behind his back and a serious expression, he gave a loud shout, "Jia Zhongshi, if you keep up this attitude, we will report this to the sub-district office." Hearing this, Jia Zhongshi finally had some reaction. She turned her head and snorted, "Fatty Lu, if you dare go to the sub-district office, I'll move into your house tonight." Lu Heizhong was so angry his liver ached, and for a long time, he couldn't think of a rebuttal. Beside him, Yi Zhonghai saw Jia Zhongshi's behavior and knew he couldn't handle her for the time being, so he had no choice but to turn and walk out. Outside, First Aunt and the others saw Yi Zhonghai come out and looked at him curiously. First Aunt hurried forward and asked, "How is it? She won't come out?" Yi Zhonghai sighed helplessly. "She won't. Go to the back courtyard and invite the old lady over." First Aunt sighed upon hearing this and nodded before leaving. Seeing this scene, Jia Dongshu's face turned red with embarrassment. His mother had mentioned plotting for Sha Ju's house a few days ago, but she didn't say she would plot like this. If he had known it would be like this, he would have done everything to stop her. By doing this, how could their Jia family hold their heads high in this compound in the future? Thinking of this, Jia Dongshu immediately ran inside. When he came in and saw that his mother was actually lying on someone else's bed, his mouth couldn't help but twitch. "Mom, how could you?" Jia Dongshu was both embarrassed and helpless. Seeing her son arrive, Jia Zhongshi rolled her eyes and said, "That's enough, Dongshu. You go on home, they can't do anything to me. HMPH Sha Zhu's family has 3 rooms. It's fine to give one to Yushui, but Sha Zhu has 2 for himself. Can he even live in them all alone? But Jia Dongshu's face was full of conflict. Jia Dongshi glared at her foolish son. But what? Just listen to your mother. Jia Dongshu smiled bitterly, but first aunt went to get Grandma Long from the back courtyard. If you still don't get up. Hearing this, Jia Dongshi's body stiffened. What? That damned old woman from the back courtyard is coming? Jia Dongshu nodded. Oh, then you guys get out quickly. I have to lock the door. Jia Dongshi immediately sprang from the bed, quickly scrambled up, and urged Jia Dongshu to leave. Then she glared at the 2 steward elders who had been watching the commotion and said, viciously, why haven't you 2 scrambled out yet? Why are you lingering in my house? Don't ruin my, Zhang Shalwa's, reputation by having 2 men and 1 woman alone together. Did you hear me? Get out. Lu Heizhong, Yan Bugui. To be honest, the 2 of them had never been so speechless. With a woman like you, if any rumors were to spread, they'd be the ones who'd find it unlucky. Jia Dongshi pushed the 3 of them out of the room and slammed the door shut. The people outside couldn't help but look at each other. What on earth was Jia Dongshi trying to pull today? Was she really determined to occupy Sha Zhu's house? While everyone was whispering to themselves, first aunt supported Grandma Long as they slowly walked over. Before even entering Sha Zhu's house, Grandma Long began to curse loudly. Zhang Shalwa, I heard you want to seize my eldest grandson's house? If you dare to stay there, I'll smash your head. Yi Zhonghai hurriedly stepped forward to support her from the other side and sighed, old lady, you'll have to handle this matter. We really have no way to deal with her. Grandma Long snorted coldly. This Zhang Shalwa just needs a lesson. Just wait, let's see if she dares to be insolent in front of this old woman. Hearing this, Jia Dongshu felt anxious. If this house matter truly enraged Grandma Long and his master's family, it wouldn't be worth it at all. But now his mother wouldn't listen to him, leaving him caught in the middle. Grandma Long was supported to the door and began banging on the window. The old lady craned her neck and shouted inside, Zhang Shalwa, open the door for me, come out right now. Open the door quickly. Yi Zhonghai also called out, though his tone was much softer, sister-in-law Jia, come out first, how about we talk again? Lu Heizhong, Jia Zhongshi, if you don't come out, we're kicking the door in to grab you. After shouting for a long time, there wasn't the slightest movement inside the room. Grandma Long's teeth itched with rage. This Jia Zhongshi was truly too bold, even refusing to listen to the matriarch. She was truly lawless. Through the window, the old lady could hazily see a figure lying on the bed. Seeing this, she wished she could smash the window glass immediately. But when she thought about how the glass belonged to Sha Zhu's, she felt another burst of anger. She couldn't smash it, and the person wouldn't come out. Was there really nothing they could do to her? Jia Dongshu stepped forward helplessly and said, Master and old lady, it's not early anymore. How about everyone disperses for now? Wairu and I will keep trying to persuade my mom. After all, people have to eat. When she gets hungry, my mom will come out on her own. Hearing this, Grandma Long and Yi Zhonghai finally noticed that the compound had gone completely dark. At this time, the residents should all be starting their fires to cook. Scanning the crowd, not a single person had gone back to cook. They were all here watching the commotion. The 2 of them had no choice but to nod. Grandma Long turned toward Jia Zhongshi inside the house and said, Zhang Shalwa, I'm warning you, you'd better come out quickly, or this old lady won't let you off. Yi Zhonghai added, Sister-in-law Jia, it's better to listen to the old lady and come out as soon as possible if this continues. It won't sound good. If word reaches the sub-district office, what will happen to our honor as an advanced compound? After a long while, there was still no sound from inside. Yi Zhonghai could only turn around helplessly and say, all right everyone, all of you go back for now, it's getting late. The crowd left with various expressions, talking noisily among themselves. Since things had reached this point, there wasn't much of a commotion left to see. They had thought that once the old lady arrived, Jia Zhongshi would immediately slink out. Unexpectedly, Jia Zhongshi was quite stubborn today. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 61. Number 61 Retreat. Chapter 61. Back off. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the middle courtyard slowly quieted down. Seeing this, Su Hongyang was slightly disappointed. He thought there would be some big commotion. He was waiting to watch the drama. But this was it? Even the 3 uncles and a deaf old lady couldn't do anything about Jia Zhongshi. It seems being thick-skinned has its advantages. It's fine that Jia Zhongshi moved in now. Tonight, I'll start with Sha Zhu's family. And that deaf old lady, she still has so much energy when she scolds people. I'll have to give her some exercise tonight too. After pondering for a long while, Su Hongyang looked up and suddenly realized everyone around him was gone. Even Shu Damao had left at some point without even saying goodbye. How incredibly rude. Just as Su Hongyang was about to leave, he inadvertently caught sight of Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady glaring at him coldly from the entrance of Shaju's room. It gave him a sudden start. Su Hongyang immediately snapped at them. What are you looking at? Never seen someone as handsome as me? Humph, ignorant fools. With that, Su Hongyang turned and left. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 200. Deaf old lady emotional value plus 200. The two of them instantly trembled with rage. Yi Zhonghai pointed at Su Hongyang's retreating back and said with deep hatred, "Old lady, look at this ill-bred little beast. With him in the compound, there isn't a single moment of peace." Although the deaf old lady was also angry, she sighed, "Enough, Zhonghai. Why argue with him? He'll get what's coming to him sooner or later." Yi Zhonghai heard this, and his heart gradually calmed down. Indeed, why get angry with him? In a few days, I'll make sure this kid is completely disgraced and has no face to stay in this compound anymore. When that time comes, let's see if he can still laugh in the quiet night. Su Hongyang ate some simple noodles and lay back on the Kong, closing his eyes. He planned to act in the middle of the night, letting the residents of the courtyard sleep for a while first. Once they were fast asleep, he would come out and harvest a big wave. The sky was full of stars. After an unknown amount of time, the entire compound finally quieted down. Su Hongyang, lying on the Kong, suddenly opened his eyes and silently climbed up. In the next moment, a dark beetle flew out of the front yard's east wing room. With another thought from Su Hongyang, a terrifying ghost with ashen gray skin appeared before him. Wearing a blood-red robe, it exuded a heavy pressure. Looking at the ghost he hadn't seen for a long time, Su Hongyang couldn't help but nod. It was still just as scary. Tonight, the beasts in the compound were in for a treat. You go to follow that beetle. Su Hongyang waved his hand. The ghost immediately nodded, and its figure vanished in an instant. The temperature in the wing room slowly began to rise. Feeling the chill dissipate, Su Hongyang rubbed his hands together. Just the ability to make the temperature drop like that is enough to give them a hard time. I hope tonight's emotional value doesn't disappoint me. In the middle courtyard's main room, Jia Zhongxi was currently fast asleep in bed. On the table next to her sat a large sea bowl that had been licked clean. The room was unusually dark, with only a faint glimmer of moonlight shining in. Time passed bit by bit. While half asleep, Jia Zhongxi seemed to feel that the temperature in the room was quite a bit lower than usual. This sudden chill dissipated some of her hazy sleepiness. Drowsily, she reached out to feel for the thin bedding beside her. In the abnormally quiet house, a strangely familiar, eerie laugh suddenly broke the silence. Jgege. The dazed Jia Zhongxi suddenly frowned. Her lips moved slightly as she mumbled something incoherent. Then she rolled over and went back to sleep. However, that laughter grew louder and louder, echoing continuously in Shaju's room. Sometimes resentful, sometimes frenzied, it was hair-raising. Jia Zhongxi's brow furrowed even tighter on the bed. In the next instant, she finally realized something was wrong and her eyes snapped open. Jgege. That familiar yet eerie laughter reached Jia Zhongxi's ears again. Her scalp tingled instantly, and a chill surged up her spine. No, it's not a dream, that sound is back. Jia Zhongxi's voice trembled, her face turned pale, and a coldness swept through her entire body. So cold, Jia Zhongxi fearfully pulled at her thin quilt. As she clutched the quilt and looked around warily, she was suddenly shocked to find an extra figure in the room. And the figure stood motionless in a dark corner. Terrified, Jia Zhongxi let out a scream and bounced up from the bed. Who are you? The figure didn't speak, just stood there silently. After a long while, seeing the figure hadn't moved, Jia Zhongxi's heart settled slightly. Standing in the corner of the bed, she summoned her courage and shouted, "Who are you? Step out for me. Let me tell you, I, Zhang Shalwa, have seen it all. Your little tricks." Before she could finish, the figure in the corner moved immediately. It slowly approached Jia Zhongxi with an eerie movement. Jia Zhongxi emotional value plus 999. Jia Zhongxi emotional value plus 999. Don't come over. Jia Zhongxi almost fainted from fright. If you're going to walk, walk properly. Why do you have to twist so terrifyingly? The figure seemed not to hear Jia Zhongxi's cries, continuously twisting its body as it slowly drew closer to her. Terrified, Jia Zhongxi supported her trembling legs and scrambled off the bed in a panic. If you dare come closer, I'll fight you to the death. With that, Jia Zhongshi's survival instinct kicked in. She stomped her feet while making a fencing motion with her hands, shouting, "Back off, back off, back off." At this shaman-like display, the dark shadow seemed to be thoroughly enraged. In an instant, it arrived before Jia Zhongxi, its terrifying face thrust right in front of hers. Pale, hollow eyes stared straight at Jia Zhongxi. Jia Zhongshi's pupils shrank violently, and sweat poured down like rain. Immediately after, an earth-shattering scream erupted from her mouth. "Ah, you dead thing, stay away." She reached out to scratch at the terrifying face in front of her. Meanwhile, a warmth spread down her pant legs as liquid dripped down, the wet patch continuously expanding. In her extreme agitation, the back of Jia Zhongshi's head hit the cabinet behind her with a thud. Her eyes rolled back, and her body collapsed stiffly to the side. The entire compound was completely jolted awake by this sharp scream. Yi Zhonghai and Jia Dongshu were the first to run out of their rooms and into the center of the courtyard. "Dongshu, did you hear who was screaming just now?" Yi Zhonghai, looking bleary-eyed, asked Jia Dongshu in confusion. Jia Dongshu's face was pale as he hurriedly pointed toward the main room. "Master, it sounded like my mom's voice just now." "What?" Yi Zhonghai's expression immediately became serious upon hearing this. While they were talking, many people in the courtyard came out, all looking half asleep. Lu Heizhong walked out grumbling, "What is your middle courtyard doing? Who's not sleeping in the middle of the night and wailing like a banshee?" 62. Number 62. Everyone was anxious. Chapter 62. Everyone is anxious. Jia Dongshu ignored Lu Heizhong's grumbling and ran toward the entrance of Sha Zhu's family with a worried expression. He knocked on the door. "Mom, are you there? What happened inside?" Open black lens bracket. Remember this site's domain name. A massive amount of Taiwan novels are waiting for you. Close black lens bracket. "Mom, are you in there?" After a long while, there was still no movement from inside. Jia Dongshu's expression became even more unsightly. Yi Zhonghai also stepped forward and pounded heavily on the door. "Sister-in-law Jia, sister-in-law Jia, what happened inside?" Seeing this, Lu Heizhong shook his head and said, "Jia Dongshu, your mother has always been a heavy sleeper. Maybe she's still asleep." Jia Dongshu quickly replied, "Impossible. That scream just now, I'm certain it was my mother's voice." Hearing this, everyone present began to look a bit uneasy. Almost everyone in the front yard had heard that scream just now. Could Jia Zhongxi really be in trouble inside? But this was in the compound and the door was locked tight. Who would break in the middle of the night to cause trouble for Jia Zhongxi? Before long, almost everyone from the front yard and back courtyard had arrived, and the courtyard was filled with a flurry of discussion. Su Hongyang also followed the crowd, standing with his arms crossed, calmly watching it all unfold. Yan Bugui stepped forward and said to Jia Dongshu, "Young Dongshu, since your mother is still inside, hurry up and kick the door open before something really happens." Hearing this, Jia Dongshu looked at Yi Zhonghai, who was standing nearby, wanting his master to make the decision for him. Yi Zhonghai pondered for a moment and nodded. "Since sister-in-law Jia is still inside, we really can't wait anymore. Dongshu, find a few strong young men to help you smash the door open. As for the door, you can just pay Zhu Zi back a little money later." Jia Dongshu nodded repeatedly and immediately called over a few sturdy, strong young men to walk toward Sha Zhu's door. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open after 3 or 5 kicks. The room was pitch black. Out of concern for his old mother, Jia Dongshu didn't hesitate for a second and quickly rushed inside. Seeing this, Yi Zhonghai worried about Jia Dongshu's safety and quickly shouted at the few young men behind him who were afraid to enter, "What are you waiting for? Get in there." The young men curled their lips. They weren't about to joke around with their own safety for something like this. Besides, the person inside was Jia Zhongxi, someone they had no real connection to. At most, she was just a neighbor in the compound. Now that Jia Dongshu, the good son concerned for his mother, had gone in, what was the point of them running in too? They simply pretended not to hear Yi Zhonghai's words and stood at the door without moving. This scene nearly made Yi Zhonghai explode with rage. They were all a bunch of damn rebels. Not a single one of them moved. Was this still the harmonious compound he used to manage? How had it become like this in such a short time? Thinking about the hidden losses he had suffered at the hands of that little beast Su Hongyang, lately, he felt a wave of exhaustion. Not only had his authority been swept away, but even the young men in the compound were starting to stop listening to him. All of this was because of that little beast. At this thought, Yi Zhonghai's resentment towards Su Hongyang reached a new level. Yi Zhonghai emotional value +999. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. In the crowd, Su Hongyang was somewhat stunned as a long string of emotional value suddenly popped into his mind. Looking closely, it was actually provided by that old fox Yi Zhonghai. Hey, he hadn't even done anything yet, it was simply nonsensical. Thinking this, he looked toward Yi Zhonghai, only to see Yi Zhonghai's murderous eyes staring at him with overwhelming hatred. Su Hongyang's lips twitched. What did this old schemer want? While Su Hongyang was thinking, a startled cry came from inside Sha Zhu's family. Mom, what's wrong? Mom! Wake up! Hearing the voice, the expressions of everyone in the courtyard changed. Had something really happened to Jia Zhongxi? Yi Zhonghai, standing not far from the door, also had a drastic change in expression. He quickly walked into the house. Outside the door, Lu Heizhong and Yan Bugui exchanged a solemn look. Without much hesitation, they also walked into Sha Zhu's family. After the three uncles entered, they saw Jia Dongshu supporting Jia Zhongxi, who was lying on the floor unconscious. Jia Dongshu was full of panic, not knowing what to do for a moment. Mom, wake up, what's wrong with you? Seeing this, Yi Zhonghai rushed forward to check Jia Zhongxi's breathing. Feeling that she was still breathing, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. From behind, Lu Heizhong and Yan Bugui asked nervously, how is she? What's the situation with old sister-in-law? Yi Zhonghai shook his head. I'm not sure, she seems to have fainted, but looking at her physical condition, there don't seem to be any external injuries. This is a bit strange, Lu Heizhong immediately said. Then let's not just stand here dazed. Dongshu, hurry up and take your mother to the hospital. Hearing this, Jia Dongshu seemed to have found his pillar of support and nodded repeatedly. On the side, Yan Bugui thought for a moment and said, it's the middle of the night, it'll take a lot of time to get to the hospital. Didn't Comrade Xiao Su out there say he knows medicine? Why not call him in to take a look first? Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai's face darkened slightly, but he didn't know what to say for a moment. Jia Dongshu's eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up and ran out. In the courtyard, Su Hongyang, who was chatting with Xu Damao, suddenly saw Jia Dongshu run out of the house. After scanning the crowd, he headed straight for him. Just as Su Hongyang was full of curiosity, Jia Dongshu arrived in front of him. Comrade Su Hongyang, hurry over and save my mother. As he spoke, he grabbed Su Hongyang's arm and pulled him toward the house. Before Su Hongyang could speak, Xu Damao, who was beside him, started shouting first. Jia Dongshu, what are you up to now? Is brother Hongyang a doctor? You just run over and pull him away. Do you have any manners? Can't you show some respect? As he spoke, he grabbed Su Hongyang's other arm. Being lashed out at, Jia Dongshu's expression became even uglier. He turned back and glared at Xu Damao. It's none of your business. This is between me and Su Hongyang. Xu Damao curled his lips. HMPH, everyone in the compound knows Hongyang is my brother now. My brother's business is my business. As he spoke, he raised his chin with a look of pride. Jia Dongshu was so angry he could have killed Xu Damao. At a time like this, with a life on the line, Xu Damao just had to come out and make things difficult. Just you wait. Don't let me find an opportunity. Jia Dongshu felt a secret hatred, plotting to find a chance to ambush Xu Damao with a club later. Caught in the middle, Su Hongyang had a bit of a headache. He waved his hands to push both of them away and said loudly, that's enough, you two. Why are you bickering at a time like this? Then he said to Jia Dongshu crossly, what are you still doing arguing here? Lead the way. If you wait any longer, your mother will be stone cold. Xu Damao. Everyone in the compound. Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 999. Xu Damao thought to himself, good grief, his tongue is even more poisonous than mine. 63. Number 63. A house that is warm in winter and cool in summer. Chapter 63. A house warm in winter and cool in summer. Although 10,000 grass mud horses were galloping through Jia Dongshu's heart, now was not the time to argue with Su Hongyang, so he could only nod with a stiff face and say, she's inside, follow me quickly. Saying this, he took the lead and walked towards Sha Zhu's family. Su Hongyang followed slowly behind. Xu Damao hesitated for a moment before following as well. Inside, Su Hongyang looked at Jia Zhongxi lying unconscious on the floor and shook his head. Secretly, she had actually fainted from fright. Wasn't she usually so formidable? Arguing with everyone and everything. Looking at Yi Zhonghai, who was blocking the way in front of Jia Zhongxi, Su Hongyang said directly, a good dog doesn't block the path. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 555. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 888. PFF'd. Xu Damao, who had followed them in, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Nearby, Lu Heizhong and Yan Bugui were also stifling their laughter, looking like they couldn't hold it in. Yi Zhonghai stood up abruptly, glaring at Su Hongyang with cold eyes. Su Hongyang waved his hand nonchalantly. What? Can you treat illnesses? You're just getting in the way here. If something happens, can you take responsibility? Jia Dongshu shouted anxiously. Master. Seeing this, Yi Zhonghai finally took a deep breath and slowly stepped back 2 paces with a gloomy face. Su Hongyang went over to Jia Zhongxi, squatted down to examine her, peeled back her eyelids to look, and checked her pulse. After a long while, Su Hongyang stopped and couldn't help but shake his head. Seeing this, the hearts of the people nearby all leapt into their throats. Jia Dongshu was almost on the verge of tears. Su Hongyang, how's my mom? Don't just shake your head. Su Hongyang waved his hand and said seriously, it's a good thing you, her filial son, came to find me. Otherwise, your mom would have woken up on her own in a few minutes. But it's fine, I'll give her a few acupuncture needles to make her sleep a bit longer tonight. Jia Dongshu, Yi Zhonghai. Seeing everyone looking at him with strange expressions, Su Hongyang frowned and said, what are you all looking at me for? If this old shrew sleeps a bit longer tonight, won't everyone have it easier? Do you want her to wake up and start howling like a ghost? You might be able to stand it, but I can't. As he spoke, everyone saw Su Hongyang pull out a box of silver needles from somewhere, which emitted a chill under the light. Jia Dongshu shuddered and quickly called out, please don't, we just want my mother to wake up so we can ask her what happened. Yi Zhonghai looked at Su Hongyang with disgust and said, exactly. Are you just going to spout nonsense here? Can you actually wake her up or not? Is your medical skill fake? Are you just trying to stall for time? Su Hongyang glanced at Yi Zhonghai but didn't say anything. Instead, he put away the box of silver needles and looked at Jia Dongshu. Fine, if you want your mom to wake up, just wait a few minutes. She'll be awake soon. Everyone hearing this felt relieved. It was only a few minutes, after all, they could afford to wait. Only Yi Zhonghai's face was terrifyingly dark, inwardly cursing Su Hongyang for ignoring him so blatantly. He had no sense of morality at all. While everyone was waiting for Jia Zhongxi, Shu Damao, who had been lost in thought with his head down, suddenly looked up. Does anyone else feel like it's cooler inside Shaju's house than outside? Yan Bugui immediately nodded in agreement. It really is. I also noticed a while ago that it's colder here than outside. Lu Heizhong also nodded. Tisk, Shaju's house really lives up to its reputation as the main room. Warm in winter and cool in summer. Why don't our houses have this feature? Yan Bugui shook his head. In this day and age, it's good enough to have a place to live, let alone one that's warm in winter and cool in summer. While they were talking, there was a crackling sound in the room, and everything suddenly went dark. Everyone was instantly plunged into darkness. Huh? Did the light in Sha Zhu's family break? Shu Damao's voice came from the darkness. It really never rains, but it pours. Dongshu, boy, hurry out and light a candle to bring in here. Third Uncle Yan Bugi's voice rang out. Oh, okay. A response came from the darkness, and then everyone saw a dark figure walk out of the house. The room fell silent once more. Perhaps feeling a chill on his back, Shu Damao wanted to get closer to someone, so he called out to the air, Brother Hongyang, where are you? As he spoke, he raised his hands and groped through the darkness towards Su Hongyang's direction. Su Hongyang replied from the dark, right here. Shu Damao hurried over, but in the next moment, he suddenly stumbled and nearly fell flat on his face. What the hell tripped me? Shu Damao cried out in surprise. Su Hongyang said quietly, Jia Zhongxi is on the floor, did you step on her? So that was it. Shu Damao immediately felt relieved and stomped twice more on the spot that had tripped him. Enough, let's not wait anymore. Let's just carry Jia Zhongxi out, it's brighter outside. Yi Zhonghai said with a sour expression. How could Su Hongyang let them leave? He immediately blocked them. Jia Zhongxi is such a big person. Who can carry her? Let's just wait for Jia Dongshu to bring a candle in. If she gets bumped or bruised, who's going to take the blame? What if this old shrew wakes up and tries to extort someone? Hearing this, Yan Bugui nodded repeatedly. That's right, old Yi. Let's wait. Everyone knows my family is struggling. I don't have any money for compensation. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 300. Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts, a strangely familiar and eerie laugh suddenly rang out in the room. Ge, Mama, a ghost. Shu Damao was instantly scared out of his wits, jumping 3 feet high and grabbing Su Hongyang's arm, hanging onto him. Inside the room, the hearts of the 3 uncles also skipped a beat, their hearts pounding wildly. Ge. The sound continued, and the chills down the backs of the people in the room grew colder as they looked around in panic. We need to get out of here. Lu Heizhong's panicked voice came from the darkness. Shu Damao immediately howled in response. Second uncle is right. We have to leave now. If something happens, we can call the people in the courtyard for help. I haven't even married a wife yet. I don't want to die here. Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai was so angry he wanted to gag Xu Damao. Talking about death, how unlucky. Enough, all of you shut up, what's there to panic about? Are we grown men afraid of this? Xu Damao, shut your mouth. Yi Zhonghai's powerful voice echoed through the room. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Xu Damao was shivering all over, pressing himself tightly against Su Hongyang. This made Su Hongyang roll his eyes incessantly. Let's not panic. Everyone, slowly move towards the door. Be careful not to step on sister-in-law Jia. Yi Zhonghai's voice came again. Hearing this, they didn't care about being careful anymore. They moved as fast as they could through the darkness toward the door, wishing they had an extra pair of legs. Especially Xu Damao, who dragged Su Hongyang's arm and ran toward the door. He nearly made Su Hongyang stumble. Just then, something happened that no one except Su Hongyang had expected. For some unknown reason, the door suddenly slammed shut with a bang. Their hearts skipped a beat in fear as they stared in disbelief at the door that had suddenly closed. What's going on? Why did the door close? Xu Damao wailed with a sob in his voice. Xu Damao emotional value plus 999. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Lu Heizhong emotional value plus 999. Yan Bugui emotional value plus 999. 64. Number 64. There was one more person. Chapter 64. An extra person. What on earth is going on here? Yi Zhonghai was the first to react. He let out a roar, stepped forward quickly, and pulled at the door with all his might. Behind him, Su Hongyang looked at the constantly flashing 999 plus emotional value in his mind, feeling extremely satisfied. It was well worth getting up in the middle of the night for this. But it wasn't enough. He had to get everyone in the courtyard involved. As Su Hongyang was thinking, he heard Yi Zhonghai shout again, "Who closed the door? Can anyone outside hear me? Open the door quickly," he shouted while pounding on the window. Beside him, Lu Heizhong and Yan Bugui were also trembling as they pounded hard on the window. Xu Damao's face was pale, and he kept muttering something to himself, looking as though he had been scared witless. After a long while, a voice finally came from outside the house. "Zhonghai, what happened inside?" First Ant's voice rang out from outside. Hearing the voice, Yi Zhonghai's face brightened with joy, and he quickly said, "Is the door locked from the outside? Open it quickly and let us out." After he finished speaking, the outside fell into a period of silence after a long time. First Ant's voice rang out again. "Zhonghai, the door isn't locked from the outside. Is it bolted from the inside?" Hearing this, the eyes of the several people in the room all turned toward the door at the same time. Even Xu Damao, who was wiping away tears, quickly raised his head. However, in this pitch-black darkness, they couldn't see a thing. Yi Zhonghai had no choice but to keep a grim face and grope around the door. After a moment, he said in a trembling voice, "On our side the door isn't locked either." Upon hearing this, the already anxious hearts of the people in the room went cold. Xu Damao let out a terrified howl. "Sha Zhu, what kind of broken door is this? Once I get out, I'm going to tear this piece of junk down and burn it." Su Hongyang, whose ears were ringing from the noise, gave Xu Damao a flick on the head and said with dissatisfaction, "Xu Damao, can you calm down and stop making such a fuss? Look at second uncle and third uncle, they're calm in the face of danger and haven't even changed their expressions. You should learn from them." Then he frowned and added, "But why is there a smell of urine? Tisk, which one of you peed?" Lu Heizhong, Yan Bugui, Xu Damao looked miserable. "Brother Hongyang, what time is it? How can you be in the mood to talk about that? What should we do now?" "Wah!" Su Hongyang slapped Xu Damao on the shoulder and spoke seriously. "What are you afraid of? Xu Damao, why are you acting like such a sissy? If your Sha Zhu knew you were acting like this, wouldn't he laugh his head off at you?" Hearing this, Xu Damao quickly stopped crying. Just as Xu Damao was about to say more, the next moment, Yan Buggy's terrified voice came from inside the room. "Wait, how many of us are in the room right now?" As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. A scalp-numbing sensation spread through everyone's minds. Lu Heizhong swallowed his saliva and followed up, "Old Yan, what exactly are you trying to say? Make it clear." After a moment, Yan Buggy's even more terrified voice came. "I want to say, is there an extra person beside us?" Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Yan Bugui emotional value plus 999. Lu Heizhong emotional value plus 999. Xu Damao emotional value plus 999. Silence. The room suddenly became as silent as a tomb, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. That sudden sentence brought everyone's hearts to their throats. Xu Damao's heart couldn't take it anymore, and he roared directly, "Third uncle, if you don't know how to speak, then shut your mouth. What do you mean by an extra person?" Yan Bugui said quickly in a trembling voice, It's true. If you don't believe me, count for yourselves. Including yourself, there are 6 dark shadows standing. Shu Damao emotional value plus 999. Yan Bugui emotional value plus 999. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Lu Heizhong emotional value plus 999. The room fell silent once again, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing. After a long time, Yi Zhonghai's voice was hoarse as he said tremulously, "Old Yan, you're right. There are a total of 6 standing shadows. Who else just came in? Hurry up and speak, don't stand there scaring people." After a long while, no one answered. At this time, Lu Heizhong suddenly spoke. Could it be that Jia Zhongxi woke up? Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai and the others' eyes lit up. Yan Bugui hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law Jia, are you awake? Say something." A long while passed, still no one answered. A chill suddenly rose up their backs and their skin was covered in goosebumps. What the hell was this? If it wasn't Jia Zhongxi, then who was the remaining dark shadow? Shu Damao, his body shivering, leaned closer to Su Hongyang. "Brother Hongyang, didn't you say Jia Zhongxi would wake up soon? Why is there still no movement?" Hearing this, the other 3 uncles all pricked up their ears. That's right. Before the lights went out, this Su Hongyang had said Jia Zhongxi would wake up in a few minutes. But it had been so long now. Jia Zhongxi still hadn't made a sound. Su Hongyang laughed secretly. Of course, he had secretly tampered with things to let this old shrew sleep a while longer. Otherwise, she would start screaming as soon as she woke up. How could he continue his harvest plan then? Without thinking, Su Hongyang shook his head and said with an innocent face, "Maybe my diagnosis was wrong. It's not my fault. I'm not a professional." The other 4 were speechless. If they had known, they would have just carried Jia Zhongxi out of Sha Zhu's family home first. Now that this situation had arisen, they were filled with regret. As soon as Shu Damao heard this, he began to sob again. Bang bang bang. "Master, why did you lock the door?" Just then, Jia Dongshu's voice came from outside. When Yi Zhonghai heard it, he quickly shouted, "Dongshu, kick the door open quickly." "Okay, master, you guys move back a bit," Jia Dongshu replied. Inside, Yi Zhonghai and the others felt as if they had heard a savior, and their hearts were overjoyed. Fortunately, there was someone outside. The next instant, the door was kicked open with a bang. Accompanied by a loud noise, a figure flew straight in like a cannonball and crashed heavily onto the floor. Due to inertia, the figure continued to slide for over a meter on the ground. This sudden scene left everyone in the room stunned, and the entire room was dead silent. Only that figure lay on the ground, groaning in pain. But before everyone could recover from their shock, the door suddenly made another loud bang and slammed shut tightly again. It was as if it had been slammed shut by a giant invisible hand. 65. Number 65. Yan Bugui fainted. Chapter 65. Yan Bugui faints. Shu Damao emotional value plus 999. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Lu Heizhong emotional value plus 999. Yan Bugui emotional value plus 999. How did it close again? Who did it? Who did this? Shu Damao was filled with powerless rage, and his heart was on the verge of collapsing. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have followed them in even if he were beaten to death. Now, even getting out had become a luxury. "Hiss, master, why did you guys close the door again?" Jia Dongshu rubbed his sore arm while slowly climbing up from the ground. Yi Zhonghai's face turned pale as he said helplessly, "We didn't close it. The door closed on its own." "Dongshu, are you alright?" "I'm fine, master. How is my mom?" Although Jia Dongshu didn't quite understand, his thoughts were still on his old mother. "Your mom hasn't woken up yet. She's still lying on the ground," Yan Bugui said. Hearing this, Jia Dongshu became even more anxious. "What? Why hasn't she woken up yet?" "Su Hongyang, didn't you say my mom would wake up immediately? What's going on now?" Seeing this, Su Hongyang waved his hand. "Jia Dongshu, what's the rush? Your old mother just fell asleep. She didn't die. Wait a bit longer. Being so restless is unbecoming. You're nothing like your master." Jia Dongshu. While everyone was silent, Su Hongyang dropped a bombshell. "Eh? Have you noticed? Now that Jia Dongshu is in, there should be 7 shadows in the room. Why are there still only 6 when I count them?" Shu Damao emotional value plus 999. Yan Bugui emotional value plus 999. Jia Dongshu asked in confusion, "What 6 or 7? Su Hongyang, what are you talking about?" Su Hongyang slapped his thigh, his voice sounding quite shocked. "Oh, could it be that the Jia Dongshu who just came in isn't human, but that thing?" Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Shu Damao emotional value plus 999. "Stop it. Stop talking, Jia Dongshu. Where are the candles you brought? Light them up right now, damn it." Shu Damao grew even more terrified. Shazihu's family was so wicked. If he had a chance to get out, he would never step foot through this door again. In the darkness, Yi Zhonghai also hurriedly echoed, "Yes, Dongshu, hurry up and light the candles." Feeling his empty hands, Jia Dongshu said somewhat sheepishly, "Master, I couldn't find any candles, but there's a kerosene lamp. It's fallen on the floor now. Let me look for it." As he spoke, he crouched down and began fumbling around on the floor. Hearing this, the crowd fell into another bout of silence. After a while, Jia Dongshu's pleasantly surprised voice came from within the room. "Master, I found it." Then, there was more rustling in the darkness. The next moment, a light appeared in the house as a match lit the kerosene lamp. Instantly, the room brightened up. Only then did the few of them see clearly where everyone was standing. They all began to check their surroundings warily. Carrying the lamp, Jia Dongshu went to Yi Zhonghai's side. "Master, what are you looking for?" Yi Zhonghai waved his hand solemnly. "Don't talk. Go over and check on your mother's condition first." Jia Dongshu nodded, placed the lamp on a nearby table, and crouched down to look at Jia Zhongxi. Suddenly, Lu Heizhong's shout rang through the room. Who's hiding there? Come out." Hearing this, everyone hurriedly looked in the direction Lu Heizhong was pointing. At this sight, almost everyone was startled. In a corner of the room, a strange figure stood quietly in the shadows. Moreover, this figure wore a long robe of an indistinguishable color, making everything seem quite bizarre. Nearby, Yan Bugui suddenly became exasperated. Having studied for many years, he didn't believe in ghosts or gods. Now that he saw such a figure appearing and playing tricks, the truth was finally out. It was all a prank by this black shadow. He immediately picked up the kerosene lamp and walked forward angrily. Seeing this, Su Hongyang wanted to stop him. After all, the appearance of this malevolent ghost was truly terrifying. If Yan Bugui were scared into having a problem or if it caused a death, it wouldn't be worth it. "Third uncle, wait. Don't be impulsive." Yan Bugui completely ignored the voice behind him. However great the mental trauma he had just suffered was, his current level of anger was just as high. This thing playing tricks had seriously disrupted the order of the compound and engaged in superstitious activities. He had to be sent to the police station to be locked up. Yan Bugui arrived in front of the shadow and shone the kerosene lamp right onto its face. The next moment, Yan Bugui's body stiffened, and his pupils dilated. Yi Zhonghai and the others behind him, seeing old Yan in this motionless state, suddenly felt anxious. Their view was blocked by Yan Bugui's body, so they didn't know the situation over there. They wanted to go over, but their hearts were drumming with fear. What on earth did old Yan see? Why is there no sound? Lu Heizhong turned and spoke to Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai also frowned deeply. "Who knows? How about we all go over and take a look together?" Shu Damao quickly spoke up. "First uncle, second uncle, you must not go over and take the risk. If anything happens, it'll be too late to run. It's better to wait for third uncle to come back and ask him." Hearing this, the two uncles hesitated again. Su Hongyang was also watching Yan Bugui's back from his side, feeling a bit apprehensive. If he stayed motionless like that, he couldn't have died from fright, could he? If this resulted in a death, it would be difficult to handle. Just as everyone was wondering, the kerosene lamp in Yan Bugui's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Following that, his body leaned backward and he fell straight down. Su Hongyang was quick and rushed over, hurriedly using his hands to support Yan Bugui's back. Shu Damao and the others were startled. It wasn't until they saw Su Hongyang supporting Yan Bugui's back and slowly laying him on the ground that they finally reacted. Yi Zhonghai cried out, "Old Yan!" Several people stepped forward quickly. Even Jia Dongshu, who had been checking on his mother's condition in the back, stood up and walked over. Su Hongyang quickly took out his silver needle case and rapidly applied needle techniques to Yan Bugui. Seeing this, Yi Zhonghai hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with old Yan? Is he okay?" He was truly anxious now. One situation after another was occurring in this courtyard, and now Jia Zhongxi was still lying on the ground. If even the third uncle of the courtyard were to have something happen to him, then his position as first uncle would be completely untenable. Su Hongyang shook his head. "It's nothing serious. Third uncle already suffered from liver stagnation and blood deficiency. Now he's just had a bit of a fright. He'll be fine after a few needles." Yi Zhonghai breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. A fright?" Just as everyone was puzzled, they heard a scream from Shu Damao beside them. "Ghost!" Yi Zhonghai and the others looked in the direction of the sound. They saw Shu Damao kneeling limp on the ground, holding the kerosene lamp in one hand while the other hand pointed trembling toward the dark corner, showing a state of extreme terror. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Lu Heizhong emotional value plus 999. Xu Damao emotional value plus 999. Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 999. 66. Number 66 Jia Zhongxi has awakened. Chapter 66. Jia Zhongxi awakens. Yi Zhonghai and the others seemed to realize something. They stiffly turned their heads and looked toward where Xu Damao was pointing. The next moment, an extremely terrifying image came into view. Behind Su Hongyang and Yan Bugui stood a woman with a grayish-blue face and empty, pale white eyes, slowly moving toward them in an extremely uncoordinated posture. The several men instantly gaped, displaying looks of utter disbelief. Their throats bobbed as if something were stuck, rendering them speechless, and their bloodshot eyes bulged out. Watching the rising emotional value and seeing the expressions on these men, Su Hongyang raised an eyebrow and thought to himself that this was bad. He mustn't scare them into a permanent condition. In this era, their level of acceptance for such horrific images was likely low. Otherwise, they wouldn't be frightened into such a state. They were far inferior to someone like him who had experienced the 21st century. In his past life, all sorts of videos and movies about ghosts and monsters emerged endlessly, so his ability to withstand such eerie scenes was naturally very strong. But this was the 50s when such a scene appeared before one's eyes. A minor reaction would be fainting, but if it were more serious, the heart might stop beating directly. Therefore, seeing them in such a state, Su Hongyang felt that with their current psychological state, they probably couldn't handle such high-level stimulation. Should he stop here for now? Let them catch their breath? After a moment of thought, Su Hongyang immediately gave another command to the two items, the laughter bug and the vengeful ghost. Subsequently, the bug and the ghost disappeared, quickly leaving Sha Ju's family home. They headed straight for the back room in the back courtyard. Although he planned to pause here, there were still a lot of people in the compound. He couldn't just let them watch for nothing. Once there was some commotion in the back courtyard, he could repeat the trick and harvest another wave of emotional value. After finishing all this, Su Hongyang finally spoke up, feigning ignorance. What's wrong with you all? What are you looking at? A long while passed. Yi Zhonghai and the others were still in a state of extreme terror, their stiff bodies remaining motionless. Seeing this, Su Hongyang's eyelids twitched wildly. Surely they hadn't all developed problems from the scare? He hurriedly took out several silver needles and pricked them under their armpits. Hiss, cough, cough. Amidst the pain, several of them finally regained their senses. Their faces were deathly pale, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down. There's Lu Heizhong's voice trembled, but the words that followed stayed stuck in his throat, unable to be spoken. Seeing this, Su Hongyang quickly consoled them. All right, a bunch of grown men. You just saw things, there's nothing there. Just as he finished speaking, Xu Damao, on the far left, suddenly fell to the ground and fainted with a thud. Seeing this, Su Hongyang felt even more helpless. Their psychological endurance was a bit too poor. Compared to the young people of the 21st century, even those with the weakest will would at least be able to stand up and turn to run if they encountered such a thing. Unlike this group of grown men, whose legs had turned to jelly like this. While Su Hongyang was complaining internally, Yi Zhonghai also regained his senses, crawled up with a trembling body, and said, "Where is that thing from just now? How did it disappear?" Su Hongyang smiled and replied, "First uncle, what could possibly be in this room? Did you all see wrong?" Jia Dongshu also stood up at this time and said loudly, "Impossible, we clearly saw that thing. It just suddenly disappeared." Lu Heizhong's head nodded like a pestle, fully agreeing with Jia Dongshu's words. Su Hongyang waved his hand. Enough. Based on my over 30 years of medical experience, you are 80% likely to be over tense and having hallucinations. How about this? When it gets light, I'll write a prescription for you, and you can go to the pharmacy to get the medicine yourselves. Yan Bugui had slowly woken up by now. Hearing Su Hongyang's words beside him, he said weakly, "Little Su, is this really a hallucination?" But it was too real. "And where did your 30 years of medical experience come from? Young man, don't talk nonsense." Hearing this, Su Hongyang's expression turned solemn, and he said seriously, "Third uncle, look, you say it's not a hallucination, yet you heard 3 years as 30 years. Your hallucination is truly too severe. Come here, let me give you a few more needle pricks." Yan Bugui emotional value plus 999. Yan Bugui shook his head repeatedly in fear. No, I'm already clear-headed." Seeing this, Su Hongyang finally let Yan Bugui go. He turned to look at the others. "What about you? Are your minds clear, or should I give you some acupuncture and massage?" Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 666. Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 666. Lu Heizhong emotional value plus 555. Seeing that no one answered, Su Hongyang turned around with satisfaction and walked for the fainted Shu Damao. After checking the situation, he gave his lower back a forceful pinch. Ow! A scream like a slaughtered pig echoed within Sha Ju's room. Damao, how are you feeling? Any better? Su Hongyang leaned forward and asked. Shu Damao regained his senses, only feeling a burning pain in his waist. He cried out in tears, Brother Hongyang, did you save me? Su Hongyang nodded vigorously. It was indeed me. Any later and you would have met your ancestors. Shu Damao. Ouch, which wicked little beast stepped on this old lady? I'm not done with you. Just then, Jia Dongshi's shrill voice rang out in the room. Jia Dongshu was overjoyed to hear the voice and quickly ran over. Mom, you're finally awake, how do you feel? Jia Dongshi was in a daze. Seeing her son had come over, she said subconsciously, It's Dongshu, why do I feel like my whole body hurts, especially my lower half? It feels like I've been stepped on many times. Jia Dongshu. Just as everyone was feeling awkward, they heard Jia Dongshi scream again. Ah, I remember now. This house isn't clean, there's something dirty. Dongshu, we have to leave quickly, fast. With that, Jia Dongshi scrambled up. She was still cursing under her breath, that damned Sha Zhu. He doesn't even know his house has dirty things. When he comes out, this old lady will extort him to death. Turning around, Jia Dongshi finally saw that everyone was in the room. She couldn't help but blurt out, Why are you all here? Yi Zhonghai walked over awkwardly. Sister-in-law Jia, it's a long story, but it's good that you're okay. Let's find a way to get out quickly. Jia Zhongxi didn't pay much attention to this. She walked to the room door and pulled. The door opened with a creak. Then, she quickly pulled Jia Dongshu and scurried out of Sha Ju's room. The three uncles all watched this scene in disbelief. This door actually just opened like that? Su Hongyang wasn't surprised at all. He stood up, clapped his hands, and said, Today has been a truly fruitful day. Alright, gentlemen, let's head out first, we wouldn't want this door to close again. Hearing this, the three uncles and Shu Damao in the room shuddered. They seemed to recall some bad images again and scrambled to squeeze out of the room. Su Hongyang followed behind, wondering to himself why there was no movement from the back room. Logically, that old lady should have been startled awake. Thinking of this, Su Hongyang immediately shifted his consciousness to the laughter bug. The scene shifted. As soon as Su Hongyang transferred to the laughter bug, he happened to see the following scene. The deaf old lady had already stood up leaning on her cane, and before her was the hair-raising, terrifying face of the vengeful ghost. Upon seeing the ghost, the old lady's body trembled slightly. Then she closed her eyes and fell straight backward. And then that's it? She just fainted? Seeing this, Su Hongyang's face darkened, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Couldn't you have let out a howl before fainting? At the very least, let the whole compound hear your commotion. If you just faint directly, how am I supposed to continue harvesting emotional value? He had originally intended to use this deaf old lady to create more noise. After all, there were still many people in the courtyard. He couldn't let them go to waste. In the end, this old lady was actually so disappointing. She acted so arrogant in the compound, but who would have thought she wasn't even as good as Jia Zhongxi? At least that woman contributed over 4,000 emotional value points before fainting. With this one fall, she only produced 999. Su Hongyang grumbled as he retracted the items and spat toward the back courtyard in annoyance. Since you, old lady, have fainted, today's business can only end here. HMPH, but seeing that the old lady landed on the back of her head, I don't know if she's dead. Forget it, I won't bother with her. Anyway, this old lady isn't a good person either. 67. Number 67 High Fever. Chapter 67. Developing a high fever. When the people outside the room saw Yi Zhonghai and the others come out, the crowd immediately erupted into a hubbub. Looking at their figures, they found it strange that they all looked like they were recovering from a serious illness. First Aunt and the others didn't think much of it and hurriedly stepped forward to support them. Third Aunt saw Yan Bugui covered in sweat and looking physically exhausted. She asked with concern and confusion, Husband, what's wrong with you? Third Uncle hesitated to speak, then immediately waved his hand. Ruawa, hurry up and help me back home. Third Aunt nodded repeatedly in response. As Yan Bugui passed by his two sons, he couldn't help but think about how he was suffering inside while these two unfilial sons didn't even come in to save him. In a fit of anger, he glared at them, leaving the two brothers, Yan Jicheng and Yan Bugi's second son, completely bewildered. What's wrong with Dad? We didn't do anything wrong, did we? Yan Bugi's second son asked Yan Jicheng in confusion. Yan Jicheng shook his head. Who knows? Looking at him like that, maybe he was up to some good business in there behind Mom's back? Good business? What kind of good business? Yan Buggy's second son became even more confused. Yan Jicheng slapped his younger brother on the back of the head and said crossly, "Why are you asking so many questions, kid? Just get home already." After saying that, he turned and followed them. Yan Buggy's second son glared at Yan Jicheng's back with dissatisfaction and muttered, "You think you're the only one who knows everything?" On the other side, Jia Zhongxi and Jia Dongshu hurriedly ran home and quickly shut the doors and windows tight. Seeing that not even a fly could get in, Jia Zhongxi said in terror, "Dongshu, it's a good thing you came to find your mother. Otherwise, you almost lost your most important relative Wu-Wu." Jia Dongshu, still immersed in the terrifying images from earlier, looked up blankly upon hearing Jia Zhongxi's whimpering. "Mom, what did you just say? Why are you crying?" Jia Zhongxi sighed, sitting on the kangs and beating her chest. "Oh, my Dongshu, why don't you worry more about your mother? Even at a time like this, you're still thinking about random things." Hearing this, Jia Dongshu remembered his mother fainting and hurriedly asked, "Mom, did you also see something at Shaju's family home?" Jia Zhongxi nodded repeatedly. "That's right. That thing looked neither like a human nor a GHO. No, it simply wasn't human. Dongshu, it looks like something dirty has appeared in Shaju's family home. We live so close to them. That thing won't come knocking on our door, will it?" Qin Wairu, who was holding Dingdang nearby, couldn't help but say, "Mom, Dongshu, what nonsense are you two talking about? Hurry up and sleep a bit more, it's almost dawn." As she spoke, she prepared to lie back down on the kong to squint for a while longer. Seeing this, Jia Zhongxi jumped up in anger. "Qin Wairu, the two of us almost died, and you can still sleep? You heartless jinx." Qin Wairu sat up helplessly. "Mom, how can you say that? With all the commotion today, no one slept well. Xiao Dang and Bang Zheng were both woken up once. I'm just trying to get them to sleep a bit more." Jia Zhongxi snorted coldly. "It's enough that I'm looking after Bang Zheng. It's almost dawn now, and you're still thinking about sleeping? Get up and work. Hurry up and cook some breakfast. My Jia family really had 8 lifetimes of bad luck letting you through the door. If I had known you were this lazy, I never would have let you marry in, no matter what." Qin Wairu was almost driven half dead with anger. Calling her lazy? Saying such words, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Every day, she had to serve the two of them from the moment she opened her eyes. She was always the first to wake up in the house and the last to fall asleep, working from dawn to dusk without rest. And in your mouth, it's actually laziness? Qin Wairu felt extremely aggrieved, and tears unconsciously began to fall. Jia Dongshu felt sorry for Qin Wairu. Seeing this scene, he hurriedly spoke up for her. "Mom, let Wairu sleep a bit longer, no one really slept well tonight." Seeing her son's pleading look, Jia Zhongxi finally nodded very reluctantly. "Fine Qin Wairu, for Dongshu's sake, I'll allow you to sleep for a little while longer. HMPH, being able to marry my Dongshu is a blessing you earned in your past life. You'd better treat my Dongshu well, do you understand?" Qin Wairu, the Yi family in the middle courtyard. After Yi Zhonghai was helped back home by First Aunt, he lay straight down on the bed and immediately developed a high fever. First Aunt was so scared she didn't dare delay for a moment. She went to Lu Heizhang's house to trouble Second Aunt to come over and look after him first, while she herself ran out in the middle of the night to knock on the clinic door and buy some medicine. By this time, Yi Zhonghai was lying quietly on the large kong, a wet towel on his forehead, his dry, cracked lips trembling slightly as if he were murmuring something indistinctly. First Aunt, her face full of worry, looked at Yi Zhonghai with burning anxiety. "Old Lu's wife, tell me what on earth is going on. After one trip to Shaju's family home, Zhonghai has become like this." Tears welled up in First Aunt's eyes. If something happened to Yi Zhonghai, what would happen to her life in the future? Second Aunt also frowned deeply and shook her head gently. "Sigh, what use is being anxious? Don't worry too much. Go brew the medicine quickly. As soon as it's light, we'll send First Uncle to the hospital." Hearing this, First Aunt could only nod and walk out of the room. All of this wasn't just Yi Zhonghai. Even Shu Damao and third uncle Yan Bugui also developed high fevers after returning home. Shu Damao even forced himself to run to Lu Heizhang's house to ask them to help notify Mr. and Mrs. Shu Fugi. This situation left everyone in the courtyard feeling somewhat worried. After all, this was a bit strange. Combined with the commotion caused by the Jia family last time, something seemed to be unusual in this courtyard at dawn. Su Hongyang climbed out of bed feeling refreshed. After last night's operations, his emotional value had reached 190,000. He was close to the 200,000 emotional value mark. However, he didn't plan to use it yet. He wanted to see when that humanoid puppet would finally appear. It hadn't come out the last few times, so it should surely appear this time. But that would have to wait until tonight. As soon as he stepped out, he heard the aunts discussing the situation in the courtyard. Except for Lu Heizhong and the Jia family who hadn't been affected, almost everyone else was suffering from a high fever. Yi Zhonghai and Yan Bugui had been sent to the hospital early on. On Xu Damao's side, he heard that Mr. and Mrs. Xu Fugi had also arrived. Su Hongyang remained expressionless upon hearing this news, but looking at the situation, it seemed no one had discovered that something had happened to the deaf old lady in the back courtyard yet. It made sense. The Yi couple had rushed to the hospital early in the morning. Besides them, who else in the courtyard would go see that old woman? Su Hongyang chuckled and shook his head, not thinking about it further. He turned his thoughts back to Mr. and Mrs. Xu Fugi. He was still a bit curious about these two. After a moment's hesitation, he lifted his foot and walked toward the back courtyard. Just as he approached the Xu family's door, Su Hongyang heard faint voices coming from inside. A man and a woman seemingly in conversation. The door was only slightly ajar. Su Hongyang stepped forward and knocked. Shortly after, a woman in her 40s walked out. She was wearing blue clothes and looked at Su Hongyang with confusion. "You are?" Su Hongyang showed a smile. "Hello, I'm a resident from the East Wing room in the front yard. I've come to see Brother Damiao." Just as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man with stubble also walked out. 68. Number 68 Li Hanjin. Chapter 68, Li Hanjin. "Who is it? You are?" Xu Fugi looked at Su Hongyang with some confusion. Open black lens bracket. To this point, I hope readers remember our domain name. To read Taiwan novels, go to Taiwan Novel Network, twcon.com. Read as you wish. Close black lens bracket. Su Hongyang sized up the man, thinking to himself that this must be Xu Damao's father, Xu Fugi. After a pause, he introduced himself again. "I am Su Hongyang, a resident of the East Wing room in the front yard. I've come to see Brother Damiao." Hearing this, the expression on Xu Fugi's face finally softened. It turned out to be a resident from the compound who got along well with Damiao coming to visit. He immediately nodded and said, "In that case, come in first, little brother." Su Hongyang followed him into the Xu family home and went to a bedroom at the very back, where he saw Xu Damiao lying in bed, his face pale and weak. Su Hongyang stepped closer and called out Damiao, and the person on the bed finally opened his eyes groggily. Seeing it was Su Hongyang, Xu Damiao immediately forced a faint smile. "Brother Hongyang is here. You know my current situation, so I won't get up to host you." Su Hongyang shook his head. "What are you talking about, Brother Damiao? Just rest well. With your physique, it's just a fever. You'll be back on your feet in a couple of days." Hearing this, some color returned to Xu Damao's pale face, and he said happily, "Then I'll take your word for it." Su Hongyang reached out to check Xu Damao's pulse. It was indeed a fever with no other issues, so he breathed a sigh of relief. "All right then, get some rest. I'll head out now and come see you again next time." Su Hongyang nodded and turned to leave. Arriving in the living room and seeing Mr. and Mrs. Xu Fugi, he couldn't help but ask, "Why haven't you two taken Brother Damiao to the hospital?" Xu Fugi's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "With Damiao like this, he definitely needs to go to the hospital. We've already sent for a cart driver to come." Then, he frowned again. "Little brother, you should know what happened last night, right? Could you tell us about it?" Su Hongyang was stunned for a moment. Tell him about last night? How was he supposed to say it? Say that he had arranged it all? If he said that, it was one thing whether Mr. and Mrs. Xu Fugi would believe him, but more importantly, would they believe talk of ghosts and the like? Seeing Su Hongyang hesitate, Mother Xu immediately said anxiously, "Is there something hard for you to say, little brother? Was my Damiao bullied into this state by someone? The two of us have been asking him for a long time, but this child just won't say anything, leaving us worried sick." Actually, after arriving at the compound, they hadn't failed to ask others, but the answers they got were somewhat bizarre. They went to ask Lu Heizhong, the person involved in the back courtyard. This second uncle, however, was somewhat hesitant and couldn't quite explain it. Yi Zhonghai and Yan Bugui had gone to the hospital early in the morning. Now they could only ask this comrade Su Hongyang. They heard he was also there last night and should know exactly what happened then. After pondering for a long while, Su Hongyang shook his head and said, "You too. This kind of thing is really hard to say. Why don't you wait until Brother Damiao is better and ask him yourselves?" Xu Fugi sighed. "Fine, in that case, we won't make it difficult for you. We'll ask Damiao ourselves later." It seemed this matter was truly not simple. Xu Fugi was also someone who had lived through the old society, having survived safely until now. What kind of things hadn't he experienced? But now, all the people involved were being extremely secretive. One could imagine how difficult this matter was to speak of. Hearing this, Su Hongyang smiled and bid them farewell, then turned and left. Mother Shu's face turned much uglier as she said to Shu Fugi beside her, "What is there that can't be said? Why are they all the same?" Shu Fugi waved his hand. "Alright, let's talk about this after Da Mao gets better." After taking his leave from the Shu family, Su Hongyang left the compound and went straight to the alley. On the way, he found an empty corner and took out some dried meat, canned vegetarian food, and other items he had obtained from the system, all of which were processed and packaged. They were a bit like the pre-made meals from his past life, but in this era, no one cared about health issues. Being able to eat one's fill was the priority. Just as he knocked on the main door, it creaked open, and a 14 or 15-year-old youth peeked out. As soon as the youth saw it was Su Hongyang, he immediately walked out curiously. "Are you cousin?" Su Hongyang looked at the youth before him with a smile. The last time they met was when he first came to Saijucheng, Beijing, but they had only been acquainted for half a day before this younger cousin went to school. He hadn't seen him the few times after that either, so he didn't expect him to be home today. "Hanjin is back? When did you return?" Su Hongyang asked with some curiosity. Li Hanjin scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. "I came back yesterday afternoon." "Cousin, come in quickly." "Alright." Su Hongyang entered the house with his younger cousin. His uncle and aunt also walked out of the house at this time. Seeing Su Hongyang had come over, they were also beaming with smiles. "It's enough that you're here. Why did you bring so many things?" His aunt complained slightly. However, she stepped forward quickly to help take the various bags and packages. "They're all good things I exchanged with a friend. I brought some for you and uncle to try," Su Hongyang explained. Li Wyman stepped forward to take a package. Opening it, he saw several cans, 2 of which were canned beef. "Sigh, these things must not be cheap." "Hongyang, did you get these from that Hong Konger too?" Hearing this, his aunt was curious. "Hong Konger? When did this happen?" Su Hongyang nodded. "Yes, they were all exchanged from him." He paused and then turned to his aunt. "Aunt, he's someone who came back to find his relatives. I helped him with some small favors and we became friends. These things were all exchanged from him at a low price." This was a good excuse. By calling him a friend, he would likely be able to use it again in the future, Su Hongyang thought to himself, nodding. "So that's how it is." His aunt came to a realization. "Is there anything good to eat?" At this moment, little Magnolia came running out of the house excitedly at some unknown point. Upon seeing Su Hongyang, her eyes immediately lit up, and she rushed forward to hug Su Hongyang's leg. "Brother Hongyang, I want to eat spicy strips." Su Hongyang laughed. Alright, I brought some today too, but you can't eat too much, or you'll get internal heat." Little Magnolia nodded repeatedly. I know." Seeing this scene, Li Hanjin, who was beside them, was a bit puzzled. What kind of food were spicy strips? They made his younger sister so obsessed. Su Hongyang found a bag and pulled out several packs of spicy strips from it, handing 2 packs to little Magnolia and then 1 pack to his younger cousin. "Here, Hanjin, you try some too." Li Hanjin immediately took it. Inside the transparent bag were oily, stick-like things that indeed look very appetizing. "Uncle, you take the rest of these spicy strips, keep them safe and don't let little Magnolia eat too many. Eating too many is indeed not good." Su Hongyang then handed the remaining full bag to his uncle. He had to let him keep an eye on it. Li Wyman was delighted to see this and quickly took the large bag of spicy strips. While fumbling with it, he responded, "Alright, I'll make sure little Magnolia and the others eat less of this stuff." 69. Number 69 Senior Brother Arrives. Chapter 69. The Arrival of the Master Brother. Little Magnolia listened from the side, frowning slightly in displeasure, but her mouth continued to munch on the spicy strips without stopping. Since it was Li Hanjin's first time eating them, he was captivated by the fragrance of the food. He had never tasted anything so delicious before. "Dad, give me another pack." Without a second thought, Li Hanjin reached out his hand. With a smack, Li Wyman batted away the reaching hand. "Eat what? Don't you still have some in your hand?" Li Hanjin pulled a long face. "I'm almost finished. Give me 2 more packs. I'll take them to school to eat tomorrow." "We'll talk about that tomorrow," Li Wyman said, then left the hall carrying a pack of spicy strips. Su Hongyang watched this scene with amusement. Just as he was about to step forward and speak, the system's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. "Ding, Master Brother Duan Shualiu is about to arrive at the Sahaiyuan. Host, please prepare to receive him." "Huh? Master Brother?" Su Hongyang's mind was filled with confusion, and for a moment, he couldn't process it. How did the system, hiss? A moment later, Su Hongyang finally realized what was happening. It turned out this was a character puppet he had bought earlier. Was it about to arrive? That was pretty fast. Su Hongyang was instantly filled with pleasant surprise. He had to go back now to see if this character, who cost 90,000 emotional value, was actually worth it. Thinking this, he quickly turned to his aunt, who was tidying up the canned goods and other items, and said, "Aunt, I have some business back at the compound, so I have to head back now." Ah? Wu Shuying looked up in surprise. Just then, Li Wyman walked out from another room. Having naturally heard Su Hongyang's words, he immediately spoke up, "Going back now? Why not leave after eating?" Wu Shuying nodded repeatedly. "That's right, Hongyang, you should eat before you go. Hanjin finally came back today, after all." Su Hongyang shook his head helplessly. "Eldest uncle, aunt, there really is something going on at the compound. I'll come over again when I'm free." Seeing that Su Hongyang seemed to have made up his mind, the two of them dropped the matter. Li Wyman sighed. "Alright then, don't be such a spoilsport next time. I was planning to have a few drinks with you." Su Hongyang chuckled. "Next time I come, I'll definitely have a good drink with you, uncle. I'll be heading back now." Seeing this, Li Wyman couldn't help but speak again. "Is it urgent? How about I give you a ride on my bicycle?" Su Hongyang shook his head. "It's not particularly urgent. No need to trouble you, uncle. Besides, it's not far from my place." Li Wyman then nodded. Seeing Su Hongyang about to leave, little Magnolia waved her small hand. "Goodbye, brother Hongyang." Su Hongyang responded with a smile. "Little Magnolia, I'll come back next time. Remember to eat fewer spicy strips, okay?" Little Magnolia curled her lip and turned her back to Su Hongyang. No longer speaking at the entrance of the Saheyuan, Su Hongyang finally rushed back. Entering the compound, he found everything as usual, as if nothing had happened. It seemed Master Brother Duan Shuiliu hadn't arrived yet. Feeling relieved, Su Hongyang turned to walk toward the East Wing room. Suddenly, he noticed two children playing in front of the Yan family's door. After thinking for a moment, he walked over. When the two children saw Su Hongyang approaching, they stopped playing and stared blankly at him. Su Hongyang smiled and waved a greeting. "You two must be Jiaquang and Jidi. Where are the adults in your family?" Yan Jiaquang sized Su Hongyang up curiously for a few moments before speaking. "The adults in my family went to the hospital." Beside him, Yan Jidi added in a childish voice, "My eldest brother went out to find work, and my second brother is still sleeping at home." Su Hongyang nodded in realization. "I see." He then pulled a few pieces of milk candy from his pocket and held them out to them. "Can you do me a favor? If you help, these candies will be yours." The two children's eyes widened as they stared fixedly at the milk candy in Su Hongyang's hand. After a long while, Yan Jiaquang finally snapped out of it and looked up seriously. "Tell me, what do you want me to help with?" Su Hongyang smiled. "Don't worry, it's nothing major. If you see someone you don't recognize coming into the compound, run over and knock on my door to tell me. How about it? Can you do that?" As soon as he finished speaking, the little Yan Jidi nodded her head incessantly. I can do it too." Hearing this, Yan Jiaquang felt relieved that it was only such a simple task. He immediately nodded and said, "No problem, we'll help with this." "Alright, 2 pieces each." Su Hongyang nodded and handed the milk candy to the two children. Yan Jiaquang quickly took them, his face filled with irrepressible joy. "Third brother, mine. Yan Jidi anxiously tugged at Yan Jiaquang's clothes. She shouldn't be forgotten, she had participated in this too. Yan Jiaquang was helpless and took 2 candies to give to his younger sister. Here you go." Yan Jidi then happily took them, peeled a candy, and popped it into her mouth. Her eyes immediately curved like crescent moons. Su Hongyang sighed with emotion. He didn't bother with the 2 playing children anymore and turned to leave. Returning to the East Wing room, Su Hongyang looked through the system mall, boredly browsing for useful items. His emotional value was quite sufficient now, but after looking around, he didn't find anything worth buying. It was all just miscellaneous junk. He still had one chance to refresh the items, but Su Hongyang didn't plan to use it yet, deciding to save it for the evening. Just as he was eating spicy strips and looking at the items, there was a sudden knock on the door. Su Hongyang's spirit jolted. He immediately stood up and walked over. At this time, the ones knocking should be those 2 children from the Yan family. Master Brother Duan Shuiliu had finally arrived. Upon opening the door, he saw Yan Jiaquang and Yan Jidi standing timidly at the entrance. Seeing the door open, Yan Jiaquang immediately explained, "I saw Director Wang bringing a strange uncle into the courtyard." "Okay, I got it." Su Hongyang thanked them, grabbed a few more candies from his pocket to stuff into the children's hands and then walked outside. The 2 children happily held the milk candy, jumping for joy. Su Hongyang followed the crowd and went straight to the middle courtyard. The people in the courtyard were now gathered in small groups around Director Wang and the strange young man. Su Hongyang bypassed the crowd and finally saw the true face of Master Brother Duan Shuoliu. This Master Brother was wearing a Zhongshan suit and carrying something that looked like a briefcase, standing quietly beside Director Wang. He had hair that covered his eyebrows and his face held a hint of arrogance and disdain. His gaze directed at the residents of the courtyard was like looking at trash. Director Wang looked around the courtyard and beckoned to the second ant nearby. Seeing this, the second ant walked toward Director Wang with a face full of smiles. Director Wang, what instructions do you have? Director Wang nodded and said, it's a rest day today, so the steward elders in your courtyard should all be around, right? Please go and call them all out for a moment. Hearing this, the second ant's expression changed somewhat unnaturally. Seeing that she was acting strangely, Director Wang frowned. What's wrong? Are none of the three managing elders here? The second ant quickly shook her head. My husband is resting in the house, it's just that Yi Zhonghai and Yan Bugui aren't in the courtyard. I heard they both got sick and went to the hospital. Hearing this, Director Wang's brow furrowed even tighter. They got sick and went to the hospital? Both of the steward elders? What a coincidence. 70. Number 70 Lin Guoban. Chapter 70. Lin Guoban. Her current thought was to organize the people in the compound to get to know this new resident. After all, this new resident was extraordinary. It was necessary for them all to meet him to avoid a conflict like the one with Su Hongyang last time. Based on her half-day of observation, this person's temperament was indeed very arrogant. If he were provoked by these people in the compound and something happened, it would be difficult for her at the sub-district office to handle. Fortunately, he chose to come to know. 95 Courtyard. The residents here were easier to get along with compared to those in other compounds. Then call Lu Heizhong out. Let me introduce this young man beside me to you all. Director Wang gave the order. Second ant nodded in agreement and hurriedly rushed to the back courtyard. After a while, Lu Heizhong came trotting over with his big belly, his face beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum. Director Wang, what brings you here? Is there anything you need me to do? Director Wang glared at Lu Heizhong in annoyance. He was smiling like a lackey, making one wonder if he was meeting a Japanese invader. Comrade Lu Heizhong, this is Comrade Lin Guoban, a new resident who just arrived at the compound. He will be living in this side room in the middle courtyard from now on. Director Wang gestured as she introduced him, then pointed to the relatively clean room behind her. Upon hearing this, Lu Heizhong and the other residents of the compound curiously sized up Comrade Lin Guoban. The young man looked to be around 25 or 26, wearing an expensive Zhongshan suit and black-rimmed glasses, with a quite heroic appearance. At first glance, he seemed like a highly educated person who wasn't short on money, so why would he come to live in this compound? After observing for a while, Lu Heizhong walked up with a forced smile and extended his hand. Hello, Comrade Lin Guoban. I am Lu Heizhong, the steward elder of this compound. You can just call me second uncle from now on. Lin Guoban glanced disdainfully at the fat-headed, big-eared old man and ignored him completely, his eyes shifting elsewhere as if searching for something. Lu Heizhong emotional value plus 200. Emotional value plus 99. Lu Heizhong froze on the spot, his expression turning incredibly ugly. He had come over with good intentions to say hello, yet the man ignored him. He didn't even spare him a glance. How was he, the steward elder, supposed to save face? Director Wang's mouth twitched as well, thinking to herself that this comrade really lacked social graces. How could he not build good relationships when he had just arrived at the compound? But then again, it was normal. This comrade dared to be supercilious even at the sub-district office, let alone here. Most people held back their laughter as they watched Lu Heizhong get snubbed. It seemed the new resident wasn't falling for second uncle's act. However, some were filled with righteous indignation, especially Lu Heizhong's family. Second aunt glared at Lin Guoban with an unfriendly gaze. She looked ready to start cursing at any moment. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Director Wang quickly stepped forward to continue the introduction. Comrades, Comrade Lin Guoban is a martial arts coach specially hired by the sports college. He has served as a boxing and combat coach for the Armed Police Corps in Guangzhou, Shanghai, and other cities, and has twice won championships in our Saijucheng Sanda martial arts competitions. So, everyone should get along well with this new resident. When Director Wang said, "get along well," she specifically emphasized the words, fearing someone might be stubborn enough to go and test Comrade Lin Guoban's fists. Upon hearing this introduction, everyone's expressions changed, especially Lu Heizhong. His eyes cleared, and his angry expression gradually softened. In the crowd, Su Hongyang's eyelids twitched as he listened to the series of introductions. As expected of an identity arranged by the system, it exceeded his expectations. However, the martial arts setting was a bit different. In the dramas of his previous life, this master brother Duan Shualiu should have studied karate, but now it had become sanda, boxing, and combat. This system really has some capability, Su Hongyang couldn't help but praise in his heart. However, it was somewhat unfriendly to him, the host. Back then, to activate the system, he had almost resorted to praying to gods and Buddhas. It was only when his uncle came looking for him that he had the chance to come to the Saheyuan. If the system could have directly arranged an identity for him to work in the city back then, he wouldn't have had to wait for several months. Ahem, Lu Heizhong finally cleared his throat, a slightly awkward smile appearing on his face, and then he stammered. So Comrade Lin Guoban is so outstanding. He is truly a pillar of our country. On behalf of all the residents of the compound, I express a warm welcome to Comrade Lin Guoban's arrival. His tone seemed to carry a hint of fawning. Everyone who heard this rolled their eyes. Why don't you keep baring your teeth? You look like you were going to eat someone just a moment ago, so why are you afraid now? Lin Guoban still ignored Lu Heizhong, his eyes scanning the crowd. A moment later, his gaze stopped on Su Hongyang. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Lin Guoban stepped forward without hesitation and walked straight toward Su Hongyang. Su Hongyang clearly noticed his movement and realized he was coming toward him, so he took 2 steps forward to meet him. Lin Guoban came before Su Hongyang, a smile appearing on his face as he extended a hand and spoke politely. Hello, Comrade Su Hongyang. Seeing this, Su Hongyang also quickly reached out and shook hands with Lin Guoban. The moment their hands touched, a ding suddenly sounded in Su Hongyang's mind, and the system's voice rang out. Ding character puppet received successfully. Just as the system's voice faded, Su Hongyang immediately felt a strange sensation welling up in his heart. He discovered to his surprise that a special connection seemed to have been established between him and Lin Guoban. This connection gave him a wonderful feeling, as if he could control the thoughts and memories of this character puppet. This change made Su Hongyang feel delighted. So this was how the puppet was used. He had just been worrying about how to control this character puppet in the future. Now, this comrade Lin Guoban was completely under his control. It was indeed worth the 90,000 emotional value points spent on it. Director Wang walked over in surprise. You two know each other? With a thought, Su Hongyang immediately gave Lin Guoban an explanation. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Guoban received the command, he immediately turned and replied, Director Wang, Comrade Su Hongyang and I have met before, we are acquaintances. So that's how it is, Director Wang said with a look of realization. Although she was a bit surprised, she didn't probe further. It was good that they knew each other. If something happened, they could look out for each other or mediate, preventing things from escalating too much. Alright, Comrade Lin Guoban, my task is done, so I'll be heading back to the sub-district office. If you have any other problems in the future, just come find me there. After giving some instructions, Director Wang also briefed Lu Heizhong on a few matters before turning to leave. After Director Wang left, the courtyard suddenly became lively. The older women stared eagerly at Lin Guodong. Comrade Lin Guoban, does your room need cleaning? It looks quite dirty. Let me do it, I'm quicker on my feet. You're fighting over this too? Aren't you supposed to be looking after your child? Can't I work while looking after my child? If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 71. Number 71 Cleaning the Room. Chapter 71. Cleaning the room. Su Hongyang watched this scene, smiled, signaled to Lin Guoban with his eyes, and returned to the front yard. Now that he understood how to control this character puppet, there was no need to stay and join the commotion. With just a thought, he could check Lin Guoban's memories at any time. Moreover, he could change his thoughts at will. It could be said that this master brother Duan Shualiu had become his marionette. On ordinary days, he would let the master brother live in the compound like a normal person. After Su Hongyang left, Lin Guoban turned to look at the group of women chattering and spitting, a flash of disgust crossing his face. But he still spoke with a cold face. Since you want to clean my house so much, go ahead, whoever cleans it to my satisfaction will get this 50 cents. After saying that, he pulled a bill out of his pocket and waved it in the air. Seeing the 50 cents in Lin Guoban's hand, the women's eyes turned red, and they all looked determined to get it. A small side room could be cleaned in just half an hour. If those 50 cents fell to any of them, they could eat meat for several days. At the nearby Jia family home, Jia Zhongxi was leaning against the window watching the excitement. Seeing that there was money to be had, she hurriedly shouted to Qin Wairu, who was washing clothes by the sink. Qin Wairu, you get over there too. You must bring that 50 cents back to me. Hearing Jia Zhongshi's voice, Qin Huairu put down her work and looked in Lin Guoban's direction. She had naturally heard Comrade Lin Guoban's words, and she was indeed quite tempted. Originally, she was washing clothes and naturally had no time to join the commotion, but now that her mother-in-law had spoken, she would go and take a look. If she could get those 50 cents, they could eat meat for the next couple of days, couldn't they? Qin Huairu gave a slight nod to Jia Zhongxi at the window, then turned and walked slowly toward the crowd. The group of women were chattering away, each competing to say how capable they were, rolling up their sleeves as they spoke, ready to rush into the room. But amidst the noisy crowd, Lin Guoban's gaze suddenly landed on a figure that stood out. A young woman who, compared to the middle-aged women around her, was exceptionally eye-catching. He immediately waved his hand. Wait. Hearing his voice, the women all stopped and looked at Lin Guoban in confusion. They saw Lin Guoban suddenly point at Qin Huairu in the crowd and say, "I want her alone to clean the house for me now. The rest of you can go back." Hearing this, the women immediately exploded. On what basis? At the very least, it should be first come, first served. Exactly, we're much stronger than her. Why is she the only one who can go? That's right, we can earn this 50 cents too. Exactly, it's unfair. Lin Guoban raised his hand and pressed it down, and the noisy scene slowly quieted down. Once everyone was quiet and looking at Lin Guoban, a curve appeared at the corner of Lin Guoban's mouth. On what basis? On the basis that this woman is younger than you, more beautiful than you, and gentler than you. Most importantly, I really like her eyes. She's not something that crooked-looking monsters like you can compare to, so I'm willing to give her this 50 cents. You have no self-awareness at all. How can you have the nerve to compete with this lady? Second ant emotional value plus 999. Li Kuiping emotional value plus 999. Wang Lan emotional value plus 999. Emotional value plus 999. Emotional value plus 999. The crowd was silent, all looking at Lin Guoban, who had said those words in disbelief. Not far away, Lu Heizhong, seeing this, couldn't help but cough, nearly suffering internal injuries from holding back his laughter. At the thought of the explosive cursing that was about to follow, he shuddered and hurriedly turned to trot back to the back courtyard. Sure enough, once the women reacted, the scene instantly exploded. Second ant, I fuck $% and asterisk at percent and an asterisk percent. Wang Lan, $cent for all in percent and asterisk at percent and O underscore. Seeing this scene, Lin Guoban frowned. He turned around and chopped at an arm-thick wooden stick resting nearby. With a crack, the stick snapped. Lin Guoban's voice rang out accordingly. Either get lost on your own, or take a punch from me and then get lost. Take your pick. Everyone in the compound gasped. Such a thick stick, snapped with one hand? And Lin Guoban looked quite relaxed while doing it. Second ant swallowed hard and tossed her head arrogantly. HMPH, I still have clothes to wash. I can't be bothered to argue with you all. I'm leaving. With that, she vanished in a flash. Seeing this, the others spoke up one after another. Oh, I haven't wiped my table yet. I'll come back after I'm done wiping the table. I still need to go buy some cornmeal. Oh, me too, let's go together. Watching the crowd walk away, Lin Guoban gave a disdainful smile, turned to the stunned Qin Huairu, and asked, "Your name is Qin Huairu?" Hearing this, Qin Huairu nodded repeatedly. Lin Guoban smiled with satisfaction. Good name. Now go in and help me clean the room. Oh, okay. Qin Huairu nodded and quickly walked into the side room. Jia Zhongxi at the window also witnessed this and couldn't help but be a bit stunned. She cursed inwardly that this young man actually dared to be so arrogant. But watching Qin Huairu enter the side room, Jia Zhongxi suddenly felt regretful, feeling like a sheep entering a tiger's den, especially since Dongshu wasn't here now. No, she had to keep a close eye on them. At this thought, Jia Zhongxi's gaze instantly sharpened. She stared intently at the side room opposite, not even blinking, for fear of missing any detail. Inside the side room, Qin Huairu picked up a rag and began to get busy. Lin Guoban also started tidying up the room, seemingly having no interest in Qin Huairu whatsoever. This caused Qin Huairu's heart, which had been in her throat, to gradually settle down, yet she also felt a strange sense of disappointment. Outside, he acted like it had to be her, so why did he become such a gentleman once they were inside? Glancing at the busy Lin Guoban, Qin Huairu took the initiative to find a topic. Does Comrade Lin Guoban know Su Hongyang? Lin Guoban's figure paused for a moment, then he nodded calmly. I do. And your relationship? Qin Huairu was a bit curious. Just a chance encounter, nothing deep, Lin Guoban replied quietly. Qin Huairu realized and hurriedly said, then Comrade Lin Guoban, you must stay far away from that Su Hongyang. Su Hongyang is no good. He's just a scoundrel, a guy with a rotten mind. Lin Guoban fell silent as he listened to Qin Huairu's assessment of Su Hongyang. A sharp glint gradually appeared in his eyes as he swept a glance at Chin Wairu with an imperceptible gloom and hostility. 72. Number 72. Jia Zhangxi was beaten. Chapter 72. Jia Zhangxi is beaten. In the east wing room of the front yard, Su Hongyang, who was checking the system mall, immediately sensed that Lin Guoban's emotions were fluctuating and curiously entered his memories to take a look. Looking at this, Su Hongyang was almost amused by the anger. What a Chin Wairu. Usually, she appeared charming and moving in front of him, calling him brother Hongyang time and again. But who would have thought that she would actually speak ill of him behind his back? What a bad woman. Just wait until I find a chance to harvest your emotional value. He knew he wasn't a broad-minded or generous person, and when dealing with such a peerless white lotus, he had no psychological burden at all. Over the past few days, he hadn't taken any substantial action against Chin Wairu, mostly targeting Yi Zhonghai and Jia Zhangxi. Since you don't want to live a peaceful life, then contribute a wave of emotional value. Su Hongyang pondered how to increase the difficulty for this white lotus. On the other side, Chin Wairu and Lin Guoban had almost finished cleaning. The room looked brand new, clean and tidy. Chin Wairu nodded with satisfaction and walked toward Lin Guoban happily. Comrade Lin Guoban, I've finished cleaning for you. Take a look and see if anything else needs tidying up. Lin Guoban looked around. It was indeed good, and her hands and feet were quite nimble. He nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, it's cleaned very well. Chin Wairu was even more secretly delighted. Then is it? Lin Guoban waved his hand. Since it's cleaned, you can go. Seeing that Lin Guoban didn't seem to intend to take out any money, Chin Wairu reminded him again. Shouldn't the wages be settled? Wages? Lin Guoban turned his head and stared at Chin Wairu with a sneer. I've changed my mind now. I don't want to give you this money. Chin Wairu emotional value plus 500. Chin Wairu emotional value plus 800. Chin Wairu was stunned, looking at Lin Guoban in disbelief, and blurted out, how can you go back on your word? I've helped you so much. Lin Guoban straightened his clothes while saying nonchalantly, I'm annoyed with you right now, so I just don't want to give it to you. Do you want to walk out on your own, or should I carry you out? Chin Wairu's body trembled, her lips turning pale with anger. She had never seen such an unreasonable person. After helping for so long, he refused to pay just like that, but she had no way to deal with him now. With tears in her eyes, she turned around and ran out aggrievedly. On the opposite side, Jia Zhangxi was shocked to see Chin Wairu come out of the room looking extremely aggrieved. Did that guy get handsy with Chin Wairu? This is outrageous. No matter how bad Chin Wairu is, she's still the daughter-in-law of her Jia family. Just wait until I extort you to death. She immediately ran out of the room in a rage and walked toward Chin Wairu. She reached out her hand. Chin Wairu, where's that 50 cents? Chin Wairu was stunned, her heart feeling even more bitter. She quickly shook her head. Mom, he didn't give me any money. What? He didn't pay? On what grounds? Upon hearing this, Jia Zhangxi exploded instantly, jumping up and cursing. Chin Wairu, are you lying to me? If you dare lie to me, I'll slap you to death, you little slut. Chin Wairu's face was pale as she shook her head repeatedly. Mom, he really didn't give me any money. Seeing that he really hadn't paid, Jia Zhangxi's face turned ashen with rage, and she marched toward Lin Guoban's house in a fury. Seeing the door half open, she immediately kicked it open and walked in. Little beast, bring me the wages if you dare not give it. Don't even think about sleeping today. Jia Zhangxi pointed at Lin Guoban and cursed loudly. Lin Guoban's eyes turned cold, and he stood up with a bang. Jia Zhangxi was startled and took several steps back, but seeing that Lin Guoban didn't approach further, she became arrogant again. Humph, do you dare hit me? This is a society ruled by law now. If you dare hit me, I'll make you pay dearly. I'll have you thrown in jail. Humph. Lin Guoban looked at the bloated fat woman in front of him, a faint smile playing on his lips. Seeing the little beast's expression, Jia Zhangxi thought he was scared and wanted to reconcile. Her fat-filled face became arrogant again, and she said haughtily, let me tell you, you're the one who didn't pay the wages first, and you made my Jia family's daughter-in-law suffer. You must compensate the Jia family for our losses. 5 yuan. No, you have to pay 20 yuan if you dare not pay. I'll go to the sub-district office and sue you for bullying the Jia family's orphans and widows. Humph. Lin Guoban walked up with a smile. Since you want 20 yuan, it's simple. As long as you can still stand after taking 20 slaps from me, what's the harm in giving you the money? Jia Zhangxi emotional value plus 500. Jia Zhangxi saw him slowly approaching. His tall frame forced her to look up, which already made her uneasy. Hearing what he said made her even more anxious. What do you want to do? Don't come over. Jia Zhangxi retreated a few steps in fear, only to end up against the wall with nowhere else to go. In the next moment, Lin Guoben moved, lunging forward to grab Jia Zhangxi's hair, raising his palm and swinging it heavily against her face. Slap, slap. The people outside suddenly heard a series of sounds from inside the room and curiously gathered around the doorway to see what was happening. Everyone craned their necks to look inside. The next moment, when they saw the scene in the room, everyone was instantly petrified as if a freezing spell had been cast on them. They saw Comrade Lin Guoben raising his right hand high and slapping Jia Zhangxi's face hard. Slapping Jia Zhangxi again and again. Hiss. Jia Zhangxi, that old shrew, was being beaten, and by this new resident who had just moved in. This is incredible, truly incredible. Outside the crowd, Qin Wairu's face turned pale when she heard the exclamations coming from here. Was her mother-in-law being beaten inside? Without thinking, she rushed in. After entering, she saw Lin Guoben holding her mother-in-law's head and slapping her face ruthlessly. Jia Zhangxi's face was already swollen high, she was whimpering and unable to speak, and there were traces of blood at the corners of her mouth. Qin Wairu was momentarily stunned by the sight. Watching this, although she felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, her identity was that of the Jia family's daughter-in-law. She couldn't just stand by while her mother-in-law was being beaten. At that thought, she rushed forward. She pushed Lin Guoben away. Stop hitting her. Please stop hitting her, Comrade Lin Guoben. I beg you. Please stop hitting my mother-in-law. Qin Wairu shielded Jia Zhangxi, looking pleading. Seeing this, Lin Guoben didn't continue. He stopped and nonchalantly wiped the blood off his palm. He spoke, "It's 2 slaps short of 20, so I can't give you these 20 yuan either." Jia Zhangxi, who was being protected, felt that her head could finally move. She slumped to the ground, slapping her thighs and wailing, "Old Jia, someone is bullying our orphans and widows, come up and take a look. This goddamned person is bullying me. I don't want to live anymore." Qin Wairu's lips twitched as she looked at the incoherent Jia Zhangxi, unsure of how to comfort her for a moment. Just then, someone in the crowd outside shouted, "Second uncle is coming." 73. Number 73. The shocked people in the compound. Chapter 73. The shocked people of the compound. Lu Heizhong had also heard the faint cries of alarm and, worried things were getting out of hand, walked back to the middle courtyard to take a look. As soon as he arrived at the middle courtyard, he felt something was wrong. It seemed like something had happened inside the new resident's room, so he hurriedly jogged inside. When Lu Heizhong walked in and looked, he was also stunned for a moment. Jia Zhangxi's left cheek was swollen larger than a washbasin. She was sitting on the ground, wailing incoherently. This Lu Heizhong stared at the scene in shock, unable to speak. "Second uncle, my mother just came here to ask for an explanation, but this Comrade Lin Guoben hit her without rhyme or reason. Look at this." Qin Wairu had tears in her eyes, looking extremely aggrieved and pitiable. Hearing this, Lu Heizhong immediately frowned. He turned and sternly said to Lin Guoben, who was still cleaning the blood off his hands, "Comrade Lin Guoben, did you hit Jia Zhangxi?" Lin Guoben nodded naturally. "That's right. This fat woman was asking for it. I just wanted to fix her mouth. It seems quite successful now. Look, isn't she unable to curse anyone anymore?" As he spoke, he pointed at Jia Zhangxi, who was whimpering on the ground. Hearing this, Jia Zhangxi cursed furiously. "You Dan bastard. You lit uhl bastard. Old Jia, come up and see someone's bullying you daughter-in-law, come up and take I am away." Lu Heizhong. This scene made him really want to laugh, but as the steward elder of the courtyard, he felt he couldn't laugh at this time and had to hold it in. Lu Heizhong forced down the corners of his mouth and turned to Lin Guoben, saying sternly, "Comrade Lin Guoben, how could you hit someone? Violence can never solve problems. Our compound has always emphasized unity, love, and mutual assistance. By doing this, you've broken our rules." Lin Guoben smiled nonchalantly and shook his head. "You balding old comrade, you don't know how out of line this fat woman was. Since she dared to extort me, just giving her a few slaps is letting her off easy. What, do you want to seek justice for her?" Facing Lin Guoben's half-smiling gaze, Lu Heizhong was so scared that he shook his head repeatedly. No, I'm just reminding you a bit as the steward elder." Lu Heizhong emotional value plus 999. Lu Heizhong emotional value plus 999. That's fine then. If there's nothing else, everyone get out. Lin Guoben waved his hand with a cold expression. He glanced at Jia Zhangxi, who was still wailing on the ground, and gave her another slap. "Slap. You'd better go outside to cry. If you dirty my floor, I'll tear your bones apart and feed them to the dogs." Jia Zhangxi clutched her face and stared blankly at Lin Guoben, her whole body trembling, not knowing what to say. In all these years, this was the first time she had been subjected to such an insult. "A woo you lit uhl bastard, I'll kill you." Jia Zhangxi jumped up and lunged at Lin Guoben. Everyone who saw this gasped. This Jia Zhangxi actually dared to go at him. Was she really not afraid of being beaten to death? The next moment, Lin Guoban suddenly raised his leg and kicked Jia Zhangxi in the abdomen. With a thud, Jia Zhangxi was sent flying backward. She slammed against the wall with a bang, then dropped to the ground with a thud and remained motionless. Qin Huairu and Lu Heizhong both shuddered, looking at the scene in horror. Did he really kill someone? Mom, are you okay? Quote, Qin Huairu hurried forward and turned Jia Zhangxi over, only to see her pale-faced, eyes tightly shut, having fainted. Lin Guoban snorted coldly. I'll give you one last minute to leave my place, or I'll deal with you all together. Hearing this, Lu Heizhong's face turned pale again, and he hurriedly shouted to the crowd at the door, quick, someone come and carry Jia Zhangxi out. Before long, a few strong young men ran in, carried Jia Zhangxi, and quickly left the room. Only Lin Guoban was left, and the room finally began to quiet down. Lu Heizhong followed the young men carrying Jia Zhangxi, shouting, quick, get her to the hospital immediately. Then he turned to the bewildered Qin Huairu and said, where's Jia Dongshu? Why hasn't he shown up at a time like this? Hearing this, Qin Huairu quickly replied, second uncle. Dongshu went to the hospital to see his master. At the hospital? That's perfect. Lu Heizhong's eyes lit up, and he no longer bothered with Qin Huairu, busying himself with other matters. The people in the Sahaiyuan were all stunned when they saw the miserable state of Jia Zhangxi being carried out. Is this old shrew dead? Who knows? Looking like that, she's probably not far from death, someone sneered privately. How could that new resident be so ruthless? He doesn't know how to hold back. Hee, well hit. I've been annoyed by that old shrew Jia Zhangxi for a long time. Let her stay in the hospital for a few months and our compound will be peaceful. Su Hongyang in the front yard naturally heard the commotion as well. Seeing a group of people passing through the front yard, he walked out curiously. When he saw Jia Zhangxi's miserable state, he was startled. Surely this old shrew isn't dead. Don't die, I'm still waiting to harvest your emotional value. He hurriedly stepped forward to stop Lu Heizhong and asked, what happened? What's the situation with Jia Zhangxi? Seeing it was Su Hongyang, Lu Heizhong stopped and sighed. She was injured by that newly arrived comrade Lin Guoban. We're in a hurry to get her to the hospital now. Hearing this, Su Hongyang's eyelids twitched. Holy crap, in just a short while he had just looked away for a moment, and someone had been beaten like this? If something really happened to Jia Zhangxi and someone called the police, wouldn't the character puppet he spent over 90,000 emotional value on become a trial card? Thinking of this, he quickly went to Jia Zhangxi's side to check her injuries. After a long while, Su Hongyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the injuries looked terrifying, she would be up and about after a few days of rest. It seemed Master Brother had also intentionally held back his strength. This temper is indeed worthy of Master Brother Duan Shuoliu. It's just that his temper is a bit too impulsive, beating someone like this right after arriving. Ding, the host can control the thoughts of the character puppet to make him restrain some of his emotions. The system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Su Hongyang's expression froze as he realized what was happening. Watching the crowd that had already gone out the gate, Su Hongyang immediately returned to the East Wing room. Sitting on the Kong, he said, System, restrain Lin Guoban's impulsive emotions by 50%. Ding, modification successful. Hearing this voice, Su Hongyang nodded in satisfaction. Actually, he had no problem with beating these beasts, as long as they weren't beaten this badly in the future. Giving a few slaps or kicks is still fine, but if they're beaten into the terrifying state Jia Zhangxi was just in, it would be hard to wrap things up, and he might even get extorted. 74. Number 74. Jia Dongshu was panicking. Chapter 74. Jia Dongshu is panicking. Inside the hospital, Jia Dongshu looked at Yi Zhonghai, who had mostly recovered, and smiled. Master, you should get some rest first. The doctor said if you recover well today, you can be discharged tonight. Yi Zhonghai sat on the hospital bed with his back against the pillow. Seeing his apprentice so dedicated, he was extremely satisfied. He smiled and said, Dongshu, I've really troubled you today, making you run around so much. I truly feel bad about it. Jia Dongshu shook his head. What are you saying, Master? This is what I should do as your apprentice. Standing aside, First Aunt, who had finally calmed down, also spoke with a smile. Dongshu, without a young man like you to help, I wouldn't have known what to do. You've been busy for so long. Go back and get some rest first. I'll keep an eye on things here for now. Jia Dongshu nodded. Alright, I'll head back then. Master, just focus on recovering here. If there's anything urgent, just send someone to call for me. Yi Zhonghai smiled and waved his hand. Alright, go on back. First Aunt suddenly remembered something and quickly said to Jia Dongshu, Oh, right, Dongshu. After you get back, go to the back courtyard and check on the old lady. I also went back at noon, so tell her not to worry. Jia Dongshu immediately nodded in agreement. After Jia Dongshu left, Yi Zhonghai slowly lay down. Looking at First Aunt, who was also full of smiles, he said rather proudly, "What do you think of the apprentice I chose?" First Aunt was also very happy and nodded repeatedly. Yes, Zhonghai, your judgment is sound." Yi Zhonghai laughed heartily. The next moment, First Aunt asked about last night's events again. "Zhonghai, what exactly happened in that room last night? Why did you all come back with such high fevers?" Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai's expression shifted. With a darkened face, he said, "Don't ask about that. Go get some hot water." Seeing that her husband's expression was off, First Aunt quickly nodded and replied, All right, I won't ask. You get some rest then." After saying that, she picked up a thermos and went out, leaving only Yi Zhonghai behind, his expression constantly changing. In truth, his heart was in turmoil. What happened yesterday was far too strange, but this matter absolutely could not be spoken of lightly. Once the sub-district office found out he was spreading superstition, he, the first uncle, would truly be in big trouble. Yi Zhonghai let out a deep sigh. He decided not to think about it for now. Once he returned to the compound, he had to have a good talk with old Lu and old Yan to see what they thought about yesterday's events. While Yi Zhonghai was pondering these things, on the other side, Jia Dongshu had just walked out of the hospital entrance when he suddenly saw a group of people pushing a handcart toward him. There was someone lying on the handcart, and their condition seemed rather dire. Looking closely, Jia Dongshu was surprised to find they were a group of acquaintances and the person leading them was none other than the second uncle. Doubt immediately welled up in Jia Dongshu's heart. Could someone from the compound be injured? Thinking this, he stepped toward them. "Second uncle, what exactly is going on? Who is so badly injured?" Jia Dongshu stepped forward and asked. Lu Heizhong heard the voice and abruptly looked up. When he saw it was Jia Dongshu, he hurriedly said, "Jia Dongshu, it's your mother, quick, help us." Hearing this, Jia Dongshu was stunned. The next moment, the handcart was pushed in front of him, and he saw his own mother lying motionless on it with her eyes tightly closed. One side of her face was swollen significantly. Immediately, his eyes widened, and he cried out in shock, "Mom, what happened to you?" "Mom." Jia Dongshu stepped forward and shook Jia Dongshi's body, but there was no reaction. He was instantly frightened, his face turning pale. "What are you still doing blocking the way? Move aside." Lu Heizhong pushed Jia Dongshu away in annoyance. He really had no situational awareness. What time was it to be wailing like this? Jia Dongshu finally snapped out of it and hurriedly helped push the cart. After a period of commotion, Jia Dongshi was finally admitted to the hospital. Fortunately, the doctor said the injuries weren't serious, they just looked a bit frightening. In the hallway, Jia Dongshu pulled Lu Heizhong aside and growled with a low, angry voice, "Second uncle, which bastard beat my mother? I'm not done with him." Seeing this, Lu Heizhong immediately recounted the day's events in full detail. The more Jia Dongshu listened, the more he frowned. According to the second uncle, that Lin Guoban was indeed not to be trifled with, but since he had beaten his mother, he had to give the Jia family an explanation no matter what. "I'm going back right now to make him pay for my mother's medical expenses, or else I'll call the police." Jia Dongshu clenched his fists and spoke in a cold voice. Hearing this, Lu Heizhong quickly stopped him. "Don't be impulsive, that Lin Guoban is hard to deal with. What if you go there and get beaten up too? How about this old Yi and old Yan both seem to be in the hospital? I'll discuss it with them first to see how to handle this matter between your Jia family and that new comrade. Don't worry, we'll definitely side with the Jia family." Jia Dongshu heard this and finally calmed down, nodding toward Lu Heizhong. In a hospital room, Lu Heizhong brought a still sickly-looking Yan Bugui to Yi Zhonghai's room. Yi Zhonghai was surprised to see them. Seeing Jia Dongshu following behind, he said with some surprise, "Dongshu, didn't you go back to the compound? Why are you still here?" Jia Dongshu stepped forward and said indignantly, "Master, my mom was beaten, and she's lying in a ward downstairs right now. You have to get justice for us." Yi Zhonghai frowned upon hearing this. Jia Zhongxi was beaten? Given Jia Zhongxi's nature, it wasn't too surprising for her to be beaten, but for it to be serious enough to be hospitalized was rare. "Tell me exactly what happened." Yi Zhonghai's face was calm, but his heart was in a mess. One thing after another, when did the compound become so chaotic? Lu Heizhong pulled Yan Bugui to sit down and immediately recounted today's events to the others once more. Everyone fell silent after listening. Only Yan Bugui suddenly slapped his thigh and said regretfully, "Oh, that's 50 cents. My wife actually missed this opportunity. How many days worth of meat could that have bought?" Yi Zhonghai, Lu Heizhong, Jia Dongshu, Lu Heizhong rolled his eyes and said crossly, "Old Yan, what time is it to still be thinking about earning those 50 cents? Didn't you hear me say that Lin Guobin didn't give the money at all? If your wife had taken the job, she might have been the one getting beaten." Yan Bugui nodded in agreement. "You're right. Fortunately, Ruohua came to the hospital to take care of me today." He paused, then turned to tease Jia Dongshu. "Dongshu, based on what old Lu said, it seems that Lin Guobin has taken a liking to your wife. You'd better be careful." Crack. Jia Dongshu's fists clenched tight, his eyes turning bloodshot. Yi Zhonghai quickly comforted him. "Dongshu, don't worry. We, the 3 managing elders, will definitely seek justice for the Jia family. Calm down for now and don't overthink things." Then he looked at Yan Bugui with dissatisfaction. "Old Yan, sister-in-law Jia is in the hospital now, so hold your tongue." 75. Number 75 Humanoid Puppet. Chapter 75. Humanoid Puppet. Yan Bugui smiled embarrassedly and didn't speak further. Yi Zhonghai thought for a moment and added, "That new resident not only didn't pay for the work, but also hit an old neighbor of the compound. We have the moral high ground here. If he doesn't give us an explanation when we go back, how can he continue to live in the compound? We can't keep someone who destroys the unity of the compound here." "Old Lu, Old Yan, what do you think?" Lu Heizhong nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that kid is extremely disrespectful to us elders. It's better to kick him out early." He paused, then frowned. "It's just that his background isn't simple. I heard he's a martial arts coach, I'm afraid." HMPH, Yi Zhonghai snorted heavily. "This is a society ruled by law now, and we are the working class. Even if his identity is special, so what? We have reason on our side." The others all nodded in agreement. Yi Zhonghai looked at them and shook his head slightly. They were a bunch who avoided heavy responsibilities and preferred light ones. But at the thought of another troublemaker in the compound, his head throbbed painfully. Having a little beast like Su Hongyang who caused such headaches was already enough. Now another guy who hits people has popped up. Isn't this just making things worse? In comparison, although Su Hongyang was also annoying, at least he didn't hit people and mostly just used his mouth. But this new one? He beat someone into the hospital without a word. He's simply a violent thug and a bully. He really had no confidence in whether he could suppress such a person. They gathered to discuss for a long time. Yi Zhonghai, who originally planned to be discharged tonight, extended his stay by another day because of the Jia family's matter and would leave tomorrow. Instead, as for Yan Bugui, he had been clamoring to be discharged long ago. How much does it cost to stay for a day? If Lu Heizhong hadn't dragged him here to discuss things, he would have gone back long ago. As soon as they finished talking, he couldn't wait to go through the discharge procedures. Jia Dongshu didn't sit for long either and went downstairs to take care of Jia Zhongxi. First aunt returned to the compound. She had been gone for half a day, and the old lady was likely getting anxious. Besides, she also needed to make some food to bring to the hospital. Meanwhile, inside the back room of the compound, deaf old lady still had her eyes tightly closed, lying on her back on the ground, her face as pale as paper and motionless. There was still a trace of blood seeping from the back of her head. At some point, deaf old lady's eyelids finally twitched a few times, and her eyes slowly opened. After staring at the roof beam for a while, she finally realized what happened. She had been by that thing last night. Deaf old lady emotional value plus 999. Deaf old lady emotional value plus 999. Thinking of that terrifying face from last night, deaf old lady couldn't help but shudder and struggled to crawl up from the ground. But after struggling for a long time, she couldn't stand up at all. In her panic, she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Yi Zhonghai's wife, Yi Zhonghai's wife, come quickly and help this old woman. Yi Zhonghai's wife, Yi Zhonghai's wife." Lu Guangfu, who was idling in the back courtyard, heard the shouting and walked over suspiciously, knocking on the door twice. "Who's calling? Old lady, is that you?" Deaf old lady was overjoyed and quickly replied, "Yes, it's your ancestor. Come in quickly and give me a hand." Lu Guangfu curled his lip but still obediently planned to push the door open to take a look. But he pushed for a long time, and the door didn't budge. At this moment, first aunt finally returned from the hospital. Seeing Lu Guangfu standing at the old lady's door in the back courtyard, she asked in surprise, "Guangfu? What are you doing standing here?" Lu Guangfu turned around and saw first aunt coming. He said, "The old lady seems to have fallen inside. She wants me to go in and help her up." "What?" First aunt's expression changed, and she quickly stepped forward to knock. "Old lady, how are you? Are you okay?" Hearing the voice, the weight in deaf old lady's heart finally lifted, and she quickly said, "Yi Zhonghai's wife, come in quickly and help me." Okay, old lady, just wait." First aunt nodded repeatedly, but she also pushed for a long time and the door didn't budge. First aunt knew it was bolted from the inside, so she helplessly said to Lu Guangfu, "Guangfu, you're strong. Hurry up and kick the door open." Lu Guangfu nodded but still added, "Don't make me pay if the door breaks." First aunt nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, Lu Guangfu excitedly took a few steps back. It felt quite thrilling to commit destruction so openly for the first time. In the next instant, Lu Guangfu rushed to the door like an arrow from a bow, suddenly raised his foot, and kicked the door with all his might. There was a loud bang. The door swung open. Because the force of the kick was too great, Lu Guangfu himself was carried by the momentum and rushed straight into the room, coincidentally crashing right onto deaf old lady behind the door. "Oh good heavens. Ow, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, get off me quickly." Ah, Lu Guangfu's face turned pale with fright. If he crushed the old lady and she pinned it on him, given his father's temperament, he would surely be beaten to death. "You little beast, you're going to crush this old woman to death," the old lady groaned in pain. Lu Guangfu scrambled up in a panic and, in his alarm, stepped on the old lady several more times. "You little beast, I'll beat you to death." Deaf old lady was in so much pain that she picked up the cane beside her and hit Lu Guangfu with it. Lu Guangfu quickly scrambled up and ran out of the room. First aunt stared at the scene in shock. It took a while for her to snap out of it. She shuddered and quickly ran toward deaf old lady lying on the ground. "Old lady, how are you? Ah, you're bleeding, what should we do?" First aunt kept crying out in alarm, so frightened she was in a fluster. Deaf old lady was so angry that she slapped the back of first aunt's head twice. "Hurry up and take me to the hospital." "Who did you learn this panicky behavior from?" Right, let's go to the hospital." First aunt suddenly woke up and quickly ran out to call for help. The compound residents, unaware of the situation, saw another person being carried out and couldn't help but wonder, is that the old lady? Who hit her this time? Who knows? Hey, our yard is truly magical, carrying out 2 people in one day. Inside the East Wing room, Su Hongyang naturally saw deaf old lady being carried out of the compound. When she passed through the front yard, she was still groaning and moaning. Judging by the strength of those groans, she probably didn't fall too seriously. However, his mind wasn't on this now. He continued to study the items in the system mall early the next morning. Su Hongyang got up early to wash up. The compound seemed exceptionally quiet today, but he didn't care. All his thoughts were on the system, because today he could sign in. Returning to the East Wing room, Su Hongyang couldn't wait to speak. "System, sign in quickly." Ding, host sign in successful. Obtained 1 random black item card. The voice immediately rang in Su Hongyang's mind. Su Hongyang's eyes lit up. He had never bought a black item card before. He didn't expect the good thing from today's sign in to be this. He wondered what was inside. "System, open it." Su Hongyang followed up immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, a large colorful box appeared out of thin air, shining brilliantly. A blinding light flashed and vanished. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a humanoid puppet, which possesses simple self-awareness, can be transformed, and can be controlled. Whoa, haha. Su Hongyang grinned and laughed happily. He had actually signed in and gotten the humanoid puppet he had been longing for. Truly, one can find something by chance after searching for it everywhere in vain. "System, you really understand me." Su Hongyang gave a thumbs up in praise. Ding! Host's emotional value is sufficient for an upgrade. Would you like to upgrade? Hearing this voice, Su Hongyang was momentarily stunned. He quickly opened the panel to check. Open black lens bracket host. Su Hongyang. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age. 20 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket skills. Martial arts, god tier medical skill. Mechanical repair, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket vitality, stamina. High close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket auxiliary items. Laughter bug, resting, specter, resting close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket emotional value. 205,661 close black lens bracket. Seeing this 200,000 emotional value, Su Hongyang's face darkened. It wasn't that he was dissatisfied with the amount of emotional value, but as soon as it reached 200,000, the system came sniffing around like it smelled meat. Asking for 200,000 for an upgrade as soon as I open my mouth, why don't you just go to heaven? The previous upgrade only cost 50,000 emotional value. Perhaps sensing Su Hongyang's dark face and unhappy mood, the system voice rang out again. Ding! After the upgrade, the number of mall refreshes will increase by 1, and the quality of goods will rise from intermediate to advanced. The host will also receive an upgrade gift pack. Would you like to upgrade? Hearing this, Su Hongyang's attention was immediately focused on the quality of the goods. Did the items exchanged even have low and high grades? System, are all the items currently refreshed intermediate? You mean only after upgrading can advanced items be refreshed? Su Hongyang couldn't help but ask. Ding, the items currently refreshed in the system mall have a 70% chance of being low-grade items and a 30% chance of being intermediate-grade items. After another upgrade, there will be a 50% chance for low-grade items, a 40% chance for intermediate-grade items, and a 10% chance for advanced-grade items. Ding, would you like to upgrade? Su Hongyang immediately frowned. Why was the probability of advanced items so low? He thought about it and waved his hand. Not upgrading for now, let me consider it. This is 200,000 emotional value at once. It hasn't even gotten warm in my pocket before you want to take it away. Let's talk about it in a few days. By the way, I haven't seen my humanoid puppet yet. The system interrupted me and made me forget. After Su Hongyang finished speaking, he sensed the humanoid puppet in the system space. The next moment, with a swish, a tall man appeared before his eyes. Su Hongyang subconsciously glanced down. Whoa, quite a large endowment. He quickly found some clothes he had worn in the countryside before and covered him up. It was truly an eyesore. After doing all this, Su Hongyang finally sized up this humanoid puppet. Its physique was no different from a normal person's and very robust, but this face was actually blank. No eyes or nose. Su Hongyang said happily. System, do I have to sculpt the face myself? Ding, the host can transform the puppet's face at will. Hearing the response, Su Hongyang nodded with satisfaction. He had to design a face for this puppet that would move heaven and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. After thinking for a moment, Su Hongyang's eyes lit up. Let's change into a Daniel Wu first and see. A portrait appeared in his mind, and immediately following that, the puppet's face began to change. A nose and eyes slowly grew out of the flesh. In just 5 or 6 seconds, a face more Daniel Wu than Daniel Wu himself appeared before him, almost identical. Su Hongyang saw this and smiled. Not bad. Let's try changing the eyes to Tony Leung's. And the nose, change it to Andy Lau's for me. Tisk, changing it like this makes it look a bit neither fish nor fowl. A face patched together doesn't seem that good looking. Forget it, I'll think of a face myself. After a few minutes, a face with heroic features and eyes like stars appeared before Su Hongyang. Not bad, truly heroic features and eyes like stars. Netizens in his past life all like this style. The term heroic features and eyes like stars was almost a standard configuration for all male leads. Looking at it this way, the taste of the general public is indeed good. Okay, it's settled. This face, handsome to a tragic degree, will be temporarily placed on this puppet's face. P.S. This chapter has been modified a lot for certain reasons, so it might read a bit incoherently. I hope all the great readers can be understanding. This won't happen again in the future. Thank you to the great ones for the tips, and thank you to the readers who have read up to this point. 76. Number 76 Watch Ticket. Chapter 76, Watch Coupon. After Su Hongyang admired his masterpiece back and forth several times, he contentedly withdrew the puppet. Seeing that it was getting late, he hurriedly left for the steel rolling mill. He recalled Director Guo mentioning last time that Director Yang wanted to see him this morning, presumably regarding the machine repair from the other day. Su Hongyang naturally intended to show his face this time. Why refuse when there were benefits to be had? Rushing all the way, he finally arrived at the workshop. Just as he entered the door, Director Guo came jogging over. You brat, you're finally here. Do you know you're more than 10 minutes late? Su Hongyang smiled awkwardly. This time, because of the human puppet, he had been delayed a bit. It seemed he really needed to buy a watch. Director Guo, I was delayed by something. I'll definitely be on time next time, Su Hongyang promised solemnly. Director Guo waved his hand. Alright, I didn't come looking for you for that. Hurry to Director Yang's office. He paused, leaned into Su Hongyang's ear, and whispered, the benefits will definitely be plenty. Say more nice things and be sharp. Seeing Director Guo's mysterious behavior, Su Hongyang raised an eyebrow and smiled. Don't worry, Director Guo, I'm heading there now. Director Guo nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand, and turned to leave. Su Hongyang immediately left the workshop and headed for the director's office. After a short while, at an office building, Su Hongyang asked 2 clerical staff members before finally arriving outside the director's office door. Knock knock, come in. Su Hongyang pushed open the door and saw a tall, middle-aged man in his 40s sitting at the desk, correcting documents. Director Yang also looked up at this moment. Seeing an unfamiliar face, he asked with some doubt, does this comrade have some business? Su Hongyang took 2 steps forward and spoke. Director Yang, I am Su Hongyang from the 7th workshop. Director Guo said you were looking for me. Upon hearing this, Director Yang's eyes immediately lit up. Oh, so it's you. He stood up immediately, came to Su Hongyang's side, and patted his shoulder, saying, "What a talented young man. Truly, the younger generation is to be feared. I heard from your director Guo that you fixed a machine that even Master Wang found troublesome. Have you studied this area before?" Su Hongyang smiled modestly. "I've read many books related to mechanical repair before. Last time, I also happened to know the working principles of that part. It was purely by luck. They're overpraising me." Ha ha ha. Director Yang pointed at Su Hongyang with a beaming smile and lamented, "Don't be modest. Master Wang told me himself that your skills are stronger than most people in the repair department. Moreover, Master Wang said that the hydraulic section is basically a weakness of our plant's repair department, a complete blank. How about it? Are you interested in going to the repair department?" Su Hongyang's expression froze. He was directly naming me to go to the repair department, but if he left the 7th workshop directly, how would he harvest emotional value every day while working in the future? This was a bit difficult. Seeing that Su Hongyang didn't speak, Director Yang continued, "I heard you are also Comrade Li Weiman's nephew?" Su Hongyang immediately nodded. "Yes, Director Yang. Comrade Li Weiman retired from the battlefield and once established countless merits. I remember there was a period when he served as a guard under my old leader. I didn't expect him to have a nephew like you." Su Hongyang also chuckled. "Yes, my uncle is quite good to me." Director Yang, coming to the steel rolling mill to learn to be a fitter was also my uncle's intention. If I'm to go to the repair department, could I make a small request? Hearing this, Director Yang smiled. This kid actually dared to set conditions. Anyone else would have agreed immediately given this opportunity, unlike his hesitant manner. "Then tell me first." Director Yang sat back in his chair, looking at Su Hongyang with a faint smile. Su Hongyang organized his thoughts and spoke. "After going to the repair department, if there's nothing urgent, can I frequently return to the 7th workshop to continue learning to be a fitter?" Upon hearing this, Director Yang couldn't help but look Su Hongyang over again and again. Su Hongyang felt a bit awkward seeing this. The next moment, Director Yang said, "How about this? Our plant has several workshops that have 1 or 2 machines with similar problems that frequently malfunction. If you can fix them all, I'll agree to your condition. Furthermore, I'll directly promote you to a permanent position with the treatment of a 4th-grade repairman, with a monthly salary of 42 yuan and 50 cents. What do you think? How is my offer?" Upon hearing this, Su Hongyang's eyes lit up. Was there any need to hesitate? He immediately said, "Director Yang, I accept this offer. Which workshop are the machines in? I'll go right now." Looking at the energetic Su Hongyang, Director Yang laughed heartily. "No rush, no rush. You fixed a lathe machine a few days ago. I have to give you a reward first. Tell me, what do you want?" Su Hongyang's eyes lit up again. It was truly a case of getting exactly what he lacked. "Director Yang, I'm currently lacking a watch coupon. Do you think?" Hearing this request, Director Yang's mouth twitched. You really dare to ask. Although he did have a coupon here, he had obtained it with great difficulty and had other uses for it. If he gave it away just because the boy opened his mouth, wouldn't his hard work these past few days be in vain? However, if this kid could really repair all the difficult problems of those machines, giving him a watch coupon wouldn't be impossible. After thinking for a moment, Director Yang finally spoke. "How about this? You go repair those machines first. Whenever they are fixed, I'll give you this watch coupon." After saying that, he opened a drawer and pulled out a coupon from inside. As soon as Su Hongyang saw the coupon, it was indeed a watch coupon. He immediately patted his chest happily. "Director Yang, rest assured you must keep this coupon for me. By tomorrow at the latest, I'll come to collect it." Director Yang nodded with a smile. "Fine, I'll keep it for you, kid." After speaking, he turned his head and shouted toward the door, "Xiao Lu, come in for a moment." In a short while, a young man walked in. "Director Yang, you were looking for me." Director Yang waved his hand. "Go, take him to the workshops and hand over all those machines that frequently have problems to him. Then go to the repair department and call 2 repair workers to assist him." The young man looked at Su Hongyang with some surprise and agreed, "Understood, Director Yang." Su Hongyang followed the clerical staff member out of the office and headed straight for the repair department. Director Yang shook his head with a light laugh and continued processing the documents. In the compound on the other side, it wasn't until noon that Yi Zhonghai dragged his weary body back from the hospital. Jia Dongshu had gone to work early in the morning. As luck would have it, Jia Zhongxi woke up at this time, grabbed his pant leg, and wailed loudly. She wanted him, the first uncle, to find justice for her. After much persuasion and a long period of soothing, he finally managed to pry this 200-plus-pound person off his pant leg. Jia Zhongshi's snot-dripping appearance disgusted him to no end. He had wanted to return to the compound earlier, but before he could even walk out of the hospital, something else happened to the old lady. Fortunately, the old lady's fall wasn't heavy, and her mind was still quite clear, but her mouth kept cursing, "Little beast." He didn't know when that kid Su Hongyang had offended the old lady again. 77. Number 77. Yan Lao Ko wanted to freeload a meal. Chapter 77. Yan the miser wants to scrounge a meal. Yi Zhonghai arrived at the Jia family's door and pushed it open, walking straight in. It so happened that Qin Weiru was carrying Xiao Dang on her back and holding 2 lunchboxes, planning to come out of the house. Seeing the visitor, she said with some surprise, "First uncle, you're back. How is my mother doing over there?" At the mention of Jia Zhongxi, Yi Zhonghai's expression soured, and he pulled a long face. Sister-in-law Jia woke up a long time ago. Weiru, hurry up and bring her food, she's still hungry. Qin Weiru nodded quickly. "I know, first uncle. I was just about to head over." Yi Zhonghai nodded and continued, "Take some more money with you. There's still a bit short for the medical expenses. You guys need to make up the difference." Hearing this, Qin Weiru looked a bit troubled. "First uncle, I don't have any money here either, it's all with my mother and Dongshu. How about you front it for us first?" Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai took a deep breath and, after a long while, squeezed out 2 words. "Wait here." After saying that, he went back to his own home. A moment later, he walked out holding 2 big black tens. Qin Weiru's eyes lit up as she hurriedly took the money. Then, "First uncle, I'll head to the hospital first. Please keep an eye on my child, Bang Zheng." Yi Zhonghai nodded. "Don't worry about that. We're all neighbors in the compound. Bang Zheng won't run off anywhere." Qin Weiru nodded and left with the 2 lunchboxes. Yi Zhonghai watched Qin Weiru's departing figure, then looked at Bang Zheng sleeping soundly in the room inside. The Jia family was always suddenly causing some trouble. Recently, if it wasn't a problem with food rations, it was a fuss about renting a room. The matter of renting a room wasn't originally a big deal, but the Jia family insisted on getting it for free, not wanting to pay a single cent. Jia Zhongxi herself was a shrewish person who caused trouble everywhere, acting as if she had a grudge against new residents. Every time a new resident arrived, she would surely cause some kind of commotion. All these messy affairs ultimately fell onto the head of Dongshu's master, who spent all day busy cleaning up the Jia family's messes. If this continued, the Jia Zhongxi family would still be alive and kicking while he himself would be unable to hold on and collapse from exhaustion. Speaking of new residents, Yi Zhonghai immediately remembered Lin Guoban, whom Lu Heizhong had mentioned earlier as having just arrived in the compound, and turned his gaze toward a nearby side room. This side room was very close to Yi Zhonghai's own house, separated only by a small alleyway. After thinking for a moment, Yi Zhonghai walked toward the new resident's room. Arriving at the door, he was about to knock when his hand paused. Thinking about it now, being alone, he feared he might be fighting a losing battle. It would be safer to bring old Lu and old Yan along later. We'll talk about it tonight anyway, there will be an all-courtyard meeting then, so there's no rush. Thinking this, Yi Zhonghai turned and left. In the afternoon, the sun gradually dipped toward the west. Su Hongyang had already returned to the compound from the steel rolling mill. Today could be said to have been a bit of a show-off. The malfunctioning machines in the workshop, after his repairs, had their efficiency improved by more than 1 level. The 2 masters from the repair department following him were somewhat incredulous that his maintenance skills were so formidable at such a young age. Even Master Wang, upon hearing about it, hurried over with a large group of people to observe and learn. These difficult and complicated problems had troubled them for a long time, yet they were unexpectedly and easily solved by this young man today. Director Yang naturally received the news as well and specifically came over to take a look. Seeing that Su Hongyang was indeed as skilled as described, he was also secretly amazed. Fortunately, he had listened to what Master Wang said. Otherwise, he would have wasted this kid's talent. It wasn't until after work that Director Yang specifically called Su Hongyang to his office and gave him that ticket in advance. This time, Su Hongyang was truly surprised. He was well aware of the rarity of watch coupons and had thought Director Yang might change his mind. He hadn't expected him to give it so generously. It turned out he had overthought it. Su Hongyang looked at the ticket over and over. It was his first time seeing a watch coupon from this era. It was just a pity that the system mall didn't sell commodities like tickets. Otherwise, why would he have bothered with all this effort? Returning to the East Wing room to celebrate his upcoming promotion to a regular employee in a few days, he decided to be extravagant. He took half a gin of meat from his system space to make braised pork for dinner tonight. Just as he started the fire, someone knocked on the ajar door. Su Hongyang walked over and opened it, only to find that Yan Bugui had come to visit. As soon as the door opened, Yan Bugui put on a smile and said, "Comrade Xiao Su, go to the middle courtyard after you finish dinner. There's an all-courtyard meeting tonight." Su Hongyang's eyes lit up. Another all-courtyard meeting? It must be for Lin Guoban this time after all. He had beaten Jia Zhongxi into the hospital yesterday. Thinking of this and knowing he could harvest more emotional value, Su Hongyang immediately nodded. "Alright, I've got it, third uncle. I'll definitely be there on time." Yan Bugui nodded, and just as he was about to leave, his beady eyes behind his glasses suddenly caught sight of a piece of pork on the cutting board. Inside the room, his eyes almost popped out. He exclaimed, "Yo, Comrade Xiao Su, what happy occasion have you encountered? You're eating meat again?" Su Hongyang's eyelid twitched, and he rolled his eyes speechlessly. "Third uncle, your eyesight is really sharp. You even noticed that." "Well, I haven't eaten meat for 2 or 3 days, and my mouth is getting so tasteless it's driving me crazy. So I bought a little today to satisfy my craving." Yan Bugui emotional value plus 200. Good grief, haven't eaten meat for 2 or 3 days. Why do your words feel like a knife? Why are our lives so worlds apart? If it weren't for the 3 liang of meat you gave me last time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have eaten meat for half a year. Yan Bugui swallowed hard and looked sourly at the humble bragging Su Hongyang in front of him. Seeing his expression, Su Hongyang chuckled. The next moment, Yan Bugui's eyes darted around, and he immediately had the thick skin to slap his thigh. "Hey Xiao Su, I just remembered I have half a bottle of bulk white liquor left at home. I'll bring the liquor over right now, and the two of us can have a drink together." As he spoke, he was about to turn back to get the liquor. Su Hongyang was almost driven to a breakdown by the thick-skinned Yan Bugui. This Yan the miser really tried to take advantage of any small gain. With that watered-down liquor of his, wouldn't drinking it cause problems? "Wait, third uncle, don't go to the trouble," Su Hongyang hurriedly called him back. Yan Bugui turned his head in surprise. "Xiao Su, do you have good liquor here? In that case, I don't need to go back and get it." Su Hongyang shook his head quickly. "That's not it. I just feel that the meat I bought today is too little. It's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth for just me. Let's make it another day next time. I'll buy more meat." After saying that, he hurriedly slammed the door shut with a bang. Yan Bugui emotional value plus 500. Bang, bang, bang. "Xiao Su, when is next time? I need to make some preparations." Yan Bugui's unwilling voice came from outside the door. Su Hongyang shook his head and ignored Yan the miser, going about making his dinner. 78. Number 78. The plenary meeting begins. Chapter 78. The all-courtyard meeting begins. Cooking smoke curled up in the compound, a mixture of various aromas hitting the nose. In the back room of the back courtyard, the deaf old lady had thick gauze wrapped around her head. She lay on her side in bed, her body slightly hunched, whispering something in a secret conversation with Yi Zhonghai, who sat beside her. Originally, Yi Zhonghai and his wife had insisted on the old lady being hospitalized for treatment. After all, a head injury could be serious or minor. But the old lady stubbornly refused to be hospitalized, saying she was old and couldn't stand the smell of disinfectant in the hospital. After a simple bandaging, she clamored to come back. Yi Zhonghai and his wife were helpless. The old lady's resistance to hospitalization was likely due to a deep-seated aversion to the hospital atmosphere, and at her age, she had become increasingly superstitious about such things. So, regarding the old lady's request to return home to recover, the couple could only let her have her way. At this moment, Yi Zhonghai still had a look of doubt on his face as he asked the deaf old lady, you're usually quite agile. Why did you suddenly fall today?" The deaf old lady's body stiffened. She quickly scanned her surroundings before turning back with a distressed sigh. "Zhonghai, this old woman's body is probably getting worse and worse. Even some dirty things have come knocking on my door." Yi Zhonghai frowned. "Old lady, what dirty things? Can you explain more clearly?" Hearing this, the old lady hesitated for a while before telling Yi Zhonghai everything she had seen the previous night. After hearing it, Yi Zhonghai's expression changed repeatedly, turning pale and then ashen, showing a look of utter terror. "Zhonghai, do you think it's time for this old woman to go down there too?" the deaf old lady said tremulously, almost unable to hold back her tears. Now that the new country was established and life was getting better day by day, she hadn't even enjoyed much of it yet, and her body was already giving out. She was truly unwilling. Yi Zhonghai snapped out of it and quickly comforted her. "Old lady, what are you saying? Your constitution is still very sturdy. You'll surely live to be 100. The deaf old lady nodded silently and stopped talking, her mind occupied with unknown thoughts. Yi Zhonghai sighed. It seemed something was truly wrong with the compound. What they saw that night might have been real after all, not a hallucination. But what could be done about this? Hire a master? That probably wouldn't work. Even if they dared to hire one, the master wouldn't dare to come. If anyone dared to perform a ritual in the courtyard, they'd be reported, paraded through the streets, and thrown in jail the next day. Yi Zhonghai's heart grew heavier. After a moment of silence, he could only change the subject. Old lady, what do you think we should do about today's matter? If that comrade Lin Guobin is another troublemaker, tonight's business might. The deaf old lady originally didn't want to bother with this mess, especially in her current state, but since Yi Zhonghai asked, she could only advise. Zhonghai, you're getting anxious again. Yi Zhonghai fell silent. How could he not be anxious? This newcomer, Comrade Lin Guobin, actually hits people and is incredibly arrogant. Earlier, he heard from Lu Heizhong that the man is extremely disrespectful to the steward elders. With someone like that around, how could he manage the compound? The deaf old lady pondered for a moment and said weakly, if that man is arrogant, just let him keep being arrogant. People like him don't last long. HMPH, once he has offended everyone in the compound, you can write a joint letter, including all the complaints from the residents, and hand it over to the subdistrict office. With so many people, the subdistrict office will surely take everyone's opinion seriously. When that time comes, do you think he'll still be able to stay in this compound? Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai's eyes brightened a bit. This was indeed a good compromise, though it would take some time. You still have the most ideas, old lady. Fine, I'll do as you say. Yi Zhonghai paused, remembered something, and continued, by the way, old lady, I found a candidate outside today. That little beast Su Hongyang won't be smug for much longer. The deaf old lady nodded in surprise. It's good that you found someone, but you must be cautious in all things. Don't let the ship capsize in a small ditch. Yi Zhonghai waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, old lady, we've eaten more salt than that kid has eaten rice. He's just a hot-headed youth. Once he encounters this, he'll definitely jump in headfirst. Seeing this, the deaf old lady said no more. The two chatted for a few more minutes before Yi Zhonghai prepared to leave. Just as Yi Zhonghai was about to head out, the deaf old lady spoke up hurriedly. Zhonghai, how about letting Yi Zhonghai's wife come over to accompany this old woman tonight? Yi Zhonghai turned back in surprise, and after a long moment, he nodded in agreement. In the evening, after the residents had finished their meals, they brought out their chairs and stools and gathered in the middle courtyard. A large square table had already been set up in its usual spot. The three uncles appeared one by one, each carrying a ceramic mug, strolling over slowly. At this time, Su Hongyang was also carrying a stool. He wasn't worried about today's matter. He wanted to see the handling capabilities of this master brother Duan Shuiliu first. If it really didn't work out, he would step in to help. Just as he found a spot and sat down, Shu Damao walked over. Although he still looked a bit sickly, his complexion was much better. Su Hongyang spoke in surprise. Hey Damao, is your fever any better? Shu Damao waved his hand and said indignantly, much better. Damn it, when Sha Zhu gets out, I'm definitely going to find a chance to jump him with a sack over his head. I didn't expect that even with Sha Zhu locked up, he could still mess with me. It's really bizarre. Su Hongyang coughed and didn't ask further. At this time, Lu Heizhong stood up and waved a hand. Alright, comrades, quiet down. Today's all-courtyard meeting is to handle the conflict between the Jia family and the new resident, Comrade Lin Guobin. Jia Zhongxi is currently hospitalized, so the Jia family will be represented by the Jia Dongshu couple. As for Comrade Lin Guobin, Lu Heizhong paused and looked through the crowd repeatedly, but he didn't see Lin Guobin anywhere. Then Lu Guangtian said, Dad, he's not here. Lu Heizhong frowned. Didn't you guys notify him? Who was responsible for passing the message? You can't even handle this little bit of duty. What are you good for? Yan Bugui looked at Lu Heizhong, who was putting on airs again, and coughed awkwardly twice. Cough, cough. Enough, just send someone to notify him. Old Lu, sit down first. Before Lu Heizhong could respond, Yi Zhonghai, sitting in the primary seat, slammed down his ceramic mug. What's the point of going again? He lives right here in the middle courtyard, just a few steps away. After speaking, he turned to the side room where the lights were still on and shouted, New resident, I'm sure you can hear me. Please come out for a moment. After a good while, there was still no movement from the side room. This caused everyone in the courtyard to look at each other in bewilderment. Seeing this, Lu Heizhong slapped the table and pointed at Lin Guobin's house. Look, everyone look, no sense of the big picture at all. And he's supposed to be a martial arts coach? Yi Zhonghai and Yan Bugui both gave Lu Heizhong an annoyed look, thinking to themselves, if you're so capable, go knock on the door yourself. What's the use of just shouting here? While everyone was buzzing with discussion, a creak was heard as Lin Guobin's door suddenly opened. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn over. Lin Guobin, dressed in a neat and tidy Zhongshan suit, walked out of the house with a light step. Without any hesitation, he walked straight to the three uncles, Yi Zhonghai, Yan Bugui, and Lu Heizhong, and looked down at them. This was the first time Yi Zhonghai and Yan Bugui had seen this new resident, and they immediately looked him up and down. Yan Bugui looked at the tall and sturdy Lin Guobin and swallowed hard. As expected of a martial artist, he felt that one punch from this man could kill him. Yi Zhonghai narrowed his eyes, his thoughts unknown. After a long moment, Lin Guobin said with a trace of a smile on his face, "The three of you called me? What business do you have with me?" Seeing this, Yi Zhonghai immediately snorted. "Comrade Lin Guobin, I am the first uncle of the courtyard, Yi Zhonghai. I heard you hit Jia Zhongxi yesterday. Now she's hospitalized because of your beating. How do you think this should be resolved?" Hearing this, Lin Guobin looked at Yi Zhonghai playfully. "Resolved? This is easy to resolve. As a practitioner of martial arts, I naturally abide by fairness and justice. How about this? I can let that fat woman hit me back. As long as she can beat me, anything goes." Jia Dongshu, sitting nearby, felt his anger ignite instantly. He glared at Lin Guobin with a face full of rage and roared, "Lin Guobin, you're twisting logic. You're a martial artist. How could my mother possibly beat you? Besides, you were the one who started it. Beating my mother so badly she's in the hospital. You must compensate us for our losses. Otherwise, I'll go to the police right now and let them handle this." Lin Guobin heard this and turned his head in surprise. He looked up and down at the man before him, who was as thin as a monkey. He had a frail build and a pale face, looking quite malnourished. Lin Guobin immediately sneered and slowly walked toward Jia Dongshu. When he reached Jia Dongshu, his condescending posture was evident. Everyone noticed the massive height difference. Lin Guobin was over half a head taller than Jia Dongshu, making the scene look somewhat comical. Jia Dongshu stared up at Lin Guobin with wide eyes. Although he was terrified inside, this man had beaten his own mother. He had to get an explanation. Lin Guobin looked at the indignant and angry Jia Dongshu for a while before slowly spitting out 2 words, "Trash." Boom! Jia Dongshu's eyes turned red instantly. His fists clenched tight, as if he were about to throw a punch at any moment. 79. Number 79. Yi Zhonghai lost face big time. Chapter 79. Yi Zhonghai loses face in a big way. Seeing this, Yi Zhonghai, who was sitting in his seat, was so frightened that he hurriedly stood up. "Dongshu, don't be impulsive." He then turned to look at Lin Guobin and shouted angrily, "Comrade Lin Guobin, our compound is an advanced model compound. If you want to cause trouble, you should take the initiative to apply to live somewhere else. We have no place for someone like you who disrespects elders and has incorrect thinking." Lin Guobin looked at Yi Zhonghai, who was speaking with righteous indignation and a serious face, snorted with laughter, turned his head, and slowly said, "I heard you three are liaison officers from the sub-district office, also serving as steward elders responsible for mediating neighborly disputes. You probably aren't clear on how utterly rude that fat woman was when she barged in, kicking the door and then immediately demanding I pay her a large sum of money. My money was earned through hard work. What right does she have to come in and demand compensation from me? Just because I didn't give that female comrade 50 cents? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Heizhong couldn't help but stand up, sternly reprimanding, "Comrade Lin Guobin, you said it yourself just now, you withheld Qin Wairu's wages, which is why her mother-in-law came to collect the debt. Do you admit this or not?" Yi Zhonghai also nodded. "That's right, you were in the wrong first in this matter." Yan Bugui adjusted his glasses. If the source is muddy, the stream cannot be clear. If actions are untrustworthy, reputation will surely be lost. "Comrade Lin Guobin, you are indeed in the wrong here. Why don't you compensate Jia Zhongxi with some medical expenses, and let's consider this matter settled? After all, we'll all be neighbors in the future." Lin Guobin spread his hands. "Hey, that's just how I am. If I like it, I'll give. If I don't like it, I won't. What can you do about it?" Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 500. Yan Bugui emotional value plus 300. Lu Heizhong emotional value plus 999. Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 999. Qin Wairu emotional value plus 500. Lu Heizhong trembled as he pointed at Lin Guobin's figure, stuttering, You, for a long time without being able to get the words out. Yi Zhonghai slammed the ceramic mug on the table and shouted, "Lin Guobin, your ideological tendencies have serious problems. Not only did you hit someone, but you also brazenly withheld their wages. If you don't come up with a satisfactory explanation for today's matter, we'll have no choice but to notify the sub-district office." Upon hearing this, the smile on Lin Guobin's face slowly vanished, replaced by an icy expression as he walked up to Yi Zhonghai. He swiftly grabbed the front of Yi Zhonghai's clothes with both hands, lifting him high off the ground in one motion. Lin Guobin sneered. Old man, I gave you some face out of respect for the subdistrict office. If you're going to use that to threaten me, I'll see it through to the end. Everyone in the courtyard who saw this scene gasped in shock, their impression of this Lin Guobin deepening further. Suspended in the air, Yi Zhonghai's face flushed bright red with embarrassment, wishing he could immediately crawl into a crack in the ground. After all, he was the first uncle of the courtyard, always respected and esteemed. He never expected today his face was probably completely lost. 7 or 8 seconds later, the crowd finally snapped out of their shock. Jia Dongshu hurriedly shouted, "Put my master down, quickly." Yan Bugui wiped a cold sweat from his brow and urgently tried to dissuade, "Comrade Lin Guobin, please don't act on impulse. Old Yi also wants harmony in the compound. He doesn't have bad intentions." Lu Heizhong also swallowed hard inwardly. Luckily, it wasn't him being lifted up. Having a young man hoist you like that would truly mean losing all face. First Ant also hurriedly ran up at this moment, pleading with Lin Guobin, "Comrade, my old Yi doesn't have any ill intentions towards you. Please put him down first. Anything you're dissatisfied with can be discussed properly while sitting down." Only then did Lin Guobin snort coldly and casually toss Yi Zhonghai aside. Yi Zhonghai stumbled upon landing, nearly falling to the ground, but luckily First Ant and Yan Bugui beside him caught him, otherwise he would have landed flat on his backside. In the crowd, Su Hongyang felt the emotional values flashing incessantly in his mind, his grin stretching from ear to ear, truly worthy of Master Brother Duan Shuiliu. With this series of actions, he instantly collected over 40,000 in emotional value. It seems you can use your hands instead of your mouth. I should learn from this. I was far too polite before. Shu Damao beside him was even more excited, his eyes bloodshot with excitement, tears welling in the corners. The way he looked at Lin Guobin was as if he were gazing upon his savior. This was simply an idol. Good, well done. Shu Damao couldn't help but roar in his excitement. Instantly, the gazes of the entire courtyard turned towards Shu Damao. Especially Yi Zhonghai, who also heard this "well done." His face turned from red to black, his murderous gaze precisely locating Shu Damao's position. Shu Damao also came to his senses, quickly covering his mouth, a fine layer of sweat breaking out on his forehead. At that moment, he wished he could slap himself. Offending Yi Zhonghai in this situation was no small matter. It seemed he'd have to take detours whenever he saw Yi Zhonghai from now on. After a few heavy breaths, Yi Zhonghai finally calmed down. The look he gave Lin Guobin was a mix of resentment and fear. He himself was a tall man of 1.8 meters, and having worked as a fitter for years, his body was quite sturdy. Yet, this man had lifted him overhead with such ease. It was hard to imagine how strong this man's martial arts foundation was. Yi Zhonghai paused, organizing his thoughts, forcing an awkward smile onto his face. "Comrade Lin Guobin, who in our compound doesn't know the Jia family is living in difficult times? Recently, they can barely afford to buy food. This 50 cents might not mean much to you, but for them, it's no less than life-saving money. So, while sister-in-law Jia might have been a bit aggressive in demanding the wages, it's only human nature when you're on the brink of starvation. You clearly don't look like someone short of 50 cents. As the saying goes, a goose feather sent from 1,000 miles away may be a light gift, but it conveys deep affection. Don't you agree?" Lin Guobin looked at Yi Zhonghai's beaming smile with surprise, then nodded somewhat in agreement. Seeing this, Yi Zhonghai relaxed internally and continued, "Our compound has always upheld the civilized new trend of mutual aid. Now that the Jia family is in difficulty, we naturally should lend a hand. I've also always advised the young people in this courtyard not to be too selfish, not to always think of themselves, but to learn the joy of helping others. This is the fine tradition of our compound. What do you say, Comrade Lin Guobin?" Lin Guobin nodded in agreement again. "What you're saying now finally sounds like something a decent person would say." The corner of Yi Zhonghai's mouth twitched, but his heart began to grow excited. So this guy likes hearing this kind of talk. It seems Lin Guobin is also a man of temperament. Presumably, most martial arts practitioners are like this, fond of hearing principles about championing the weak and oppressed. This way, I've finally hit the right note. Now that I've figured out his temperament and disposition, getting a handle on him shouldn't be too difficult. In his excitement, Yi Zhonghai puffed out his chest and immediately spoke up. "Now that the Jia family is in difficulty, shouldn't we all help them get through this tough time? How about this? There's no time like the present. As the first uncle of the courtyard, I propose we hold a fundraising activity today to further promote the concept of mutual aid." Upon hearing this, the people in the courtyard were instantly dumbfounded. Watching the drama, only to find themselves dragged into it, should they donate something later or not? If they donate, how much would be appropriate? Comrade Lin Guoban, seeing how much you agreed with what I said just now, why don't you start? However much, it's all a gesture of goodwill. Yi Zhonghai continued with a smile. Lin Guoban nodded, looking at Yi Zhonghai with a half-smile, and crooked his finger at him. Satisfied, Yi Zhonghai walked over. Comrade Guoban, how much will you donate? Don't worry, the Jia family won't forget your kindness. The next moment, to everyone's stunned gaze, Lin Guoban raised his hand and slapped Yi Zhonghai's face hard. 80. #80 Don't say things that are detrimental to unity. Chapter 80. Don't say things unfavorable to unity. A crisp slap echoed throughout the middle courtyard. The struck Yi Zhonghai stood dazed in place, his right hand absent-mindedly touching the cheek that had just been hit. It was burning hot and hurt quite a bit. Boom! The people in the compound instantly erupted, everyone talking at once with those around them, and the scene became a noisy mess. Besides Su Hongyang, Xu Damao stood up with a face full of excitement, subconsciously stepping out of the crowd, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the two people at the center. Beside them, First Ant stepped forward quickly in shock, grabbing Yi Zhonghai's hand and asking worriedly, Zhonghai, are you alright? Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus. Yi Zhonghai was dazed for a long time before finally reacting. Covering his slapped face, he pointed tremblingly at Lin Guoban. You actually dare to hit me? Lin Guoban spread his hands with a smile. Eh? That's not right. I saw a blood-sucking mosquito on your face, buzzing around in front of me. I got annoyed listening to it, so I killed it with a slap for you. You won't blame me, will you? Yi Zhonghai's face turned ashen, and the veins on his neck bulged. For a moment, he couldn't think of anything to say in rebuttal. Yan Bugui also snapped out of his shock and quickly stepped forward to defuse the situation. Cough old Yi, it must be a misunderstanding of Comrade Lin Guoban. Since everyone's state isn't quite right today, how about we talk about it another day? It's already very late, let's all go back and sleep. Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai felt that Yan Bugui was mocking him. He immediately pushed him aside and roared at Lin Guoban. You actually dare to hit me, a steward elder? You disrespectful beast. I'm going to the sub-district office to report you right now. Lin Guoban narrowed his eyes and his hand was raised again. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Lu Heizhong emotional value plus 20. Yan Bugui emotional value plus 100. First Ant emotional value plus 500. Yi Zhonghai was so scared that he retreated several steps, his eyes still staring at Lin Guoban with resentment. Seeing this scene, Su Hongyang quickly walked out of the crowd with a smile. He went straight to Yi Zhonghai's side, his face full of sympathy. Wait a moment, first uncle. Courtyard matters should be settled within the courtyard. Why bother the people from the sub-district office? Let me see the injury. Look at you, why pick a fight with a young person? He's a martial artist, aggressive and prone to impulse. Why do you, with your old arms and legs, have to provoke him? Really? Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Yi Zhonghai pushed away Su Hongyang's approaching hand and said irritably, What business is it of yours? Get away from me. Hearing this, Su Hongyang immediately slapped his thigh. Master Yi, what are you saying? You are highly respected in our compound and an old master who taught me skills at the steel rolling mill. I don't worry about you, who will? There's a saying, the blow is on your body, but the pain is in my heart. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Everyone. Yi Zhonghai was somewhat speechless at this moment. The words Su Hongyang spoke today were not only strange but also had a mysterious murderous aura. Seeing Yi Zhonghai remain silent, Su Hongyang said with some dissatisfaction, First uncle, I've spoken so many heartfelt words, you must finally understand my intentions. Look at you being hit now, which other young person would come up to care about you? Then look at that precious apprentice of yours. When his master was hit, he didn't even dare to stand up and say a word, just hiding in the back to watch the fun. Alright, enough said. Quickly take your hand away and let this divine doctor of mine take a look. It would be terrible if you were left with facial paralysis as a sequela. Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 999. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. First Ant emotional value plus 500. Hearing Su Hongyang's words, the crowd fell into silence again. Many people's faces turned red from holding back laughter, their shoulders shaking as they covered their mouths. Yi Zhonghai's hand covering his face was forcibly pressed down by Su Hongyang. A clear palm print appeared. Whoa, what a move of iron sand palm, your face has been hit crooked. Don't worry, first uncle, I'll give you a few acupuncture needles. Su Hongyang took out a box of silver needles from his pocket with a serious expression. Yi Zhonghai retreated repeatedly in shock. Go away, I don't need your treatment. Then, he quickly turned his head and said harshly to Lin Guoben, you wait hitting me, a steward elder, will definitely not end well for you, this matter isn't over. Lin Guoben didn't care and shrugged with a smile. Yi Zhonghai was so angry at his attitude that he almost spat blood. He immediately spoke loudly to the residents of the compound. Today's all courtyard meeting ends here. Everyone, disperse. Then, together with First Aunt, he hurriedly supported her and went back to their room. Su Hongyang, holding a silver needle, shouted at Yi Zhonghai, First uncle, you're not getting treated? If you don't, you still have to pay a small consultation fee. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Lu Heizhong and Yan Bugui looked at Su Hongyang and Lin Guoben, then turned to look at Yi Zhonghai's desolate back. For a moment, the two were a bit confused, not knowing what to say next. After Lin Guoben glanced at Su Hongyang, he also returned to his own room. Seeing this, the crowd began to gossip again. Seeing that the god of slaughter Lin Guoben had left, Lu Heizhong also breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately puffed out his chest and said loudly, all right, everyone disperse. The residents in the courtyard then stood up, carrying their stools and leaving in an orderly manner, chatting and laughing. After a long time, Yan Bugui walked over to Su Hongyang, who was still packing his silver needle box. He complained slightly, Comrade Xiao Su, how could you stab old Yi in the back? We're all neighbors, we should stand united against outsiders. Su Hongyang looked at Yan Bugui as if he were looking at an idiot. Tisk, since when did Comrade Lin Guoben become an outsider? Aren't we all neighbors? Third uncle, don't talk nonsense like that, which is unfavorable to unity. Also, your ideological awareness still needs improvement. You call that stabbing him in the back? I was caring for first uncle. Yan Bugui emotional value plus 500. This you call this caring? The knife even drew blood. Yan Bugui grumbled silently in his heart. By the way, third uncle, I heard you also had a high fever. Are you better? How about I give you a few needles? Su Hongyang looked Yan Bugui up and down. Yan Bugui shuddered and shook his head repeatedly. I'm already better, already better. No need to trouble you, Xiao Su. Fine then, Su Hongyang nodded in disappointment. Jia Dongshu looked at his master's departing back, then at Lin Guoben, who had also left. He clenched his fists unwillingly. Was that it for today? But thinking of Lin Guoben's arrogant appearance just now, he couldn't swallow this grievance. After hesitating for a moment, he walked toward Yi Zhonghai's house. Master, are you alright? Jia Dongshu followed him in and offered a word of concern to Yi Zhonghai, who had just sat down. Yi Zhonghai's face was ashen, and the clear palm print was still there. Seeing his apprentice Jia Dongshu enter, his expression softened slightly. Master is fine. Jia Dongshu's face was full of hatred. Master, what about that Lin Guoben? We can't just let it go like this, can we? Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai pondered for a moment and said expressionlessly, Dongshu, why don't you go to the sub-district office now? Tell Director Wang everything Lin Guoben has done these past 2 days and let her handle it. I don't believe that even the sub-district office can't deal with him. Jia Dongshu nodded. Alright, master, I'll go right now. After saying that, he quickly went out. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 81. Number 81 Director Wang's anger. Chapter 81. Director Wang's indignation. Yi Zhonghai watched Jia Dongshu's departing figure, his fists clenching until they cracked. Today was the first time in all his years in the compound that he had lost so much face. From now on, he wouldn't be able to hold his head up in front of the people in the compound at all. Unknowingly, the resentment he felt toward Lin Guoben had risen even higher than what he felt for Su Hongyang. The residents of number 95 Courtyard were still whispering to each other on their way back, looking as if they hadn't had their fill of the spectacle. Today was truly an eye-opener. It was the first time they had seen the first uncle get slapped. Although they didn't have much of a favorable impression of this Lin Guoben either, seeing the first uncle get slapped felt strangely satisfying. As soon as Lu Heizhong returned home, he excitedly took out a bottle of Fenju and said to the second aunt beside him, quick, get some peanuts. I'm going to have a couple of drinks today. Hearing this, the second aunt also went to prepare with a smile on her face. Seeing his fat father so excited today, Lu Guangtian couldn't help but hesitate and ask, Dad, can I have a taste? Lu Guangfu, who was behind him, also had his eyes light up and chimed in, Dad, me too, me too. Lu Heizhong glanced at his two useless sons. Although the smile on his face faded a bit, he still forced out, fine, since your dad is happy today, I'll give you a little. After saying that, he picked up his wine cup and took a small sip. Lu Guangtian excitedly came to Lu Heizhang's side and said, "Thanks, Dad. Dad, you're so happy right now. It wouldn't happen to be because of what happened to the first uncle today, would it?" Hearing this, the corners of Lu Heizhang's mouth curled up uncontrollably again. Exactly that. Old Yi really lost face today. In a few days I'll have a good talk with him. His way of doing things is no longer suitable for the compound. It's time for me, the second uncle, to take the lead. Don't you agree? Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu immediately started flattering him. Dad, you're absolutely right. Why should that old bachelor get to be the first uncle? Our dad isn't inferior to him in the slightest. Exactly. Tomorrow we should go to the sub-district office and have a talk. Let our dad be the first uncle instead. Lu Heizhang felt extremely gratified hearing these flattering words. Ha ha ha, at least you two have some sense. I'll reward you with an extra peanut later. Thanks, Dad. Thanks, Dad. In the front yard, at Yan Buggy's house. Yan Bugui was currently sitting on the kangs, pondering over today's events, his eyes darting back and forth behind his lenses. After a long while, he said to Yang Ruohua beside him, "Hey, do you think Jia Dongshu went out just now to call Director Wang?" The third aunt, Yang Ruohua, scoffed and shook her head. "Who knows? Whatever, it's none of our business. Let them fight amongst themselves." She paused, then thought of something and immediately gritted her teeth. "Husband, did you hear what that old bachelor said today?" Yan Bugui turned his head, somewhat confused. "Which part?" The third aunt rolled her eyes. "That part about holding a donation drive for the Jia family. HMPH, he made it sound like his apprentice's family is the only one having a hard time. We're living just as frugally." Upon hearing this, Yan Bugui suddenly realized. "You mean that old Yi really doesn't know how to handle people? If he wanted to start a donation drive, he should have consulted with me, the third uncle, first. Now look at him. He deserved that beating." The third aunt leaned in closer. "Husband, if Yi Zhonghai brings up the donation thing again in the future, what should we do?" Yan Bugui shook his head. "What else can we do? It's just a matter of donating more or less. If he dares to use his position to pressure me, I'll just report him anonymously." "Exactly." The third aunt pouted happily, then added, "That old bachelor shouldn't even think about prying a single cent out of us." All right, time to sleep. It's late and I have to work tomorrow." Yan Bugui waved his hand, stopping the third aunt from speaking further. He slowly lay down. Seeing this, the third aunt said in surprise, "Jia Dongshu is still outside. You're going to sleep just like that?" Yan Bugui squinted his eyes. "Then you keep an ear out. I've left the door unlocked for him anyway. Once that kid gets back, you just close the door." The third aunt nodded and didn't say anything more. As night fell, the compound slowly grew quiet. Although the residents had mostly gone inside, many knew that Jia Dongshu had gone out, so they stayed by their windows, watching for any movement in the yard. They were hoping there would be more excitement to see when Jia Dongshu returned. Sure enough, not long after, Jia Dongshu led Director Wang back to the compound and went straight to knock on Lin Guoban's door. Everyone by their windows perked up. "Lin Guoban, come out right now. I've brought Director Wang from the sub-district office." Jia Dongshu shouted at the door with a smug look on his face. A moment later, the door creaked open again, and Lin Guoban walked out with a cold expression. Seeing this, Jia Dongshu was so startled that he retreated several steps. Director Wang let out a sigh. She had never expected that Comrade Lin Guoban would have such a major conflict with his neighbors so soon after moving into the Saheyuan. He had even beaten someone so badly they had to be hospitalized. This was unacceptable. Director Wang's face was serious. "Comrade Lin Guoban, I heard that you beat Jia Zhongxi as soon as you arrived at the yard. Don't you know that times are different now? This is a society ruled by law. Your act of hitting someone is a severe incident. Furthermore, you are living in this yard now. When you hit them, you might be striking their faces, but you're damaging the neighborly sentiment. We have a saying in Saijucheng, we'll see each other again sooner or later. In this yard, who doesn't share a bowl of dumplings when they cook them? Whose child gets sick and doesn't borrow a cart to get to the hospital? Don't you agree?" Lin Guoban took a step forward with a fake smile and said to Director Wang, "Director Wang, you are quite right, but the neighbors in this yard don't think that way." Hearing this, Director Wang frowned. Lin Guoban continued, "I remember a great man once said, when friends come, there is good wine. When wolves come, there are shotguns. If they hadn't come to harass me, why would I have needed to lift a finger?" Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 999. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Jia Dongshu's face looked terrible as he quickly spoke up, "Director Wang, actually, the main cause of this matter was that he was the one who went back on his word first. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to this. Enough, stop talking. All of you, Director Wang shouted, frightening Jia Dongshu into immediately shutting his mouth. Then Director Wang scanned the yard, her face turning even more livid. Where have the 3 managing elders gone to do their great work? How is it that such a big thing happened in the yard and not a single one came out to say a word? Jia Dongshu's mouth twitched. It wouldn't have mattered if they had come out. Just as Jia Dongshu was about to explain, a creak was heard. Yi Zhonghai walked out of his room with his head lowered, his face flushed with shame. But it didn't end there. As if by prior agreement, the surrounding neighbors also began opening their doors and filing out one after another. In an instant, the previously quiet yard became bustling with activity. Yi Zhonghai walked up to Director Wang, too embarrassed to lift his head. Director Wang, you're here. Seeing this, Director Wang gave a cold snort and said bluntly, you, the first uncle, certainly put on quite the airs if I hadn't spoken up. Were you planning to stay hidden in your room forever? And where are Lu Heizhong and Yan Bugui? Are they not in the compound? As soon as she finished speaking, someone responded, they're here. I'll go call them. After a short while, a bleary-eyed Yan Bugui came running over in a hurry. From the back courtyard, Lu Heizhong appeared looking completely drunk, his body swaying and stumbling as he made his way over. Seeing this scene, Director Wang's blood pressure instantly soared, especially when her gaze fell on Lu Heizhong. The fire of anger in her heart burned even more fiercely. What are you doing coming out to make a fool of yourself in that drunken state? 82. Number 82 Processing Results. Chapter 82. The results of the handling. Yan Bugui adjusted his glasses and walked up awkwardly. Director Wang, you're here. Director Wang didn't reply, but just stared coldly. Seeing this, Yan Bugui felt a bit uneasy. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Looking at me is useless, this wasn't my doing. Lu Heizhong, who was in the distance, naturally saw Director Wang as well and rushed over with joy. But the drunkenness on his face was very obvious, and he shouted unclearly, Director Wang, why are you here? You didn't give us any prior notice. The next moment, everyone noticed that as Lu Heizhong was running, he seemed to lose his balance and gradually tilted. In an instant, with a dull thud, he fell flat on his face right in front of Director Wang. Director Wang, everyone. Oh my, husband, are you alright? Second aunt ran over with a look of distress and quickly helped Lu Heizhong up. Lu Heizhong stood up somewhat awkwardly and explained to everyone, my head has been feeling a bit off lately, all groggy. Please don't mind. Director Wang's face darkened. HMPH Lu Heizhong, since you're drunk, why did you come out? Aren't you afraid of hurting yourself? Lu Heizhong swallowed hard and hurriedly shook his head. No, Director Wang, I am not drunk. No, that's not right, I didn't drink. I just tripped just now. Director Wang trembled with rage. She stepped in front of Lu Heizhong, pointed at his nose, and scolded. Still being stubborn with me? Do you think my nose can't smell all that alcohol on you? Lu Heizhong was speechless and could only lower his head in embarrassment. Seeing him like this, Director Wang's expression grew even gloomier, and the anger in her heart seemed ready to erupt. She stared intently at the man before her and said coldly, now, right here in this compound, in front of all the comrades, I officially announce that Lu Heizhong's status as a liaison officer is temporarily revoked. These words were like a clap of thunder, causing a commotion among the crowd. Lu Heizhong himself was completely stunned. Director Wang's gaze remained fixed on Lu Heizhong as she continued sternly, Lu Heizhong, listen well, you will come to the sub-district office for a week of ideological education classes. Only when you've truly sobered up and recognized your mistakes during this period, you must reflect on your actions and conduct a profound self-examination. Lu Heizhong shuddered and said with a miserable face, Director Wang, don't be like this. I know I was wrong, Director Wang. Director Wang cut Lu Heizhong off directly and said coldly, HMPH enough, stop talking and step aside. Now is not the time for this. Then she turned her fire on the other two uncles. Lu Heizhong is one thing, but what about you two? When something like this happens in the compound, why didn't I see you coming out to handle it? Yi Zhonghai glanced at Jia Dongshu in confusion, then lowered his head awkwardly to explain. Director Wang, the three of us uncles actually did intervene in this matter, but Comrade Lin Guoban didn't agree with our handling of the results. We had no choice but to have Dongshu go and invite you over. Hearing this, Director Wang's expression softened slightly. In that case, Director Wang shifted her gaze back to Lin Guoban. Quote, Comrade Lin Guoban, is it as Yi Zhonghai says? Are you dissatisfied with their handling of the results? Lin Guoban nodded with a smile. That's right, Jia Zhongxi barged into my home, kicked down the door, and then demanded a large sum of money from me. What kind of handling is that? Director Wong, don't you think this whole thing is just them ganging up on me because I'm a newcomer? As for me, my temper is indeed a bit short, but I am still very reasonable. Yi Zhonghai was now full of rage. He suddenly stepped forward, pointed his finger at Lin Guobin, and rebuked him righteously. You're talking absolute nonsense. While it's true that Jia Zhongxi was in the wrong, we have to discuss the matter as it is and not ignore the facts. You beat someone so badly they were hospitalized with serious injuries. Do you still think you're in the right? Lin Guobin gave a disdainful smile. Serious injuries? Then bring the hospital's medical report to speak for itself. I am a martial artist. I know exactly how much force to use. If you don't have evidence of that, then don't jump out to slander me. Yi Zhonghai was exasperated. You. Director Wong also gradually saw the whole picture and waved her hand with a headache. Enough. How about this? I'll give you a resolution and see if you agree. Yi Zhonghai was delighted. Please go ahead, Director Wang. We will naturally listen to the sub-district office. Director Wang's eyes turned to Lin Guobin again. The latter hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Seeing this, Director Wang spoke up. Although Comrade Lin Guobin's actions were indeed inappropriate and a bit impulsive, Jia Zhongxi was also at fault for kicking down the door and demanding money from others. So Comrade Lin Guobin, give those 50 cents to the Jia family, and we'll leave it at that. Is that okay? Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai and Jia Dongshu were instantly petrified. Lin Guobin nodded and said, Director Wang is quite fair in her handling. I agree. Director Wang continued, don't be so quick to agree. Let me give you fair warning. I don't want to see this kind of thing happen again. If another conflict arises because of you, the consequences won't be as easy to settle as they are now. Hearing this, Lin Guobin also said with a smile, I also have something to say first. If they start trouble, I'll still hit them, but I'll use a lighter touch. Director Wang, everyone. Yi Zhonghai hurriedly stepped forward. Director Wang, isn't this a bit enough? Say no more. Director Wang waved her hand impatiently, then looked at Lin Guobin. Quote, regardless of the circumstances, you must ensure you don't actively cause trouble. Understood? Lin Guobin. Understood. After saying that, Lin Guobin pulled 50 cents out of his pocket and waved it in front of Jia Dongshu. Little monkey, come here and take the money. Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 999. Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 999. Looking at Jia Dongshu, who was still standing there motionlessly, Qin Weiru, who was in the crowd, didn't want the matter to escalate again, so she stepped forward on her own and took the 50 cents. Director Wang sighed in relief seeing the matter resolved. Alright, everyone go to bed. I'm heading back too. Today's matter ends here. With that, she turned and left. In the crowd, Lu Heizhong had mostly sobered up by now. Seeing Director Wang about to leave, he hurriedly chased after her. Director Wang, please wait. Director Wang turned around with a frown. Lu Heizhong, if you keep being difficult, you'll come back to the sub-district office with me right now for ideological education classes. Hearing this, Lu Heizhong's steps faltered, and he looked like he was about to cry. Yan Bugui walked up, suppressing a laugh. Old Lu, if you're dismissed, it's no big deal. It's only temporary, don't worry. Lu Heizhong seemed to have lost his spirit, hanging his head and remaining silent. 83. Number 83. Returning to the previous topic. Chapter 83. Returning to the previous topic. Yi Zhonghai and his apprentice Jia Dongshu returned with grim faces. Although the outcome seemed fair and just in their eyes, Director Wang was biased towards Lin Guobin. Since they got such a result, there was nothing more they could say. Dongshu, you go back first since Director Wang has already spoken. Let's leave it at that. Tell your mother later not to provoke Lin Guobin anymore. Jia Dongshu nodded helplessly, casting another extremely unwilling glance at Lin Guobin's house, before turning to go home. The next morning, everyone went about their business as usual, and the compound gradually returned to peace. During this time, Jia Zhongxi recovered quickly and was picked up by Qin Weiru at noon. The main reason was actually lack of money. If Lin Guobin had paid for the hospitalization, Jia Zhongxi would have been willing to stay for 10 days to half a month. But ever since she learned that their Jia family wouldn't get compensation, she was so angry that she was discharged immediately. If she stayed longer, wouldn't she have to spend her own money? As soon as she returned to the Sahaiyuan, Jia Zhongxi, in full view of everyone, screamed curses, threw tantrums, and called for old Jia, turning the compound into chaos. Finally, with no other choice, several aunties ran to call Director Wang, who severely reprimanded Jia Zhongxi, and only then did the matter completely conclude. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Comrade Su Hongyang had also been continuously repairing machines at the steel rolling mill for 3 days, easily solving both major and minor problems. He had completely gained Director Yang's approval, and upon starting work today, he officially completed the transfer procedures, becoming a member of the repair department. From an apprentice worker, he instantly became a 4th-grade repairman, with his salary directly reaching 42 yuan and 5 mao, which was astonishing in the current 7th workshop. At the same time, Director Yang also agreed to the condition Comrade Su Hongyang proposed. If there was nothing much to do in the repair department, he could go to the workshop to learn fitter techniques. Director Yang's concession made things much more convenient for Comrade Su Hongyang. From now on, he could go to the workshop to harvest emotional value from Master Yi and his apprentice whenever he pleased. Before quitting time, Comrade Su Hongyang, with a repair department work badge clipped to his chest, leisurely made his way towards the 7th workshop. As soon as he arrived at the workshop entrance, Director Guo saw Comrade Su Hongyang swaggering over and immediately stepped forward to tease him. "Oh, Master Su is here, you busy man. Do you actually have time to come to the workshop?" Comrade Su Hongyang chuckled. "I'm quite free over there now, so I came back to continue learning from Master Yi." Director Guo nodded. He naturally knew this kid had such a privilege, so he didn't say much, just waved his hand with a smile. "Then go ahead, I don't know what you're thinking, kid. When you're free, you should rest. Why come to the workshop to suffer this hardship?" Comrade Su Hongyang smiled, didn't explain, and headed straight for Yi Zhonghai's workstation. As soon as he arrived, seeing Yi Zhonghai staring at a blueprint, Comrade Su Hongyang also curiously leaned his head over. "Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 200. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 100. Yi Zhonghai saw a head squeeze next to him and wished he could give it a smack. "Comrade Su Hongyang, what are you doing?" Comrade Su Hongyang grinned. "Master Yi, I've come to continue learning from you." Yi Zhonghai snorted coldly at the remark. He had known 2 days ago that Comrade Su Hongyang was transferred to the repair department. He was quite happy at first, but after learning that this little beast could still come down to the workshop to learn from him, his mood soured again. Looking at the grinning Comrade Su Hongyang in front of him, Yi Zhonghai said seriously, "Comrade Su Hongyang, I think you should go back to the repair department and be a repairman. Fitter techniques can't be learned in a short time, especially for someone like you who often has to leave the workshop to repair machines. You'll have even less time. Even when I first started, I worked as an apprentice worker for 4 or 5 years before I started operating machines." Comrade Su Hongyang shook his head. "Master Yi, what you're saying is too one-sided. What if I'm a once-in-a-century genius?" Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 500. Comrade Su Hongyang then said earnestly, "I believe I definitely have the potential to be an 8th-grade fitter. Otherwise, I wouldn't give up my rest time to come and learn this from you." "Don't worry, Master Yi, I learn very quickly." Yi Zhonghai looked at the person who spoke without thinking, utterly speechless, and snorted. "I've said all I can say, and I've given you my best advice. Do as you wish." Hee hee. Comrade Su Hongyang took another step forward, flaunting the work badge on his chest, and happily said, "Master Yi, look, a 4th-grade repairman, 42 yuan and 5 mao a month, much stronger than your apprentice, right?" Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 500. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 500. Comrade Su Hongyang continued, "Your apprentice only became a 2nd-grade worker after 10 years. Tell me, is there any comparability? To be able to teach such an outstanding me, you'll have something to boast about in the afterlife." Seeing Yi Zhonghai's expression change, Comrade Su Hongyang immediately shut his mouth. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Yi Zhonghai retracted his gaze, his eyes returning to normal, and he said faintly, "You're not my apprentice. What does your excellence have to do with me?" Comrade Su Hongyang clapped his hands. "That's why I say, Master Yi, you're not good at judging people. You found an apprentice like Jia Dongshu." Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 999. How about this? Let's go back to our last topic. If you expel Jia Dongshu from your tutelage, I'll take you as my apprentice and teach you repair techniques. That way, when you're old, you'll have something to brag about, won't you? Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 999. You can tell everyone in the future, in my fated years, I apprenticed myself to the favored son of heaven, Su, and my skills advanced by leaps and bounds, sweeping the 7th workshop with no defeats. Isn't that incredibly prestigious? Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 999. Huh? Comrade Su Hongyang saw the prompt in his mind and was a bit confused. How did an extra name appear? He instinctively turned his head and suddenly saw Jia Dongshu standing behind him, glaring at him with murderous eyes. Holy crap. Comrade Su Hongyang's body trembled. After regaining his composure, he cursed loudly. Jia Dongshu, are you crazy? Why don't you make any noise when you walk? Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 999. Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 999. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 500. What's going on? Director Guo heard the noise and hurried over. After shouting, Comrade Su Hongyang also realized that they were at work. He quickly coughed. Oh, nothing, Director Guo. We are discussing the problems on this blueprint. With that, he picked up the blueprint from the workbench, turned and moved 2 steps towards Yi Zhonghai, and said with a serious expression, Master Yi, I think we should do this with this dimension. Yi Zhonghai, Jia Dongshu, Director Guo. 84. Number 84. If you have a watch but don't want to show it off, what's the point of buying it? Chapter 84. If you don't show off a watch, why buy one? Director Guo was puzzled, but he didn't ask any more questions. Alright then, you guys carry on, he said and then left. Su Hongyang put down the blueprints in his hand and patted Jia Dongshu's shoulder with a cold face. Don't stand behind people and eavesdrop on conversations in the future. This is a bad habit and needs to be changed. Then he said to Yi Zhonghai, Master Yi, I just remembered there's another machine that needs repair, so I won't stay here. I'll come back to learn from you next time. Having said that, he walked out of the workshop. Jia Dongshu looked at Su Hongyang's departing back and said through gritted teeth, Master, he's now. Yi Zhonghai waved his hand to interrupt. Enough, Dongshu. Ignore that scumbag. Focus on learning your skills. Your salary will definitely surpass that kid's eventually. Hearing this, Jia Dongshu nodded silently. Ever since he heard that Su Hongyang had been transferred to the maintenance department, his mind had been in turmoil because he heard others say that Su Hongyang's monthly salary was now over 40 yuan. It was several yuan higher than his. He thought about how he had been at the steel rolling mill for 10 years and was still a grade 2 worker earning 37 yuan and 50 cents, while Su Hongyang had only been there for half a month at most. He wondered if repair work was really that simple. If he truly had no talent as a fitter, what if he went to learn repair? Would he be better than Su Hongyang? Jia Dongshu's thoughts were wandering now, something Yi Zhonghai hadn't noticed. On the other side, after work, Su Hongyang went straight to the department store. He had gotten the watch coupon several days ago, but he just hadn't had the time to go buy it. Today was perfect. He wasn't particularly busy. Arriving at the department store, the dazzling array of goods was a bit overwhelming, but there were no places selling watches on the first or second floors. It wasn't until he reached the third floor that Su Hongyang saw several counters selling watches, and he immediately walked over without a second thought. Hello, comrade, I'd like to buy a watch. Su Hongyang politely asked the person lying on a lounge chair. In this era, sales clerks had the power to allocate resources and were seen as having a golden rice bowl, sought after and respected by most people. This also led to a flaw in the service attitude of this industry. They were extremely arrogant and rude to customers, often using cold words and even verbal abuse or physical aggression. When he first arrived in Saijucheng, Beijing, Su Hongyang didn't quite believe it at first, but after experiencing it a few times he actually just smiled and let it go. The female sales clerk behind the counter was in her 30s. Hearing Su Hongyang's words, she lazily lifted her head and asked, Do you have a coupon? Su Hongyang nodded, pulled out the coupon, and waved it. Yes, help me pick one out. The female sales clerk then hurriedly stood up, a trace of a smile appearing on her face. Comrade, we have the imported Romer brand here, and the Enikar over here. Oh, and comrade, let me grandly introduce another one. This is the Shanghai brand we've recently started producing ourselves. As she spoke, she took a watch out from behind the counter and displayed it in front of him. Su Hongyang stared blankly at the watch the female sales clerk took out. This was a domestic brand? How is it? Pretty, right? Seeing Su Hongyang's dazed look, the female sales clerk couldn't help but curl her lips. Cough, it's fine, but I'd rather see the imported ones. Su Hongyang smiled. Seeing this, the female sales clerk didn't say much more and immediately took out 2 more models, introducing each one. This one is the Romer brand. It's simple and elegant. Many people like this one. The other one is Enikar. It's relatively small and exquisite. It just depends on which one you like, comrade. Su Hongyang looked at the 2 models before him. To be honest, both were quite good-looking. Their aesthetics in this era were simply a dimensional strike. However, in Su Hongyang's heart, he was still more inclined toward Enikar, which people often called the Big Enikar. Exquisite and elegant, it very much suited the taste of Su Hongyang, a person from the 21st century. Not thinking about anything else, he immediately asked, How much is this Enikar? The female sales clerk immediately replied, This one is priced at 260 yuan. Are you planning to buy it, comrade? 260? Su Hongyang pondered for a moment and immediately nodded. He wasn't short on money now, so why hesitate? I'll buy it. This one. Hearing this, the female sales clerk immediately replied with a smile. Then I'll pack it up for you and give you a receipt. Su Hongyang waved his hand. No need to pack it. I'll wear it directly on my wrist. Having said that, he immediately pulled a stack of big black tens and the watch coupon out of his pocket, counted them, and handed them to the sales clerk. A short while later, Su Hongyang walked out of the department store stylishly, wearing the watch. Stepping out of the main entrance, he looked down at the time. It was still early. Feeling the surprised gazes from around him, Su Hongyang puffed out his chest again. With this thing, it really felt different. He'd go show it off in front of Yi Zhonghai later and see if he could get some emotional value. Thinking of this, a smile played on his lips. It wasn't until it gradually grew dark that Su Hongyang returned to the compound. At this time, the entire compound was filled with the atmosphere of daily life, with children running around the yard, presenting a scene of peaceful beauty. At the entrance, Yan Bugui was watering flowers. Shu Damao was actually here too, seemingly talking about something with Yan Bugui. The two happened to see Su Hongyang return, and Shu Damao immediately walked over in surprise. Brother Hongyang, you're finally back. I was just looking for you. Su Hongyang stopped and asked curiously, what do you want with me? Let's talk over here. Shu Damao pulled Su Hongyang a few steps to the side. This made Yan Bugui roll his eyes. As if I'd eavesdrop. Who are they guarding against here? After pulling Su Hongyang aside, Shu Damao whispered, Brother Hongyang, how well do you know Comrade Lin Guoban from the middle courtyard? Su Hongyang gave Shu Damao a surprised look, wondering what kind of scheme this kid had cooked up for his eldest senior brother now. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. Seeing this, Shu Damao said strangely, don't you know him? Su Hongyang raised an eyebrow. I know him, but we're not close. Shu Damao thought for a moment and said again, I want to invite you and Comrade Lin Guoban to dinner on Sunday, so I wanted to see if you. Su Hongyang's eyes lit up. Oh, dinner, you should have said so earlier. Let me put it this way. My relationship with Comrade Lin Guoban can be described in 4 words. Shu Damao was puzzled. Which 4 words? Sleeping foot to foot, Su Hongyang said solemnly. Shu Damao. Just then, Yan Bugui suddenly walked up, his eyes sparkling. You two seem to be talking about a treat just now? What good news is there? Why not tell your third uncle? Su Hongyang. Shu Damao. Ahem, how about this? When you have your treat, I'll bring a plate of peanuts myself, Yan Bugui said tentatively. Shu Damao waved his hand helplessly. Fine, fine, third uncle, you just come over on Sunday at noon. Yan Bugui's eyes widened, and he said in surprise, really? Shu Damao nodded speechlessly. Good, 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 you're still the generous one. Damao. Yan Bugui grinned and slapped his thigh excitedly. Just then, in the midst of his surprise, Yan Bugui's small eyes suddenly caught sight of the watch on Su Hongyang's wrist. He immediately cried out, oh my, this watch. Seeing Yan Bugui's reaction to his watch, Su Hongyang was extremely satisfied and raised his arm. Hey, it was just inconvenient to check the time on the way to and from work, so I spent some money to buy one. It's nothing much, just over 200. Yan Bugui emotional value plus 555. Shu Damao emotional value plus 666. 85. Hash 85. Is there something fishy about Qin Wairu? Chapter 85. Is there something fishy about Qin Wairu? Although speechless at Su Hongyang's humble bragging, Yan Bugui still stepped forward in amazement and gently cupped Su Hongyang's hand with both of his. He stroked it, blew on it, and then carefully wiped it, his small, greedy green eyes glued to the watch. He had only ever seen the school principal wear a watch like this. Usually, the principal would treasure it so much that he'd take it off and keep it in a box. He heard that the principal would only wear the watch out for special occasions. One could imagine how precious a watch was. He didn't expect this comrade Xiao Su to actually own one. At this time, Shu Damao also hurriedly asked, Brother Hongyang, when did you buy this watch? And where did you get the voucher? Do you still have a source? Help me get one too. Su Hongyang waved his hand helplessly. I can't help you with that. The voucher was a reward from Director Yang. Damao, you know I've been pulled away to fix machines frequently these past few days. Director Yang saw my hard work and gave me a voucher as a special reward. Hearing this, Shu Damao nodded in realization. Yan Bugui looked up in surprise. Comrade Xiao Su, you know how to do repairs. Shu Damao immediately chimed in, third uncle, you don't know how impressive my brother is. Saying that, he patted Su Hongyang heavily on the shoulder and said proudly, my brother is now a 4th grade repairman, earning a monthly salary of 42 yuan and 50 cents. Among the young people in the entire compound, he is in a class of his own. What? Yan Buggy's jaw dropped as he looked at Su Hongyang in disbelief. Su Hongyang chuckled. It's nothing, just barely enough to make a living. Yan Bugui emotional value plus 500. Shu Damao emotional value plus 100. The two of them were defeated by Su Hongyang's words. If you're barely making a living, then what about us? Yan Bugui and Shu Damao suddenly didn't want to stay any longer. If they stayed, who knew what other heart-stabbing words Su Hongyang would say? Shu Damao had achieved his goal. Since it was settled, he would prepare early. Yan Bugui was still shocked by the 42 yuan and 50 cents. An apprentice worker who just joined the factory became a fourth-grade repairman in the blink of an eye. This would make so many people envious. No, he had to spread the word immediately. The three of them talked for a while longer before going their separate ways. As he left, Yan Buggy's gaze remained glued to Su Hongyang's watch. Muttering something under his breath, Su Hongyang didn't pay much attention and went straight back to the east wing room. At night the darkness was quiet. Lying on his bed, Su Hongyang was browsing the system mall. After collecting emotional value these past few days, he now had 250,000. He felt that there wasn't much worth buying among the current items. After thinking for a while, it was about time to upgrade. System, upgrade. Ding, this upgrade requires 200,000 emotional value points. Ding, upgrading in progress. Su Hongyang looked at the upgrade time below and frowned. It would take 3 days, which was quite a long time. But there was no way around it. 3 days it is. Although the system was upgrading, it didn't stop him from using items or continuing to harvest emotional value, which was quite user-friendly. Just as Su Hongyang was about to go to sleep, a slight noise suddenly came from the middle courtyard, a rustling sound. Although the sound wasn't loud, his current hearing was extremely sharp. There was the sound of a door closing softly and low-voiced conversation coming from the middle courtyard. What are they doing, not sleeping in the middle of the night? With a curious mind, Su Hongyang controlled the laughter bug to fly out and see what was happening in the middle courtyard. The laughter bug flew high into the air and arrived at the middle courtyard. Seeing through the bug's vision, Su Hongyang immediately saw Yi Zhonghai walk out of his house. At the same time, Jia Dongshu, along with Lu Heizhong and his son Lu Guangtian from the back courtyard, also appeared in the middle courtyard. Hey, quite a few people. Are they going to the black market? Su Hongyang immediately thought of this possibility, and his heart filled with excitement. It's pitch black at night, could he follow them and cause some trouble? Harvest some emotional value? Thinking of this, Su Hongyang's eyes brightened. He decided to follow them and see tonight. As for the black market, although he knew the location, he hadn't been there since coming to Saijucheng, Beijing. He would follow them this time to join the fun. At this moment, Yi Zhonghai's voice came from the middle courtyard. How is it? Is everyone here? Everyone's here, let's go. Old Yi, Lu Heizhong replied. After saying this, the four of them put on masks in unison and walked out together. Su Hongyang planned to control the laughter bug to follow them first. He would follow in person in a moment. Just then, in the laughter bug's vision as it was about to take off, another figure appeared. This figure came out of the Jia family's house. Su Hongyang knew at a glance that it must be Qin Wairu. He wondered what this woman was doing coming out at this time. Huh? Jia Dongshu just left, and she came out. Could it be she's cuckolding little Jia? In the next instant, Su Hongyang immediately became energized. With wide eyes, he controlled the laughter bug to follow Qin Wairu with great anticipation. He saw Qin Wairu tiptoeing to the back courtyard, turning left, and walking straight toward a dry latrine. Seeing this, Su Hongyang became a bit confused. Did Qin Wairu come out at this time just to use the toilet? Near this compound, there was actually a public toilet, but it required a few more steps and going out the main gate, which was a bit inconvenient. This dry latrine inside had been there for a long time and was often used by female comrades. For urgent matters, male comrades rarely used it. It wasn't strange for Qin Wairu to come here in the middle of the night. He saw Qin Wairu enter the dry latrine, closing the bamboo door with a creak, and the rustling sound of clothes being unfastened came from inside. Seeing this, Su Hongyang was suddenly a bit disappointed. He thought there was some scandalous secret, turns out it was just this. Forget it, he'd go check out the black market. Yi Zhonghai and the others hadn't gone far yet. Just as Su Hongyang was about to have the laughter bug leave, he remembered that Qin Wairu had spoken ill of him to Lin Guoban before. Unknowingly, his movement to leave stopped. After thinking for a moment, Su Hongyang talked to himself with a smile. Qin Wairu, oh Qin Wairu, you gave me this opportunity yourself. I'll harvest a wave of emotional value from you today. After today, I won't hold it against you for speaking ill of me last time. Thinking of this, Su Hongyang summoned the malevolent specter with a thought and sent it over to the dry latrine. The laughter bug continued to follow Yi Zhonghai and the other three. The malevolent specter item also provided a field of vision. Su Hongyang had always focused his vision on the laughter bug before, but this time he used it. Su Hongyang controlled the malevolent specter and slowly approached the dry latrine. It was a bit dark inside, but it didn't stop him from seeing Qin Huairu's squatting figure. Seeing this, Su Hongyang waited silently. He'd let her get halfway through her business, and then let her experience the shift from heaven to hell. Some time passed. Su Hongyang felt it was about time. If he delayed any longer, Yi Zhonghai and the others would be back from their shopping. In the east wing room of the front yard, Su Hongyang immediately gave a command to the malevolent specter. The malevolent specter's figure immediately floated up. Qin Huairu was currently immersed in the relief of finishing her business, but in the next moment, she felt a faint breeze blow past her neck. Although the breeze was gentle, it was exceptionally cold, making her body shiver involuntarily. Her intuition told her something was wrong, and she instinctively turned her head. However, when her gaze fell behind her, her whole body froze. In her sight stood a figure. The moonlight spilled onto the figure's face, reflecting an extremely terrifying face. The skin was ashen like a dead person's, the muscles on the face were twisted, and most hair-raising of all were those hollow eyes, devoid of any life. Yet, it was staring straight at her. Ah! Qin Huairu screamed and instinctively stood up, but before she could make another move, a crack sounded in her ears as the wood beneath her feet snapped. In the next moment, Qin Huairu's entire body fell uncontrollably into the dry latrine. This sudden scene also startled Su Hongyang in the east wing room. Then, he heard Qin Huairu's cries for help from below. Help, help, glug glug. Someone glug. Qin Huairu emotional value plus 999. Qin Huairu emotional value plus 999. In the east wing room of the front yard, Su Hongyang hurriedly scrambled up from the heated Kong bed. A thought flashed through his mind. Oh no, Qin Huairu fell into the toilet. 86. Number 86, The Terrified Yan Bugui. Chapter 86, Yan Buggy's Terror. The first thought that popped into his head was to quickly go and save her. He had been to that dry toilet before. It was at least 2 or 3 meters deep, and the night soil collectors hadn't come to collect the sewage for half a year. So, the dry toilet was almost full. If someone fell in, there was a high chance they would drown. Su Hongyang scratched his hair, cursed under his breath, and hurried out. That Qin Huairu, she really didn't watch where she was going. As Su Hongyang arrived in the courtyard, he saw Yan Bugui and some other residents also coming out, seemingly having all heard Qin Huairu's shouts. He felt a sense of relief. This was good, more hands make light work. Yan Bugui frowned and asked, did everyone else hear something too? Who's shouting in the middle of the night? Su Hongyang didn't want to delay any longer and quickly prompted, the sound seems to be coming from the back courtyard. Let's go check it out quickly. Everyone nodded. The group passed through the middle courtyard and found that many people had woken up and were standing in the courtyard, discussing animatedly. It sounds like Qin Huairu from the Jia family. Yes, I heard it too. The sound is coming from the back courtyard, right? Everyone chattered, but since first uncle and second uncle weren't present, they didn't know what to do until Yan Bugui walked over. Third uncle, did something happen in the back courtyard? Yeah, the screams were quite tragic. Yan Bugui frowned, then quickly waved his hand. Hurry and follow me to the back courtyard. Someone might be in trouble. With that, he took the lead and jogged towards the back courtyard. Upon arriving at the back courtyard, everyone heard Shu Damao's voice coming from the dry toilet. Quick, sister-in-law Qin, grab this wooden stick quickly. Don't open your mouth. Absolutely don't open your mouth. Ugh. Seeing this, everyone rushed over. Seeing so many people, Shu Damao's face turned pale as he said, everyone, young and old, come help quickly. Sister-in-law Qin fell in. Jia Zhongxi, in the crowd, saw that it was actually Qin Huairu who had fallen into the dry toilet, and she immediately jumped up in anger. Qin Huairu, you jinx, there are 2 big wooden planks here, and you still managed to fall in? Don't you take your eyes with you when you go out? Causing so much trouble. Why did I ever let a woman like you into the Jia family's door? Yan Bugui was quite speechless and quickly advised, Jia Zhongxi, stop scolding for now. Saving her is more important. Hearing this, Jia Zhongxi reluctantly stopped her rant, snorted, and said nothing more. Yan Bugui peered into the dry toilet. He saw Qin Huairu's head barely visible, but her whole body kept sinking and rising intermittently. Qin Huairu saw Yan Bugui's figure, as if she had seen her savior. Third uncle, save me, glug glug, save me. Qin Huairu kept shouting and swallowing, and when everyone saw this scene, they almost vomited their dinner from the night before. Yan Bugui also dry heaved, goosebumps crawling all over him, secretly thankful that it wasn't him who had fallen in. Seeing Chin Wairu's entire body sink again, he shivered and cried out in fright, "Quick, quick, save her, get a rope, go find a rope." Someone heard the order and quickly ran off to find tools for rescue. At this moment, Su Hongyang had already run over with a coil of hemp rope. He knew exactly what had happened to Chin Wairu. When everyone went to the back courtyard, he was busy running to find a rope, feeling a bit guilty after all. "Here's the rope." Su Hongyang threw one end of the rope down. Chin Wairu immediately grabbed it tightly. "Come on, everyone, quickly pull her up." Yan Bugui took the lead, pulling the rope upwards. Shu Damao, Yan Jicheng, and other young men immediately stepped forward to help. After several twists and turns, Chin Wairu lost her grip a few times, but in the end, she was pulled up safely, though with a scare. Chin Wairu collapsed weakly onto the ground, occasionally retching out some black sewage. Seeing this, everyone dared not approach. Yan Bugui, suppressing a dry heave, pinched his nose and asked, "Chin Wairu, are you alright? Do you need to go to the hospital?" No sooner had he spoken than Jia Zhangxi immediately jumped out, pointing at Yan Bugui's nose and scolding, "Go to the hospital? What hospital? Are you paying for it? You Yan the miser, it's easy for you to talk when you're not in pain. She just fell into the toilet, does she need to go to the hospital for that?" Yan Bugui. Everyone else was speechless, but since Jia Zhangxi said so, they wouldn't meddle further. At this moment, Chin Wairu also regained some strength, struggling to get up from the ground. Jia Zhangxi saw this, took 2 steps forward, and cursed at Chin Wairu. "Chin Wairu, look at yourself now, go wash up quickly. Don't even think about entering the Jia family's door without washing yourself clean. You reek, why did Dongshu marry a jinx like you?" After saying that, she pinched her nose and spat, disgusted. Chin Wairu looked miserable. Ugh. The next moment, Chin Wairu, who had just stood upright, retched and lost all strength again, her body uncontrollably tilting forward. She unluckily lunged towards Jia Zhangxi, who was right in front of her. "Ah!" A piercing scream that echoed throughout the entire courtyard burst from Jia Zhangxi's mouth. Then everyone watched in stunned silence as this scene unfolded. Chin Wairu had completely fallen onto Jia Zhangxi, continuously vomiting sewage, which landed right on Jia Zhangxi's chest. "Chin Wairu, you cursed woman, you cursed woman." Jia Zhangxi dry heaved, her face filled with terror, her hands and feet flailing wildly as if she had lost her mind, kicking Chin Wairu aside. Freed from Chin Wairu's embrace, Jia Zhangxi sprang up from the ground. "Chin Wairu, I'm not done with you." Before she could finish, Jia Zhangxi vomited again. Everyone. Yan Bugui cleared his throat and said, "Sister-in-law Jia, since you're all so dirty, why don't you help Chin Wairu go wash up? If this continues, the whole courtyard will stink." Jia Zhangxi immediately jumped up in anger. "Yan the miser, what do you mean by that? I only got a little on me. If you want to help her, you go help her, I'm not going. But with Chin Wairu's situation now, if you don't go, who will?" Yan Bugui was somewhat troubled. Jia Zhangxi saw that Yan Bugui still wanted to talk about it and glared at him fiercely. "Yan Bugui, this." Seeing that Yan Bugui was about to speak again, Jia Zhangxi immediately exploded. "If you say one more word, I'll smear you all over too. Then let's see if you still dare to talk so carelessly." Yan Bugui. Looking at Chin Wairu, who was weakly lying on the ground, Yan Bugui had a headache. If no one was willing to step forward, and they waited any longer, the courtyard would be completely stinky. Yan Bugui quickly looked around at the people next to him, but they all quickly averted their gazes when met with his. Seeing this, Yan Bugui's head throbbed with anger. Why was it that old Yi and old Lu just happened to be at the black market at this time? Why did this thankless task fall on him? Helplessly, Yan Bugui turned his gaze back to Jia Zhangxi. Jia Zhangxi met Yan Bugui's gaze, her eyes narrowed, and without another word, she charged towards Yan Bugui. Yan Bugui looked at Jia Zhangxi, who had been baptized by sewage, and was scared out of his wits, quickly running backward. Everyone else, seeing Jia Zhangxi's crazed appearance, also scattered in fright. They certainly didn't want to get a speck of anything from that old shrew. Otherwise, the smell would linger for 10 days to half a month. Yan Bugui ran and looked back, seeing Jia Zhangxi actually chasing him, which made his scalp tingle with fear. He quickly shouted, "Sister-in-law Jia, I apologize, don't chase me anymore." 87. Number 87. Chin Wairu was kicked out of her home? Chapter 87. Chin Wairu kicked out of the house? You come get some on you too, go help Chin Wairu. Jia Zhangxi's face was distorted as she screamed and chased relentlessly. Yan Bugui was going crazy. Where was the logic in this? "Sister-in-law Jia, it's not appropriate for someone of my status to help her, aren't you afraid of people misunderstanding? How about this, when your boy Dongshu comes back, let him deal with it. Let's all stop and take a rest now. What do you think? Ja Zhongxi ignored Yan Bugui and continued to chase him in a fit of rage. Seeing this, Yan Bugui wanted to cry but had no tears. Passing by the brothers Yan Jicheng and Yan Buga's second son, he hurriedly roared, "You two little brats, why aren't you helping?" Hearing this, the two brothers shook their heads in fear and hurriedly hid to the side. They weren't stupid. If they got stained, they wouldn't be able to get rid of the smell for days. Yan Jicheng had to go out to find work tomorrow, and it wouldn't be good if people smelled it. Yan Buga's second son couldn't even more so. He was still in school. If his classmates smelled it, wouldn't they laugh him to death? In the distance, Su Hongyang watched this scene with a slight smile on his lips. Since nothing was wrong on Qin Wairu's side, he would head back to his room first. With Ja Zhongxi's current crazed state, there was no guarantee he wouldn't be bumped into by her. Thinking of this, he quickly left. Returning to the East Wing room, Su Hongyang immediately focused his vision on the laughter bug tracking Yi Zhonghai and the others, wondering if it was still in time. The next moment, the image appeared before his eyes, and Su Hongyang immediately saw the figures of Yi Zhonghai and the other three appearing in a hidden alley. Each was carrying large and small bags, rushing back toward the Sahaiyuan. Seeing this scene, Su Hongyang was suddenly a bit disappointed. They were coming back from the black market so soon? Then there was nothing left to exploit. Looking at their position, they were only a minute or two away from the Sahaiyuan. It was too late. Forget it, he'd let them off this time. Sighing, Su Hongyang lay back down on the large brick bed in the courtyard. It had become completely lively because of Ja Zhongxi. Unknowingly, a scene had formed. Yan Bugui had discarded the elegance of a scholar and was running as hard as he could, while Ja Zhongxi chased relentlessly behind him. The residents were on the side making jokes, bantering and exclaiming. It was just like watching a big show on the street. At this moment, Yi Zhonghai and the others finally returned to the compound, but seeing the lively scene in the compound, they were all dumbfounded. Yi Zhonghai looked at the chaotic scene with both shock and anger. How did the courtyard turn into this ghostly state in the time it took to go to the black market? He quickly stepped forward and roared, "Everyone, be quiet." As soon as he spoke, the people in the courtyard looked toward the source of the sound in unison. First uncle and the others are back. Yeah, let's see if that old shrew still dares to cause trouble. Ja Dongshu was also sharp-eyed. Seeing his mother chasing and hitting the third uncle, he quickly ran forward and grabbed the panting Ja Zhongxi. "Mom, what's going on with you? How can you hum?" Before he could finish, Ja Dongshu felt a greasy sensation on his hands. While he was wondering, the next moment, a foul stench hit him. This is a blah. Ja Dongshu's face turned pale instantly, and his stomach churned uncontrollably. "Oh, Dongshu, how can you vomit on your mother? Get off quickly." Ja Zhongxi quickly pushed Ja Dongshu away. Picking at the leftover food, he vomited on her with disgust. Everyone saw this scene and felt another wave of nausea. Damn, this mother and son are truly something else. Yi Zhonghai also saw Ja Dongshu vomiting. Just as he was about to step forward in confusion, he suddenly smelled a terrifyingly foul odor in the compound. This what's going on? Yi Zhonghai looked confusedly at Yan Bugui, who was slumped on the ground. Yan Bugui waved his hand and said intermittently while gasping for air, Don't mention it." Qin Wairu fell into the toilet. As soon as he finished, Ja Dongshu raised his head in panic. "What? My wife fell into the toilet? Where is she? Where is she now?" Someone in the courtyard immediately said, "In the back courtyard." Hearing this, Ja Dongshu hurriedly ran toward the back courtyard. Seeing this, Yi Zhonghai's face also turned ashen. After handing the bag to the first ant, he also jogged over. Lu Heizhong's mouth twitched at this scene. He didn't expect to see a show before going to bed today. His eyes glanced at the two unseemly figures, Ja Zhongxi and Yan Bugui, and his air of an official returned. He put his hands behind his back, puffed out his big belly, and said seriously, "Look at you two. How old are you? Is this appropriate? What will the young people say when they see you like this? It's simply scandalous. This is the compound, the place where we live. Making it reek like this, you have an inescapable responsibility. As the second uncle, I punish you to clean this courtyard until it's spotless. No sleeping until it's clean." Yan Bugui, Ja Zhongxi also raised her head at this time, her eyes glaring fiercely at Lu Heizhong. He was already dismissed by Director Wang, and he still had the nerve to come out and make a fool of himself? Lu Heizhong saw their unfriendly gazes and quickly shut his mouth. Although putting on airs was satisfying, he had to pick his targets. If he continued, he was afraid Ja Zhongxi would chase and beat him. After a while, Ja Dongshu walked out supporting Qin Wairu, with Yi Zhonghai following behind. "Wairu, stand steady, I'll go get some water." As Jia Dongshu spoke, he was about to go to the sink to get water. Seeing this, Lu Heizhong was so scared he quickly stopped him. Jia Dongshu, don't go there, that's where we wash vegetables. If you want to wash, go outside the compound. Otherwise, who among the neighbors can stand it if you make the compound dirty? Yi Zhonghai also immediately stood up and nodded. Old Lu is right. Dongshu, take Wairu to the public toilet over there. There's water there too. I'll bring a basin over for you in a bit. The couple both nodded upon hearing this. Jia Zhongxi also stood up grumbling and glared at Qin Wairu. Her body reeked of a foul stench, and she blamed it all on this jinx. The family of three slowly moved toward the entrance of the compound. Everyone shook their heads speechlessly as they saw them. They really were cut from the same cloth. Yi Zhonghai rubbed his temples with a headache. Today's matter would likely last late into the night the next morning. Su Hongyang walked out of the east wing room, looked at the still quiet compound, and stretched with satisfaction. He picked up his toiletries and walked toward the middle courtyard. On the way, he suddenly remembered something. He had already become a regular employee, so theoretically he could be allocated a room. He had to get a certificate today and go to the subdistrict office when he had time to change the rental agreement. Could the remaining rent be taken back? Thinking of this, his pace quickened a bit. When he arrived at the middle courtyard to wash up, he suddenly found a figure squatting in front of the Jia family's door. Looking closely, he realized it was Qin Wairu. At this time, Qin Wairu was simply draped in a thin quilt, curled up tightly next to the Jia family's door. This is kicked out? Su Hongyang was quite puzzled. It shouldn't be to that extent, right? Just falling into the toilet once and they don't want her anymore? 88. Number 88 Thoughts in the Bangs. Chapter 88. Lu Heizhong's Wish. Just as Su Hongyang was puzzled, Yan Bugui also walked over. Open black lens bracket. Note to readers. Please remember our website for smooth access to Taiwanese novels. Close black lens bracket. Seeing Su Hongyang, he greeted him with a smile. Su Hongyang nodded and immediately leaned in to ask, "Third uncle, why is Qin Wairu squatting outside sleeping? Did the Jia family kick her out?" Upon hearing this, Yan Bugui glanced at Qin Wairu squatting under the eaves and chuckled. "Comrade Xiao Su, you don't know yet. Last night, after Qin Wairu thoroughly washed herself clean, the smell on her body was practically the same as if she hadn't washed at all. So, as soon as she entered the Jia family's door yesterday, she was immediately chased out by Jia Zhongxi with a broom. Old Yi had to plead and argue for a long time before they agreed to give her a quilt." Su Hongyang nodded in understanding. That explained it. "Comrade Xiao Su, you missed quite the show last night." Jia Zhongxi's entire face was green with rage. Haha. Yan Bugui couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Qin Wairu emotional value plus 999. Qin Wairu emotional value plus 999. Huh? Did Qin Wairu wake up? Su Hongyang turned his head in surprise, glancing at Qin Wairu, who was still huddled in a ball. Seeing Yan Bugui still going on and on, seemingly unable to stop, Su Hongyang coughed twice and quickly called a halt. "Alright, third uncle, let's stop chatting for now. We're in a hurry to get to work." Only then did Yan Bugui smack his lips and stop. After washing up, Su Hongyang chatted with Yan Bugui for a bit longer before heading straight back to his room. The courtyard morning slowly began to bustle with activity, with people coming and going at the washbasin area. Qin Wairu also hurriedly rolled up her quilt and washed up by the water basin. But everyone in the courtyard kept their distance from her. The smell was truly unbearable. Getting a bit closer would likely make them gag again. Qin Wairu, however, remained expressionless, keeping her head down and going about her business. Although she acted the same as before, others noticed she had become even more withdrawn and silent, but no one paid it much mind. If something like this happened to anyone else, they'd be too ashamed to show their face. Only this woman, Qin Wairu, still acted as if nothing was wrong. As soon as he stepped out, Su Hongyang saw a group of neighbors ahead also heading to the steel rolling mill. He immediately smiled and hurried to catch up. "First uncle, second uncle, wait for me," Su Hongyang called out from behind. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 200. Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 200. As Su Hongyang approached, Lu Heizhong smiled and greeted him. "Comrade Xiao Su, you're up early." This attitude surprised Yi Zhonghai and the others, who wondered privately when Lu Heizhong's temper had become so good. If it were anyone else, they'd surely get a lecture from him first. How come when it's Su Hongyang's turn, you, second uncle, have changed your tune? Yi Zhonghai felt somewhat uncomfortable. In the courtyard, it was one thing for Xu Damao to be on good terms with Su Hongyang. Birds of a feather flock together, after all. But gradually, even old Lu and old Yan were getting along quite well with Su Hongyang. Why was that? Did this kid have that much charm? Before Yi Zhonghai could figure it out, he heard Lu Heizhong speak up. Comrade Xiao Su, do you have any free time recently? I'd like to treat you to a meal. As soon as the words were out, the whole group stared at Lu Heizhong in shock. Had they heard correctly? This old Lu, the second uncle who loved throwing his bureaucratic weight around in the courtyard, was actually inviting a young man to a meal? Su Hongyang also looked at Lu Heizhong in surprise, thought for a moment, and said, "Second uncle, are you having some difficulties? Don't worry, with so many of us in the courtyard, we'll definitely help if we can." Lu Heizhong hesitated, on the verge of speaking. Of course, he wanted to continue discussing that set of grand principles Su Hongyang had mentioned before. Although people in the courtyard still called him second uncle after all, he had now been dismissed from his position. He urgently needed to think of a way to get Director Wang to reinstate him, and he wanted this clever-headed Su Hongyang to help him come up with a plan. After glancing at the eyes of everyone around him, he finally waved his hand helplessly. "It's nothing, nothing. I just simply want to treat you, little Su, to a meal. Don't overthink it." He paused, then puffed out his chest. "I, a dignified 6th grade fitter. What difficulties could I possibly have? Right, everyone? Ah, yes, yes, yes. Second uncle is right." Everyone wore half smiles but didn't press further. Yi Zhonghai, however, glanced at Su Hongyang and said to the group, "All right, everyone, let's hurry up and go, don't be late." Hearing this, Su Hongyang's eyes lit up. He immediately raised his hand, revealing a gleaming watch on his wrist. "First uncle, don't worry. It's still early. I'm wearing a watch." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked over with incredulous expressions. "Hiss, Comrade Xiao Su, where did you get that watch?" Lu Heizhong immediately exclaimed in surprise. Yi Zhonghai also frowned. Although he knew this kid had money now, a watch wasn't something you could buy just because you had money. You also needed a coupon. A watch coupon was a rare item. People without some status wouldn't even get to see one. Who would have thought this little beast would have such a brand new, shiny watch on his wrist? It looked like it had been bought recently. Jia Dongshu found it even more unbelievable and spoke up. "How is that possible? How could you have a watch? Where did you steal it from?" Hearing this, Su Hongyang's face darkened. His gaze toward Jia Dongshu grew increasingly unfriendly. Seeing this, Yi Zhonghai, standing nearby, knew his apprentice was likely about to get into trouble again and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Ahem, Dongshu, you can't say things like that. Something as precious as a watch can't be stolen." Su Hongyang glared at Jia Dongshu and said, "At least your master has some brains and wouldn't say something so foolish." Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 999. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 200. Lu Heizhong stood to the side, looking at the watch on Su Hongyang's wrist. The desire in his heart grew stronger. He desperately wanted to own a watch of his own. Every time he saw those leaders with exquisite watches on their wrists, he felt intensely envious. He believed that if he also wore a watch, wouldn't he look just like those leaders? But despite thinking about this for years, this small wish had always been blocked by a single coupon. Now, seeing that Comrade Xiao Su actually had a brand new watch, he became extremely anxious. "Comrade Xiao Su, where did you get that coupon? Did you buy it on the black market?" Seeing Lu Heizhong's expression, Su Hongyang laughed and said, "How could it be from the black market? This coupon was a reward from Director Yang. You all should know I've been transferred to repair machines now. Hey, last time I even went to your workshop. Second uncle, I even greeted you." Upon hearing this, Lu Heizhong nodded repeatedly. Su Hongyang continued, "Director Yang saw how skilled I was, fixing so many problematic machines for our steel rolling mill, and in his happiness, he gave me this coupon." Lu Heizhong suddenly understood. So that's how it was. Jia Dongshu frowned. Such a big reward should have been announced to the whole factory, right? Why haven't we heard about it? Su Hongyang curled his lip, ignoring Jia Dongshu, and instead spoke directly to Yi Zhonghai. "Master Yi, look at this apprentice of yours. Not only is he incompetent himself, but he also loves being jealous of others. An apprentice with such poor character. I don't know what you were thinking, treating him like a treasure." Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 999. 89. Number 89. What are you looking forward to? Chapter 89. What is your hope? Su Hongyang continued, "Master Yi, what I said last time still stands. You can think about it. The conditions are still the same." Su Hongyang paused, chuckled strangely as he glanced at Yi Zhonghai, and then turned to look at Jia Dongshu, whose face looked incredibly dark. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 500. Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 999. Yi Zhonghai took a deep breath and said to Jia Dongshu, let's go. After saying that, he turned around and walked away quickly. Seeing this, Jia Dongshu hurriedly followed. Su Hongyang instinctively raised his hand and shouted at their retreating backs. Master Yi, aren't you going to look at the watch? This is a brand name, Enikar. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 500. Jia Dongshu emotional value plus 200. Lu Heizhong poked his head in. Little Su, let me see. Su Hongyang rolled his eyes, pushed away the bald head, and said, that's enough, second uncle. I'll let you look all you want next time. If we delay any longer, we'll definitely be late. Lu Heizhong nodded repeatedly. Right, I almost forgot. In the steel rolling mill repair department, things hadn't been too busy for the past day or two. This was mainly because Su Hongyang's arrival meant the machines that used to break down frequently had been repaired thoroughly and efficiently in one go. As a result, the dozens of people in the repair department gradually became idle, only needing to maintain the normal operation of the machines and handle daily maintenance. After careful consideration, the leaders of the repair department made an important decision to take advantage of this quiet time to establish a specialized training group. This was so that these dozens of maintenance workers could continue to improve their technical knowledge and skills. After a selection process by the maintenance workers, Su Hongyang was appointed as one of the instructors for this group. After interacting with him over these few days, almost everyone in the maintenance department knew in their hearts that Su Hongyang absolutely deserved a thumbs up in the field of maintenance. He had particularly deep expertise in hydraulics, which happened to be a weak point for many maintenance workers. With such an opportunity to fill their technical gaps, the workers in the maintenance department were naturally very eager. Su Hongyang didn't hold back either, teaching them with all his heart. If they always had to trouble him with problems they couldn't solve in the future, then how would he go to the workshop to farm emotional value? Master Yi, those 2 tickets, when are you going to give them to me? Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 200. Inside the workshop, Su Hongyang asked Yi Zhonghai while helping to clean the lathe machine. After a moment of silence, Yi Zhonghai said with a dark face, the technical assessment is in 2 days. I'll definitely be promoted to 8th grade. There should be a bicycle voucher among the rewards then. Hearing this, Su Hongyang's eyes lit up. After hesitating for a moment, Su Hongyang said with a smile, Master Yi, do you think it's possible for me to take the test too? Yi Zhonghai rolled his eyes at Su Hongyang and sneered, you? I advise you not to have such unrealistic fantasies. Just honestly do your job as a repairman. Su Hongyang immediately shook his head. If a person has no dreams, what's the difference between them and Jia Dongshu? What if I suddenly have an epiphany? What if I suddenly shoot up to an 8th grade fitter? Yi Zhonghai's face turned even darker. Suddenly shoot up? No matter how high you jump, it's absolutely impossible for you to become an 8th grade fitter all at once. Absolutely impossible. And why bring up Dongshu for no reason again? Can't you little beast, stop mentioning my apprentice? Su Hongyang put down the rag in his hand and sighed. Technical skills are hard to master, but I have to learn seriously. In the future, I'll have 8 or 10 big, chubby sons. When I'm old, I'll teach them for fun whenever I'm free. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Eh? Master Yi, what do you think? What should I name my big, chubby sons in the future? Help me think about it. Yi Zhonghai emotional value plus 999. Yi Zhonghai gritted his teeth, his fists clenching until they creaked. After taking a deep breath, he said coldly, you haven't even found a wife yet, so how can you be talking about sons? Su Hongyang shook his head again. You can't say that. In a person's life, from year to year, from youth to old age, isn't it all for this hope? Isn't it all for carrying on the family line? With this hope, one has the strength to work, right? By the way, Master Yi, what is your hope? Veins popped on Yi Zhonghai's forehead, and his whole body trembled. Looking at the red-eyed Yi Zhonghai in front of him, Su Hongyang continued nonchalantly. In my opinion, Master Yi, your hope should also be to have a big, chubby son. It's just a pity. Shut up, shut your mouth, Yi Zhonghai roared, pointing at a pile of raw materials in the distance. Quote, go move those materials for me. Su Hongyang looked at the trembling Yi Zhonghai in surprise. This guy actually didn't faint. His stress resistance has improved. Fortunately, the workshop was very noisy at the moment, so few people noticed them. Seeing that his anger had reached its peak, Su Hongyang didn't continue to provoke him. Grinning, he walked to the side to help move the materials. He had harvested nearly 30,000 more emotional value points, and his heart was filled with sweetness in the afternoon. Su Hongyang originally planned to visit the security section, but his eldest uncle wasn't in the office, so he had to go back to the Saheyuan. 2 days ago, his eldest uncle also learned about his transfer to the maintenance department. He didn't say much about it. After all, it was a technical skill with a lot of room for advancement. He was just curious about when his nephew had acquired this skill. He hadn't known all this time. If he had, he would have definitely found a way to put his nephew directly into the maintenance department, instead of arranging for him to be an apprentice worker in the workshop in an alley. Su Hongyang was walking with his head down. In his hand, he carried a pound of pork. He had taken some meat out of his space while no one was around, intending to bring it back to the Saheyuan for a good meal. As he was walking, he suddenly felt a gaze on him. This was a sense he had developed after his martial prowess increased. Any movement in the surroundings could not escape his eyes and ears. He soon noticed a woman by the alley, carrying a large package and walking toward him with difficulty. The gaze he felt just now seemed to have come from this woman, but now could he have been mistaken? While he was wondering, the two of them drew closer. Just as Su Hongyang thought his senses were wrong, the woman across from him spoke. "Comrade, could you help me carry this package?" Su Hongyang was stunned for a moment and looked around. There were indeed only the two of them. Was she calling him? Seeing Su Hongyang's reaction, the woman smiled and said, "Comrade, I am indeed calling you. Could you help me out?" Su Hongyang then stepped forward and sized the woman up. Her hair was in a bun, she wore heavy makeup, and her clothes were quite gaudy. Every frown and smile carried a hint of flirtatiousness. The woman's eyes were full of smiles, and she looked at Su Hongyang with a soft gaze. Su Hongyang's first reaction was that this woman probably came from some red light district. She didn't look like a decent woman at all. After finishing his assessment, Su Hongyang rolled his eyes at the woman, turned his head, and walked right past her. Wang Quickway emotional value plus 200. Wang Quickway emotional value plus 500. Wang Quickway emotional value plus 600. 90. Number 90. Yan Bugui was plotting. Chapter 90. Yan Bugui wants to plot. Wang Quickway stared in disbelief at the person who had already walked far away, her teeth gnashing in anger. How could this Su Hongyang not have a single ounce of helpful spirit? And to think he's a grown young man. Are young people these days all of this same virtue? Wang Quickway wanted to just leave, but when she thought about how she had already taken the person's money, she had to see this through to the end. After taking a few deep breaths, she hurriedly jogged to catch up. "Comrade, comrade, wait a moment," Wang Quickway shouted as she chased behind Su Hongyang, carrying a large parcel and stumbling along the way. Su Hongyang stopped, wanting to see what this woman was actually trying to do. Wang Quickway reached Su Hongyang in a few steps and said with a hint of reproach, "Comrade, I asked you for help, why did you ignore me?" Su Hongyang, seeing him remain silent, Wang Quickway swayed her waist and stepped forward 2 more steps, pointing at the parcel on the ground behind her. "Comrade, could I trouble you to help me carry this? My home is just a short distance ahead." Su Hongyang chuckled and nodded in agreement. "Sure, but I'll need wages for it." Wang Quickway was stunned. "WA wages?" Su Hongyang spread his hands. "Do you take me for someone you can just order around? Why should I work for you if you don't pay me?" Wang Quickway emotional value plus 500. Wang Quickway felt both angry and contemptuous. He looked like such a spirited young man, yet she hadn't expected him to be such an unromantic cheapskate. "Fine, after comrade helps me carry it back, I'll give you 5 cents for your trouble," Wang Quickway said through gritted teeth. Su Hongyang was taken aback and cried out, "What? 5 cents? Are you treating me like a beggar? My price for stepping in must be no less than 1 yuan. Wang Quickway's eyes widened. 1 yuan? Are you robbing me? Then there's nothing to talk about? Su Hongyang turned his head and started to walk away. Seeing this, Wang Quickway got anxious and quickly called out, Fine, I'll give you 1 yuan. Hurry up and help me lift it. I'm in a hurry to get home." Su Hongyang stopped in his tracks with a cold sneer on his lips. This woman definitely had a problem. To get him to go to her house, she was even willing to give up 1 yuan. Could this be a honey trap? However, he didn't care what kind of schemes or tricks she was playing. After all, the skilled are fearless. He had martial arts mastery. Why would he be afraid of a weak woman? He would go along with her for now to see what she was actually planning. Thinking of this, Su Hongyang turned around with a smile. "It would have been better if you'd done this sooner. Money first." Wang Quickway emotional value plus 600. With a sour expression, Wang Quickway pulled out a 1 yuan bill and handed it to Su Hongyang. Su Hongyang reached out and took it, but his mind was on the emotional value Wang Quickway was providing. In the past, Su Hongyang had conducted experiments. This emotional value thing seemed to only be harvestable from people related to the number 95 Courtyard. From people in other places, he could hardly get any emotional value at all. At most, it would be 3 or 4 points. But this Wang Quickwei wasn't from the number 95 Courtyard, yet she could provide him with so much emotional value. In such a situation, there was a high probability that this Wang Quickwei had some sort of special relationship with someone from the number 95 Courtyard. Thinking this way, the whole thing seemed reasonable. Su Hongyang walked over and lifted the parcel. He weighed it. It was only about 20 pounds. And she needed help for this? Su Hongyang glanced disdainfully at Wang Quickwei and asked, "Comrade, which direction is your home? Lead the way." Wang Quickwei's lips finally curled upward as she said with some joy, "It's over there. I'll lead the way." With that, the two of them walked together toward an alleyway. As they walked, both were preoccupied with their own thoughts. The dull journey made Wang Quickwei a bit uncomfortable, so she spoke up to break the silence. "Comrade, I still don't know your name." Su Hongyang thought for a moment and spoke with a smile. "My name is Jia Dongshu. I'm a second-grade fitter at the steel rolling mill." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Quickwei stopped dead in her tracks. She looked at Su Hongyang with an expression of confusion mixed with shock. Your name is Jia Dongshu? Aren't you called?" Su Hongyang pretended to be puzzled and scratched his head. "I've always been called by this name. From the way you're talking, do you know my name?" Wang Quickwei furrowed her brows and stared at Su Hongyang for a long time. Then she waved her hand. "No, I just remembered something else." The two of them fell back into silence. After a good while and many twists and turns, Su Hongyang and Wang Quickwei finally arrived in front of a courtyard gate. Wang Quickwei took the large parcel and signaled with a smile, "Thank you, Comrade Jia Dongshu. We've arrived." Su Hongyang nodded. "All right, then if there's nothing else, I'll head back. Why don't you come in and sit for a while?" Wang Quickwei offered proactively, her eyes as soft as water as they lingered on Su Hongyang. Su Hongyang curled his lip and shook his head repeatedly. "No, I have other things to do." Wang Quickwei put on a disappointed expression and sighed. "Well then, comrade, we'll meet again next time." With that, she carried the parcel and swayed her slender waist into the house. Su Hongyang turned back and immediately took the laughter bug out of his space, giving it a command. "Watch this woman. If anything happens, send me a message." The laughter bug flapped its wings and flew in over the courtyard gate. Seeing this, Su Hongyang smiled and turned to leave. This woman definitely had something strange about her. He would monitor her for a while to see if he could gather any useful information. Su Hongyang wandered around and returned to the compound. Just as he entered the main gate, he saw Yan Bugui sitting in the courtyard, tinkering with his fishing gear. It was a simple, thin bamboo pole with nylon rope taken from a straw hat, forming a crude fishing tool. Seeing this, Su Hongyang curiously stepped forward. "Oh? Third uncle is making a fishing rod?" Hearing the voice, Yan Bugui immediately looked up. Seeing it was Su Hongyang, he smiled and said, "Comrade Xiao Su is back so early too. How is it? The fishing rod I made isn't any worse than the ones in the shops, right?" As he spoke, he waved the fishing rod in front of Su Hongyang. Su Hongyang couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. "Your workmanship is too crude. You'd be better off buying a new one." Yan Bugui immediately retorted, "How much would that cost? You young lad don't know the price of rice and oil since you haven't run a household yet. The fishing rod I made can catch big fish just the same." "All right then, keep at it," Su Hongyang said, about to leave. Yan Bugui hadn't cared at first, but when his eyes caught a glimpse of the piece of pork Su Hongyang was carrying, he stood up abruptly. "Oh, Xiao Su, wait a moment." Su Hongyang turned back in confusion. Yan Bugui came up to Su Hongyang with a beaming smile and said, "Comrade Xiao Su, are you interested in going fishing together this Sunday?" Su Hongyang's eyes lit up. "Fishing?" Yan Bugui nodded. "Yeah, didn't Da Mao say he was treating us to a meal this Sunday? I'm planning to catch a fish and bring it to Da Mao's house then. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing for me to go empty-handed." Su Hongyang nodded in realization. "I didn't expect third uncle to have such awareness." Yan Bugui emotional value plus 100. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel.